A day ago, a 24-hour countdown suddenly appeared in the sight of 8 billion people around the world without warning. No one knew where it came from, nor did anyone understand what it meant. No matter if they closed their eyes, wore eye masks, or even tried surgery, they couldn't make the countdown disappear. At first, people just felt something was off. But as time ticked away, panic quickly swept the globe. In the end, everyone could only helplessly watch the countdown reach zero. In the final second, all 8 billion people on Earth were simultaneously enveloped in a blinding white light. The next moment, everyone was transported to a strange, wasteland planet. Immediately afterwards, a chilling notification sounded in everyone's minds. In 48 hours, the extreme cold of the apocalypse and the horde of mutated beasts will descend. Without sturdy shelters, the human mortality rate is 100%. While others are shivering in the cold wind, some people kill their sleeping companions for a brick. Others push their families into the abyss for a small piece of moldy biscuit. Meanwhile, the man had already moved into a temperature-controlled villa, enjoying a sumptuous Manchu imperial feast, and wielding firearms, easily killing hordes of mutated beasts. This man's name is Linchin. His initial success was solely due to the wasteland shelter points system. He awakened the moment he arrived in the wasteland. He earns points by recruiting survivors, and these points can be used to purchase various supplies in the system's shop. Basic Shelter Pack, Blueprints and Materials, contains the core blueprints and all the materials needed to build a basic shelter, the only barrier against the extreme cold. Price 500 points. Limited to 1 purchase per user. Countdown 47 hours and 55 minutes. Linchin stared intently at the line of text, his mind focused on only one number, 500 points. He glanced at his balance. Only 100 remained. After turning off the light screen, he looked up at the gray sky. It was approximately 9 a.m., and the extreme cold would arrive at the same time the day after tomorrow. Without shelter, only death awaited him. He immediately pulled up the points rules. Settlements were based on the number of participants at 6 p.m. daily. It was 9 a.m. on the first day, and the extreme cold would arrive at 9 a.m. on the third day, leaving only 2 settlement opportunities in between. Linchin looked at the number column, 1 person, assuming it only showed himself. If he doesn't recruit anyone, he'll only get 100 points each today and tomorrow, plus the initial 100, for a total of 300 points, not enough to buy a shelter. Linchin quickly concluded that he had to recruit more people. If he could get the team to 2 by today, the 2 settlements would give him 400 points, plus the initial 100, making it exactly 500. But this plan offered almost no room for error. Not being able to spend points for 2 days meant no water or food, and they'd have to engage in high-intensity combat in the wasteland. If danger struck, they might not even have the strength to escape. Linchin knew very well that recruiting just 1 person was far from enough. His gaze darkened. If he could recruit a few more people, his points would multiply, allowing him to not only buy shelters but also exchange for supplies and weapons. In this wasteland, people were the most direct resource. Just as Linchin gripped the steel bar, preparing to leave the convenience store ruins, a crisp tap tap sound suddenly came from outside. He instantly became alert, quickly dodging behind the broken load-bearing column, gripping the iron bar tightly, and holding his breath. That was the sound of high heels on the ground. Linchin narrowed his eyes. This couldn't possibly be a monster. It was someone from the modern world who had been transported here, just like him. Then, a trembling female voice came through. "Is anyone there?" The voice almost made Linchin burst out laughing. For the past 2 years, this tone had been pressuring him almost daily in the office, sharp, yet laced with arrogant superiority. The person who entered was none other than his female supervisor, Su. 1 billion people had randomly descended upon them, and the 2 of them had ended up so close. Linchin didn't show himself immediately, but merely observed coldly. Soon, Su stumbled in, her white shirt covered in dust, her black stockings torn, and her ankle twisted. She could only tremble, clinging to a wrecked car. "Is anyone there? Help!" A deathly silence fell over the surroundings. Linchin, carrying the steel bar, stepped out of the shadows. Su looked up, and upon seeing him, Her despair instantly turned to ecstatic joy. Lin Chun! She staggered toward him, ignoring her broken heel, crying out, Lin Chun! Save me! Take me away from this hellhole! But Lin Chun just stood there, coldly watching her. Su Su reached out to grab him, but Lin Chun dodged to the side. She froze on the spot, and when she looked up again, there was no trace of a subordinate's fear of their superior in Lin Chen's eyes. Instead, it was as if he was assessing the value of a tool. Su Su felt a chill in her heart, but she still forced herself to speak. Why are you hiding? Help me up! Where is this? Call the police! But her voice was clearly weak. Lin Chen didn't answer, but instead brought up the system panel, recruitment requirements. The other party voluntarily and explicitly agrees to join the shelter. He put away the panel, took a step forward, and said coldly, It's 9 a.m. now, the temperature is dropping, there's no water, and no food. Su Su's face turned pale instantly. Lin Chen pointed around with the iron rod. Look carefully, there's no film crew here, no police, you'd be hard-pressed to find even a live rat. In your current state, you won't survive tonight. These words completely shattered Su Su's psychological defenses. In the past, she could rely on rules to suppress people, but here, those things were meaningless. The only rule was the steel bar in Lin Chen's hand. Then, take me away. Her tone softened completely. I'll agree to any conditions, face reality, there's no going back. Lin Chen interrupted her directly, then slammed the steel bar into the ground. If you want to live, join my team and follow my orders. Su Su stood there stunned. The once elite manager was now dependent on a subordinate she constantly berated. But a cold wind blew, and looking at the desolate ruins around her, all her pride was instantly crushed by the instinct for survival. I agree. Lin Chen glanced at the panel, but there was no reaction. He coldly reminded her. That doesn't count. Say it again. I voluntarily joined Lin Chen's shelter. Su Su felt it was absurd, but Lin Chen had already turned to leave. Seeing that he was really about to leave, she completely broke down, scrambling forward and clinging tightly to his leg. I voluntarily joined Lin Chen's shelter. I swear. Please don't leave me. As soon as Su Su finished speaking, her voice trembling with tears, a system notification immediately rang in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! A qualified survivor has agreed to join the shelter. He glanced at the upper left corner of the screen, current number of people, 2. Lin Chen felt a slight sense of relief. This was a sure win. As long as he could hold out until 6 p.m. tonight, his points were guaranteed. His mood improved significantly. Once the system took effect, the once high and mighty female manager was now firmly bound to him. Su Su, however, was still slumped on the ground, believing that Lin Chen had saved her out of old affection, completely unaware that in his eyes she was nothing more than a tool that could reliably generate points. Lin Chen hoisted the rusty steel bar, looked down at her with a cold smile. Congratulations on joining the company, President Su. From now on, your survival KPIs are up to me. All the resentment from being exploited in the past was now surging back. In the wasteland, no workplace rules mattered, only the most primal survival instinct remained. Su Su's face was covered in dust, her eyes red-rimmed, angry but unable to speak out. The fall of this once powerful woman from grace gave Lin Chen a sense of satisfaction. But he knew very well that the most important thing now was to keep her alive. That was key to a stable daily output of points. Lin Chen's gaze swept over Su Su's tattered black dress and injured foot, quickly making a judgment. In her current state, even escaping would be difficult. Su Su noticed his gaze and instinctively hugged herself tighter. Lin Chen scoffed. Don't overthink it. Those worn-out shoes of yours won't even be able to run away from a monster. Su Su's face stiffened, realizing that the other person had no ulterior motives and just thought she was a burden. Lin Chen, too lazy to waste any more words, turned and left. This source of points couldn't die. The most urgent thing was to find her a pair of running shoes and, while he was at it, see if there were any other survivors nearby. Get up, keep up. Lin Chen pointed to the ruins ahead with the steel bar. Su Su forced herself to stand up, but as soon as she stepped on the ground, she trembled with pain. Her ankle was already swollen. Lin Chen, I can't walk anymore, can you carry me? She asked instinctively, with a hint of coquetry. Lin Chen didn't even turn his head. The apocalypse doesn't tolerate idlers. If you don't leave, you'll die. After saying that, he smashed open a wrecked car and began searching for supplies. Su Su finally came to her senses and could only grit her teeth and get up. I'll go! I'll go! Then she dragged her injured leg and followed him in a sorry state. Lin Chen quickly spotted an abandoned shopping mall in the distance. Let's go over there and find the sneakers. The path was littered with rubble and debris, making it extremely difficult for Su Su to walk. Her feet were quickly blistered. Lin Chen kept watch ahead, offering no assistance, while simultaneously observing her limits. In just 10 minutes, Su Su nearly collapsed. While stepping over a broken concrete pipe, she lost her footing and fell heavily into a pile of rubble, scraping her hands and knees until they bled. The excruciating pain made her cry out, and she lay sprawled on the ground, unable to get up. Lin Chen stopped, glanced back at her, and clicked his tongue impatiently. But he didn't leave. Instead, he went back and handed the steel bar to her. Hold on tight, don't hold us back. Extreme cold will arrive in 48 hours. If you don't want to die, get moving. Su Su froze. This dirty steel bar was the only thing she could rely on at that moment. She gritted her teeth and grabbed one end. Lin Chen suddenly pulled her up. Although it was just for leverage, in this apocalyptic world, this connection was enough to give her peace of mind. The two continued their arduous journey, finally arriving at Time's department store. The mall's doors were already broken, and the interior was dark, rotten, and filled with a pungent stench. Lin Chen immediately raised his hand to signal her to be quiet, and Su Su quickly covered her mouth, pressing herself tightly against his back. The first floor of the mall had been reduced to rubble, with jewelry and cosmetics all turned into trash. After adjusting to the dim light, Lin Chen began searching for a map, preparing to head straight to the sports area to grab her shoes and leave. As the two carefully crossed the atrium, something unexpected suddenly happened. A faint thud echoed from the depths of the darkness. Lin Chen instantly became alert, raising a steel bar to pinpoint the direction of the sound. Su Su, terrified, clung tightly to his clothes, trembling uncontrollably. Then, a hoarse voice drifted from the darkness. Help! Help me! A faint cry for help came from the darkness, echoing through the empty shopping mall. Lin Chen stopped abruptly, but didn't rush over. He grabbed Su Su by the collar and slammed her against the collapsed pillar. Su Su's knees slammed into the rubble, almost crying out in pain, but under Lin Chen's cold gaze she swallowed the sound. Lin Chen stopped looking at her, gripped the rebar in his hand, lowered his body, and slowly moved forward along the ruins. He deliberately avoided broken glass and rubble with each step, his movements so light they were almost inaudible. The two stealthily made their way to the edge of the atrium on the second floor of the mall. Dim light filtered through the shattered dome, vaguely illuminating the mess ahead. Lin Chen peeked out and his pupils instantly contracted. In front of an abandoned sports store lay the enormous corpse of a monster, a mutated rat, the size of a stray dog, its body covered in black barbs. Its skull had been cleaved open with a fire axe, black blood mixed with brain matter spilling onto the ground, and a pungent, fishy stench filled the air. Looking behind the corpse, a few meters away in the corner sat a burly man. His face was covered in blood, his breathing rapid, and a deep, bone-revealing wound was torn open on his right thigh, blood still gushing out. Clearly, he had just survived a life-or-death struggle, and had barely won. Su Su couldn't help but peek over, and when she saw the terrifying mutated rat, her mental defenses crumbled instantly. Her legs went weak, and her heel accidentally stepped on broken glass. A sharp crack rang out, particularly jarring in the deathly silence. The next second, the man in the corner suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with murderous intent. He swiftly pulled the blood-stained glass from his waist, staring intently in Lin Chen's direction, his voice hoarse and wary. Who? Even severely injured, he maintained a strong killing intent. Lin Chen took a deep breath, stepped out of the shadows, steel bars hanging at his sides, maintaining a 5-meter distance from his opponent. We're from Earth, just teleported, no ill intentions, Lin Chen said in a low, restrained voice. The man's wariness eased slightly upon recognizing the two, but he immediately began coughing violently, blood and saliva oozing from his mouth. "Don't come any closer," he said with a bitter smile. "I'm dying. I'm afraid of mutating after I die and becoming a burden to you." The man, who identified himself as Zhang Feng, was a retired reconnaissance soldier. He laboriously pulled 2 energy bars and a half-empty bottle of water from his pocket and threw them forcefully at Lin Chen's feet. "I just landed and ran into this beast. Bad luck," he said, panting, but his tone was frank. "These are for you." He stared at Lin Chen, his voice low and hoarse but firm. "Help me out, give me a quick death. I don't want to become a monster." In this environment, food and water were life itself, yet he chose to hand them over, seeking only a dignified end. Su Su's eyes lit up when she saw the supplies, and she quickly grabbed Lin Chen. "Take it now! The smell of blood will attract monsters, and we won't be able to save him," she whispered, her voice filled with anxiety and greed. Lin Chen gave her a cold look and slapped her hand away. "Idiot," he said sarcastically. "How long do you think we can survive on this little bit?" Su Su turned pale from the scolding and dared not utter another sound. Lin Chen, meanwhile, fixed his gaze on Zhang Feng, his mind racing with calculations. If they could save him, the shelter's population would reach 3, and the system rewards would increase significantly. Trading a veteran capable of single-handedly killing mutated beasts for a minimal cost was a surefire win. More importantly, Zhang Feng's willingness to die rather than burden others shows he has principles. In this wasteland, such people are more precious than resources. Lin Chen gripped the steel bar, stepped forward, and looked down at him, his tone calm yet forceful. "I don't need your last words." Zhang Feng was slightly taken aback. Lin Chen continued, "I can save you, keep you from dying and from mutating. But there are conditions." These words rekindled the will to survive in Zhang Feng's eyes. "What conditions?" he asked eagerly. Lin Chen leaned forward slightly, his voice low but carrying an intense sense of pressure. "Sell your life to me, join my team, and obey my orders completely." Zhang Feng stared intently at him, trying to detect a hint of a joke on his face, but only saw absolute calmness and confidence. A moment later, Zhang Feng grinned, his mouth full of blood, but his expression was incredibly resolute. "If you can really do it, I'll join." He shouted these words with his last ounce of strength. The next second, a system notification sounded in Lin Chen's mind. Survivor's consent detected. Zhang Feng has joined the shelter. Current number of survivors, 3. Lin Chen glanced at the message, a barely perceptible smile playing on his lips. The atrium on the second floor of Time's department store reeked of blood and mildew, the air oppressively nauseating. Lin Chen glanced at Zhang Feng, who was panting in the corner, then turned and hid behind a collapsed load-bearing pillar. He quickly opened the system panel, spent his points to exchange for antibiotics, bandages, and disinfectant, leaving him with 92 points. A flash of white light, and brand new medical supplies appeared in his hands. Lin Chen walked back to the two of them, threw the bandages and medicine at Su Su's feet, and said in a cold tone, "Get to work, bandage him." Su Su looked at the bloodstains on the ground and the hideous wound on Zhang Feng's leg. Her face turned pale, and she subconsciously stepped back. "I'm afraid of blood. I don't know how to do it. And what if there's a virus?" Lin Chen took a step closer, his gaze icy. "This isn't your old office. In my team, I provide protection, so you have to be useful." He pointed at Zhang Feng. "He can kill monsters, but what about you? You're just a hindrance." Each word was like a knife, stabbing Su Su until her face turned deathly pale. "The apocalypse doesn't tolerate idlers." Lin Chen's voice was even colder. "Either stop his bleeding or get out." The air froze instantly. Su Su met those emotionless eyes and finally broke down. She could only suppress her fear and squat down, trembling as she picked up the iodine and bandages. "Bear with it." She closed her eyes and poured the disinfectant on him. Zhang Feng's veins bulged in pain, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make a sound. Su Su hurriedly wrapped the bandage and gave him antibiotics. Although her technique was clumsy, the bleeding finally stopped, and Zhang Feng's complexion improved a bit. He looked at Su Su, whose hands were covered in blood, and nodded. Thanks, sis. These simple words actually made Su feel a little more at ease. She muttered softly, You should thank him. Sunlight streamed in through the hole in the dome. It was already noon. A growl broke the silence. Su's cheeks flushed instantly. She hadn't eaten or drunk anything since the airdrop and was already exhausted. Zhang Feng's lips were cracked. He wouldn't last much longer either. Lin Chen picked up the steel bar. Wait here, I'll go get some food. He then turned and walked into a nearby shop. He avoided their gaze and used his points to redeem water and compressed biscuits again. A few minutes later, Lin Chen returned carrying a tattered plastic bag, casually tossing it on the ground. Lucky me, found some that weren't expired. The 3 bottles of water and food were laid out on the ground, and both of their eyes lit up. Zhang Feng didn't ask any questions and started eating. Su also disregarded her image, chewing her dry rations heartily, and choking on them before gulping down water. The 3 of them hid behind a load-bearing wall, quickly replenishing their energy, and the atmosphere eased slightly. After finishing their meal, Lin Chen looked at Zhang Feng and said, You're the expert, tell me about this place. Zhang Feng's expression turned serious as he pointed to the surrounding environment and began to analyze. The civilization here had been interrupted for a long time, and those mutated creatures seemed to be products of some kind of virus. He lowered his voice and added, The extreme cold after 48 hours, coupled with the beast tide, is essentially a cleansing. Without shelter, fire, and weapons, we simply won't survive. Su trembled all over as she listened, and the little sense of security she had just regained vanished instantly. Lin Chen remained calm. I'll take care of the weapons and shelters. As long as you follow orders, you won't lack food or water. These words carried immense weight in the wasteland. The 2 exchanged a glance, ultimately choosing to believe him silently. After regaining some strength, Su noticed a sports store nearby. There might be supplies inside. The 3 of them immediately went in to search. The store was in a mess, but surprisingly, there were still some windbreakers, running shoes, and backpacks in the cabinets deep inside. Change into these. Lin Chen tossed a set to Zhang Feng. Your smell of blood is too conspicuous. Zhang Feng changed quickly. Su also found a set of sportswear, looked down at her torn clothes, gritted her teeth, and said, I need to change. Lin Chen told Zhang Feng to stand guard at the door, then turned and left. Su had just breathed a sigh of relief when she hurriedly grabbed him again. Don't go too far, I'm scared. Lin Chen replied calmly. Just at the door, 3 minutes. The 2 stood guard at the door. Zhang Feng asked in a low voice whether they should stay in the mall that night. Lin Chen shook his head. It's too empty here, not safe. Let's get the equipment and leave. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze suddenly froze. In the abandoned shop on the 2nd floor across the street, a pitch-black shadow lurked behind the window. Its outline resembled a human, but its limbs were twisted and contorted, making it extremely eerie. Most unsettling of all, 2 eerie green lights shone from its head, staring intently at them. Zhang Feng. Lin Chen's voice was very low. Over there. Zhang Feng followed his gaze and froze instantly, gripping the glass in his hand even tighter. Damn, this thing is weird. Lin Chen stared intently at the dark figure with limbs bent backwards in the 2nd floor shop window across the street. 2 eerie green lights stood out starkly against the ruins. He didn't retreat. Instead, his body tensed under the rush of adrenaline. He lowered his voice and coldly shouted towards the fitting room. Hurry up, something's wrong! In this wasteland, facing unknown mutants barehanded is practically suicide. Before the monsters could move, Lin Chen quickly summoned the system panel and entered the shop weapons section. A screen opened, displaying a list of various weapons. Melee weapons were inexpensive, making them the most basic means of survival. But as Lin Chen's gaze continued downwards, his breath hitched slightly. There was a firearms option below. Glock 17 pistol, 15 rounds 20 points. His eyes lit up immediately. Although it was expensive, firearms offered a much higher margin of error compared to melee weapons when facing those bizarre monsters. Just as Lin Chen was about to exchange it, the dark figure in the shop window suddenly vanished. The 2nd floor fell into a deathly silence. Damn it! That thing is gone! Zhang Feng roared, his grip on the blood-stained glass tightening. A veteran's instincts put him on high alert. Lin Chen's heart raced, yet he remained remarkably calm, his mind racing as he operated the system. Fire axe X2, machete X1, Glock 17 X1. A total of 29 points were consumed, leaving 55 points remaining. A notification sounded, and the weapons were added to his system inventory. He immediately took out his pistol and magazine. The cold, heavy feel of them was reassuring. But Lin Chen didn't reveal this trump card. Instead, he quietly hid it inside his clothes. Then, he pretended to rummage through his backpack and pulled out 2 fire axes and a machete. "Here you go!" Lin Chen tossed an axe. Zhang Feng caught it at the sound, looked down, and his pupils contracted sharply. The axe blade was bright red and razor-sharp. He forcibly suppressed his shock, didn't ask any questions, gripped the handle tightly, and said coldly, "If you have this, chop it down today!" His fighting spirit was instantly ignited. Lin Chen picked up another axe, tucked the machete into his waistband, and was about to call out to Su Su when he found her already standing at the edge of the ruins. She had changed into a black tight-fitting tracksuit, but her face was deathly pale, and her eyes were fixed on the ceiling. Lin Chen!" Her voice trembled as she pointed to the dome. "Up there!" The two of them looked up abruptly and, through the dim light of the broken dome, saw the dark figure lying upside down on the steel frame more than 10 meters high, crawling eerily like a giant spider. Its joints twisted, and it rapidly approached in an extremely unnatural posture. A ghostly green light left after images as it suddenly split open a gigantic maw, emitting a piercing screech. The next second, it exerted its strength, plummeting straight down from the sky, crashing towards the three of them with a foul stench. "Scatter!" Zhang Feng roared, shoving aside the frozen Su Su, and facing the falling shadow, he swung his fire axe and cleaved it fiercely. The fire axe flashed coldly in the dim light. Zhang Feng suddenly exerted force with both arms, delivering a powerful upward thrust to meet the falling shadow. Clang! With a loud bang, the axe blade struck the mutated spider's joint, tearing open a half-foot-long gash, and dark green fluid instantly sprayed all over his face. But the monster's weight far exceeded expectations. The terrifying impact forced Zhang Feng's feet to slide backward, leaving 2 deep tracks on the ground. The next second, the mutated spider let out a sharp screech, and its other hind leg lashed out like an iron whip, slamming into his chest with a thud, sending him flying. Zhang Feng crashed through the shelf, tumbling several meters through the shards of glass, the fire axe flying from his hand. He lay on the ground, his ears ringing, a metallic taste rising in his throat. The mutated spider, after landing, did not pursue, but slowly rotated its compound eyes, locking onto Su Su, who was slumped on the ground not far away. The two were less than 5 meters apart. The monster opened its ferocious mouth, dripping slime onto the ground and corroding small pits. Its forelimbs spread out, fully assuming a hunting posture. Su Su froze on the spot, her instinct to flee overwhelmed by fear, only able to let out a distorted scream. The mutated spider suddenly exerted its strength, smashing through the paving stones as it charged forward, its 2 forelegs aimed straight for Su Su's neck. Just as the distance rapidly closed, a figure rushed out from the side. Lin Chen expressionlessly swung his fire axe, but this time he used the back of the axe. Bang! A dull thud rang out as the back of the axe slammed heavily onto the monster's carapace, the powerful momentum abruptly altering its attack trajectory. The massive body grazed past Su Su and crashed directly into the display case, instantly shattering the glass and the dummy into a shower of fragments. Lin Chen's arms were numb from the impact, but he didn't retreat a single step. He knew very well that this monster's carapace was too hard, and it would be difficult to kill it with a single blow using only melee weapons. Sure enough, the mutated spider quickly broke free from the wreckage, its compound eyes darting around, and its hatred immediately locked onto Lin Chen. The 6 segments frantically chugged through the rubble, its 2 forelimbs raised high, aiming a vicious thrust at Lin Chen's chest with such speed that the trajectory was almost invisible. At that moment, Lin Chen slipped, his momentum failing him, and he had no time to dodge. Lin Chen didn't retreat. Instead, he suddenly leaned backward, his body almost touching the ground. Two sharp limbs grazed his face, missing their mark. In that life-or-death moment, he reached into his robes and grasped the cold weapon. The next second, the Glock 17 appeared in his hand, the muzzle pressed against the mutated spider's mouthparts, less than 20 centimeters away. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen pulled the trigger 3 times in quick succession. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out almost in a row, the bullets penetrating the monster's mouth at close range, directly shattering its central nervous system. The mutated spider's head exploded on the spot, its massive body twitched twice, and then crashed heavily to the ground, completely still. The second floor fell into a deathly silence. Zhang Feng propped himself up from the shards of glass, clutching his chest, his eyes fixed on the gun in Lin Chen's hand. He recognized it instantly as a Glock 17, and immediately understood that this was no ordinary weapon. But Zhang Feng didn't ask any more questions. He just picked up the axe, grinned, and said, "This time, we've really latched onto a powerful backer." The veteran's judgment was always simple and direct. Lin Chen didn't reply, but walked straight to Su Su. She was still slumped on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Chen looked at her coldly. "If you yell again next time, I'll break your legs first and use you as bait." Su Su suddenly covered her mouth, nodding frantically, not daring to let out a sound of crying. When she looked at Lin Chen again, her eyes had completely changed. Her former pride had been crushed, leaving only the instinctive dependence on survival. Just then, Zhang Feng suddenly became alert. He listened intently and his expression changed drastically. "Something's wrong, there's movement outside." Lin Chen listened carefully and heard dense rustling sounds coming from deep within the ruins, rapidly approaching from all directions. Those were monsters attracted by the smell of blood and gunfire. Zhang Feng lowered his voice and uttered 2 words. "Beast tide." The atmosphere around them instantly became extremely oppressive. Lin Chen decisively put away his pistol and gripped the fire axe tightly again. "Retreat." The 3 of them immediately rushed through the back door, into the fire escape, and escaped them all through the collapsed exit. Su Su gritted her teeth and kept up, stumbling and falling, but she dared not fall behind. The 3 of them squeezed into a narrow alley behind them all, with vines overhead blocking out the sun, and it was pitch black all around. Behind him, low growls rose in succession, quickly merging into a chorus. Lin Chen glanced back, and in the dim light, he saw countless dark figures surging madly towards them all. He looked away, gazing into the deeper darkness ahead. In the corner of his vision, the system countdown silently ticked, due to the arrival of extreme cold, 41 hours and 17 minutes. The alleyway in the wasteland was narrow and dark, like a rotting intestine. The residential buildings on both sides were leaning and collapsed, and thick vines blocked the side roads. Lin Chen and his 2 companions ran wildly, and the roars of beasts from the direction of the department store behind them rose and fell, soon merging into one, and the stench of blood and filth wafted in with the wind, making them almost nauseous. Zhang Feng, clutching his chest, ran in the middle, his face ashen, yet his steps remained steady, relying entirely on his veteran's stamina to keep going. Su Su gritted her teeth and followed at the back, her legs trembling but daring not to stop, her eyes fixed on Lin Chen's back, as if a single step slower would mean being swallowed by darkness. After running about 400 meters, they were completely blocked by an overturned bus. The bus was rusty and upside down. Zhang Feng glanced at it and said in a low voice, "We can't get over it. Taking a detour will take at least 10 minutes. But the roar of the beast behind them was already closing in. 10 minutes would be enough for them to die twice over. Lin Chen didn't answer, his gaze falling directly on the underside of the car. There was a half-meter-high gap between the chassis and the ground, completely hidden by vines. He rushed forward and swung his axe to cut through the vines, revealing a dark, vertical shaft, an abandoned subway ventilation shaft, with an iron ladder extending into the darkness. Lin Chen stepped down to test it first, and after confirming that it could bear the weight, he whispered the order. "Go down, Su Su first, Zhang Feng cover the rear." Su Su glanced down and felt a chill in her heart, but the roars of the beasts behind her were getting closer and closer. She could only grit her teeth, roll down, and grab the cold iron ladder to move down little by little. Halfway down, her foot slipped, and she plummeted downwards. Just then, a hand gripped her wrist, forcefully pulling her back. Lin Chen exerted force with one arm, veins bulging, and coldly uttered, "Hold on tight." There was no comfort, yet the steadiness was strangely reassuring. Su Su forced back her tears and continued climbing down, her nails worn raw, but she dared not utter a sound. Zhang Feng was the last to go down the well, and he even pulled the vines back up to cover the entrance. The three of them reached the bottom, their feet sinking into the icy water, surrounded by the smell of rust and mildew. Zhang Feng knocked on the wall, listening to the sound to pinpoint the location, and whispered, "The left side leads to the main hall." Lin Chen nodded and led the way, while simultaneously bringing up the system panel. 1547 Number of people, 3, settlement, plus 300 balance, 55, we are still 145 points away from the target, but as long as we are alive, there is a chance to turn things around tomorrow. Lin Chen turned off the control panel and continued forward. A faint orange glow shone from the end of the passage, accompanied by voices. The three of them crept along the wall to the corner and peered out. A bonfire burned in the subway hall, with 4 survivors surrounding it, blocking the only exit. The leader was a bald, burly man carrying an iron pipe, his face menacing. Beside him, a tall, thin man held a kitchen knife, and a skinny man gripped a wooden stick. The three were clearly a hastily assembled gang. In the corner, a bespectacled man was tied up, his face covered in injuries, obviously being used as forced labor. The bald man kicked the bespectacled man and cursed. "Useless!" After assessing the situation, Lin Chen retreated behind the wall and whispered, "We can't get around it, they've blocked the exit." Zhang Feng asked with his eyes whether they should force their way through, but Lin Chen shook his head. The next second, he walked straight out from around the corner, fire axe slung over his shoulder, and stood at the edge of the flames. "Excuse me." His tone was calm, but carried an unyielding force. The bald man glanced at his equipment, a greedy smile spreading across his face. "Sure, leave the axe and backpack, you can go," Lin Chen said expressionlessly. "No." The atmosphere instantly tensed. Just then, a commotion came from the back passage. Soon, Su Su and Zhang Feng were brought out, knives and wooden sticks pressed against their bodies, and forced into the firelight. The bald man's eyes changed instantly the moment he saw Su Su. Even in her disheveled state, her figure and face were still striking. He licked his lips, revealing a disgusting smile, and slammed the iron pipe on the ground. "I've changed my mind. You can take your things, but you stay." Su Su's face turned deathly pale, and she felt as if all her strength had been drained away. Instinctively, she hid behind Lin Chen, clutching his clothes tightly, her hands trembling violently. She didn't cry or scream, but the fear had reached its limit. Lin Chen didn't turn around, but stared at the bald, burly man opposite him, his tone as cold as if stating a fact. "I'll give you one more chance. Let's go our separate ways." The bald, burly man was completely enraged by these words. He took 2 steps forward, carrying the iron pipe, and sneered as he reached out to push Lin Chen. "You fucking think you're—" Before he could finish speaking, the bespectacled man in the corner suddenly interrupted him. "Stop fighting! The monsters outside will follow the scent and come in. Your smoke and blood will attract them all." These words were like a bucket of cold water being poured on them, and the expressions on their faces changed simultaneously. Lin Chen immediately locked onto the bespectacled man. Being able to deduce the behavioral logic of a mutated beast was something no ordinary person could casually claim. He immediately ignored the bald, muscular man, turned, walked to a corner, and crouched down to be at eye level with him. "What's your name?" Lin Chen asked bluntly. "I have supplies, weapons, and a team. The extreme cold will arrive in 41 hours. If you stay with them, you won't survive the night. Come with me, and you can live." The bespectacled man froze, his pupils contracting sharply. Just then, the bald, burly man erupted. "You fucking poached people right in front of me? You're asking for death." The iron pipe whistled through the air and slammed into the back of Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen had anticipated this and dodged to the side. He then swung the fire axe horizontally, the back of the axe striking the middle of the iron pipe precisely. The powerful impact caused the other man's hand to split open, almost causing him to drop his weapon. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Feng moved. He seized the opportunity and burst forth, dragging his injured body forward. He brought down a fire axe, cleaving the cleaver in the hand of the tall, thin man. Then, he kneed the man in the abdomen, sending him flying into the floodwater. In the blink of an eye, the skinny guy tried to escape, but Zhang Feng tripped him and knocked him unconscious, his head hitting the ground hard. In just 2 seconds, both of his henchmen were rendered incapacitated. The bald, burly man missed his attack and was injured in the shockwave. Just as he was about to retreat, his foot suddenly slipped. Lin Chen seized this opening, instantly closing in and smashing the back of his axe into the man's wrist, sending the iron pipe flying out of his hand. The next second, Lin Chen gripped the back of his neck with his 5 fingers and shoved his face into the floodwater. The blade of the fire axe pressed against his neck, the icy touch instantly silencing him. Zhang Feng also stepped forward, stomping on a nearby iron pipe and pressing the axe against the bald, burly man's shoulder, holding him down firmly. "Don't move!" Lin Chen slowly crouched down, the axe blade pressed against the man's neck, his tone calm. "Say the woman stays again?" The bald, burly man's face was submerged in water, his voice trembling. "I won't dare again. Brother, spare my life." But the battle wasn't over yet. The tall, thin man suddenly climbed out of the water, grabbed a broken brick, and launched a sneak attack from behind. At the same time, the skinny man also sprang up, grabbing a broken iron pipe and lunging from the other side. Lin Chen didn't even turn his head, judging the location solely by the sound. He swung his axe backhand to block the broken bricks, sparks flying everywhere. Immediately afterward, he twisted the axe handle and struck the tall, thin man directly in the throat. The man collapsed, clutching his neck, his breathing hoarse like a broken bellows. On the other side, before the skinny guy's attack could land, Zhang Feng knocked his weapon away with an axe, followed by an elbow strike to his temple, causing him to roll his eyes back and completely lose consciousness. In just a few seconds, both sneak attacks were thwarted. The tall, thin man lay on the ground, still hoarsely cursing. "When the monsters outside come in, you'll all die." Before he could finish speaking, Zhang Feng had already knocked him unconscious with the back of his axe. The bald, burly man witnessed everything and completely broke down, but suddenly launched a desperate counterattack, grabbing the broken iron pipe and charging at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng didn't retreat but advanced, using the momentum to pull him along and delivering a powerful elbow strike to the back of his neck. With a crisp crack, the bald, burly man collapsed to the ground, motionless. The underground space fell silent instantly, save for the crackling of the campfire, and the water slowly returned to calm. Su stood to the side, her fingers white as she gripped the hem of her clothes, her heart pounding uncontrollably. For a fleeting moment, only one thought remained in her mind: Lin Chen couldn't be hurt. The idea was so absurd she could hardly believe it herself. Lin Chen put away the fire axe, walked to a corner, squatted down, pulled out his machete, and cut the wire on the bespectacled man's wrist with a single stroke, his tone still calm. "Name?" "Lu Yuan." The bespectacled man rubbed his wrist, which had been injured by the electrical wire, and looked up at Lin Chen, his voice still trembling slightly. "PhD from the Institute of Chinese Academy of Sciences, specializing in bioengineering, researching microbial evolution in extreme environments." After saying that, he added with a self-deprecating remark that such a title was practically useless in the wasteland. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, recalling his analysis of scent tracking and blood attraction. The logic was sound, not fabricated. This guy definitely had real skills. He sheathed his knife and said directly, "Join me, and I'll guarantee you survive 48 hours. Lu Yuan didn't agree immediately. He pushed up his crooked glasses, glanced at the burly man lying in the water, then swept his gaze over the fire axe in Zhang Feng's hand, and finally stared at Lin Chen. "What makes you think you can do this?" His tone was calm, more like he was making a rational judgment. "Those 3 people also said they would protect me." Lu Yuan raised his bruised wrist. "In the end, I did the work, and they divided the spoils." He stared at Lin Chen. "How can you prove you're different?" Lin Chen didn't answer directly, but instead asked, "You said that mutated beasts would follow scents to enter the underground. What's your basis for that? Lu Yuan was taken aback, then his eyes lit up, as if he had instantly entered a professional state, and his speech speed also increased significantly. He began analyzing the mutated rats' movements, pointing out that they moved along scent gradients, similar to the behavior of parasitic nematodes manipulating their hosts. If a similar mechanism existed within these monsters, then the smell of blood would be their guiding signal. The entire logic was clear and complete. In other words, gunshots and blood are the dinner bell, Lin Qun continued. Lu Yuan was silent for 2 seconds, finally confirming that Lin Qun truly understood and wasn't just giving a perfunctory answer. Lin Qun didn't give him much time to hesitate. They want your physical strength, I want the information in your head, he said calmly. The behavior patterns of the mutated beasts are the key to survival. You provide the information, I provide protection, a fair trade. The campfire crackled softly, and all around was deathly silent. Lu Yuan looked down at his wounded body, then glanced at the group. Zhang Feng was on guard. Su Su stood quietly. There was no fighting or oppression. Everything was orderly. He stood up and extended his hand. I'll join, but on conditions. Lin Qun didn't move, only gesturing for him to continue. If my intelligence saves everyone, I want the supplies distributed equally. Lin Qun then grasped his hand. Deal. A system notification immediately sounded, and Lu Yuan officially joined, bringing the team's size to 4. Lin Qun quickly calculated the points in his mind. The situation was improving, but he remained vigilant. Let's go, we can't stay here any longer. Lin Qun led the team to retreat, climbing back to the surface from the other side of the subway. The sky was turning gray, it was almost evening, and there was less than an hour until the settlement. Outside lay an abandoned residential area, with low-rise buildings densely packed together and overgrown with weeds, yet showing no signs of recent activity. After observing for a moment, Zhang Feng pointed to a community clinic. Its structure was sturdy, and it had a single entrance, making it suitable for a temporary overnight stay. Lin Qun glanced at it briefly and immediately made a decision. This is it. The 4 of them quickly entered the clinic. The room was filled with a musty smell, but the overall structure was still intact and sufficient to serve as a temporary base. He then assigned tasks. Zhang Feng and Lu Yuan, seal the doors and windows on the first floor. Su Su, go to the second floor and clean the rooms. Su Su nodded and did as instructed, gritting her teeth as she moved the heavy medicine cabinet. Although it was very strenuous, she did not complain once more. Lin Qun searched alone and found a sealed metal box under the examination table on the second floor. Inside were well-preserved gauze, iodine, and a pair of surgical scissors. He also found an old-fashioned hand-cranked flashlight in a drawer, which was still barely usable. He brought the supplies downstairs and tossed them to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng caught them and glanced at them, realizing they were all old items, not the kind of new supplies that appeared out of thin air. He immediately understood that Lin Chen's resources weren't unlimited either. Zhang Feng knew this but didn't press the matter. He simply treated his wounds quickly and grinned at Lin Chen. Thanks. Lin Chen went up to the 3rd floor alone. The rooftop wasn't large, surrounded by a low wall, with several withered green plants leaning in the corner. The soil in the pots dried into hard, grayish-white clumps. He stepped on the broken bricks to the edge and looked out. The view suddenly opened up. Nearly a kilometer in radius lay a vast expanse of ruins, collapsed buildings, twisted utility poles, street corners swallowed by vines, stretching all the way to the edge of the dome. In the distance, towards the Times department store, shadowy figures still lurked among the buildings. The remnants of the beast tide had not yet completely dissipated. Lin Chen scanned the area in each direction. The east was deathly silent, the southeast was blocked by a collapsed overpass, and the west was a shanty town blocked by vines. When his gaze turned to due north, he suddenly stopped. About 800 meters away, in an abandoned building nestled among tall buildings, a faint orange light shone from a second-floor window. It wasn't a reflection, it was fire. Someone was there. Lin Chen tapped his fingers lightly on the wall, his mind racing with calculations. 800 meters, it would take 7 or 8 minutes to cover at full speed. If they could bring the person back before 6 p.m., the team would grow to 5, earning them 500 points, enough to exchange for the shelter blueprints, and saving a whole day. One day meant more supplies, a more stable defense, and an extra 24 hours for Zhang Feng to recover. When the extreme cold truly arrives, that little bit of time could be the difference between life and death. But risks are also looming. It's past 5 o'clock, the light is rapidly dimming, and the activity of the mutated beasts will increase accordingly. There are 3 open blocks along the way, offering no cover whatsoever. If Lin Chen leaves, only the wounded and vulnerable will remain in the clinic. If anything happens, it will be a total wipeout. Lin Chen stood there, staring at the flickering fire for a full 2 minutes. The wind howled down from the ceiling, carrying the smells of rust and decaying earth. A low howl echoed in the distance, lingering for a long time. Finally, he withdrew his gaze, turned, and went downstairs. His steps remained steady. He could look for the person tomorrow, but if life was gone, everything was gone. When Lin Chen returned to the first floor, Zhang Feng had already treated the wound. He only used the expired iodine after confirming it wasn't spoiled, and he didn't even flinch while disinfecting. His bandaging movements were clean and practiced. "A rib?" Lin Chen asked. "1 or 2 cracks, but they're not misaligned." Zhang Feng grinned. "These injuries are nothing." Lin Chen didn't reply. Due to limited resources, they could only use gauze for pressure fixation. The rest was up to Zhang Feng to bear on his own. In the corner, Lu Yuan began to summarize his observations. His tone was like giving a report. The mutated beasts in this area can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category is mutated rat swarms, which are numerous but not very threatening individually, and their gregarious characteristics are obvious. Zhang Feng nodded. This was basically consistent with his practical experience. The second type is the kind of large arthropods you encountered, which can climb, have hard shells, and pose an extremely high threat individually. Lu Yuan looked at Lin Chen. Attacking the oral cavity with a gun is currently the most efficient way to deal with them. Lin Chen did not respond. The third type. Lu Yuan lowered his voice. I have never seen it with my own eyes, but I have heard low-frequency sounds coming from high altitudes. They have a clear rhythm and don't sound like the wind. The air fell silent for a moment. If that's a flying mutant beast, then the risk level for all open areas must be raised, he said, including the rooftop. Zhang Feng glanced up instinctively, his hand already on the axe handle. A veteran's vigilance never lies. The rooftop will remain on duty as usual, but we can't stay long at night, Lin Chen decided directly. Once every hour during the day, no more than 3 minutes each time. The two nodded in agreement. Afterward, Lin Chen went upstairs to the second floor. Su Su was wiping the bed in the examination room and had dragged over a cotton pad. Her palms were already red and her knuckles were also broken. She looked down at her hands. Not long ago, these hands had been adorned with exquisite manicures, and she was reviewing documents in the office. Back then, she thought she was standing on high. But now, she buried her face in her knees, her shoulders trembling slightly, yet she made not a sound. Lin Chen paused for half a second at the door, but didn't go in, continuing forward. Night had completely fallen, and the 4 sat around the clinic without lighting a fire. We can't light a fire, Lu Yuan explained calmly. Smoke and light will attract the mutated beasts. Darkness, quiet, and the absence of smell were the basic conditions for survival. Lin Chen turned his flashlight down to its lowest setting, illuminating only the ground beneath his feet. The 4 of them huddled in their own corners, the darkness outside pressing in like deep water, with occasional low growls echoing from afar. No one spoke. At 6 p.m. sharp, the system screen lit up. Daily settlement triggered. Current number of players, 4 points plus 400 balance, 455 points. Only 45 points left. Lin Chen leaned against the wall and slowly closed his eyes. If there was another settlement tomorrow, he could get the shelter blueprints. The prerequisite was that tomorrow, all 4 of them would still be alive. After the payment notification faded, only the hushed breathing of the 4 people remained in the examination room. The first to break the silence was Su Su's stomach. A clear gurgling sound was particularly jarring in the quiet, and her body instantly stiffened. She quickly covered her stomach, her face burning red. Not long after, Lu Yuan also made a sound. He coughed to cover it up, but his stomach betrayed him and growled again. Zhang Feng didn't make a sound, but his lips were already dry and white, and his wounds were starting to crack due to dehydration. Lin Chen stood up and said, "The storage room on the first floor hasn't been searched yet. I'll go take a look." Zhang Feng asked if he wanted to come along, but he refused, only telling the other person to guard the door, and then went downstairs alone. After entering the examination room and confirming that the surroundings were safe, Lin Chen opened the system store. He quickly scanned the categories, his gaze lingered briefly on the sleeping bags, then continued scrolling down, finally selecting basic food items. Soon, purified water and compressed biscuits appeared out of nowhere. Lin Chen didn't take them immediately. Instead, he grabbed a handful of dust and smeared it on the packaging, deliberately making it look old and worn, so that the supplies looked like they had been dug out of ruins. After finishing, he packed the items into his backpack, went back upstairs, and distributed the supplies to the 3 people. "Don't be stingy, we still have physical labor tomorrow." Su's hands were still trembling, and she almost choked while drinking water, but she didn't dare to stop. Lu Yuan first sniffed the biscuits to make sure they were okay before eating them. Zhang Feng was the fastest, finishing his in a few bites, then casually wiped the dust off the packaging. He didn't ask anything, just smiled at Lin Chen. After finishing their meal, the atmosphere eased slightly. Lu Yuan suggested they share their backgrounds to facilitate future cooperation. Zhang Feng introduced himself as a retired reconnaissance soldier, while Lu Yuan revealed himself to be a PhD from the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Su quietly admitted that she was the supervisor. When the conversation turned to who she had insulted in the past, the air instantly froze. Lin Chen didn't respond, and Lu Yuan, sensing something was amiss, quickly changed the subject. Lin Chen simply said, "Someone who works." After a brief silence, Lu Yuan raised the most crucial question. This clinic simply couldn't withstand the extreme cold. It had no heating and wasn't properly sealed, and it definitely wouldn't survive a drop in temperature. The atmosphere tensed up again. Lin Chen countered by asking if there were any existing sites that could be modified. Lu Yuan immediately thought of underground bunkers, but that would require a lot of materials. He paused halfway through his sentence, gave Lin Chen a meaningful look, but didn't reveal his true intentions. Lin Chen gave a direct conclusion. "I'll take care of the shelter by tomorrow afternoon." His tone was steady, without much explanation. Zhang Feng was the first to nod. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Then, Lin Chen began to assign tasks. Zhang Feng took Lu Yuan out to scout and draw up a map of the surrounding area. Su stayed behind to reinforce the doors and windows. The night watch was divided into 2 shifts, with him and Lu Yuan on the first half of the night, and Zhang Feng and Su on the second half. Zhang Feng was worried that Su wouldn't be able to hold the line, but Lin Chen interrupted him, pointing out that he was injured and needed to rest. Su immediately nodded, indicating that she was sure she could hold the line. As night deepened, the darkness outside the window was almost suffocating, and distant roars of beasts echoed one after another. Lu Yuan suddenly lowered his voice. "There's a fire in that building to the north." Lin Chen didn't turn around, because he had already noticed it. Lu Yuan continued his analysis. "Either they're stupid enough to light a fire to lure the monsters, or they have something to rely on." He stared into the distance, his tone gradually becoming serious. "There are no mutated beasts moving within 50 meters of that area." Lin Chen picked up where he left off. "Either that area can isolate the monsters, or that person has a way to keep them from getting close." After 8 o'clock at night, the clinic was completely plunged into darkness. All the doors and windows on the first floor were blocked off, and Zhang Feng and Su slept soundly in a corner. Lin Chen and Lu Yuan stood guard by the second-floor window, observing the outside world through the gaps in the cardboard. The entire street was deathly silent, save for the occasional low roar of a beast in the distance. Lin Chen habitually looked due north. 800 meters away, the firelight in the window of the gray building continued to flicker rhythmically. The two stared for a full 20 minutes, then suddenly, the fire went out instantly, without any gradual weakening. Lu Yuan said in a low voice, "It's out." Lin Chen's eyes darkened, his hand already on his gun. "Wake them up," he ordered decisively. Soon, all four were on alert. Zhang Feng grabbed the fire axe as soon as he woke up. Su Su almost screamed, but he covered her mouth before she reacted. The group pressed themselves against the window, holding their breath, quietly waiting for any movement outside. Time ticked by. 20 minutes later, the sound of footsteps echoed from the alley to the west, and it was more than one person. Lin Chen drew his Glock, raised his hand to signal for tasks, and the group quickly took their positions, instantly tensing up the atmosphere inside. Soon, the first floor door was pounded on. "Is anyone there? Open the door! We're being chased by rats!" The man's voice outside was urgent and panicked. Lin Chen peered through the crack. There were 4 people outside, a man holding a little girl, whose leg was bleeding, a woman in a nurse's uniform, and a young woman with short hair, covering their retreat. Lin Chen noticed that they had fled from the direction of that gray building. The group looked disheveled, but didn't seem to pose much of a threat. Taking them into the shelter would provide a stable source of points. After weighing his options for 10 seconds, he whispered to Zhang Feng, "Open the door, just a crack." The door was pulled open, and the 3 quickly squeezed in. The last woman, with short hair, immediately turned back to check if it was safe outside. The door had barely closed when a rapid, scratching sound, like fine sand being spread across the floor, filled the air outside. The mutated rats caught up. Su Su tensed instantly, and Lu Yuan took a half-step back. The little girl in the man's arms cried incessantly. Lin Chen peered through the crack in the door and saw more than 30 mutated rats neatly crouching 3 meters away from the door, motionless. There were no hisses, no fighting, and they even maintained almost equal distances between each other. Zhang Feng's expression changed. He had seen rats before, but he had never seen such obedient rats. Lu Yuan analyzed in a low voice. "They are being uniformly commanded, as if they are waiting for orders." These words made Lin Chen turn his head sharply to look at the short-haired woman. She stood in the middle of the corridor, her lips moving slightly, as if she were silently counting something. Then she took out a metal whistle from her pocket. She suddenly blew her whistle. The sharp whistle pierced the air and penetrated the door. The swarm of rats outside retreated 2 steps in unison, their movements eerily synchronized. A second whistle blew, and the rats retreated again. The third sound, all the mutated rats retreated like a tide, flowing into the shadows across the street, gathering in a distant patch, but neither leaving nor approaching again. The air returned to deathly stillness, save for the suppressed breathing of the crowd. The young woman put down her whistle, the metal tube leaving a red mark on her palm. 10 meters outside the door, a swarm of mutated rats crouched in a large gray mass, their red eyes gleaming in the night like embers yet to be extinguished. Lin Chen quickly processed the information in his mind. They had fled from due north and had run at least 800 meters. The man's leg injury was severe and his strength was almost gone. The nurse and the little girl were almost powerless to fight, and the only one who could still hold the line was the woman holding the whistle. He stepped over the kneeling man, walked up to her, and held out his hand. "The whistle." The woman, still breathing heavily, immediately put the whistle back in her pocket, staring at him warily. "You trying to steal it?" Lin Chen didn't move, but simply said, "I won't steal it, I'll lend it." After saying that, he took a step back, deliberately creating some distance, and asked again, "Where did this come from?" The woman didn't answer, but the injured man spoke first, explaining that he found it in the underground parking garage. He spoke haltingly, mentioning that when Xinyu first blew the whistle, the mutated rats were immediately repelled. Xinyu impatiently interrupted him, but didn't deny it. Clearly, this whistle was no ordinary one, and it only worked on mutated rats. Lin Chen memorized the name, and examined the man's injuries again. 2 bloody holes had been bitten into his calves. The wounds were severely torn, and blood had soaked through his trousers. The little girl clung tightly to him, crying uncontrollably. His strength was rapidly waning. Xinyu finally spoke, her voice low. "I can give you the whistle, but you have to save him." She pointed to the man and briefly explained Zhou Qi's identity. The condition was clear, a life for a gift. Lin Chen stared at her for a few seconds, then shook his head. "I don't want the whistle." This sentence stunned Xinyu, all her defenses crumbling in an instant. The next second, he added, "I want you." The air suddenly froze, Xinyu's pupils contracted, and her body instinctively retreated, her hand already gripping the whistle, ready to retaliate at any moment. Zhou Qi reacted the most strongly, standing directly in front of them, her voice trembling but her demeanor firm. "What do you want to do?" Su Su was also stunned for a moment, while Zhang Feng and Lu Yuan silently observed the changing situation. Lin Chen merely glanced at Zhou Qi, his tone remaining calm. "My name is Lin Chen, and I'm in charge here." He pointed to the injured man, calmly analyzing his condition. If left untreated, it would inevitably worsen within 6 to 8 hours. He bombarded them with questions. Is there any medicine? Is there any gauze? Is there a safe place? The others were all speechless. The air thick with tension was slowly draining away. Lin Chen's tone remained unchanged as he gave his answer directly. "You, along with them, will all join my team." The condition was simple and brutal. He would provide resources and protection, and the other party had to obey. He assessed the value of each person. The men could work, the little girl needed protection, and Zhou Qi had medical skills. Finally, he tapped the whistle in Xinyu's pocket. "You and this whistle are the most valuable parts," Lin Chen said clearly, looking at her. "What I want is your ability, nothing else. Do you understand?" After a brief silence, Zhou Qi slowly lowered his hand. Xinyu's expression also softened slightly, but she remained vigilant, her gaze sweeping over the group behind Lin Chen, trying to determine whether this team was trustworthy. At this moment, Su Su stepped forward. She walked to Lin Chen's side, looked directly at the group of people opposite her, and said in a calm and clear tone, "What he said is true. If you stay, you will have food, medicine, and a chance to survive." She raised her chin and pointed to the swarm of rats outside the door. "Going out means certain death. How long can your whistle last? 1 night? And then what?" Her words weren't harsh, but every sentence hit the nail on the head. Su Su paused, glanced at Lin Chen, and said calmly, "He's not a good person, but he keeps his word." The atmosphere changed completely after she said that. Lin Chen glanced at her, didn't reply, but his lips twitched slightly. This woman was adapting to the wasteland much faster than he had imagined. Xinyu stared at Lin Chen for a long time, then calmly inquired about the team's size and supplies. Lin Chen didn't explain, only replying, "That's my business. Now you just need to answer whether you're willing to join." His words weren't harsh, but they left her no way out. The clinic was silent for 2 seconds before Mr. Zhou spoke first. "I'll join." He put the little girl down, his voice deep. "But she has to stay with me. I won't abandon her." Lin Chen nodded after confirming her age, agreeing to let both of them join, with supplies distributed according to number of people. Zhou Qi nodded in agreement to join, her voice much softer than before. In the corner, Tong Tong was still sobbing softly. Su Su went over and handed her the last piece of chocolate. The little girl timidly said, "Thank you, sister," which visibly softened Su Su's expression. Lin Chen observed this but said nothing. Then, he turned his gaze to Xinyu. Xinyu scanned the group, confirming everyone's position and condition, and finally loosened her clenched fist. "I'm willing too." Lin Chen nodded. "Keep the whistle, you'll need it later." Xinyu was clearly taken aback. She had originally thought the whistle would be forcibly taken away, but the other party didn't mention it at all, which made her lower her guard a little. Su Su handed Zhou Qi the iodine and gauze, asking her to treat Master Zhou's injury. While the ointment was being disinfected, Master Zhou groaned, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Lin Chen watched for a while, then suddenly asked, "Are you really a nurse?" Zhou Qi paused, looked up at him, and finally admitted in a low voice, "No, I'm a streamer." She tugged at her nurse's uniform. "I was trying on clothes while doing a live stream in sexy lingerie, and I was being teleported." A moment of silence fell. Zhang Feng leaned against the wall and muttered, "No wonder he looked familiar." To which Lin Chen echoed. The two exchanged a glance and smiled knowingly. Zhou Qi glared at them, but the atmosphere actually eased considerably. Just then, system notifications sounded one after another, and Zhou Jigang, Tong Tong, Zhou Qi, and Xinyu all joined the team, instantly bringing the total number of members to 8. Lin Chen glanced at the information and quickly calculated the points in his mind. The situation was finally beginning to stabilize. He closed the panel and calmly gave the order. Rearrange the night watch. Zhang Feng and Lu Yuan for the first half of the night, Su Su and I for the second half, and the rest of you rest. No one objected, and everyone took their positions as assigned. The night passed peacefully. Tong Tong slept in Zhou Shifu's arms, Qinghua leaned against the wall with her eyes closed, whistle in hand, and everyone was making the most of their time to recover their strength. The next morning, a cold system notification rang in everyone's minds simultaneously. The extreme cold apocalypse will arrive in 24 hours. Those who have not entered a closed shelter and lack warm supplies will have a 100% mortality rate. The air froze instantly. Master Zhou hugged Tong Tong tightly, Xingyu's face turned pale, and Zhou Qi gritted his teeth. Zhang Feng had already stood up, Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses, and everyone's gaze fell on Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood up, his gaze sweeping over the 8 people, his tone still calm. Pack your things, we'll leave in an hour. Less than 10 seconds after Lin Chen finished speaking, Zhang Feng had already slung his backpack over his shoulder, tucked the fire axe behind his waist, and dragged the heavy hiking bag downstairs with steady, powerful steps. Su Su fed Tong Tong a sip of water, wiped the dust off her face, and led her to follow. Qinyu brought up the rear, clutching her whistle tightly in her hand. Zhou Qi helped Zhou Jigang to his feet, but he stumbled as soon as his right foot touched the ground, barely managing to steady himself by holding onto the wall. When they reached the corner of the stairs, he finally couldn't hold on any longer, and the two of them crashed into the wall. Zhou Qi bent down to steady him, and the moment his hand touched the gauze, his expression changed instantly. The gauze was already soaked through, and grayish-yellow pus was seeping out, filling the air with a putrid stench. The skin around the wound was black and swollen, twice as bad as last night. Zhou Jigang's forehead was burning hot, his lips were turning purple, and he began to tremble all over. Lu Yuan crouched down and glanced at the wound, his face turning deathly pale. The infection has spread, iodine is useless. Antibiotics are necessary, otherwise it will develop into sepsis within 6 hours. Upon hearing the word sepsis, Zhou Qi froze on the spot. Su Su understood too, it was practically a death sentence. Xinyu's fingers clenched tighter and tighter. Zhou Jigang gritted his teeth and forced himself to stay upright. I can walk. Don't let me be a burden to you. His hand was still tightly gripping Tong Tong's clothes, his knuckles turning white. Tong Tong stood beside him, quietly watching his darkening calves. A few seconds later, she pulled a blue-patterned glass marble from her pocket, held it up in front of Lin Chen, her arm trembling violently. Uncle, this is for you, please save Uncle's show. The stairwell fell silent. Zhang Feng lowered his head and remained silent. Zhou Qi knelt on the ground, unable to utter a single word, and Su Su gripped her backpack strap tightly. Lin Chen slowly squatted down to be at eye level with Tong Tong. He took the marble, held it in his palm, and said softly, Deal. Only then did Tong Tong shed tears, but she still tried to smile. Lin Chen put the marbles into his inner pocket, stood up, and casually said, I'll go check the pharmacy next door, I think they had some left from yesterday. With that, he turned and left. After confirming no one was around, Lin Chen opened the system panel and went to the medicine section. Amoxicillin, 5 points. He glanced at the food section, his gaze lingering on the hot food option for a few seconds before finally closing it. Purchases: 1 box of anti-inflammatory medicine, 8 bottles of purified water, and 8 compressed biscuits. Total, 21 points, remaining balance, 414 points. After completing the process smoothly, Lin Chen aged the packaging before taking it back to the clinic. He handed the items to Su Su. Give the medicine to Zhou Qi, and administer it according to the instructions. Su Su touched the old dust on the packaging, didn't ask any questions, and turned to deal with it. 20 minutes later, the three met by the second-floor window. Zhang Feng advocated prioritizing the collection of supplies, while Lu Yuan insisted on first determining the location of the shelter, otherwise all other preparations would be in vain. After listening, Lin Chen immediately decided. Let's do it together. Head south, There's a high probability of underground structures there. We can loot supplies along the way and then transport them all together once we get there. The two nodded in agreement. Lin Chen added, People are more dangerous than mutated beasts these days. If you encounter any living people, listen to me. On the first floor, Zhou Jigang's condition had stabilized somewhat after taking his medication, and his fever had subsided a bit. Tong Tong nestled quietly beside him. After confirming the situation, Lin Chen began to plan the route. Target: the building complex 2 kilometers to the south. Everyone must remain in sight. If you encounter monsters, listen to Zhang Feng. If you encounter people, listen to me. Zhang Feng pushed open the door, and the cold, gray morning light streamed in. The rats at the doorway had vanished, leaving only claw marks and droppings. The air was noticeably colder, and his breath created a white mist. The 8 people embarked on their southward journey. After walking a few dozen meters, Lin Chen quickly did some mental calculations. 414 points, plus the 800 points to be settled tonight, that's 1214. With 500 points for the shelter, he had 714 left, enough to survive the early stages of the extreme cold. The prerequisite was that nothing unexpected happened in the next 24 hours. The road south was more difficult than expected. The ruins were filled with rubble and steel bars, requiring utmost caution with every step. Zhang Feng led the way, using a steel pipe to probe the path, his movements resembling those of a patrol in the wilderness. Lu Yuan followed behind, observing the surrounding structures while quietly calculating something. No one interrupted him. The line stretched out in a thin, elongated queue. Zhou Jigang was being helped forward. His injured leg could barely touch the ground, and a grayish-yellow liquid had seeped through the gauze. Tong Tong clung tightly to his clothes, while Qin Yu warily watched the ruins on either side. Su Su followed silently beside Lin Chen, noticeably calmer than yesterday. The air grew colder, and the fog thickened. Lin Chen glanced at the temperature. In just 40 minutes, it had dropped from 7 degrees Celsius to 3 degrees. He didn't reveal this information, knowing it would only increase the team's panic. After walking about 800 meters, a crossroads formed by collapsed ruins blocked their path. Zhang Feng suddenly raised his fist, signaling everyone to stop. A strong, fresh, and pungent smell of blood wafted in on the wind. He peered out from behind cover, then quickly retreated, gesturing that there was a large target ahead, number unknown. Lin Chen followed to investigate and saw 2 torn human corpses lying on the ground, their internal organs dragged out and scattered everywhere. Lin Chen didn't dwell on the corpse, focusing instead on the ground. 3 sets of massive claw marks were deeply embedded in the asphalt, clearly not left by rodents. Lu Yuan lowered his voice to analyze. This must be a higher-level mutant. Zhang Feng returned from scouting on the flank and whispered, 40 meters away, larger than large dogs. Without hesitation, he said, Take a detour. But the passageways on both sides were almost completely blocked. If they retreated and took a detour, it would waste at least another 40 minutes. With only 20-odd hours left before the extreme cold arrived, no one had that kind of leeway. Just then, the wind suddenly shifted. The scent of humans was carried directly forward. The lead mutated beast abruptly raised its head, its gaze instantly locking onto their location. She knew immediately blew her whistle, the piercing high-frequency sound echoing through the ruins. But this time, the whistle had no effect. The mutated beast merely growled, approaching them step by step. The second and third whistles sounded, but still to no avail. 3 grayish-white monsters emerged from the shadows, pressing down on them with clear intent. Xin Yu's hand gripping the whistle began to tremble, and her voice quivered. It's no use. Zhang Feng drew his fire axe and held it at the front. Everyone back off! The moment he finished speaking, the lead mutated beast suddenly accelerated, crashing violently into the wreckage of a van. Zhang Feng dodged to the side, striking its neck with his axe, but the blade only penetrated about 2 centimeters before getting stuck. The flesh there was as tough as rubber. The next second, a second mutated beast rammed into him from the side, sending him flying. Zhang Feng crashed heavily into the wall, but gritted his teeth and stood up, raising his axe in defense. However, 3 against 1, the odds of winning were almost non-existent. The third mutated beast bypassed the fight and charged straight towards the crowd behind. Zhou Jigang, dragging his injured leg, stood in front, shielding Tong Tong behind him, raising a steel bar in preparation for a desperate fight. Lin Chen had already raised his pistol. But he knew very well that the gunshot would reveal his position and attract more danger. He hesitated for only a moment, then decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit the mutated beast's eye socket, deflecting its attack. But the monster didn't die immediately, and Lin Chen immediately fired a second shot. A few seconds later, the mutated beast finally collapsed completely. Gunshots echoed through the ruins. The remaining two mutated beasts stopped, crouching low to confront them. Lin Chen's gun was locked onto the leader, and the air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Finally, the mutated beast turned and retreated into the shadows, the other disappearing as well. The crisis was temporarily averted. Zhang Feng leaned against the wall, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the gun in Lin Chen's hand and simply said, "Good gun." Su Su watched Lin Chen's movements without asking any further questions. She knew stood there, clutching her whistle, her eyes red-rimmed, her expression complex. Zhou Jigang sat on the ground, panting heavily, with Tong Tong nestled quietly in his arms. Lu Yuan squatted down beside the corpse and began examining the mutated beast's body structure. He quickly concluded, "The muscle fiber density of this mutant far exceeds that of normal canines. No wonder cold weapons are so ineffective." Then, Lu Yuan looked at Xing Yu and explained, "The whistle is designed for the high-frequency hearing of rodents, but the auditory structure of this mutated canine has changed, making it insensitive to this frequency band." He paused for a moment, his tone still calm. "It's not your mistake, the target has changed." Lin Chen didn't even glance at the corpse, only coldly saying, "Go." The team immediately sprang into action. Instead of retracing their steps, they slipped into a narrow crevice between two buildings, the wreckage overhead providing natural cover. The gunshots had just spread out. Lin Chen wasn't going to gamble on attracting more monsters. The group stretched out in a long line, with Zhang Feng leading the way and Lin Chen bringing up the rear. Zhou Qi helped Zhou Jigang along with difficulty, while Su Su held Tong Tong's hand and followed closely behind. Xing Yu held the whistle but didn't blow it again. Her experience of it failing earlier had taught her that it was likely useless against higher-level mutants. After navigating several narrow paths, the surrounding area gradually transformed into a commercial district, with dilapidated high-rise buildings and cracked ground. The group took a brief rest in the shadows. Just then, Xing Yu suddenly raised her hand to signal for silence, listened for a few seconds, and then whispered, "There's someone following us to our right rear." Lin Chen turned his head and saw a woman hiding behind a broken wall 60 meters away. After being discovered, she did not run away, but slowly stood up and raised her hands to indicate that she meant no harm. "Don't shoot, I'm alone. I have what you need." Lin Chen didn't let Zhang Feng go over, but instead walked to the middle to confront her. "What is this?" The woman didn't waste any words, directly opening the canvas bag to reveal a yellowed old map. "Map. All the underground facilities in this area, including a military air raid shelter and trance." These words stirred something within Lin Chen. Military-grade air defense systems meant a more robust structure and better ceiling, far superior to ordinary basements. This kind of intelligence wasn't even available in the system's store, yet someone was actually delivering it to his doorstep. He remained outwardly calm. "What do you want?" The woman answered decisively. "To join you." She introduced herself as Fang Min, a surveying engineer who not only possessed maps but could also interpret them. She then added, "I don't just carry maps, I am the map." Lin Chen remained silent for more than 10 seconds, his face seemingly weighing the pros and cons, but in reality, he had already calculated the benefits in his mind. One more person meant a stable amount of points, plus the rare map and professional skills. This deal was a sure win. "Okay, let's follow." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. A system notification immediately sounded, and the team's size increased to 9 people. Lin Chen closed the panel. The 6 p.m. settlement meant 900 points, a direct boost. Fang Min immediately unfolded the map, and Lu Yuan immediately leaned over to analyze it. She pointed to a red mark with her pen. "Class as civil defense. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's voice changed. Are you sure? That's nuclear war standard, with thick walls, strong ceiling, and an independent ventilation system. After Lu Yuan gave a brief explanation, everyone understood the difference. Ordinary underground parking garages are like iceboxes in extreme cold, while Class A civil defense facilities are like insulated boxes, which can withstand extreme environments with just a little reinforcement. Fang Min added that this structure has extremely high redundancy. Even if all the above-ground buildings collapse, the underground main structure will remain stable. Zhang Feng understood after hearing this. This place was currently the most ideal refuge. The route was marked on the map, approximately 2 kilometers away. The entrance was disguised as an ordinary garage ramp, but it was 14 meters underground. Everyone stared at the red dot. The atmosphere was quiet, yet tinged with a suppressed hope. Lin Chen stared at the map, his mind already planning how to superimpose the system shelter onto this civil defense structure. His lips twitched almost imperceptibly, but he quickly regained his composure. He glanced up at the sky. The light had turned a leaden gray. The system time kept ticking, and they didn't have much time left. Collect the map, let's go, Lin Chen ordered. Fang Min put away the map, and the group regrouped and continued heading south-southeast. It took them a full 47 minutes to walk 2 kilometers. Along the way, they encountered 2 groups of mutated rats, each group consisting of 7 or 8 rats. After Chinyu blew her whistle, the rats immediately rolled away and retreated into the crevices of the ruins, not daring to even look back. The third one they encountered was a lone mutant dog. It was slightly smaller, with bone spurs growing from its back, and was squatting in the middle of the road gnawing on the remains. Zhang Feng signaled not to fire, circled around to its side and rear, and shattered its hind leg joint with a steel pipe. The mutant dog had just collapsed to the ground when the fire axe came crashing down, striking the cervical vertebrae. The blow penetrated about 4 centimeters, and Zhang Feng twisted the axe handle to widen the wound before delivering a final blow, ending the fight completely. Lu Yuan stood to the side observing, then pushed up his glasses and analyzed. The isolated individual's muscle density is significantly lower, possibly due to malnutrition. Zhang Feng wiped the blood off the axe blade and coldly replied, Speak like a human. Small ones are easy to kill, don't try to force the big ones. Fang Min marked the map along the way, constantly checking the location. Pointing to the ruins ahead, she said, That building that's mostly collapsed is the stadium. Go around it for 150 meters, and that's the entrance. Lin Chen glanced at the system countdown. Less than 21 hours remained before the extreme cold arrived. Zhou Jigang's condition had improved slightly, and the antibiotics were starting to take effect, but his leg injury remained severe, allowing him to barely keep up with the group. After passing the collapsed stadium, the view suddenly opened up. A wide concrete ramp appeared before them, large enough for 2 trucks to drive side by side. The main structure was basically intact, leading down into the darkness underground. Fang Min drew a heavy circle on the map. This is it. Lin Chen was about to take a step, but suddenly stopped. He saw several clear sets of footprints on the dust on the left side of the ramp entrance, all pointing towards the inside of the ramp. More importantly, the footprints were very fresh. Zhang Feng noticed this as well, and the two exchanged a glance. Lin Chen raised his hand to signal the entire team to stop immediately. He didn't rush in but quickly scanned the surroundings. 60 meters to the right, in the ground floor doorway of a 3-story commercial building, there were figures moving about, and more than one. Meanwhile, inside the commercial building, Milutinovic was observing them through a broken shop window. He quickly counted the number of people, 9, 2 of whom were capable of fighting, 1 was partially crippled, 1 was a scholar, and the rest were women and children. His gaze lingered on the women for a moment, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. He couldn't help but glance at the nurses' uniforms and the young woman, in particular. His subordinate, De Jong, asked in a low voice whether they should make a move, but Mi Lu raised his hand to stop him. He noticed a bulge behind Lin Chen's waist, and judged that the other party had a gun, and that the gunshots heard in the distance earlier were most likely made by them. Having a gun doesn't mean you can use it freely, Mi Lu calmly analyzed. Only 2 shots were fired, which means bullets are scarce. This judgment made him quickly change his strategy. He patted his clothes and put on a friendly expression. Let's talk about cooperation first. His tone sounded relaxed, but he had already begun to plan the next steps. In Milla's view, as long as they could survive the extreme cold, these women and resources would eventually fall into their hands. He even considered them as future assets. After composing himself, Milla led 5 people out of the doorway, spreading his hands to indicate that he meant no harm. Don't be nervous, we're on the same side. The sounds echoed through the empty ruins, sounding particularly lively. Lin Chen stood at the very front of the group, while Zhang Feng held his axe horizontally in front of him. The two remained motionless, coldly watching each other approach. Lin Chen's fingers lightly touched the handle of the gun behind his waist, but he didn't draw it. A smile appeared on his face, his tone casual, as if he were chatting. One of us? Lin Chen looked at Mi Lu and asked indifferently. Is that so? Mi Lu led 5 people out of the doorway. The 6 of them spread out in a semicircle, seemingly casually, but they blocked half of the way back on the slope. He stopped 10 meters away, spread his hands, and smiled very warmly. He not only introduced himself but also took the opportunity to inquire about how Lin Chen and the others had come from. Lin Chen gave a casual reply, but his gaze quickly swept over the other party's equipment: steel bars, bricks, iron pipes, and a homemade crossbow with its string already taut. The firepower wasn't strong, but it was definitely not just for show, especially the crossbow, which was ready to fire at any moment. When Milla brought up the entrance to the ramp, he proactively offered the idea of cooperation, saying that it was a civil defense project and that once inside, there was a way to survive. He spoke casually and deliberately showed sincerity, as if he were trying to get someone to share a meal with him. Lin Chen didn't reply, his gaze passing over him and landing on the second floor of a commercial building in the distance. A shadow flashed past the window, meaning there were more than 6 people on the other side. Lin Chen didn't point this out. Cooperation is negotiable, Lin Chen said calmly. At the same time, Su Su and Xinyu both noticed that Mi Lu's gaze was constantly moving over them, carrying undisguised ill intent. The two instinctively became wary, and the atmosphere subtly tightened. Lin Chen continued to probe for information, but Mi Lu insisted on the statement that there were only 6 people. He then took out water, dried meat, and a lighter and placed them on the ground to show his sincerity. The items were indeed genuine, but his overly enthusiastic attitude seemed a bit off. Lin Chen didn't touch the supplies and immediately steered the conversation back to the blast door. Mi Lu briefly explained their failed attempt, admitting the door couldn't be opened, while his gaze inadvertently swept over the canvas bag in Fang Min's hand, clearly realizing they had a solution. The atmosphere grew tense. At this critical moment, Lu Yuan spoke. He analyzed the ventilation system of the air raid shelter from a professional perspective, pointing out that if the ventilation problem wasn't addressed, even if someone managed to get in, it would be a certain death. He didn't say much, but he directly laid the technical hurdle on the table. These words made Mi Lu noticeably more restrained. He realized that the other side wasn't just a simple fighting force, but a team with brains. Leaving them, even if he opened the door, wouldn't guarantee his survival. Mi Lu quickly adjusted his strategy, proposing cooperation again. They would handle physical strength and vigilance, while Lin Chen would handle the technical aspects. Once inside, they would each occupy one side and not interfere with each other. After speaking, he extended his hand, waiting for Lin Chen's reply. Lin Chen stared at the hand, a familiar, thinking, expression on his face. A frown, silence, a pause, everything suggested he was carefully weighing the pros and cons. Su Su stood behind him, watching him, but she knew perfectly well, this whole performance was mostly an act. Lin Chen often made his judgment before his expression even appeared. But this time, she couldn't quite see through it. Lin Chen extended his right hand, his tone calm. We can cooperate, but before the door opens, each of us will guard our own area and maintain a distance of 10 meters. After the door opens, we'll survey the area first, then divide it into sections. Mi Lu smiled and agreed. As they shook hands, his fingers lingered on Lin Chen's hand for a second longer. Lin Chen calmly released his hand and put it back in his pocket. The two teams began moving up the slope, seemingly calm on the surface, but undercurrents were surging beneath. Fang Min walked at the front, with Lin Qin and Zhang Feng protecting her on both sides. Mi Lu's men were scattered on the right, seemingly loose, but subtly forming a pincer movement. De Yong leaned on a steel bar, and a Kun held a crossbow. Their positions were precise, ready to strike at any moment. The explosion-proof door appeared at the end of the tunnel, its overall structure intact. Fan Min quickly identified the model and began to disassemble the latches. Her movements were steady and precise. The first and second sets of latches opened one after another, drawing everyone's attention to her hands. Lin Qin, however, was constantly observing the other side. Mi Lu's gaze lingered behind his waist, while the Yong and Akun's positions were constantly being subtly adjusted, subtly blocking their escape route. This wasn't just simple defense. They were preparing to act at any moment. In the 11th minute, the fourth locking mechanism jammed. Fang Min whispered for tools, and Mi Lu immediately had someone hand over a crowbar. When Akun delivered the tools, he deliberately brushed past Zhang Feng, then stepped back and stood even closer, no more than 3 meters from Lin Qin. Just then, 3 figures appeared in the distance, rapidly approaching. Mi Lu's expression instantly changed. Her smile vanished, replaced by obvious annoyance and murderous intent. Lin Qin saw through it at a glance. It wasn't a stranger's threat but an old grudge. The so-called cooperation was a sham from the start. He whispered to Fang Min, "Speed up." His tone left no room for argument. In the 13th minute, the latch was pried open. The last set of latches was quickly engaged, and Fan Min turned the wheel, a heavy mechanical sound slowly rising. The door cracked open, and a stale air rushed out. The door was too heavy for Fan Min to pull open. Zhang Feng stepped forward, unleashing his strength to pry open the heavy steel door, revealing the entrance, a staircase leading underground. Lin Qin first shone his flashlight to confirm there were no signs of biological activity. He glanced back and saw that Mi Lu and the others' eyes had changed. They now held undisguised greed. The 3 people in the distance were getting closer, and time was running out. Mi Lu said, "Let's go inside first." Lin Qin blocked the entrance, his tone calm yet firm. "My people go in first. You guard the gate, that's what cooperation is." After a brief eye contact, Mi Lu forced a smile and chose to back down, but secretly made a hand gesture behind her back. Lin Qin saw it but didn't say anything. Led by Zhang Feng, the group quickly descended the stairs and entered the underground space one by one. Lin Qin was the last to stand at the entrance, exchanging a glance with Mi Lu for a second. Both were smiling, but their thoughts were completely different. Lin Qin turned and walked downstairs, his hand already gripping the concealed pistol, silently releasing the safety. The underground space was larger than expected, structurally intact and dry, with no signs of intrusion. Fan Min checked and confirmed it was safe. The ventilation system was also functioning normally. Lin Qin stood at the top of the stairs, shining his flashlight on the entrance above, his vigilance still undiminished. Just then, bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out from outside the ramp. The gunshots echoed 3 times down the slope before gradually fading away. Lin Chen's smile vanished instantly. He casually switched off his flashlight, and darkness immediately engulfed everything. No one dared to utter a sound, even their breathing was suppressed to a minimum. Lin Chen turned and stared at the exit of the ramp. He hadn't fired the gun, which meant there were others outside. Mi Lu had said there were only 6 of them. Now it seemed he was lying. "Zhang Feng, come with me," Lin Chen said in a low voice, taking out a machete from the system and handing it to Lu Yuan. "Remember, don't trust anyone except him and me. Take your men deeper into the area and block the passage." Lu Yuan nodded, asking no further questions, his hand still firmly gripping the knife. Lin Chen and Zhang Feng, meanwhile, pressed themselves against the wall, silently making their way upwards. The air gradually filled with the smell of rust mixed with gunpowder. As Lin Chen approached the exit, he peeked out. A body lay on the ground, one of Mi Lu's men, shot in the chest, already lifeless. The remaining men hid behind cover, their expressions tense. Mi Lu's face was grim, his earlier affability gone, his eyes constantly scanning the ruins ahead. Lin Chen followed their gaze and quickly noticed the problem. Behind the second-floor window, Another person was hiding, lurking there with a homemade crossbow. He lowered his voice to remind Zhang Feng. There are more than 6 of them. They've at least left a backup. Adding the person who disappeared earlier, the number was clearly being deliberately concealed. Zhang Feng's face darkened, and he commented in a low voice. Not easy to deal with. Lin Chen nodded. He had noticed something was wrong when they shook hands. The calluses on the other man's hands were clearly from long-term use of knives and fighting. I've trained for many years. Lin Chen's words had barely finished when... Bang! A second gunshot rang out. A man hiding on the flank was instantly blown in the head, his body falling straight to the ground. Mi Lu completely lost control, roaring towards the ruins. Come out if you dare! A response came from afar, a hoarse voice filled with deep-seated hatred. You killed my wife and children, I want you dead! Lin Chen instantly realized. This was another group of people, armed with guns, specifically targeting Mi Lu. The situation was more complicated than he had imagined. No sooner had he finished speaking than the crossbowman on the second floor fired an arrow, which struck the edge of the opposite bunker. Immediately afterward, Milieu led his men in a counterattack. Their coordinated movements were clearly those of a well-trained hunter. Lin Chen didn't move. His attention remained fixed on the second floor. Just then, a strange, muffled thud came from inside. It sounded like bones being crushed. The next second, a deep, piercing roar suddenly exploded, the sound rising from a low frequency and shaking the entire slope. Debris kept falling from the cracks in the walls, and everyone's scalp tingled from the shock. Then came a short, agonizing scream, lasting only 2 or 3 seconds before vanishing completely. A deathly silence fell over the room. Everyone instinctively looked towards the second-floor window. The next second, a strange head slowly emerged from the shadows. Its narrow silhouette was covered by gray-black armor plates, the edges of which were sharp and reflective. A pair of scarlet vertical pupils lit up in the darkness, like 2 red-hot iron nails. It opened its mouth, its gaping maw extending almost to both sides of its skull. A human arm, mangled and torn to shreds, was caught between its barbed teeth. At that moment, everyone understood, they had just stumbled upon a hunting ground, not a refuge. The gray beast scrambled down the second-floor exterior wall, its claws easily embedding themselves in the concrete as if tearing paper. The severed human arm it was carrying in its mouth was carelessly tossed aside, rolling half a circle on the ground before coming to a stop. Miru and the others froze on the spot, their breathing erratic. The gray beast slowly turned its head, its scarlet vertical pupils sweeping across the ramp entrance, but it didn't linger. The temperature there was low, the concrete insulated it from the heat. The next second, it locked onto the 4 people outside, their body heat shone brightly in the darkness. Akun was the first to break down, raising his crossbow to fire. The bolt hit its mark precisely, but only sparked off the armor plates before bouncing off. The gray beast opened its massive, barbed maw, its low roar sending pebbles flying from the ground. Akun collapsed to his knees, his weapon slipping from his grasp. Inside the ramp, Zhang Feng was poised to strike, but Lin Chen grabbed him, saying, "Don't move, going out is suicide." Zhang Feng gritted his teeth but stopped. Outside, De Jong roared and charged forward, smashing a steel pipe at the gray beast with all his might, but the next second, a claw pierced his body, dismembering him instantly. Milieu completely broke down and turned to flee. The gray beast, however, was faster, blocking the ramp. The tall, thin man desperately tried to stop it, but was pinned to the ground by a single claw. Milieu seized the opportunity to change direction and run, but was quickly locked onto by the gray beast. A few seconds later, only a piercing scream echoed from the depths of the ruins before abruptly ceasing. The ramp fell silent again. 3 corpses lay on the ground, blood slowly seeping from the cracks. Zhang Feng was about to close the door when Lin Chen suddenly raised his hand to stop him, his gaze locking onto 3 figures behind the broken wall in the distance. Those were the new survivors. Lin Chen instantly calculated in his mind, 3 people meant a stable source of points, as well as weapons and experience. Closing the gate now would mean their certain death, and it would be a huge loss. He walked straight out onto the slope, spreading his hands to indicate he meant no harm. Across from him, Luo Fan pointed his gun at him, his emotions extremely tense. Don't come any closer! You're with those guys from earlier. Lin Chen stopped, his tone calm. If that were the case, I only needed to close the door just now, and you and they would all be dead. He pointed to the blast door behind him. Class a human defense, it can stop that thing. If you don't come in, you'll be dead when it comes back. Luo Fan hesitated, his hand gripping the gun still trembling. Just then, Mi Lu's final scream echoed in the distance, shattering his mental defenses. The girl with the ponytail quickly lowered the gun. Don't hesitate, go with him. The four immediately rushed up the slope. The girl's leg injuries slowed her down, so Lin Chen went back to help her. Just then, the roar of the gray beast rang out again, rapidly approaching from the depths of the ruins. Run! Lin Chen shouted. At the ramp, Zhang Feng, Lu Yuan, and Su Su desperately pulled on the heavy blast door. The gap in the door kept narrowing as everyone squeezed in. At the last moment, Lin Chen and the girl rushed inside. The gray beast's claws almost grazed his heels as it slashed down, sparks flying. The next second, the blast door slammed shut. Fan Min quickly locked the door bolts, and all 5 latches engaged. The continuous impacts outside shook the entire ramp, but the heavy steel door remained unmoved. After several more impacts, the commotion outside finally subsided. The crisis was temporarily averted. In the darkness, everyone collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, like a group of people who had just crawled back from the brink of death. Su Su looked at Lin Chen, her expression complex. In that situation, he had actually dared to rush out and bring the person back. Was it a calm calculation or a reckless madness? She couldn't tell for a moment. The moment the blast door slammed shut, all outside noise was instantly cut off. It wasn't just ordinary silence, it was a deathly stillness, as if blocked by steel plates. Even your heartbeat was amplified in your ears, each pounding sending shivers down your spine. The flashlight beam shone through the dust, sweeping across the walls and steps, illuminating terrified faces. The last scratching sounds outside the door faded into the distance. The gray beast had finally left, and the danger was temporarily averted. Su Su leaned against the wall, holding Tong Tong tightly in her arms. The little girl curled up in a ball, silent. But Su Su's own hands were trembling, and cold sweat had already soaked through her back. Zhou Qi supported Zhou Jigang, whose face was sallow and whose right leg was so swollen that he could barely speak. Fang Min sat in a corner, clutching a canvas bag, breathing heavily with her eyes closed. Xinyu stood against the wall, her hand repeatedly clenching and unclenching the whistle. The air was thick with oppressive tension. Just then, the flashlight beam slanted and shone on Luo Fan. He was leaning against the wall, his tight .54 pistol slightly raised, the muzzle pointing directly at Lin Chen, but his hand was trembling violently. Zhang Feng reacted the fastest, holding his axe horizontally in front of Lin Chen, his voice low and deep. Put the gun down. This was not a suggestion, but an order. Luo Fan didn't move, his voice hoarse. You just shook hands with me, Lu. I saw it, you're in cahoots. The atmosphere instantly became extremely tense. Lin Chen reached out and pressed Zhang Feng's shoulder, then stepped forward and stopped 3 meters in front of the gun. His expression was calm, his tone unhurried. Then let me ask you, if I were in cahoots with him, closing the door would have been enough, and you and he would both be dead. Lu Yuan added his analysis, pointing out that Lin Chen had been wary of Mi Lu all along, making him seem unlikely to be an accomplice. His logic was clear, and no one could refute it. Luo Fan's gun slowly lowered, his eyes reddening. He slid down the wall to the floor, his voice shattering completely. For 3 packs of instant noodles, he killed my wife and child. My son was only 5 years old. The moment those words were spoken, the entire slope fell silent. No one responded, but everyone's emotions were suppressed. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth, his fists clenched tightly. Su Su instinctively covered Tong Tong's ears. Zhou Qi turned her head away, silently shedding tears. Lin Chen walked over and squatted down in front of Luo Fan, neither interrupting nor offering comfort. He simply unscrewed a bottle of water and placed it in front of him. Drink some water. Luo Fan didn't move at first. After a while, he finally took the bottle and awkwardly gulped down a mouthful. His emotions gradually calmed down. Lin Chen then spoke. What's your son's name? Luo Fan paused for a moment, then answered softly. Shaoan. 5 years old, he should be losing his baby teeth by now. These words were like a needle, piercing the softest spot in Luo Fan's heart. His tears flowed uncontrollably again. Lin Chen didn't evade the question, his tone remaining calm. I won't offer any condolences. Mi Lu is dead, he avenged you. Luo Fan's breath hitched. But you're still alive. Lin Chen tapped his chest. You didn't want to die, otherwise you wouldn't have fought so hard to survive. Since you're alive, you must continue to live. Luo Fan gripped the water bottle tightly, remaining silent, but no longer completely broken down. Lin Chen stood up, took a step back, and his tone regained its composure. This shelter is under my control. I'll distribute the supplies, set the rules. I'll take responsibility for your injuries. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the three. Condition, obey orders. There was no room for negotiation. Zhao Gang spoke first. He had come to terms with reality and accepted the situation. Promise him, this place is safer than outside. Chen Shui gritted her teeth and stood up, also indicating her willingness to follow his instructions. Finally, Luo Fan looked down at the gun in his hand, remained silent for a long time, and then handed it over. Here, take the gun. Lin Chen didn't take it. Keep it, you're a better shot than me. These words left Luo Fan stunned. But don't point fingers at your own people, Lin Chen added. Luo Fan closed his eyes and nodded vigorously. I'll listen to you. A system notification sounded immediately, and the three officially joined. The number of people in the shelter increased to 12, and the points also increased accordingly. Lin Chen glanced at the countdown. Only 2 hours left until the settlement. Get up! Lin Chen stood in the middle of the steps, sweeping his flashlight down the stairs. The doors upstairs are locked, but we know nothing about this place. Fan Min, lead the way. Everyone stay close and no one is allowed to act alone. Fan Min nodded and walked at the front. The 12 people entered the first floor hall. It was as empty as a giant concrete box, the sound of footsteps echoing, and the flashlight beams casting long shadows. Tong Tong clung tightly to Susu's clothes, but Susu didn't say anything, only quickened her pace to catch up with the group. At the far end of the hall stood a heavy iron door marked lower level. Zhang Feng stepped forward and pulled hard, but the door wouldn't budge. Even with the two of them working together, they couldn't open it. He then swung a fire axe at the latch, the dull thud echoing through the hall, but to no avail. Don't smash it. Fan Min stepped forward to inspect and quickly determined that it was a multi-point interlocking lock structure. If the internal mechanism was damaged, the door would be completely ruined. She quickly found steel pipes and arranged for 3 people to hold the hinges in place while simultaneously applying force. 1, 2, 3. The 3 pressed down simultaneously. A piercing metallic scraping sound rang out, followed by several clicks of the mechanism's opening. The door finally loosened, and Zhang Feng yanked it open, a blast of cold air rushing in. The flashlight beam shone inside, and everyone froze. The lower level was enormous, with rows of pillars extending into the darkness. Fan Min took a deep breath, her voice brimming with barely suppressed excitement. This is the core area, designed to hold at least 300 people. The group entered the shelter. The space was spacious, yet cold and empty. Rows of rusty metal chairs lined the walls, the water fountains were long gone, and there were no supplies whatsoever. The temperature here was significantly lower than at ground level, and even their breath created a white mist. Susu frowned. It's already this cold, what will we do tonight? After checking, Lu Yuan explained that the underground area should have a constant temperature, but when extreme cold arrives, the cold air will continuously be conducted inward, turning this place into a huge heat sink. Without heating equipment, it's a dead end. No one spoke again, and the team continued searching inside. The storage room had been smashed open, the compressed rations inside were already rotten, and all the gas masks were unusable. The only things left that were still usable were a few rusty axes and 2 relatively sturdy entrenching tools. They had a few weapons, but food and water were still non-existent. Lin Chen glanced at the time. It was almost time to settle the score, but he still hadn't stopped searching. Inside the chemical defense duty room, Fan Min confirmed that the ventilation system was structurally sound and would function normally as long as it was powered on, sufficient to filter external contaminants. Lu Yuan reminded her. That's assuming there's power. Finally, the group arrived at the power distribution room. As soon as the door opened, the pungent smell of stale diesel fuel and engine oil assaulted their nostrils. 2 diesel generators sat there, their bodies intact, the gauges still clearly visible. Fong Min inspected them and concluded. It works. Zhang Feng squatted down, turned on the fuel valve, and touched it. His face immediately darkened. Not a drop of oil. The power distribution room fell silent again, and everyone retreated to the shelter. Zhou Qi had just helped Zhou Jigang sit down when he asked a question no one wanted to face. Where's the toilet? Xin Yu also realized what was happening and immediately looked around, but couldn't find any usable facilities. Fan Min quickly found the bathroom in the corner, turned on the tap, but only managed to squeeze out a mouthful of rusty water. After inspecting the pipes, she whispered, The pipe is broken, it has to be fixed. These words plunged the atmosphere into utter despair. 12 people, without water, electricity, food, or even the most basic necessities of urination and defecation. Zhao Gang leaned against the wall, lost in thought. Qin Shui's blood slowly spread on the ground, and Xin Yu dared not look any longer. The oppression almost solidified into a tangible force. Sit down, everyone. Lin Qin broke the silence, briefly designated a rest area, and then walked alone into the depths. His figure quickly disappeared into a small cubicle marked Spare Warehouse. In the rest area, everyone was barely holding on. Su Su hugged Tong Tong tightly, using her own body heat to warm her. Zhou Qi tore off strips of cloth to resecure the wound. Zhang Feng stood guard at the entrance, his axe never leaving his side. Lu Yuan was recording data with his head down, and Xin Yu was squatting to maintain her body temperature. Fan Min examined the blueprints, simulating the structure of the place. Zhao Gang stayed by Chen Shui's side, while Luo Fan gripped his entrenching tool tightly. No one spoke, but everyone understood. If there was no turning back, this place wouldn't survive until tomorrow. Inside the warehouse, Lin Qin closed the door, turned off his flashlight, and leaned against the wall, staring at the countdown. 6 p.m. sharp. A system notification exploded in his mind. Current number of users, 12, points plus 1,200, balance, 1527. Lin Chen's heart raced. He immediately opened the shop and locked onto the most crucial option, the basic shelter pack. 500 points were deducted, leaving him with 1027 points. Then, a new notification popped up. The pack automatically adapted to the current civil defense facility, upgrading to a Breda Civil Defense Shelter Repair Pack. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Chen activated the device. The next second, supplies appeared out of thin air in the darkness. Pipes, seals, cables, tools, insulation materials, everything was there, even repair blueprints were prepared. He crouched down to inspect it. Everything was real and usable. This shelter could indeed be repaired. But 3 seconds later, Lin Chen's expression turned cold. There was no fuel, no water, and no food. Even if it were repaired, it would just be an empty shell that could freeze a person to death inside. Lin Chen stood up, staring at the remaining 1027 points, and reopened the shop. Just then, a golden notification he had never seen before appeared at the top of the page. The rare resources section has been refreshed. Lin Chen opened the shop, and 3 items slowly rotated in golden light. The first item was an M2 heavy machine gun, priced at 1,200 points. He stared at it for 3 seconds, then immediately gave up. He could afford to buy it, but he couldn't afford to maintain it. The second option was a fuel-fired heater, which could indeed withstand extreme cold, but it was also very expensive and required a continuous supply of fuel. After weighing the options for a moment, Lin Chen decided to back out. The third item was the diesel depot key and route map, which only cost 200 points. Lin Chen clicked on the details and his gaze instantly froze after seeing the information on the underground oil depot and tanker trucks. This was the real key resource. Lin Chen didn't hesitate and immediately chose to purchase. After the points were deducted, the electronic key and waterproof blueprints appeared in his hand. He unfolded them and saw that the diesel depot was located 1.8 kilometers to the southwest, with a storage capacity of up to 20 tons. More importantly, there's an 8-ton tanker truck in the storage area. If they could bring it back, the fuel problem would be completely solved. Even if they couldn't, Lin Chen had no choice but to bite the bullet and give it a try. He carefully put away the blueprints and began replenishing basic supplies. The water and compressed biscuits needed for 12 people for 3 days cost a total of 216 points. After the purchase, the supplies were neatly piled up in the warehouse. Lin Chen got up and stretched, then pushed open the door and returned to the rest area. All 11 people looked at him simultaneously, their eyes devoid of expectation, as if they were already prepared to receive bad news. Lin Chen began. 2 things. First, there are repair supplies in the warehouse, enough to repair the core area. No one reacted, waiting for him to get to the point. Second, there's water and compressed biscuits, enough for 12 people to eat for 3 days. The air was silent for 2 seconds, then everyone's emotions exploded instantly. Zhou Qi confirmed in a trembling voice. Zhou Jigang slapped his thigh and laughed. Su Su visibly breathed a sigh of relief, and Tong Tong's eyes lit up. Qin Shui lowered her head, her body trembling slightly, and Zhao Gang gently patted her back. Zhang Feng simply nodded, while Lu Yuan calmly asked, "What can we get in 3 days?" Lin Chen didn't elaborate, but instead handed over the allocation authority. "Su Su, you're in charge of the warehouse." He demanded that supplies be distributed in strict rations, and anyone who dared to violate the rules would be dealt with by Su Su. Su Su quickly got to work, leading her team to begin distributing the supplies. The process was clear and caused no chaos. After everyone had eaten, the atmosphere noticeably stabilized. No one complained about the taste of the compressed biscuits. At that moment, they only felt a sense of relief. At least they could survive. After everyone finished eating, Lin Chen called over Zhang Feng, Lu Yuan, Fang Min, and Xin Yu. He drew a simple map on the ground and directly pointed out the most crucial problem. Without diesel fuel, this place was essentially an ice coffin. Lin Chen marked the storage station in the southwest direction and provided information about the oil depot and tanker trucks. Fan Min immediately checked the map to confirm that the location did exist, but also pointed out that the risk of pipeline aging and collapse was extremely high. Zhang Feng stared at the distance, whispering a reminder that the danger outside hadn't disappeared. Lin Chen concluded, "So let's leave tonight." He wrote down 4 survival requirements on the ground: diesel, water, food, and medical care, and circled the first one. Diesel is the top priority. Without it, everything else is meaningless. Lu Yuan added the water source option, but that option also relies on electricity. The problem had come full circle, ultimately returning to fuel. Zhang Feng stood up and asked directly, "When do we leave?" Lin Chen looked up at him, her tone unwavering. "The sooner the better." Fang Min laid out the civil defense map and the oil depot route map side by side, carefully compared them for a few minutes, and then drew 2 routes. Either go to the surface, which is 1.8 kilometers away, the shortest straight line, but the whole way is exposed, or go through the underground utility tunnel, which is about 3 kilometers away, more roundabout, but concealed enough. Zhang Feng directly pointed out the risks on the ground. "That monster is still there. Going out would just make you a sitting duck." Fang Min nodded and added the problem with the utility tunnel. "No one has maintained it for 40 years. Collapses and water seepage are possible. Once it's blocked, it's a dead end." The atmosphere instantly turned somber. Luo Fan gave a bitter smile. "Being chased on the ground, or buried underground, is this choosing how to die?" No one responded. Zhou Jigang immediately made the decision. "Go underground, at least we'll have time to react." Xin Yu and Lu Yuan also preferred the utility tunnel, believing that underground, at least they could anticipate danger in advance. Lin Chen stared at the map for a few seconds and immediately decided. "Let's go through the utility tunnel." The reason was simple. They had just witnessed the terror of the gray beasts, and there was no room for error on the ground. Zhang Feng immediately began to arrange groups, preparing to lead a raid. But Lin Chen objected, only naming 3 people. "Me, Zhang Feng, and Ao Gang." He explained that Fang Min needed to stay behind to draw the map, and that Xinyu's whistle underground might actually cause trouble. The fewer people, the safer it would be. Luo Fan volunteered, but Lin Chen stopped him, saying, "Your hands are still shaking, stay here." Lin Chen glanced at the other man's gun and told him to reload it. Luo Fan was silent for a moment, then handed over the gun, saying, "This gun is more for you to use now." Lin Chen took the gun but tossed it to Zhang Feng. Teamwork was slowly forming. Meanwhile, Fang Min quickly sketched a diagram, marking nodes and forks in the road. Zhang Feng sharpened his axe, while Zhao Gang stuffed his coat into the wounded soldier's hand. Everyone prepared themselves. Before setting off, Lin Chen pulled Lu Yuan and Luo Fan aside and explained the plan for those staying behind. If they hadn't returned by 9 o'clock the next morning, the core area would be completely sealed off, and they would have to rely on physical insulation to weather the extreme cold. He spoke calmly, but his meaning was clear: they might not come back. Before leaving, Tong Tong ran over and handed Lin Chen a pencil stub, drawing a crooked circle on the back of his hand. "This is a shield, it will protect you." Lin Chen didn't say much, just put the marble away and nodded in agreement. Su Su stood to the side and finally spoke. "Lin Chen, you have to come back." There was no embellishment, no excuse, just a blunt statement. She even revealed Lin Chen's secret, but chose not to ask further, wanting only an answer. Lin Chen looked at her for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled and said, "When I get back, I'll treat you to self-heating rice." It sounded like a casual remark, but it was as if he was forcibly suppressing all the risks. Zhang Feng and Zhao Gang were already waiting at the entrance of the passage. Lin Chen turned around, and the three of them stepped into the darkness together. The flashlight beam gradually receded, disappearing completely after rounding the corner. The cover area fell silent again. Tong Tong whispered, "Will he come back?" Su Su gripped her hand tightly, her palm icy cold, but still gritted her teeth and answered, "Yes." The heavy Class A explosion-proof door slammed shut behind us, the sound of its locking mechanism cutting off the last glimmer of light. The underground utility tunnel was instantly swallowed by darkness. The air was foul and damp, suffocating like it was stuck to our skin. The flashlight beam pierced the path ahead, revealing cracked, rusty walls. Zhang Feng led the way, keeping a low profile. Zhao Gang brought up the rear, and Lin Chen walked in the middle, studying the diagrams and comparing them to the structure of the utility tunnel. Their footsteps were so light they were almost silent. After advancing 300 meters, Zhang Feng suddenly stopped. Shining his flashlight on the wall, he saw 3 fresh claw marks deeply embedded in the concrete, even the reinforcing steel bars neatly severed. Zhang Feng judged that these were left by the gray beast, and that it was larger than the previous one. Zhao Gang's face tightened. Lin Chen glanced at him, and then gestured to continue. After walking another 500 meters, the humidity suddenly increased, and an extension point appeared ahead, but the road was completely blocked by a pool of sewage. Just as Zhao was about to go into the water to test the waters, Lin Chen grabbed him and shone his flashlight upwards. The dome was teeming with mutated vampire bats hanging upside down, their red eyes gleaming in the light. Lin Chen immediately turned off the lights and gestured for absolute silence. The 3 of them slowly slid into the water, the icy sewage reaching above their thighs. Every step was extremely difficult, and they had to suppress the sound of the water as much as possible. When they reached the middle of the pool, Zhao Gang stepped on a hard object. He thought it was a pipe and tried to use it for leverage, but then he heard a muffled sound like bones grinding together underwater. The next second, the water exploded with a deafening roar, and a gigantic gray beast burst forth. It was heavily wounded, yet still incredibly ferocious. Its low-frequency roar made the 3 of them dizzy, and Zhao Gang immediately knelt in the water. The gray beast raised its claws to strike Zhao Gang's head, but at the critical moment, Zhang Feng roared and lunged forward, using his fire axe to block the attack. A deafening explosion rang out, the axe was sent flying, and Zhang Feng was sent flying backward, spitting out blood. The gray beast then locked onto Zhang Feng, its back spared, preparing to launch a fatal blow. At that very moment, Lin Chen suddenly sprang up from the side, not engaging in a direct confrontation with its carapace, but instead slamming his entrenching tool into the wound on its abdomen. The gray beast let out a miserable cry, its hatred instantly shifting. It turned and locked onto Lin Chen, closing in step by step. Lin Chen quickly retreated, but was forced to the edge of the maintenance node, with a bottomless vertical shaft beneath his feet. Zhang Feng drew his pistol, ready to fire, but Lin Chen stopped him with a single glance. The bats overhead had been alerted, and if a shot rang out, everyone would die. The gray beast didn't rush to attack, but instead locked onto Lin Chen, as if savoring the fear of its prey. Lin Chen's breathing quickened, his mind racing, but there was no way to retreat behind him. Just then, his inner pocket ripped open, and a blue marble slipped out, rolling towards the deep well. Any sound could trigger an attack from the gray beasts. Life and death hung in the balance. Lin Chen didn't reach out to catch it. Instead, he stepped back and, just as the marble landed at his feet, kicked it out with tremendous force. The marble traced an arc and struck the rusty exhaust fan blades in the distance with pinpoint accuracy. A piercing metallic clang erupted from the deep well, the echo amplified infinitely. Disturbed by the shock, the gray beast's instincts kicked in instantly, and it lunged towards the source of the sound with all its might. It missed its target, its massive body losing its balance and plunging into the depths of the well. A few seconds later, a dull thud echoed from the bottom, and then utter silence fell. Lin Chen slumped to the edge, looking down at the shield mark on the back of his hand, blurred by water, and let out a long breath. That last move was already his limit. Zhang Feng put away his gun, staggered over, pulled Lin Chen up, stared at the deep well for a long time, and then cursed. "You're a madman." Lin Chen simply picked up the flashlight, patted the dirty water off his clothes, and said in a calm tone, "Let's go, the oil depot isn't far." The three bypassed the deep well and continued deeper into the darkness. The maintenance shaft was narrow and cramped. Zhao Gang was the first to climb out of the ground and, after confirming that the surroundings were safe, gave a hand signal. Lin Chen followed closely behind, unfolding a route map by the faint moonlight, and quickly located the diesel storage station 400 meters to the southwest. The three quickly approached, but stopped at a gap in the fence. There were messy footprints and obvious drag marks on the ground, indicating that someone was inside, and the situation was not normal. Lin Chen gave a hand signal, and the three of them crouched low and stealthily approached from the side. The garage was half open, with firelight filtering through. The outlines of tank trucks and oil storage tanks were clearly visible. This place should have been a resource point, but it was filled with a different atmosphere: men's laughter, muffled thumping sounds, and women's cries that were being forcibly suppressed. Lin Chen peered through the window and quickly discerned the situation inside. 4 men were holding 2 people captive, while a girl was bound to the ground with her clothes torn and disheveled, her face covered in bruises, and she was on the verge of collapse. The boy next to her was in an even worse state. His fingers were broken, and his back had been repeatedly trampled on, yet he still clung tightly to the girl's clothes, refusing to let go even though his fingernails were cracked. That almost instinctive persistence made it clear at a glance that the two had a special relationship. Lin Chen's gaze didn't linger for long before quickly shifting to the 4 men. One sat on an oil drum smoking, clearly the leader, his expression calm. A burly man was in charge of the violence, his movements showing signs of training. A thin-faced man was selecting men, his tone gentle, yet chilling, and there was another man keeping watch at the door. All the information was quickly processed in Lin Chen's mind: 4 people, melee weapons, no ranged threats, their positions were spread out, but there were weaknesses. Lin Chen only took a few seconds to calculate the entire combat model. He stepped back, looked at Zhang Feng and Zhao Gang, and said in a very low but exceptionally clear voice, "Go straight in, no nonsense." This made Zhang Feng pause slightly. In the past, Lin Chen always left room for maneuver, but this time, there was no probing, no detours, only one option left: to crush them head on. The 2 men didn't ask any more questions, gripped their weapons, and nodded. The 3 of them circled around to the front, with Lin Chen walking in front. He didn't hide his footsteps, walking directly across the ground, the sound of his footsteps particularly clear in the night. Fan Kai, standing at the door, was the first to notice. He had just turned around and raised his angle iron when a dark shadow approached. Zhang Feng's axe struck his wrist precisely, dislocating the bone and sending the weapon flying from his hand. Zhao Gang followed immediately, pressing the handle of his shovel against the back of Fan Kai's neck, pinning him to the ground. The whole process took less than 2 seconds. Fan Kai didn't even have time to scream. Lin Chen didn't stop, walking past the fallen Fan Kai and heading straight for the fire. Gulei stood up from the oil drum, his movements unhurried, a cigarette still between his fingers. He sized up Lin Chen, from his feet to his face, finally settling on his empty hands. The three men, disheveled but unperturbed, seemed to Gulei nothing more than a bluff. "Sit down and talk," Gulei said calmly. "For against 3, you have no advantage." Qin Yong added with a cold laugh, his tone full of pressure. Lu Hao, meanwhile, feigned reassurance while moving closer to Yi Xiaoxi, placing his hand on her shoulder with obvious controlling intent. Lin Chen ignored them, only looking down at the two people on the ground. Yi Xiaoxi's eyes were complicated, with a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Song Yi trembled all over in pain, yet still clung tightly to her clothes. 3 seconds later, Lin Chen looked up at Gulei. "Release them." The 2 words were utterly decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. The air froze for a moment. Gulei's expression changed slightly. He recognized that look. It wasn't bluffing, but the look of someone who had already made up their mind. But he still didn't believe it. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yong had already moved. He burst forth in a step and a half, his fist aimed straight for Lin Chen's throat, its speed and power extremely ferocious. However, the punch was only halfway there. Lin Chen had already drawn his gun. The muzzle was pressed directly against Qin Yong's forehead. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Qin Yong stood frozen, his pupils suddenly contracting. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced his skull, and his burly body crashed to the ground. The entire process took less than half a second. The garage fell into a deathly silence. Gulei's expression changed for the first time. Lu Hao reacted swiftly, grabbing Yi Xiaoxi and shielding her in front of him, his voice completely trembling. "Don't shoot!" Zhang Feng raised his gun, searching for an angle, but the girl blocked the beam. The situation instantly froze. Lin Chen didn't speak, but simply walked forward step by step. His footsteps were exceptionally clear in the empty garage. Lu Hao completely broke down, tripping as he backed away, his arm momentarily weakening. Yi Xiaoxi seized the opportunity and jerked backward. Crack! Her nose broke. As she fell, bang! A second shot. Lu Hao was hit, crashed into the tanker truck, slid down, and fell silent. Almost simultaneously, a flash of cold light came from the side. Gulei drew his knife, aiming straight for Lin Chen's wrist. Lin Chen dodged to the side, then locked his opponent's wrist with a backhand, twisting the joint. The knife fell to the ground with a thud. The next second, a gun was pressed against Gulei's chin. Gulei finally panicked. Lin Chen's voice was soft. "Today, you're being disciplined." Bang! The third shot. Gulei fell. Only Fan Kai remained at the doorway, pinned to the ground by Zhao Gang, completely broken, begging for mercy incoherently. Lin Chen looked at him and asked only one question. "How long have you been standing there?" 2 hours. Fan Kai answered in a trembling voice. Lin Chen nodded, his tone flat. "You're more disgusting." With that, he turned and left. The next second, an entrenching tool fell. One strike. The garage fell completely silent. Chapter 32 1.8 kilometers. Zhang Feng used a folding knife to cut the cable on Yi Xiaoxi's wrist. Black threads were embedded in the flesh, and beads of blood trickled down her wrist. Yi Xiaoxi remained silent. The moment she regained her freedom, she neither cried nor ran away. Instead, she turned around and rushed to Song Yi's side, supporting him with trembling hands. Song Yi's left hand was completely deformed. 3 severed fingers were swollen and black, the back of his hand was bluish-purple, and the blood between his knuckles had congealed into a dark brown crust. The pain made his whole body spasm, but when he saw that Yi Xiaoxi was safe, his expression, which had been tense for who knows how long, finally broke like a dam that had been cracked for too long. Tears and blood mingled together and covered his face. He opened his mouth to speak, but his lips trembled for a long time before he couldn't utter a single word. Yu Xiaoxi wiped the blood off his face with her sleeve, her hands trembling so much that she couldn't wipe it all away. The more she wiped, the more blood appeared. Her lips trembled, and the first words she uttered were, "I'm sorry, it's all because of me. You were beaten like this because you were protecting me." Song Yi shook his head, his left hand with the severed finger trying to grasp her hand, but he couldn't hold it at all. The slightest touch made him wince in pain. Zhao Gang stood by and watched for a few seconds, then took out the compressed biscuit that Su Su had given him before he left the shelter. He broke it in half, squatted down, and handed it to her. "Eat something first." Yu Xiaoxi took the biscuit, glanced at Zhao Gang, then looked at Lin Chen, who was inspecting the tanker truck not far away. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. Lin Chen walked over and squatted down in front of Yu Xiaoxi. "How many of you are there?" "Two, just the two of us." "Can you still walk?" Yu Xiaoxi glanced at Song Yi and nodded. "I can walk. His hand is broken, but his leg is fine." "Is anyone pursuing you?" Yu Xiaoxi said haltingly that they were teleported to the ruins of a shopping mall 2 kilometers away. The two didn't know each other and only met after the teleportation. Song Yi was a graduate student majoring in veterinary medicine at an agricultural university, and before being teleported, he was conducting neuroanatomy experiments on canines in the laboratory. "He noticed those 4 people were watching me." Yu Xiaoxi's voice trembled. "And he stepped in front of me to block them. That's when my left hand was broken by that big guy." Lin Chen glanced at Song Yi. "Veterinary medicine. Canine anatomy. The gray beast's physical structure is highly similar to that of large canines. Muscle fiber distribution, range of motion of skeletal joints, and ganglion location, these are all pieces of information that can be directly translated into weakness analysis on the battlefield. This person is perhaps more valuable than the 8 tons of diesel fuel in this garage." Lin Chen quickly redeemed a box of amoxicillin and a roll of medical bandages from the system shop, for a total of 7 points. He turned his back, pretended to rummage through his backpack for a few seconds, and when he turned back, he had the medicine and bandages in his hand. "Let's reduce the inflammation first. We'll deal with the bone issue when we get back." He handed the things to Yu Xiaoxi. "Do you know how to bandage it?" Yu Xiaoxi took it and nodded. Her hands were still trembling, but her movements were surprisingly steady. Lin Chen stood up and walked towards the tanker truck's cab. He took out the diesel depot key card that the system had redeemed from his inner pocket and held it close to the card reader area below the dashboard. Drop. The electronic lock disengaged, and the dashboard illuminated with a dim, yellowish backlight. The diesel gauge needle flickered twice before settling steadily at the full load mark. 8 tons. Not a drop less. Lin Chen turned the key. The engine started. The deep roar of the diesel engine reverberated through the garage, the car body trembled slightly, and a thick plume of black smoke billowed from the exhaust pipe. He leaned out of the driver's seat and looked at Yu Xiaoxi and Song Yi. "We have a shelter, an underground air raid shelter, for 12 people, with water and food." Lin Chen spoke quickly, without wasting words. "You can come with us, or you can stay here and figure things out yourselves. Choose." Yu Xiaoxi was bandaging Song Yi's severed finger. She stopped what she was doing and looked up at Lin Chen. When this man walked in 5 minutes ago, she thought she was dreaming. Then she saw him press a gun against the burly man's forehead, pull the trigger, and not utter a single unnecessary word. She looked down at Song Yi. Song Yi was in excruciating pain, his face pale and his forehead covered in sweat, but he clearly heard Lin Chen's words. He gently grasped Yu Xiaoxi's wrist with his only remaining right hand, a light touch, but the meaning was clear. Yu Xiaoxi turned back to look at Lin Chen, her eyes reddening again, but this time it wasn't from fear or sadness. "We'll go with you." The voice was soft, but resolute. Lin Chen nodded. A notification flashed in my mind's system panel. New members joined the shelter: Yu Xiaoxi, 24 years old per cartoonist; Song Yi, 26 years old per veterinary medicine graduate student. Current shelter members, 14. Lin Chen jumped out of the driver's seat and glanced around at everyone present. "Who can drive?" Zhang Feng raised his hand. Zhao Gang nodded as well. Zhao Gang, drive, Lin Chen decided. Zhang Feng, passenger, don't put your gun away. I'll sit in the back with the other two. Zhao Gang rubbed his hands together, climbed into the driver's seat, adjusted the seat and rearview mirrors, put his hands on the steering wheel, and took a deep breath. Zhang Feng walked around to the passenger side, opened the door, and placed the Type 54 pistol on his knee with the muzzle pointing forward. Lin Chen helped Song Yi onto the small platform at the back of the car, and Yi Xiaoxi followed closely behind. The platform wasn't big, but it was big enough for 4 people to squat down. Lin Chen was the last to get on the bus. He stood at the edge of the carriage and turned to look out of the garage. 1.8 kilometers. The entire route is open road. There are no utility tunnels to crawl through, no rubble to hide in. The noise of the tanker's diesel engine can travel at least 500 meters in the open environment. And 4 shots were just fired from the garage. Each sound tells everything within a kilometer radius that there is prey here. Lin Chen patted the roof of the driver's cab. Walk. Zhao Gang shifted gears, released the clutch, and the tanker truck slowly drove out of the garage, rolled over the broken wire mesh in the gap of the fence, and onto the municipal road full of cracks and weeds. The car lights were off. The moonlight was thin, and the road surface could only be seen in outlines a dozen meters away. Zhao Gang kept his speed at 30 miles per hour, not daring to go any faster. The road surface was full of potholes and collapsed roadbed debris, and the 8-ton fully loaded tanker truck had a high center of gravity, so there was a risk of it overturning if it went too fast. Zhang Feng's gaze swept back and forth outside the passenger window, his right hand always gripping the May 4th movement. Lin Chen crouched on the platform behind the car, holding a Glock pistol with the muzzle pointing backward. A cold wind blew in, making the mud and sewage covering him feel icy cold. Yi Xiaoxi rested Song Yi's head on her shoulder, shielding him from the wind with her body. Song Yi was trembling with pain, but he didn't utter a sound. His left hand, with its severed finger wrapped in bandages into a white ball, rested on his knee. The tanker truck slowly advanced along the road amidst the ruins. The roar of the diesel engine sounded particularly jarring in the quiet night. 500 meters. 800 meters. 1 kilometer. Everything was eerily quiet. Lin Chen's brows remained furrowed. Right now. They were 500 meters behind them. In the wreckage of an office building that is tilted at a 45-degree angle but has not yet collapsed. 7 floors. A shadowy figure huddled at the edge of the broken floorboards. It didn't move when the echoes of the 4 gunshots came from the direction of the storage station. It didn't move when the low-frequency vibrations of the diesel engine starting traveled through the ground and into the building structure. Until the tanker truck drove out of the fence and onto the open road. The heat source signal begins to move. It slowly raised its head. Crimson vertical pupils lit up in the darkness, their openings contracting vertically to focus into a pinprick-like slit. Hardened, dark gray keratinous armor covered the entire skull, the edges of the plates gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen in the faint moonlight. Its nostrils twitched 3 times. In the air, the heat signals emitted by human body temperature are moving in a straight line northeastward. The speed is slow. There is no cover. A very low, guttural sound rolled out from deep within its chest. It wasn't a roar. It's the physiological warm-up of a hunter after locking onto its prey. The lungs expand, blood rushes to the muscles of the limbs, and the claws and the nail crevices of the forelimbs silently spring out, leaving 4 white scratches on the concrete floor. It didn't rush out. It stood up, turned its head in the direction the tanker was moving, and followed the heat source that was moving at a steady speed across the open ground. It is waiting. Wait until the prey leaves all the available hiding places. Wait until they are exposed to the open ground without any cover. Chapter 33 1 kilometer. The tanker truck lurched violently across the cracked road surface, its chassis scraping against a raised slab of asphalt, sending sparks flying. Lin Chen crouched on the platform at the rear of the vehicle, holding a pistol in his right hand and gripping the iron ladder bar welded to the side of the tank with his left. The cold wind, carrying diesel exhaust fumes, rushed into my mouth, tasting both fishy and pungent. The magazine is full. Before setting off, he redeemed 2 boxes of 9mm parabellum rounds, 32 rounds each, from the system store, spending 32 points. Including what was already in the gun, there were a total of 35 rounds left. Not much. He stared into the darkness behind the car. The moonlight was fragmented by the clouds, and the light and shadow on the road flickered. The silhouettes of the ruins resembled rows of uneven tombstones, receding rapidly from both sides of the field of vision. There was no movement. But the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The feeling was very concrete. It wasn't a psychological suggestion, nor was it a hallucination caused by fatigue. It's a cool sensation that seeps out from between the vertebrae of the spine, like an extremely thin needle piercing into the back of the head, going down the spinal cord all the way to the coccyx. They've been targeted. He couldn't explain the source of this intuition, but his experience over the past 20-odd hours told him that on this planet, intuition was more reliable than logic. How much further? He asked in a low voice to the driver's seat ahead. John Fong leaned half his head out from the passenger seat. 1.2 kilometers. It's a 1-minute drive. If the road surface is flat. Zhao Gang's palms were sweaty, and he was turning the steering wheel sharply and erratically, dodging potholes on the left and rocks on the right. The 8-ton tanker truck was like a desperate water buffalo struggling through the mud. The speed was barely maintained at around 25 miles per hour. Any faster, and the center of gravity would shift and the car would tip over. Yi Xiaoxi pressed Song Yi's head into the crook of her shoulder and wrapped her arms around his upper body. Song Yi's left hand, with 3 fingers missing, was wrapped in bandages and rested on his knee. He was burning up with fever, and sweat soaked a large area of Yi Xiaoxi's sleeve. He was shaking. But suddenly, the shaking stopped. Song Yi's half-closed eyelids opened. His pupils contracted sharply. Something is chasing us. Yi Xiaoxi was stunned for a moment. How could you? Listen. The carriage vibrated, the engine roared, and the wind whistled through our ears. Yi Xiaoxi held her breath and heard nothing. But Song Yi heard it. A highly regular low-frequency friction. A set of 4 beats, with decreasing intervals. Something is chasing us. Song Yi's voice was hoarse, but he enunciated each word clearly. Lin Chen didn't turn around. He's already moving. Glock held the gun level, aiming it at the dark area at a 45-degree angle to the left rear of the car. Pull the trigger. Bang. The muzzle flash exploded into a burst of orange-red light in the darkness. The light lasted for less than 0.1 seconds. A massive, dark gray silhouette swept across the ground at high speed, its limbs moving so fast that only a blurry afterimage could be seen. The bullet struck its shoulder armor plate, exploding into a cluster of bright white sparks, accompanied by a sharp metallic scraping sound. It bounced off. A 9mm full metal jacket bullet has 0 penetration power against that hardened armor. Chang Feng leaned out of the passenger seat and fired 3 shots in quick succession using a Type 54 rifle. The first shot went wide. The second shot hit the nail seam on the right forelimb. A spark flashed, and the thing's running trajectory didn't even falter. The third shot hit the road, sending gravel flying. The dark figure was no longer moving in a straight line. It leaped and cut through the ruins in a zigzag pattern, each change of direction precisely coinciding with a gap in the firing line, its speed so fast that it left a solid gray afterimage in the moonlight. Zhang Feng's voice came from ahead, carrying something he had never heard before from this retired reconnaissance soldier's voice. It can't be penetrated. The bullets can't even graze the skin. The words had barely left his mouth. A dull shockwave came from behind, like a giant drum being struck from the inside. The gray beast leaped from a leaning lamppost on the right, covering a distance of more than 10 meters, and slammed heavily onto the road less than 10 meters behind the tanker. The asphalt crumbled into a spiderweb pattern at the landing site. It stopped. They didn't continue pushing. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the clouds, illuminating its outline clearly. The entire body is covered with dark gray hardened nails, with layers of nail plates stacked on top of each other, and dark red heat seeping out from the seams. Its limbs are thick and strong, and the claws on its forelimbs have fully extended, their curved arcs resembling four sharpened wood-cutting knives. The head plates extend backward into short spines, protecting the entire cervical spine. The scarlet vertical pupils shone in the darkness, their pupils contracted into a vertical line, fixedly locked onto the few people on the platform at the rear of the vehicle. Mouth slightly open. Thick saliva forms thin strands between the spirally arranged barbed teeth. Yi Xiaoxi's fingers dug into Song Yi's arm, and he froze. Accelerate! Lin Chen's voice came from the rear of the car into the driver's seat. It wasn't a big deal, but Zhao Gang heard every single word. Press the gas pedal all the way down. Zhao Gang did not answer. His right foot had already pressed the accelerator pedal down onto the floor. The engine revved up, and thick black smoke billowed from the exhaust pipe. The heavy tanker slowly accelerated under the thrust, but on this dilapidated road covered with gravel, the speed jump from 25 to 30 was already the limit. The gray beast opened its mouth. A low-frequency roar that seemed to crush from the depths of his chest. Sound waves are invisible to the naked eye, but their effects are immediate. Yi Xiaoxi covered her ears with both hands and curled up into a ball. The loosely welded iron parts on the carriage emitted a buzzing resonance. Zhang Feng, sitting in the front row, felt a violent dizziness. Everything in his vision was spinning, and his stomach was churning. Zhao Gang's hands slipped off the steering wheel, causing the tanker truck to veer sharply and nearly crash into the wreckage of a rusted bus parked on the side of the road. A roar that intimidates. Lin Chen clenched his teeth, his mind buzzing, but his hands didn't tremble. The gray beast kicked its limbs hard, its body lowering into a streamlined shape, shooting towards the rear of the tanker truck like a cannonball. The claws of its forelimbs left 4 white streaks in the air, heading straight for the steel plate at the edge of the carriage. Lin Chen barely managed to maintain his balance amidst the turbulence, raised his gun with both hands, and aimed at the highest point of the gray beast's leap. 2 shots. Bang! Bang! The first shot hit the right side of the face armor plate, and bounced off. The second shot grazed the edge of the spikes on the head, shaving off a small piece of keratin, but it had no effect. The nail plates are too thick. That face looked like it was cast from armor steel. The gray beast's front paws slammed onto the edge of the rear platform of the vehicle. The claw blades cut into the steel plate, easily slicing a half-meter-long gash as if cutting paper. The entire tanker truck lurched backward under the immense external force, and the suspension system emitted a piercing metallic scream. Don't get nail tips! Song Yi's voice boomed from behind Yi Xiaoxi. His whole body was burning hot, and his left hand, with its severed finger, was convulsing uncontrollably, but his eyes were fixed on the monster, its pupils reflecting the scarlet beastly eyes. Eye sockets! Shoot into the gaps in its eye sockets! His voice was almost squeezed out of his throat. There's an unarmored section between the skull and the eye sockets. The underside is also a weak point, a soft-shelled area where the organs need to dissipate heat, and the shell is less than 1/3 the thickness of the skull's armor. Chapter 34 Countdown to Extreme Cold. Lin Chen did not hesitate. Zhang Feng! Cease fire! Conserve ammunition! Zhang Feng's Type 54 rifle was aimed directly at the gray beast, his index finger already on the trigger. Hearing Lin Chen's deep voice, he forcefully pulled his finger out. The gray beast slammed into the rear of the vehicle a second time, and the entire platform's steel plates emitted a dull thud as they deformed. Yi Xiaoxi screamed and dragged Song Yi forward. Lin Chen took a step back. It's not a rout, it's about creating distance. He needs that thing to climb up completely. The roar chased after the rolling tire. The gray beast's upper body had already climbed onto the rear platform of the vehicle, and its hind legs braced against the bumper for leverage, propelling its entire body upwards. Its vertical pupil was less than 2 meters away from Lin Chen. The corrosive saliva flew out in an arc and dripped onto the steel plate at Lin Chen's feet, wisps of smoke rising from it. It's getting closer. Too close. Lin Chen was so close that he could see the gap of less than 1 centimeter on the outer side of its scarlet vertical pupils, the exposed fracture between the last piece of the skullcap and the orbital bone. There is no stratum corneum covering it, only a thin, dark gray film. Lin Chen raised his gun. One hand. It's not aiming. It's intuition. He pulled the trigger at a distance of 1.8 meters, with the target area less than 1 square centimeter. Bang! The 9mm bullet pierced the slit in the gray beast's left eye socket. No sparks. It didn't bounce off. The bullet tore through the skin membrane, penetrated the thin bone wall behind the eye socket, and embedded itself in the edge of the cranial cavity. The gray beast let out a howl it had never heard before. That wasn't anger, that was pain. Real, penetrating pain that cuts through the keratinous armor. Its head suddenly swung to the left, its front paws lost their footing, and it slipped off the edge of the rear platform. The body, weighing over 100 kilograms, tumbled and crashed onto the road surface as it sped backward at high speed. Its keratinous nails scraped against the asphalt, scattering sparks all the way, before finally hitting the chassis of a wrecked van parked on the side of the road, causing the entire vehicle to shift 2 meters to the side. The tanker truck continued to move forward due to inertia. Lin Chen stood at the back of the car, his gun smoldering, watching the dark gray shadow roll and stand up 60 meters away. It didn't die. A dark liquid oozed from the nail folds around the left eye, glistening oily in the moonlight. The light in his vertical pupil dimmed by half, but his right eye still shone with a fierce, scarlet light. It stared at the tanker truck, but didn't immediately give chase. Let's go, let's go, let's go! Zhao Gang's voice drifted from the driver's seat, mixed with the mid-frequency roar of the engine. The tanker truck swayed and rolled over a section of the elevated bridge approach that had collapsed halfway, before turning onto a relatively smooth 2-lane road. Song Yi leaned against the jar, his face as white as paper, his lips bloodless. Yi Xiaoxi gripped his right hand tightly, her whole body still trembling. Lin Chen did not put down his gun. He glanced back at the outline of the road ahead. Then he heard it. They are not in the same direction. It applies to all directions. 4 gunshots rang out 10 minutes ago, shattering the silence of the ruins. The roar of the diesel engine, carried all the way from the storage station to here, is like an acoustic signal line, drawing a thick and bright path within a radius of hundreds of meters. They've arrived. First came sporadic rustling sounds, from the ruins of collapsed shops on both sides of the road, from under overturned vehicle chassis, and from cracked manhole covers. Then came the calls. Sharp, short, and intermittent hissing sounds, like countless rusty blades scraping against glass. Mutant rat. Bone spur dogs. Mutant rat. There were other things I couldn't name. It wasn't just 1 or 2. It's a group. John Fong leaned out of the car window, glanced to his right, and then pulled back and 3 times faster than he had leaned out. The road is blocked, he said in a low voice. The entire road is blocked for the next 200 meters. Zhao Gang slammed on the brakes. The tanker truck left 2 black skid marks on the road before coming to a steady stop. Under the moonlight ahead, countless small mutants were pouring out from the cracks in the ruins, crossing the rubble and debris, forming a flowing dark tide that cut off the road leading to the shelter. Small-scale alien beast swarm. It came earlier than expected. The gunshots and engine noise alerted all the lurking mutants within a radius of several hundred meters. An 8-ton tanker truck running over such a dense herd of animals would have the same consequences as running into a minefield. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the scene before him, and he made a decision 3 seconds later. Zhao Gang, turn around. Head south. There's no road to the south. It's on the map Fong Min drew. Lin Chen pulled out the hand-drawn sketch from the inside pocket of his jacket and flipped it over. Fong Min had added a small section of the road network with a pencil before setting off. There's a dead-end alley 300 meters south. Go through it, and it connects to a section of the old town's inner street, which will allow you to circle back to the slope. Zhao Gang didn't ask any more questions. With the steering wheel fully turned, the tanker truck completed a clumsy 3-point U-turn on the narrow 2-lane road, its body almost scraping against the ruins on the side of the road. The tanker truck turned around and headed south into a narrower alley. On both sides were residential buildings that were half collapsed, with cracks on the walls like a spider web, and broken glass and concrete blocks kept falling from the tremors. Lynch glanced at the system panel. The countdown numbers are jumping in the upper right corner. 01:12:07. 1 hour and 12 minutes. The countdown to the arrival of extreme cold has begun. The leaden gray of the sky had begun to tinge with an unnatural bluish white. It is not dawn. It is an optical phenomenon caused by the rapid downward pressure of the water vapor condensation layer in the atmosphere before a sudden drop in temperature. Lu Yuan and the others must have seen it in the shelter as well. An hour later, the temperature on the planet's surface will drop below the limits that humans can tolerate. Exposed to the outdoors, the mortality rate is 100%. The tanker truck bumped along the alleyway, and Yi Xiaoxi's voice drifted up from the back of the truck, very soft, as if she were talking to herself. Can we go back? No one answered her. Lynchen unfolded the hand-drawn map on his lap and pointed to a three-way intersection marked with a pencil. From here to the ramp entrance. The straight-line distance is 800 meters. He looked up at the winding, narrow alleyway ahead, and at the outline of the ruins at the end of the alleyway, which had been turned upside down by the horde of monsters. Lynchen folded the map and stuffed it back into his inner pocket, then raised his gun and patted the roof of the driver's cab. Don't stop. Keep going. The tanker truck's diesel engine roared as it drove deep into the alleyway. Behind them, on the horizon, a bluish-white light was spreading across the entire sky at a visible speed. Chapter 35: The Last Minute. As the tanker truck turned into the dead-end alley, Lynchen exhaled his first puff of white breath. He glanced down. A breath escaped his mouth, lingering clearly in the flashlight beam for 2 seconds before dissipating. This wasn't there 5 minutes ago. The temperature is dropping. It wasn't the slow transition from autumn to cool weather. It was a precipitous, unreasonable drop, like someone had replaced the entire sky with the roof of a cold storage facility. The countdown numbers were jumping in the corner of my field of vision. 47 minutes and 22 seconds. 47 minutes. On the walls on both sides of the alley, water stains seeping from the cracks are condensing at a visible speed. First it turns white, then hardens, and finally becomes lines of ice that spread along the cracks. The water on the road was also freezing. The tanker truck tires rolled over it, making a soft, crackling sound completely different from 5 minutes ago, when it was the sound of water. Turn left. Lynchen patted the roof of the driver's cab. Zhao Gang turned the steering wheel. The tanker truck emerged from the dead-end alley and connected to a section of the old town's inner street. The road surface is a little wider than before, but there are more gravel on the ground. Zhao Gang kept his speed at 20 miles per hour, dodging and cursing at the same time. Fong Min's drawing is damn accurate. This is not a compliment. It's fortunate. Yi Xiaoxi wrapped Song Yi in her coat on the platform at the rear of the car. Song Yi's trembling was accelerating, his teeth were chattering, and the sweat on his forehead had stopped, not because his fever was breaking, but because his body temperature was dropping too quickly. Yi Xiaoxi was left with only a thin garment. When the cold wind blew in, she curled up like a shrimp, but she never let go of Song Yi's arm. It's getting colder. Put your coat back on, Song Yi said through gritted teeth. Shut up. You'll get cold. I said shut up. Song Yi didn't say anything more. He had no strength left. 38 minutes and 51 seconds. 38 minutes. Lynchen noticed the detail. The inside of the windshield in the driver's cab was starting to fog up. The water vapor wasn't from breathing. It was condensation caused by the temperature difference. The temperature inside the car was approaching the dew point. Zhao Gang reached out to wipe the glass. After wiping one area, it fogged up again in 3 seconds. Wipe again. Fog again. Damn. Zhao Gang wiped his face with his sleeve, creating a small transparent area that allowed him to barely see the road surface a dozen meters ahead. Zhang Feng's fingers were already stiff. A thin layer of frost clung to the grip of the May 4th style. He tried to move his index finger, and the joint cracked twice, bending only half the normal range. "My hand won't obey me," Zhang Feng said, his tone flat, as if he were reporting a weather forecast. "Put the gun in your arms," Lin Chen said. "Keep it warm with your body heat, don't let the firing mechanism freeze." Zhang Feng tucked the Type 54 pistol into the inner layer of his down jacket and zipped it up. 31 minutes and 7 seconds. 31 minutes. Temperatures are plummeting in a way that defies common sense. It's not linear, it's exponential. Every 5 minutes, the perceived temperature drops significantly compared to the previous 5 minutes. The exhaust fumes from the tanker truck's exhaust pipe condensed into a thick white mist at the rear of the vehicle, resembling a smoke bomb. Lin Chen squatted on the platform at the rear of the car and could feel the steel plate under his feet hardening. It's not hardening in a physical sense. Steel plates are inherently hard. It's the kind of change where, after the metal surface cools down to a certain temperature, the coefficient of friction drops sharply, causing the soles of your shoes to slip. His hands also started to stiffen. Glock's grips are made of polymer, which has a lower thermal conductivity than steel, but at this temperature there is no difference. The tactile sensation from my fingertips is gradually disappearing, starting from the ends, like turning off a light, fading away bit by bit. He tried clenching his fist. The fingers can move, but with a delay of about 0.3 seconds. The tendon's response speed is decreasing. If he encounters a gray beast now, his shooting accuracy will be reduced by at least 30%. At the intersection ahead, Xiao Gang turned the steering wheel and swerved around an overturned van. After turning the steering wheel, he didn't straighten his hand. Instead, he paused for a moment in place. Lin Chen saw it through the back window. Xiao Gang tilted his head slightly. It was only 2 or 3 degrees, a fleeting glimpse. But he saw it. "Xiao Gang." No response. "Xiao Gang." Xiao Gang suddenly straightened his neck, swerved the steering wheel, and the tanker trucks kept scraped past a broken utility pole on the side of the road, sending sparks flying from its side. It's nothing, I was just spacing out. I wasn't daydreaming." Lin Chen could tell that Zhao Gang's pupils were dilated. When exposed to a rapidly cooling environment, if the core body temperature drops below 35 degrees Celsius, the brain will be the first organ to be affected. Drowsiness, slow reaction, and impaired judgment. Every single warning sign of hypothermia described in textbooks is proving true for Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang was wearing the least clothing. Before leaving, he left his coat with Chen Shui. Parking. Zhao Gang stepped on the brake, but the pressure was uneven, and the tanker truck dragged on the road for 5 or 6 meters before coming to a stop. Lin Chen climbed off the back of the car and opened the driver's side door. Zhao Gang's face had turned pale, his lips were purple, and his breath was rapid and disordered. "Get out of the way. I can drive. You can't even hold the steering wheel properly. Get out of the way." Zhao Gang tried to say something, opening his mouth twice, the second time uttering a string of indistinct syllables. "My tongue is no longer very flexible." Zhang Feng reached out and pulled Zhao Gang over, shoving him into the passenger seat. After losing his balance, Zhao Gang fell towards Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng caught him with his arm, pulled open his windbreaker, and wrapped Zhao Gang's upper body inside it. 2 grown men were crammed into the driver's seat in an extremely awkward position. But Zhang Feng's body temperature was 37 degrees Celsius. This is what Zhao Gang needs most right now. Lin Chen climbed into the driver's seat and closed the door. The seats were cold. The steering wheel was cold. His breath condensed into a thin layer of frost on the windshield, freezing solid within 2 seconds. He used the back of his hand to clear a small patch of his vision, shifted gears, and released the handbrake. The tanker truck restarted. 19 minutes and 43 seconds. 19 minutes. Ice had started to form on the outside of the windshield. It wasn't condensed water vapor, but real ice crystals spreading from the edges of the glass towards the center, with radial, tree-like patterns, translucent, and refracting cold white edges under the flashlight beam. The windshield wiper made a swipe. The ice layer was too thin, so it was scraped off. It grows back after 3 seconds. Shave it again. It grows back again. He gave up the windshield wipers. Look out over that clear area, about the size of a palm. The temperature inside the car couldn't be maintained either. The amount of heat from the diesel engine's waste heat, delivered through the heating ducts, is like pouring a kettle of boiling water into the Pacific Ocean in the face of this level of cooling. Yi Xiaoxi's voice came from behind the car, intermittently. Song-yi, don't sleep, wake up. I wasn't asleep. Song Yi's voice rose like bubbles from the bottom of water. I was calculating. What do you mean? -23. No, the cold index needs to be revised. It's probably -27, and it's still dropping. A graduate student with a high fever was still calculating the temperature on the verge of death. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly. It was hard to tell whether it was a wry smile or admiration. 11 minutes and 28 seconds. 11 minutes. A layer of white crystals has formed on the surface of the metal parts on the steering wheel. Lin Chen's palms were stuck to it, and every time he turned the steering wheel, a layer of skin would come off with it. He dared not let go. Letting go means losing direction. All that remained in my field of vision was a clear slit that was getting narrower and narrower. The ice on the windshield is thickening, and the ice crystal patterns have spread from the edges to the center of the glass, leaving only a small patch about the size of a palm directly in front of you where you can still see the road. In the passenger seat, Zhao Gang had fallen silent. Zhang Feng wrapped his arms around him, rested his chin on Zhao Gang's head. His lips were also purple, and his breath condensed into a small patch of mist above their heads. Zhao Gang! Zhang Feng called out in a low voice. There was no movement. Zhao! Quiet! Zhao Gang suddenly spoke. His voice was muffled. My mom made braised pork, and wants me to go home and eat it. Zhang Feng shut his mouth. He tightened his grip on his arm. 6 minutes and 2 seconds. 6 minutes. Lin Chen's teeth started to chatter. It wasn't fear, but involuntary muscle spasms caused by the cold. As core body temperature drops, the heat-generating mechanism of skeletal muscles is forcibly activated, but the amount of heat produced is negligible in the face of this rate of cooling. Chapter 36 Falling into Warm Darkness. Lin Chen glanced at the road. 200 meters ahead, a leaning lamppost lies across the middle of the road. He swerved the steering wheel to go around it. The tactile sensation in his fingers had disappeared. He didn't know how much pressure he was applying. He could only judge how many turns he had made by visually observing the angle of the steering wheel. The hand-drawn map is in my mind. He looked at every line and every mark Fang Min drew 3 times and memorized them all. Turn right and pass the ruins of an intersection. Continue straight for another 150 meters. Turn left. Enter the ramp. 150 meters. The tanker truck ran over a pile of broken bricks at the intersection. A piercing metallic clang came from the chassis. He didn't slow down. Yi Xiaoxi's crying could be heard from the back of the car. It's not because I'm afraid. It was because she no longer had the strength to speak. The only sound that came out of her throat was a sob. Song Yi fell silent. Lin Chen didn't turn around. He looked at the world covered in ice crystals ahead, and in the last gap of his vision, he found the familiar entrance to the ramp, a concrete slope with white frost covering the steel railings on both sides. The explosion-proof door is at the bottom of the ramp. 50 meters. He stepped on the brakes. The tanker truck slipped on the ice. With its tires locked, the 8-ton tanker pushed the truck head down the icy slope. Lin Chen turned the steering wheel all the way to correct himself. His fingers wouldn't obey him, and he had overturned the steering wheel. The rear of the vehicle swung up, the tank slammed into the right side guardrail, and sparks exploded in the darkness. He countered. It's over. Go back again. The tanker truck slid erratically onto the ramp and finally stopped 3 meters from the explosion-proof door. The front of the car was rammed into a concrete wall, and the bumper was dented. The engine is still running. Lin Chen pulled out the key. Pull the car door open. The car door was frozen shut. He raised his foot and kicked. The first attempt failed. My fingers and toes have lost sensation, and the transmission of force is intermittent. With the second kick, the door frame made a dull thud as if metal was deforming, and it popped open a crack. The third kick, and the door opened. Cold air is blowing in. It's not cold. It hurts. The exposed skin surface tightened instantly, the nasal mucosa became dry from the cold, and the air inhaled felt like a piece of shards of glass. He fell off the car. My knee hit the ice, but I didn't feel any pain. Get up. Explosion-proof door. He punched it. Thump. 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 Lin Chen's knees were on the ice, and the force of his fists hitting the blast door was getting weaker and weaker with each strike. After the third blow, his arm drooped down, and he fell forward. His forehead hit the door with a dull thud. The door opened. Fan Min's face appeared through the crack in the door. Warm light shone from behind her and fell on Lin Chen's face. They're back! They're back! Fan Min's voice boomed as she shouted inside, reaching out to grab Lin Chen's arm. With a tug, Lin Chen fell forward. Fan Min didn't catch it, and the two of them almost fell to the ground together. Lu Yuan rushed up from behind and grabbed Lin Chen under the armpit. There are still people on the bus. Lin Chen managed to squeeze out a few words, his tongue twisting in knots. I saw it! Lu Yuan dragged Lin Chen inside. Zhou Jigang had already dashed out. He shivered the moment the cold air rushed in, but he didn't stop. He ran to the passenger side and opened the door. Zhang Feng was pushing Zhao Gang out. Zhao Gang's body went limp, his legs completely out of control, and he slid off the seat. It was Zhou Jigang who lifted him onto his shoulder. What's wrong with him? Low temperature. Zhang Feng's teeth chattered. I carried him all the way, but I still couldn't keep him warm. Xinyu ran out to meet Yi Xiaoxi. Yi Xiaoxi knelt on the platform at the back of the car, her hands wrapped around Song Yi's arm, her fingers frozen blue-white and impossible to pry open. Let go, I'll catch you! Xinyu shouted. Yi Xiaoxi's fingers were immobile. Xinyu went up and pried open Song Yi's fingers one by one, and then she and Zhou Qi lifted Song Yi off the platform. A thin layer of ice had already formed on the bandage of Song Yi's severed finger. He was burning with a high fever, but his lips were turning blue from the cold. When he was carried in through the door, his eyelids lifted slightly before closing again. The wind blew in from outside the slope. That's no longer the wind. Fan Min pulled Yi Xiaoxi inside, glancing back at the sky outside the slope, white. The entire sky was a deathly white, without even a trace of cloud. Visible ice crystals were suspended in the air, whipped up by the wind and hitting exposed skin like needles. She slammed the blast door shut. The lock is turned to lock. The heating pipes inside the door were still running, and the warm air sent in through the ventilation system by the generator's waste heat wasn't very hot, but compared to the outside, it was like two different worlds. Lin Chen was helped inside by Lu Yuan. His consciousness was slipping away, one level at a time. His legs were moving, but he wasn't controlling them. Someone was supporting his arm, and someone was calling his name from the side, the voices sometimes near and sometimes far. The ground beneath my feet changed from ice to cement, and the temperature changed from bone-chilling to icy, and then to not so cold. But he could no longer tell the difference. The field of vision is narrowing. The surrounding figures, lights, and sounds all seemed to shrink towards a single point. He heard Lu Yuan shouting something. It seems like they're asking someone to bring a blanket. It was as if she was asking him if he was injured. Then that voice was drowned out by another one. Get out of the way. The footsteps were hurried. Someone ran up from the front, their heels clicking on the concrete, the sound unusually crisp in this apocalyptic world. Su. Lin Chen hadn't even seen her face clearly yet. My knees gave out first. Caught off guard, Lu Yuan's hand suddenly became heavy, and Lin Chen fell forward. The knee slammed into the ground, then the palm, then the side of the face. The cement floor pressed against his cheekbone. Warm. It's not the ground temperature. His body temperature was too low, even room temperature concrete felt hot against him. He lay on the ground, and the scene before his eyes began to spin. His head was lifted up by someone. A pair of hands. My fingers are cold but trembling. They cupped his face from both sides, lifted his head off the ground, and placed it on a soft surface. Thigh. On the knees. He saw Su's face. An angle from bottom to top. The light from the emergency light above her head shone behind her face, so he couldn't see her expression clearly, but he could see that her lips were trembling. Lin Chen. She called his name. The first sound was still steady. Look at me, Lin Chen. It shattered on the second sound. He wanted to speak. His mouth opened slightly. The tongue and palate are frozen together, making it impossible to produce a complete syllable. Su touched his forehead, then his face, and then his neck. Touching everything. It wasn't checking the wound, it was panicking, not knowing what to do. He's covered in ice. Someone get a blanket. Fang Min's voice came from behind. The blanket is inside, I'll go get it. Go quickly! When Su shouted the word, fast, her voice cracked. Lin Chen looked at her. The field of vision is still shrinking. Su's face became a smaller and smaller bright spot in his vision. It was completely dark all around. What is she saying? The mouth kept moving, but no sound came through. He remembered the last scene. Su lowered her head, cupped his face in her hands, and her hair slipped down from behind her ears, brushing against his cheeks. Water droplets are falling. It's not cold. Warm. Then, the world was plunged into darkness. Chapter 37 Fully survived. The first thing Lin Chen noticed when he woke up was the smell of burning diesel fuel. It's not the pungent kind. It's a faint, warm scent that's been diluted through the ventilation ducts. The warm air was blowing down evenly from the air vents above my head. It wasn't hot, but when it blew on my face, my skin could feel a distinct warmth. He is alive. The process of regaining consciousness is very slow. First there was the sound, someone was speaking softly not far away, the sound of pots and pans clattering, and the even hum of a generator. Then there's the sense of touch. There's something underneath me, not a concrete floor, but something soft, like several layers of insulation board. There's something pressing on the right side of my neck. It's warm and doesn't feel heavy. He opened his eyes. The ceiling above was concrete, and the emergency light was half blocked by a cloth, leaving only a soft, diffused light. The hand pressing down on the right side of her neck is Su's. She sat beside it, leaning against the concrete pillar, her head tilted to the side, asleep. A hand rested on the side of his neck, fingers loosely cupped together, as if checking his pulse. In his other hand, he held a wrung-out wet towel. Lin Chen didn't move. He tried to bend his fingers, the delay disappeared, and his joints returned to normal responsiveness. His toes could move too. Core body temperature has returned. He turned his head and glanced at the system panel. The time displayed is 17:17. He was unconscious for about 8 hours. Woke up! It's not Su. It was Fang Min's voice, coming from 3 meters away. Fang Min walked over carrying an enamel mug, which was steaming. She bent down to look at Lin Chen's face and nodded. You look much better than when you were first brought in. Your face was as white as paper back then, and Su almost fainted from crying. Stop talking. Su's voice suddenly came from the side. Lin Chen turned his head to the side. Su had already opened her eyes and was pulling her hand away from his neck. She moved quickly, her ears were flushed, but her expression had returned to its usual indifference. You were unconscious for 8 hours. Su sat up straight, her tone businesslike. Fang Min and the others reinforced the core area with insulation boards and cables. Lu Yuan and Zhou Jigang connected the oil pipes, and both generators are running. Ventilation and heating have been restored. Lin Chen slowly propped himself up to sit up. A windbreaker, Zhang Feng's, was laid out on the insulated board. He looked around. The core shelter looked completely different from when we left. The insulation boards had been cut into neat blocks and laid out along the walls and floor. The exposed concrete pillars were wrapped with sealant tape, and the ventilation ducts at the top were wrapped twice with aluminum foil. Several cables were pulled from the direction of the power distribution room and connected to a heater that was humming in the corner. It's not a big deal, but the temperature has stabilized. The perceived temperature is about 12 or 13 degrees Celsius. It's not warm, but you can survive. Fang Min handed him the enamel mug. Hot water. It's heated by the waste heat from the generator burning diesel fuel, circulating through pipes. It was Lu Yuan's idea. Lin Chen took the cup, his palm burning slightly. It felt wonderful. He took a sip. Plain water, tasteless, but as it went down his esophagus, it warmed him from the inside out. Where is Zhao Gang? He fell asleep over there. Fang Min gestured towards the corner. Zhang Feng carried him all the way here. It took more than 2 hours of effort after we got in the door for his core body temperature to return to 35 degrees Celsius. Now he's wrapped in 3 layers of thermal insulation cotton. His life has been saved. Lin Chen looked in the direction Fang Min pointed. In the corner, Zhao Gang was wrapped up like a rice dumpling, and sitting next to him was Chen Shui, the girl with the ponytail. Her leg was also bandaged, but she sat close to Zhao Gang, her hand on his forehead. Zhao Gang left his coat with her before he left. She is now repaying with her own body heat. Song Yi and Yi Siusi? Song Yi's fever has reached 39.2 degrees Celsius. Fang Min's voice was lower. The wound on his severed finger shows signs of infection, and the amoxicillin you gave him wasn't enough. Yi Xiaoxi has been watching him the whole time and changed the bandages 3 times. That girl's hands are steadier than mine. Lin Chen was silent for 2 seconds. There weren't enough medical supplies. He was aware of the problem. Where's Luo Fan? Zhou Jigang? They're all there. Old Zhou is on duty in the power distribution room, keeping an eye on the generator's fuel level. Luo Fan is at the entrance passage, guarding the explosion-proof door. Fang Min hesitated for a moment. Lu Yuan took the outside temperature once. How many? -39 degrees Celsius. Fang Min said. It's very likely that it will continue to drop. The shelter was quiet for a few seconds. -39 degrees Celsius. What exactly happened to you outside? Fang Min sat down against a pillar, her voice very soft. Lin Chen, holding his cup, recounted the events in the shortest possible sentences. They encountered a gray beast in the utility tunnel, fought head-on in the pool, encountered 4 thugs at the storage station, were chased by an armored beast on the tanker, Song Yi identified the weakness, and finally slid all the way down the slope on the ice. He spoke very quickly. But Fang Min remained silent for a long time after hearing this. For people? She asked. It's been dealt with. Fang Min did not ask for further details. She was 43 years old, and you could tell the weight of the words, dealt with. In the distance, someone rolled over. It was Zhang Feng. He was sleeping against the wall, with a fire axe lying beside him and a pistol tucked into his pocket. As he turned over, he mumbled something under his breath, as if he were arguing with someone in his dream. Lin Chen's gaze swept around. 14 people. All are here. A rustling sound came from the corner. Tong Tong climbed up from next to Zhou Qi, rubbing her eyes. A 7-year-old girl, wrapped in a coat that was clearly several sizes too big, whose coat it was, no one knew, walked barefoot on the insulated board, stumbling and wading towards Lin Chen. Uncle Lin Chen. Her voice was soft, with a husky quality from just waking up. She moved closer to Lin Chen. Tong Tong stared at Lin Chen for several seconds. Then she looked up and revealed a smile with a missing front tooth. The shield isn't broken. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. Su Su turned her head away. Fong Min raised her hand and rubbed the corner of her eye. It's not broken. Lin Chen held out his hand for her to see. It's very sturdy. Tong Tong nodded, her expression as solemn as a little general inspecting his equipment. Then she turned around and skipped back to Zhou Qi's side, then burrowed into her coat. Fong Min stood up. I'll go check on the generator. Su, you keep an eye on him and don't let him move around. After saying that, he left without looking back. Only the hum of machines and the even breathing of a few people remained in the shelter. Su remained seated, not looking at Lin Chen. Lin Chen. You promised me self-heating rice, braised beef flavor. I remember. You almost reneged on your debt. The voice sounded muffled. It wasn't anger, it was lingering fear. Lin Chen didn't respond. He took a sip of water and then put the cup down. What's the situation at the shelter? How much food is left? Su then turned around and resumed her supervisory tone. The compressed biscuits and bottled water you left behind should last for a little over 2 days, based on 14 people. The 8 tons of diesel, at the current half-load operation of the 2 generators, should theoretically last for a month, according to them. We're short on clothes, half the people are carrying them in thin shirts, and Tong Tong and Chen Shui are relying on other people's coats. Medical supplies are the most scarce. Song Yi's wound needs continuous anti-inflammatory treatment, Xiao Gang needs fever reducers, Zhou Jigang's leg needs dressing changes, and Zhang Feng's injury seems to be okay, but he also needs rest. Most importantly, we only have those few amoxicillin tablets you left behind. Lin Chen closed his eyes briefly. He brought up the system panel. Current points, 572. There's only half an hour left until today's settlement. Thankfully, I didn't fall into a deep sleep. 14 people, settlement at 6 o'clock, 100 points per person. You can earn 1,400 points today. Lin Chen felt a surge of secret delight. All the hard work paid off. His gaze shifted to the top of the mall. The supplies in the rare resources zone have been refreshed. A golden aura was slowly flowing, and 3 options were arranged in sequence. 1. Advanced Survival Supply Box, 200 points. 2. 5 sets of cold weather clothing, 100 points. 3. Emergency Medical Supplies Kit, 300 points. Lin Chen stared at the 3 lines of text for 5 seconds. 2 plus 3 equals 400 points. After all the flowers were spent, 172 remained. If you only buy the cheapest one, you can use the points you save to gamble. Maybe the next refresh will bring high-value intelligence like the oil depot clue. But only one image flashed through his mind. The bandage on Song Yi's severed finger was covered in ice. Zhao Gang's lips turned purple. Tong Tong's bare feet. I'm not gambling anymore. He reached out and selected the second and third options. Bite. Please confirm whether you wish to purchase 5 sets of winter clothing, 100 points, plus emergency medical supplies kit, 300 points. Confirm. Ding! Purchase successful. All supplies have been automatically stored in the warehouse. Points deducted, 400. Current balance, 172. Chapter 38 Decision. When Lin Chen stood up, his knee made a cracking sound. It's not an injury, it's just that my joints haven't recovered from being stiff in sub-zero temperatures for too long. He moved his legs a couple of times to make sure they were usable, then turned around and reached out his hand to Su. Come with me. Su looked up. Where to? Storehouse. She didn't ask any more questions and stood up to follow. The warehouse was located on the west side of the core shelter area, separated by a fire door. The iron door had oiled hinges, and pushing it open made little noise. The only light in the corridor was from the emergency lights, which cast long shadows on the 2 people. Pushing open the warehouse door, Su first saw 5 dark green plastic boxes stacked on the ground, military standard, with the ceiling strips still on and the lids marked with the logo of thermal clothing. Next to it was a white hard-shell box with a red cross printed on the front and a list of supplies pasted on the side. Susu squatted down and used her fingers to unlock the white box. The lid popped open. It was neatly arranged inside, in 3 layers. Top layer, surgical suture pack, iodine solution, sterile gauze, hemostat. Middle layer, 6 boxes of amoxicillin, 4 boxes of ibuprofen, 2 boxes of cephalosporin, and 1 box of dexamethasone. Bottom layer, medical cotton and ice packs. Susu's hand froze in midair. She looked up and stared at Lin Chin. Where did it come from? The sound was much softer than she had expected. Lin Chin leaned against the doorframe and smiled. He didn't say anything. Susu waited for 3 seconds and realized that he really didn't intend to answer. She didn't ask any further questions. He closed the lid, stood up, took a deep breath, and switched back to his managerial tone. How to divide it? 5 sets of thermal clothing, prioritize Tong Tong, Chen Shui, Yi Xiaoxi, Song Yi, and Zhao Gang. Those who are lightly dressed and most seriously injured should go first. Medical care is your responsibility. Treat Song Yi's severed finger wound first, keep an eye on Zhao Gang's hypothermia, and change Zhou Jigang's leg dressing. Don't use up the remaining medicine at once, keep it for backup. Susu nodded, her movements swift and efficient, just like when she used to assign tasks at the company. I'm moving out now. She bent down to lift the white box, and Lin Chin helped her out. The 2 people carried the items out of the warehouse, one in front and one behind. As they walked to the middle of the corridor, Susu suddenly spoke, her voice very low. Lin Chin. Back at the company. Was I too harsh on you? Lin Chin didn't stop. You're only realizing it now? Susu bit her lip and didn't reply. After taking a few steps, she muttered something under her breath, her words barely audible. I never realized you were this capable. After saying that, he paused for a second, probably not expecting those words to actually come out of his mouth. Lin Chin tilted his head. What did you say? It's nothing. Let's go. He took a half beat faster than before. Inside the core shelter, everyone was busy. Lu Yuan squatted at the entrance of the power distribution room, holding a homemade thermometer, a glass tube with a mercury column, more accurate than commercial thermometers, and repeatedly reading the temperature at the ventilation duct outlet, muttering to himself and writing it down on a crumpled piece of paper with a pencil stub. Zhou Jigang, dragging his injured leg, sat beside the generator, gripping a wrench and tightening the sealing gasket on the oil pipe joint. His movements were slow, pausing after each turn, but each turn was precise. In the corner, Zhou Qi settled Tong Tong on an insulated cotton board and was making gloves for her out of scraps of cloth. Tong Tong sat there, swinging her legs back and forth, occasionally craning her neck to look around. Lin Chin scanned everyone and clapped his hands twice. The sound wasn't loud, but it could be heard clearly in the enclosed space. Come here for a moment, everyone, let's say a few words. The group gathered, forming an irregular semicircle. Yi Xiaoxi arrived last, her hands still stained with the yellow iodine, having just finished changing Song Yi's dressing. Song Yi walked beside her, his left hand wrapped in a new bandage, swaying slightly as he walked, before Yi Xiaoxi supported him. Zhao Gang was being supported by Chen Shui, wrapped in thermal cotton. His face was still pale, but his eyes had regained their sparkle. 14 people stood still. Lin Chin didn't stand on ceremony. I've decided to make another trip first thing tomorrow morning. The destination is the same as last time, diesel from the storage station. I brought back 8 tons last time, and there's still some left in the warehouse. I won't feel at ease if I don't take that oil. A brief silence. Lu Yuan pushed up his nose bridge. It's minus 39 degrees Celsius outside right now, and it's still dropping. That's why we're in a hurry. Lin Chin continued. At this temperature, the road conditions change every day. A road that's passable today might be an icy slope the day after tomorrow. Going a day earlier reduces the risk considerably. He paused. 1 truckload of fuel is enough to last us a month. Another truckload, 2 months. If we leave this resource out there and don't take it, others will be eyeing it. Those 4 people at the storage station last time, Do you think they were the first or the last? No one responded. Fan Min has already relayed the information about the storage station. There's no need to go into details. So, you've gotten to this state. Su Su's voice suddenly burst out, more unexpectedly than anyone else's. She stood at the edge of the semicircle, still clutching the sealing tape she hadn't put down while moving supplies. Her face was pale, her lips were pressed into a thin line, and her chest was heaving rapidly. You almost died out there, do you know that? When you came in, your face was as white as a corpse, and you couldn't get up from the floor for 10 minutes. You slept for 8 hours and then had to go out again? Do you think you're made of iron? His voice rose higher and higher, and the last sentence was almost shouted. She paused for a moment after yelling. The shelter was quiet. Lin-Chen looked at Su Su. To be honest, he was startled. Not because of the volume. It was because Su Su had always been sarcastic and cynical when she teased him, never in such an out-of-control tone. He suddenly realized something. This person wasn't opposing the decision, but was worried about him. On the third day of the apocalypse, everyone was thinking about how to survive one more day. He suggested going to haul oil, and a normal person's first reaction would be, "Great, 1 more month's worth of fuel." Su Su's first reaction was, "You'll die out there." Zhou Jigang lowered his head, pretending to examine his wrench. Zhou Qi quietly tugged at Tong Tong and took a half-step back. Zhang Feng leaned against a pillar, his lips twitching slightly, but he didn't utter a sound. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Xinyu spoke first. "It is indeed dangerous. Last time, on your journey, Sister Fang just said that the gray beasts almost killed you. Now that the extreme cold has arrived, besides freezing people to death, who knows what else might be out there?" Zhao Gang nodded, his voice still hoarse. "Old Lin, I'm not a coward, but you saved my life, so I have to tell you the truth, going out there is really risky." Lin-Chen waited for them to finish speaking. 1 truckload of fuel, enough for a month's worth of heating, hot water, and electricity. The voice wasn't loud, but every word was firm and resonant. 14 people a month. Anyone can do the math. If I leave it out for a day and someone else gets there first, I'll have to live on compressed biscuits and count the marks on the diesel drum. I'm not going to gamble on that luck. He looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng and he exchanged a glance. There was no hesitation in the eyes of the retired reconnaissance soldier. He nodded slightly, a small but firm nod. Lin-Chen noticed the nod, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly, not a feigned smile, but genuine agreement. An old soldier's agreement with another commander needs no further words. He looked away and then looked at everyone. We'll rest today, eat, change our dressings, and sleep. We'll set off tomorrow morning. I'll lead the team. The personnel and route will be decided tonight. He paused. Teacher Fang. Fang Min responded. I've memorized everything about the journey, which roads have collapsed, which intersections have herds of animals. Let's go through it together first, mark the areas that need marking, and create a living map of the surrounding 3 kilometers. Fan Min nodded and took out the hand-drawn sketch with frayed edges from her pocket. Come on, let's use that table over there. He followed Fang Min to the table in the corner, bent down, and placed his finger on the drawing. Starting from this intersection, go north for 200 meters, and the entire road is full of small mutants and bone-spurred dogs. Fang Min drew a red X on that line with her pencil. Can't get around it? We had to go around. But on the way back, we took this alleyway to the south. He moved his finger to the lower left corner of the map. Here, the dead-end alley connects to the inner street of the old town, and it's passable. The road is narrow, and a tanker truck can barely pass, but only one can pass at a time. Fang Min marked the arrows and with data next to it. Anything else? 400 meters west of the slope, there's a half-collapsed commercial building. Lin Chen's voice dropped an octave. I saw some commotion on my way back. It wasn't a small-scale one. Fang Min stopped writing. Gray beast? Uncertain. Lin Chen straightened up. But it's quite large. Fang Min didn't say anything, but drew a question mark in that spot. Next to the question mark, She lightly wrote 3 words in pencil. Pending confirmation. Chapter 39 Braised Beef Self-Heating Rice. It was almost 6 p.m. Lin Chen used the excuse of checking the second-floor ventilation shafts to go alone to the storage room at the deepest part of the shelter. Closing the iron gate shut out the noise of machines and people outside. He leaned against the cold concrete wall, staring at the system panel on his retina. The countdown ticked away, second by second. 17 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds. 17 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 18 hours. The system notification sounded in my mind right on time. Ding! Daily settlement completed. Current number of active members in the shelter, 14. Each person receives 100 points. Points earned, 1400. Current points balance, 1,572 points. Lin Chen looked at the long string of numbers on the panel and let out a long sigh. This huge sum of money was earned with their lives. With these 1,500 points, they have absolute confidence for tomorrow's operation. He opened the store interface directly, skipping over the fancy survival gear, and precisely located the weapon supply area. First, buy bullets. 100 rounds of 9mm pistol ammunition were exchanged for 30 points. 50 rounds of Type 54 pistol ammunition were exchanged for 20 points. Then, his gaze fell on the food section. Scroll down and stop at that familiar icon. Self-heating rice, braised beef flavor 8 points. Click to purchase. My hand suddenly felt heavy, and a red plastic box containing self-heating rice appeared out of thin air. The box was printed with large chunks of beef and rich broth. In the wasteland at -39 degrees Celsius, this thing is worth as much as a sea-view apartment in peacetime. Lin Chen stuffed the bullets into the inside pocket of his down jacket, took the self-heating rice, and walked out of the storage room. At the corner of the corridor, Zhang Feng leaned against the wall, head down, wiping his Type 54 pistol. His movements were slow, his finger joints still stiff from frostbite. Lin Chen walked over, took out the heavy paper package full of Type 54 bullets, and threw it over. Zhang Feng caught it with one hand, weighed it in his hand, and then tore open a corner of it. The gleaming yellow bullet was revealed. Fully loaded, Lin Chen said. We can't afford to lose firepower for tomorrow's tough battle. Zhang Feng didn't ask where the bullets came from. He poured the bullets into his palm and pressed them into the magazine one by one with a crisp, rhythmic click. Have you stocked up on your Glock too? Zhang Feng asked, looking up. Enough. Lin Chen leaned against the wall. Fan Min marked several high-risk points on that route tomorrow. I suspect that there's more than one gray beast hiding in that half-collapsed commercial building. Zhang Feng slammed the fully loaded magazine into the gun handle and pulled the slide. As long as they're not in groups, we can handle them. Zhao Gang's hypothermia hasn't healed yet, so how about just the two of us going tomorrow? Add Luo Fan, Lin Chen said. He's recovered, we need to let him see some blood. We can't keep hiding in the background. Zhang Feng nodded and tucked the gun back into his waistband. I'll go check the car's condition. Lin Chen walked through the corridor and found Su Su in the supplies distribution area. She was looking down at the inventory list, her brows furrowed, and she was scribbling on a piece of paper with a half-pencil in her hand. Su Su. Su Su looked up and saw Lin Chen. Her face immediately turned cold. She slammed the list on the table. What are Chief Lin's instructions? Which underworld palace are we going to visit next? I'm still angry about what happened in the meeting earlier. Come with me. Lin Chen ignored her sarcasm and turned to walk towards the separate storage room next door. Su Su stood there staring at his back for 2 seconds, but finally gritted her teeth and followed him. The storage room is small and is usually used to store odds and ends. It only has a dim wall lamp. Once the door is closed, the space feels very cramped. What? Su Su crossed her arms. If you're trying to convince me to let you go out and die tomorrow, don't even bother. I can't control you, but I reserve the right to be angry. Looking at her like this, Lin Chen suddenly recalled a scene from his previous job at the company where she had berated the entire department for a mistake in a proposal. Without saying a word, he reached into the large pocket of his windbreaker, pulled out the red plastic box, and placed it on the wooden crate next to him. Smack! A soft sound. Sue's gaze followed his movements. She froze when she saw the words on the packaging box. Braised beef flavor, self-heating rice. Lynchen pointed to the box. I told you, I remember. Sue's eyes slowly widened, her lips moved, but no sound came out. In this godforsaken place where even getting a sip of hot water was difficult, a self-heating rice with meat was simply a pipe dream. You! She looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. Where did you get this? It's a secret. Lynchen tore open the outer packaging and pulled out the heating pack. Give me a hand and get some water. Sue mechanically took a military water bottle out of her pocket and unscrewed the cap. Lynchen poured the rice and vegetable packet into the inner box, opened the heating pack and placed it at the bottom, then poured in water. Laugh. White steam rose instantly, carrying a long-lost aroma of food from human civilization. Sue unconsciously swallowed. I waited for 15 minutes. Lynchen lifted the lid. The rich aroma of braised beef instantly filled the small storage room. The rice was glistening, and the beef chunks were coated in a bright red sauce, steaming hot. He broke apart the disposable chopsticks and handed them to Sue. Eat. Sue didn't take it. She looked at the lunchbox, then at Lynchen. And you? I'm not hungry, Lynchen lied. In fact, he could eat a whole cow just from the smell. Sue snatched the chopsticks, picked up a piece of beef, but instead of putting it in her own mouth, she directly offered it to Lynchen's mouth. Open your mouth. The tone was unquestionable, carrying the authority he once had as a supervisor. Lynchen was stunned for a moment. The heat hit her face, and the aroma of beef filled her nostrils. Sue's hands were steady, and her eyes were fixed on him. I said I won't. Open your mouth. Sue glared at him. Lynchen suddenly felt a little awkward. In this apocalyptic world, this decisive and ruthless leader, faced with his former female boss's forced feeding, actually felt a touch of the natural submissiveness of a working-class person. He obediently opened his mouth and bit into the piece of beef. Hot, fragrant, and bursting with meat juice in your mouth. As Sue watched him chew, the corners of her mouth finally couldn't help but turn up, revealing an extremely beautiful smile. She then picked up a mouthful of rice and put it in her mouth. Is it good? Lynchen asked. It'll do. Sue chewed her rice, but her eyes suddenly reddened. She lowered her head and ate in big mouthfuls, tears falling unexpectedly onto the edge of the lunchbox. Lynchen panicked. What's wrong? Did you burn yourself? Mind your own business. Sue sniffed, her voice muffled. Lynchen, do you think I'm incredibly ungrateful? You risked your life for this, and I'm going to get angry at you for it? No. Lynchen leaned against the wall. I know you're doing this for my own good. Sue remained silent for a long time. She picked up her chopsticks again, took a bite of rice, and held it to Lynchen's lips. The two of them shared the precious box of rice, taking turns eating bites. The atmosphere in the storage room became extremely quiet, with only the sounds of chewing and soft breathing. Lynchen looked at Sue's face, so close to his. In the dim light, her skin was fair, her eyelashes long, and the tear tracks at the corners of her eyes were still wet. The aloofness and coldness had faded, leaving behind a genuine warmth that touched his heart. There were only a few mouthfuls of rice and 2 pieces of beef left in the lunchbox. Sue reached out and pressed down on the box. Keep it, she said. Lynchen was puzzled. Aren't you going to eat? Sue shook her head and put the lid back on. Leave it for Tong. That child only ate half a compressed biscuit today and kept complaining of being cold. Lynchen looked at her, and something inside him was gently touched. Okay, leave it for Tong. Push open the door to the storage room. The temperature outside was still very low, but both of them felt a warm glow in their hearts. Sue carried the lunchbox to find Tong. Lynchen watched her retreating figure, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. Chapter 48 Veterans Intuition. At 3 in the morning, everyone in the shelter was snoring in their sleep. Lin Chen wasn't asleep. He stared at the system shop, quickly browsing through the regular equipment section. Cold weather combat suit, 25 points /set. Dark gray, with a high-density insulation layer inside, windproof and puncture-proof outer layer, and fully sealed cuffs and collar. Although it lacks the fur collar and thick knee pads of the previously leaked top-quality thermal wear, this thing is lightweight, and won't hinder you from drawing your gun and killing someone. Buy 3 sets. Lin Chen didn't even blink as his balance dropped from 1514 to 1439. He knew he had to make a move in this direction. 3 military green sealed plastic bags appeared out of nowhere at my feet, folded neatly into squares. Lin Chen stuffed them into his backpack and zipped it up. Tomorrow, the 3 of us will be going out, each wearing a new outfit. As for where we got them? Found them in the second-floor locker. That's the go-to excuse. In this awful weather, we're just grateful to have clothes on. Who cares where they came from? It was dawn. In fact, the hands of my watch had jumped to 7:15. There wasn't even a ray of sunshine outside. Under the dim light of the shelter's bulbs, the smell of diesel fuel mingled with the body heat of the 14 people, raising the room temperature to a staggering 13 degrees Celsius, a display of 2 generators running simultaneously. Lin Chen tossed the clothes to Zhang Feng and Luo Fan. Change into these. Zhang Feng tore open the sealed bag and felt the fabric. Unlike civilian goods, it exuded a rugged, military-grade feel. Without a word, he immediately put it on and tightened the zipper. Luo Fan held up the clothes in front of him and suddenly grinned. The last time I wore such a well-fitting new outfit was at my son's first birthday party. He stopped abruptly. He lowered his head, put on his clothes, and didn't say another word. Lin Chen heard it, but didn't respond. In the apocalypse, some wounds can only be licked by oneself. He tucked the Glock into the holster on his back waistband and clicked the safety shut. 2 fully loaded magazines were stuffed into his inner pocket. Zhang Feng's Type 54 pistol was tucked into his right waistband, already fully loaded with bullets. As for Luo Fan, Lin Chen still needed to assess his condition, so he didn't give him a gun for the time being. Luo Fan, on the other hand, was quite straightforward. He had an entrenching tool in his left hand, a machete in his right, and a folding screwdriver he'd swiped from the electrical room tucked into his waistband. According to him, even if it doesn't kill him, it can at least pierce him through. The standard contents of a 3-person bag include 2 bottles of water, 4 compressed biscuits, tape, and a flashlight. In Lin Chen's inner chest pocket, there was also a living map of the area surrounding the shelter, which Fang Min had drawn overnight. 7:40, in front of the explosion-proof door. The remaining 11 people are all present. Lu Yuan held the handmade thermometer and pushed up his glasses. I'll keep an eye on the generator, and I'll check the ventilation ducts every 2 hours. No one will die. Zhao Gang leaned against the wall, his face still a little pale, but he nodded emphatically to Lin Chen. Chen Shui stood beside him, her eyes red and silent. Song Yi had his left hand hanging, and Yi Xiaoxi was clinging tightly to him. Beside the group, Su Su stared intently at Lin Chen's back, her lips biting until they turned white. In the end, she didn't say a word, only turning her face away haughtily. Zhou Qi held Tong Tong's hand, and Tong Tong poked her little head out, wrapped in a large thermal coat, and said in a clear voice, "Go, uncle!" Lin Chen smiled. "Keep an eye on the house." He turned and threw those 3 words at Zhao Gang and Lu Yuan. Fang Min unscrewed the heavy lock. The moment the door opened a crack, a bone-chilling wind lashed directly at their faces. Everyone shivered involuntarily. It was a pure physical penetration combined with magical attack. The door was pushed open completely, and the blinding white light was painful to the eyes. The outside world is completely stuck. A thick shell of ice sealed the entire ruins. On the distant walls of the dilapidated buildings, thick, barbed icicles hung everywhere. There was no asphalt road in sight, only frozen, bluish-white ice. Scrap cars on the street corners, topped with 1/2 meter of snow, looked like little graves. There was no wind, the silence was chilling. Lynchen exhaled, and the white mist that had just left his mouth instantly turned into tiny ice shards that fell to the ground. The sky was overcast, and the sun had shrunk to a cold, glowing glass sphere. The city was utterly dead. There wasn't even a living rat left. The three of them slipped into the icy, snowy landscape. Behind them, the iron gate slammed shut with a loud clang, the latch engaging. Below the slope, the diesel tanker was covered in a thin layer of ice. Luo Fan swung his entrenching tool and painstakingly scraped for 5 minutes before finally managing to pry open the windshield. Turned the key all the way, and the engine coughed 3 times like an old man before finally roaring to life. The car's interior thermometer reads, -41 degrees Celsius. Lynchen clenched his fist. His joints were flexible and not stiff at all. The 25-point winter coat was a steel. The tanker truck crushed the ice and turned onto the main road. It was incredibly slippery all the way. The wheels creaked and groaned on the ice. Luo Fan gripped the steering wheel tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands, refusing to exceed 40 miles per hour. "This road is fucking insane," Luo Fan cursed. "Give it even a little gas and the car's rear end tries to drift." Outside, the bustling city streets had been transformed into a glacial canyon. The tall buildings on both sides were frozen solid, their surfaces appearing starkly white under the sunlight. At the intersection, a series of buses that had collided were now frozen solid, their windows shattered, and the figures inside, still in a position as if trying to climb out, were now solid ice sculptures. Looking at this seemingly frozen apocalyptic scene, Luo Fan couldn't stop talking. "I mean, this is what extreme cold is all about. It's freezing, but there's no life in it. Maybe all those gray beasts were physically exterminated by this awful weather? Don't make any promises you can't keep." Lynchen looked down at the map without even looking up. "What do you mean?" "Shut up and drive." In the back seat, Zhang Feng rested the Type 54 pistol on his lap, his eagle eyes fixed on the shadows, alleys, and blind spots on both sides. He rolled the car window down a crack. The biting wind, at -40 degrees Celsius, stung his face, yet he took a deep breath of the dry, cold air. "Back in the army, I really looked forward to snow," Zhang Feng blurted out. Luo Fan curled his lip. "What's so good about snow? Truck drivers are most afraid of heavy snow blocking the roads. It can even freeze your exhaust pipes solid." Zhang Feng stroked the gun barrel, his eyes slightly unfocused. "Once it snows, the world will be clean. Footsteps, the wind, even gunshots will be muffled." He paused for a moment. "Back when we were training in the north, heavy snow would block the mountains, and we would lie in snow pits for 2 days and 2 nights. It was all white, and our minds were exceptionally clear." The car fell silent, with only the muffled roar of the engine remaining. Lynchen folded the map and put it in his pocket. "Go about 500 meters ahead, avoid the area under the overpass, and cut in from the left intersection. The bridge piers may have been cracked by the frost." "Received." Luo Fan slammed on the brakes and jerked the steering wheel. The tanker truck lurched around, its tires sliding half a meter laterally across the ice, emitting a piercing screeching sound. Luo Fan quickly swerved the steering wheel, barely managing to steady the truck. As soon as the car turned the corner, the view in front of the windshield suddenly opened up. At that very moment, Zhang Feng, sitting in the back seat, suddenly spoke up. With just 2 words, the tone completely changed, exuding a chilling tension. "Parking." Chapter 41: Strange Behavior. Luo Fan slammed on the brakes. The heavy tanker truck scraped 3 or 4 meters across the ice, the harsh screeching sound shattering the silence. "What's wrong?" Luo Fan broke out in a cold sweat and turned around abruptly. Zhang Feng remained silent, his entire being like a fully drawn bow. My gaze was fixed on the abandoned bus stop 100 meters to my left. Lynchen scanned the area in that direction. Under the tin roof, the snow had been completely cleared away. A long, glaring trail of claw marks was left on the ground, 4 toes, evenly spaced. It extended all the way to the dead end on the right, then abruptly ended. The footprints were shallow, with icicles around the edges, but they were definitely not the wide, blunt three-toed footprints of the gray beast. "It's a wolf!" Zhang Feng's voice was so deep it could drip water. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched, and alarm bells rang in his mind. Before he could finish speaking, from the depths of the dark alleyway on the right, a low, mournful sound echoed. It wasn't just the wind. It was definitely a living creature, and quite large at that. "Get out of the car!" Lin Chen said quickly, while simultaneously making a tactical hand gesture. "Extend your left arm horizontally, palm down, and press down twice. Fire should not be fired unless absolutely necessary." Zhang Feng, being a veteran, understood immediately. With a flick of his finger, he locked the Type 54 safety mechanism, then pulled out half a solid steel pipe from under the seat. Bang! The three of them kicked open the car door in unison and stepped onto the ice. The next second, the person in question appeared. At the entrance to the alley, the first foot stepped out of the shadows. It is entirely grayish-white, and its size is 1.5 times larger than that of an ordinary wild wolf, with its shoulder height reaching the waist of an adult. Its fur was covered with ice crystals, its limbs were strangely long, and its muscles were bulging high. This beast didn't howl. He stood there lifelessly, his amber-colored beast eyes fixed on the three of them. Immediately afterwards, a second one emerged from the platform ruins, and a third one crawled out from under a wrecked van. The fourth one, the fifth one. 5 in total. They didn't charge blindly like mindless zombies. Instead, they spread out with extremely stylish footwork. With a 3-pronged frontal blockade and 2 flanking maneuvers, their escape routes were effectively sealed off. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Tactical infiltration, flanking maneuver? These aren't wild beasts, they're practically a fully fledged special forces team. "Defend with the vehicle!" The three reacted extremely quickly. They quickly formed an outward-facing iron triangle, their backs pressed against the metal sheet of the tanker truck. Lin Chen was positioned in the center, holding a Glock upside down in his left hand. Bullets are precious and can't be fired indiscriminately, but the pure steel grip is enough for a headshot. He drew his machete with his right hand, the blade facing outwards. Zhang Feng guarded the left flank, with a steel pipe held horizontally across his chest. Luo Fan was positioned on the right flank, his hands gripping the entrenching tool tightly, his chubby face flushed red. The largest gray-white wolf in the very center lowered its head, its back bulging high. "It is the Wolf King." It let out a muffled growl, without any intimidation, more like a clear military order. The words had barely left his mouth when the 2 frost wolves on the left launched themselves into the air. Fast. Absurdly fast. Before the shards of ice dug out by its claws could even hit the ground, the first wolf was already right in front of him. Zhang Feng exerted force from his waist and abdomen, swinging the solid steel pipe in a blur, as it cleaved straight at the wolf's head. But this beast's movements are extremely cunning. Its forelimbs went weak, and it actually slid across the ice, barely avoiding the killing move, and then turned around to bite. Zhang Feng, as expected of a veteran reconnaissance soldier, swiftly flipped his arm and vertically sliced through the steel pipe. Crunch! The wolf's fangs slammed into the steel pipe, sparks flying. They broke through from the right flank and headed straight for Luo Fan. Luo Fan had not received any professional training. But he weighs 180 pounds and has a ferocious will to survive that erupts in dire circumstances. With a roar, the old man gripped the shovel with both hands and delivered a powerful, heavy chop to the head. Swoosh! The shovel blade barely grazed the wolf's back, bringing up a tuft of bloody wolf fur. The frost wolf winced in pain, twisted its waist and abdomen, and slid back 2 steps. But before they could even catch their breath, the third one arrived. Their target was Lin Chen. They were taking the absolute center route. This beast landed with extreme precision with every step, perfectly avoiding the blind spots of attacks from both the left and right flanks. Lin Chen stared intently at the afterimage, not retreating an inch. As soon as the wolf's head pounced into the 1-meter circle, he suddenly ducked and swung his machete upwards like a venomous snake. Swish! The blade tore open his chest. But the frost wolf twisted its body forcefully in midair, leaving only a superficial wound. This thing doesn't even need to cushion its landing. It pushes off with its hind legs and pounces again to bite. That's fucking fast. Lin Chen swung the Glock gun handle and smashed it down hard. The metal struck the fangs, making his hand go numb. He used the force against him, his left leg firmly planted on the ice, while his right knee shot up like a cannonball and slammed into the ice. Bang! The kneecap slammed precisely into the wolf's chin. The frost wolf jerked its head back, let out a cry of pain, and staggered backward. In just a few seconds, the first wave of attacks was abruptly stopped. But Lin Chen's back was covered in cold sweat, because he clearly saw that only 3 of them took action. The remaining 2, including the Wolf King, remained as steady as Mount Tai. He stood quietly watching them from just 10 meters away. They're testing the waters. They're making a tactical assessment. Without giving them any time to catch their breath, the second wave of attack was launched at full speed. This time, instead of a one-on-one fight, the 3 wolves staged a textbook-perfect, triangular attack. The frontal attack was a feint, while both flanks launched a simultaneous deadly strike. Zhang Feng was instantly dragged into a quagmire of fighting 2 opponents, with the steel pipe swirling around so tightly that there was no gap. Forced to retreat from the left, the claws on the right grazed his lower back. Rip! The newly changed winter coat was torn open with a large hole, but fortunately the lining was thick enough that it didn't break. But Luo Fan couldn't hold on any longer. A wolf's fangs grazed his forearm, tearing through his hard winter coat on the spot, and the smell of blood exploded instantly. Luo Fan's face contorted in pain. He groaned and delivered a backhand, wild punch, slamming the spatula hard into the wolf's face and sending it flying. Lin Chen's side, on the other hand, was determined to fight to the death against the enemy on the front. In the third round of the exchange, Lin Chen seized an opening and slashed fiercely with his machete, slicing off most of its ear on the spot. The frost wolf let out a miserable howl, finally cowering and tucking its tail between its legs to create distance. The battlefield was briefly at a standstill. The 3 men clung tightly to the tanker truck, their lungs feeling like they were stuffed with broken bellows, exhaling puffs of white mist one after another. Luo Fan clutched his bleeding forearm, trembling with pain, but his gaze remained fixed. Zhang Feng's steel pipe was covered in blood, and there was a large hole in his lower back. On the opposite side, the 5 frost wolves retreated 15 meters away and regrouped. The one-eared wolf shook its head and whimpered, while the one with a knife wound in its chest frantically licked its wound. The Wolf King still stood at the forefront, his amber eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Lin Chen gripped the hilt of his knife tightly and glanced back coldly. Man and beast faced off for a full 10 seconds in this frigid wasteland. Then, the Wolf King did something that sent chills down everyone's spines. It turned around. There was no madness, no outburst, not even an unnecessary growl. It turned the wolf around decisively and headed into the depths of the alley. His steps were steady and unhurried. Like a cold-blooded commander who, after completing the profit and loss statement, decisively chooses to cut losses. The remaining 4 wolves moved in unison. The retreat formation was perfect. 2 fully healed wolves covered the rear, the Wolf King led the way, and the 2 wounded wolves were tightly protected in the middle. In just over 10 seconds, 5 gray-white afterimages completely disappeared into the shadows of the alleyway. On the ice, only a few frozen pools of blood and a pile of wolf fur remained. A deathly silence. Luo Fan braced himself on his knees, gasping for breath. This is it? These beasts have no sportsmanship now. Zhang Feng remained silent. He stared intently at the alley entrance, veins throbbing on his forehead, until he could no longer hear the wind, before slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. It was an organized evacuation. Zhang Feng's voice was extremely dry, each word sounding as if it had been ground on sandpaper. The wounded are in the middle, the full-strength troops cover the rear, and the commander leads the charge. This is the real Special Forces tactic. Blood was still dripping from the machete in Lin Chen's hand, and the blood froze into ice beads before it even hit the ground. He stared at the empty ice surface, his mind racing. That Wolf King is assessing the battle-casualty ratio. It calculated the gap between the enemy and itself, the cost of a deadly battle, and even figured out the bottom line of their 3 combat capabilities. The conclusion is, it's not worth fighting to the death. If things get tough, we should get out of there. This move perfectly demonstrates the art of tug-of-war. A mutated beast with a mind more clear than most humans. Lin Chen took a deep breath of the -40-degree air, and his lungs felt a sharp pain. The sketch drawn by Fang Min suddenly flashed through his mind. Next to the half-collapsed commercial building, 3 large characters were circled in red. To be confirmed. If even wild wolves roaming the streets have evolved such terrifying tactical intelligence. What kind of monster is hiding in that place that Fang Min, a veteran surveyor, considers absolutely high risk? Chapter 42 First Birthday Banquet. Luo Fan's forearm wound was not deep. Lin Chen took out the gauze he carried with him, wrapped it around his neck 3 times, and then sealed it tightly with medical tape. Luo Fan gasped, then gave a bitter laugh. These beasts are really vicious. Beside him, Zhang Feng was squatting on the ground checking the tire pressure. The wolf pack's tactical retreat was clean and efficient, with the chassis and tires intact. No problem, it can be driven. Zhang Feng patted the ice shards off his hands and stood up. Let's hurry up and get going, before they call people back. The 3 of them climbed back into the carriage. Luo Fan turned the key with one hand, and the old diesel engine coughed twice before humming and starting up again. The tanker truck continued its southwestward as it crushed the ice shards covering the ground. I was in the car for about 5 minutes. Luo Fan suddenly spoke. My son, Xiaoan, was born in the year of the tiger. He spoke casually, as if chatting at a convenience store downstairs. He's 5 years old. Zhang Feng, sitting in the back row, didn't respond. Luo Fan didn't mind and continued. That kid is really tough, all chubby and silly. He's always scribbling on the sofa with a broken colored pencil, and his mom gets so angry that she chases him all over the house with her slippers. As he spoke, he actually let out a short laugh. Xiao Rong, my wife, she has a fiery temper, but she would never actually hit me. Every time I chase after her, I can't help but burst out laughing first. In the passenger seat, Lin Chen stared at the map without saying a word. On Xiaoan's first birthday, I gritted my teeth and got him a little suit. Luo Fan squinted, as if looking at something outside the windshield. I even got matching leather shoes, which were only the size of a palm. The kid couldn't even walk steadily in them and fell 3 times. I was half squatting next to him, catching him every time he fell. Later, the kid got angry, kicked off his shoes, and ran around barefoot on the ground. Luo Fan lowered his head and patted the 25-point winter coat he was wearing with his uninjured hand. These clothes fit really well. After he finished speaking, the carriage fell into a deathly silence. Zhang Feng's fingers paused on the holster, and he stared intently at Luo Fan's profile through the rearview mirror. This is very unusual. A man who has just lost his wife and 5-year-old son, when talking about these things, even if he doesn't break down, at least his voice will tremble and his eyes will redden, right? But Luo Fan did not. His tone was so calm, as if he were talking about gossip from the next day. An indescribable sense of unease crept up Zhang Feng's spine. Lin Chen noticed it too. The incongruity of combining the phrase, "my son's first birthday party," from before departure with the words "just now" is overwhelming. All suffering is experienced, yet all beings are saved. Perhaps this is just a kind of numbness and acceptance under dire circumstances. It's only been 4 days since the apocalypse, and the sky has already collapsed completely. Some things that can't be held back may have died in the heart. Turn right and 300 meters ahead. Lin Chen didn't point it out, but instead pointed to the road ahead. Luo Fan responded and steadily steered the wheel. The tanker truck rounded a residential building covered in thick ice, and the view suddenly brightened. The barbed wire gate of the storage station appeared 200 meters ahead. The gate was wide open, just as it had been when they last left, but there were now things on the ground that didn't belong to them. They are footprints. A dense array of footprints. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Looking through the gap in the fence, there were at least 7 or 8 different sets of footprints of varying depths on the snow. Next to the deepest set, there are 2 parallel scratches, not from dragging a person to death, but from dragging heavy objects. We have a guest. Zhang Feng's voice instantly turned icy. Luo Fan slammed on the brakes to stop the tanker truck, turning off the engine. The truck stopped 30 meters away. The 3 men moved in perfect unison, grabbed their weapons, get out of the car, and pressed themselves against the wall. Zhang Feng led the charge, Lin Chen provided support in the middle, and Luo Fan brought up the rear. The 3 of them formed a tactical formation and made their way towards the entrance. As soon as he reached the edge of the barbed wire fence, Zhang Feng squatted down and gestured with his hand to indicate the spacing between the footprints. At least 2 groups of people. Zhang Feng looked up. One group of 5 or 6 people, wearing sneakers, with short, choppy steps, probably ordinary people. The other group of 2 or 3 people, wearing hard-soled military boots, with a stride as steady as if measured with a ruler, they're trained professionals. Can you tell the time? Lin Chen asked. Zhang Feng reached out and brushed away the ice shards at the edge. The first wave was around 4 or 5 in the morning, when it was the darkest and coldest time. The second wave was a little later, 2 or 3 hours ago, when the ice under these footprints hadn't completely frozen solid yet. Lin Chen quickly calculated in his mind. I went out to look for oil at 4 or 5 in the morning, when the temperature was minus 40 degrees Celsius. They're either desperate lunatics or players on the same server. Like them. Without hesitation, the 3 of them pulled into the parking lot. The roller shutter door of the underground parking garage was forcibly pried open halfway, revealing brand new metal shavings at the rolled edge. Zhang Feng, in a standard May 4th style, slipped inside, hugging the wall. The garage was a complete mess, like it had been burgled. Last time, Lin Chen and his group killed 4 thugs, and the blood on the ground had long since frozen into dark red ice lumps. But there was a pile of fresh trash in the corner, several torn aluminum foil bags of compressed biscuits, 2 empty mineral water bottles, and a piece of broken steel bar that could be used as a crowbar. It's obvious that someone set up camp here. The security door to the oil storage area was ajar. Lin Chen pushed open the door, and the beam of his flashlight pierced straight in. The huge diesel storage tanks are still there, but a patch of fresh, light yellow ice has formed under the valves. Someone brought a container and stole a batch of oil. Lin Chen glanced at the liquid level gauge. Last time they removed 8 tons, so there should have been 12 tons left. Now the scale is stuck at just over 10 tons. Nearly 2 tons were stolen out of thin air. Looks like this stupid game matches us with more real people than we thought. Lin Chen sneered. Zhang Feng glanced back at him but didn't respond. Luo Fan, leaning against the door frame with his entrenching tool, twitched slightly upon hearing this, but remained as taciturn as ever. Lin Chen walked over to the tanker truck and checked the oil pump interface. It still works. He immediately connected the pipe and yanked the valve open, and diesel fuel, with its pungent smell, gushed into the tanker truck. Refuel and leave immediately. Lin Chen glanced at his watch. This place is in high demand right now. Every minute we stay increases the risk of being surrounded and attacked. Without saying a word, Zhang Feng stood directly at the garage door, his gun pointed firmly outwards. Luo Fan came over and helped Lin Chen hold the pipe. After finishing his work, he straightened up and suddenly asked a question without warning. Lin Chen. You know, once we beat this awful game, do you think we can go back? Lin Chen paused for a moment, as he turned the valve. I don't know, he answered decisively, offering no false psychological comfort. Luo Fan nodded and didn't ask any further questions. He turned around and stood there, facing the blinding expanse of icy wasteland outside the garage. Zhang Feng turned around at the door and saw this scene. Luo Fan stood ramrod straight, his shoulders completely relaxed, and his breathing was as steady as if he were on vacation enjoying the scenery. A man who had just been bitten by a wolf and was in a desperate situation with temperatures of minus 40 degrees Celsius exuded an eerie sense of relaxation, as if he were alive but barely alive. Zhang Feng felt an even stronger chill run down his spine, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. The roar of the oil pump filled the garage. When the scale jumped to 8 tons, Lynch decisively shut off the valve and pulled out the pipe. This trip went so smoothly it almost felt unreal. "Get in the car, let's go." The three quickly returned to the vehicle. Luo Fan stepped on the gas, and the tanker truck sluggishly turned around and drove back the way it came. Lynchen sat in the passenger seat and unfolded the hand-drawn map again. His gaze was fixed on the large question mark that Fang Min had circled in red pen. A partially collapsed commercial building. The only way home is through a distance of less than 1 kilometer. A few minutes later, the tanker truck turned at an intersection, and the building, like a broken-down giant beast, lay across the roadside. The 7-story commercial complex looks as if its southwest corner has been ripped open from the inside out by some terrifying thing. The steel bars were twisted and exposed, and the floor slabs drooped layer upon layer, hanging with icicles like barbs. "This is the high-risk blind spot to be confirmed," that Fang Min marked. Lynchen raised his head, his gaze fixed on the ruins like that of an eagle. According to the route, the tanker truck must drive close to the front facade of the building and then turn right downhill. The entire exposure time was approximately 40 seconds. "Slow down, keep it under 20 yards. Lynchen lowered his voice, his hand already gripping the hilt of the machete. Luo Fan loosened his ankle, and the heavy vehicle gradually slowed down, the roar of the diesel engine turning into a suppressed growl. In the back row, Zhang Feng directly pulled the sleeve of the Type 54 rifle. Click. The bullet is loaded. He had half his body pressed against the car door, with a thin slit peeking out from under the gun barrel, his gaze fixed on the bottomless gap in the building. Chapter 43 Icefield Hunter. Ice. Ice was everywhere. The building's surface was covered with a thick layer of ice, which gleamed with a dull luster under the grayish-white daylight. But there's something on the ice. It's not a paw print. It's a trench. Extending from the opening on the second floor of the commercial building all the way to the ground, 5 parallel trenches are deeply embedded in the concrete and ice layer, evenly spaced, each as wide as an adult's arm. It looked like something slid down from upstairs and plowed the wall with its body. "Those aren't claws." Zhang Feng's voice tightened. "They're legs. Lots of legs." Lin Chen's pupils contracted. 5 grooves. If it were sliding on all 5 legs simultaneously. Luo Fan saw it too. His fingers tightened on the steering wheel. "Speed up or take a detour?" Luo Fan asked. "There's no time to detour." Lin Chen stared at the map. "This is the only road. Keep your foot on the gas, don't rush, and drive at a steady speed." The tanker truck slowly drove past the front of the commercial building at a speed of 18 miles per hour. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. There was no movement. Lynchen stared at the left rearview mirror, watching the commercial buildings recede little by little in his field of vision. That dark, gaping opening resembled an open mouth, but nothing came out. 30 seconds. Luo Fan let out a long breath. "It seems." Smack. A crisp sound, like ice shattering. Then came the second tone, and then the third tone. A series of cracking sounds came from the direction of the commercial building, as if something huge was breaking free from the ice shell. Lynchen suddenly turned his head. In the rearview mirror, large sections of ice shell collapsed from the edge of the gap on the second floor of the commercial building. A silhouette slowly emerged from the darkness. That's not a gray beast. It is smaller than the gray beast, but its appearance is completely different. It has 6 segments. The 2 at the front have serrated bony barbs, the 2 in the middle are thick and support the body, and the 2 at the back are thin and drag behind. Its entire body is flat and covered with a translucent keratinous shell, not the dark gray hard armor of the gray beast, but a bluish white that almost blends into the ice surface. Its head has no eyes. Instead, two constantly trembling tentacles swayed slowly in the air like antennas. "Open!" Lynch said only one word. Luo Fan slammed on the gas pedal. The diesel engine roared, and the tanker truck lurched forward. At the same instant, the thing plummeted through the gap on the second floor, its 6 segments embedding themselves firmly in the ice. Its body skimmed the ground, its speed suddenly increasing, like a flat stone launched into the air, silently chasing after the tanker truck. "What the hell is this thing?" Luo Fan roared. Zhang Feng leaned out halfway, aimed with his Type 54 pistol, and fired a shot. The bullet hit the thing's back armor. A white spot appeared on the keratinous shell, and fragments flew everywhere, but they didn't penetrate. That translucent carapace was much harder than it looked. "The shell is elastic, so the force of the bullet is dissipated." Zhang Feng quickly pulled back. "It's not a hard hit, it's a soft defense. It's something different." The creature chased the tanker truck to within 20 meters, when suddenly 2 tentacles stretched forward simultaneously, pointing towards the tanker's oil tank. Then it accelerated. It's not a gradual increase in speed. It's an explosive sprint that jumps directly from 40 yards to over 60 yards. The 6 segments strike the ice surface alternately, each landing carving a fist-sized crater in the solid ice. 15 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Its forelimbs were raised, and its serrated bony hooks cleaved down towards the outer wall of the oil tank. A loud, tearing sound rang out. The tanker truck shook violently, and Linshin almost crashed into the windshield. In the rearview mirror, a half-meter-long gash was torn open on the side of the oil tank, and diesel fuel gushed out, spreading a dark patch on the ice. "The oil is leaking!" Luo Fan shouted. The second strike followed immediately. The entire rear of the tanker truck was smashed and sank, with the rear wheels suspended in the air for a moment. Linshin stuck his arm out of the car window, and Glock fired 3 shots. 2 shots hit the carapace and bounced off, while the third shot grazed the base of the tentacles. The creature abruptly retracted its forelimbs and shifted its body 2 meters to the side, avoiding further fire. But it didn't run away. It circled around to the left side of the tanker truck and ran alongside it at a speed faster than the car, its tentacles always pointing towards the cab. "It is looking for the driver's location. This thing has acoustic positioning." Linchin lowered his voice, his mind racing. "The tentacles detect the source of vibration. It's listening to the location of the engine and the people." The creature raised its forelimbs again. This time, the target is not the oil tank. It's the driver's side door. Luo Fan jerked the steering wheel. The tanker truck spun sharply on the ice, tilting to its limit. The creature's bone hook cleaved the car door frame, tearing a triangular gash in the metal and letting in a blast of cold air. The distance is too close. Linchin was so close that he could see the fine downy hairs on the creature's tentacles trembling in the air. "Ahead!" Zhang Feng shouted. Linchin turned his head. 50 meters directly ahead, the road surface is broken. An entire section of the roadbed collapsed, forming a 3-meter-deep pit that spanned the entire lane. Luo Fan saw it too. His face turned deathly pale in an instant, and he yanked the steering wheel sharply to the right. The tanker truck's tires screeched as it slid sideways across the ice and crashed into a minivan frozen solid on the side of the road. The engine stalled. There was a 2-second silence. The bluish-white creature stopped 10 meters away, its 6 segmented limbs supporting its body, motionless. The 2 tentacles slowly turned and aimed at the tanker truck. "It is repositioning. Get out of the car." Linchin opened the car door and jumped onto the ice. The air at -41 degrees Celsius instantly enveloped my entire body, and it felt like my lungs were filled with razor blades. Zhang Feng got off the bus from the other side, standing upright in a May 4th style. Luo Fan was the last to emerge, holding an entrenching tool in his hand, fresh blood seeping from the wolf bite wound on his forearm. The 3 men stood with their backs to the tanker truck, facing the object. It did not attack immediately. Its tentacles trembled for a few seconds, then its body slowly lowered, and the bony hooks of its forelimbs retracted and pressed against its chest. This posture, Zhang Feng's voice was kept to a minimum, is gathering power. Before he could finish speaking, the road's surface vibrated. It wasn't from the one in front of me. It came from behind. Lin Chen turned around abruptly. Two more flat, bluish-white figures appeared on the ice in the direction of the commercial building. They moved quickly close to the ground, almost becoming one with the ice, their 6 segments alternately slapping the ice surface, producing a dense cracking sound. 3. One was in front, and 2 others surrounded it from behind. It's over. Lin Chen's mind processed all the options in a fraction of a second. The tanker truck stalled and cannot be restarted in a short time. 3 unknown creatures, bullets cannot penetrate their armor. Running, on ice, a person can't outrun 6 legs. Zhang Feng clearly came to the same conclusion. He moved the muzzle of the Type 54 rifle from the front to the side, and then moved it back. 3 directions, 2 guns, not enough. Luo Fan stood on the outermost side. He glanced at the creature charging up in front of him, then looked back at the 2 approaching creatures behind him. Then he laughed. The smile was very light and faint, exactly the same as the expression he had when he talked about his son's first birthday party in the car. The tension that had been building in Zhang Feng's heart finally snapped. He suddenly understood what that abnormal relaxation meant. Luo Fan, Zhang Feng called out. Luo Fan didn't look at him. He pulled out an entrenching tool from his waist, then took out the folding screwdriver, unfolded it, and tucked it between his left fingers. Lin Chen, Luo Fan said calmly. The oil tank is broken and oil is leaking. You need to start the car and leave now. Lin Chen stared at him. What are you saying? Sound-based location. Luo Fan pointed to his forearm, where blood had seeped into the gauze. They use vibrations and sound to find their targets. If I run, they will chase me. You're facing 3 by yourself? No need to face it. Luo Fan grinned, revealing his teeth. I just need to run. Run that way. He gestured with his chin toward the alleyway on the right. Run as far as you can. Once you've created some distance, start the car, take the ramp, and you'll be home in 3 minutes. Zhang Feng gripped the steel pipe tightly. Luo Fan, please don't. Zhang Feng. Luo Fan interrupted him, her voice suddenly becoming very serious. You were in the army. You know better than I do. If 3 people die here, what will happen to the 11 people in the shelter? What will happen to Tong Tong? Zhang Feng's Adam's apple bobbed, and his lips tightened. The 2 creatures behind them had closed to within 30 meters. The forelimb hooks of the creature in front are beginning to open, and it is about to complete its charging posture. Chapter 44. Dad's here to see you. The countdown was ticking in everyone's mind. Luo Fan slammed the entrenching tool heavily onto the ice. Bang! The vibrations exploded in the frigid air at -40 degrees Celsius. The 3 monsters' tentacles instantly locked onto his direction. Remember to tell everyone from me. Luo Fan stared at Lin Chen with an unusually calm gaze, like a bottomless dry well. I, Luo Fan, am by no means a coward. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly turned around. I took off running. The entrenching tools pounded the ice surface relentlessly, and the military boots slammed heavily onto the solid ice. Each step produced a tremendous sound. Luo Fan, a man weighing 180 pounds, staggered across the ice, but resolutely plunged into the alleyway on the right. The monster ahead, which had been gathering its strength for a long time, moved. The 6 segments suddenly shot out like a cannonball, heading straight for Luo Fan's back. The 2 behind also started moving at the same time, their flat, bluish-white bodies skimming the ground, turning into 2 deadly afterimages. The sound faded into the distance. The sounds of metal clanging, footsteps, and the scraping of monster limbs mingled together deep within the alleyway. Immediately following was a roar. Passing through the frozen ruins and the desolate streets, it was like a blunt knife, stabbing hard into Lin Chen and Zhang Feng's ears. Xiao Rong, Xiaoan! A hoarse voice, filled with determination, ripped through the frigid air. Dad can finally come to see you all! The roar abruptly stopped. What followed was the dull thud of the bone hook cruelly piercing flesh, and the mournful cry of the entrenching tool striking the carapace one last time. Then, a deathly silence. Lynchen gripped Glock tightly, his knuckles turning white. He was breathing heavily, white steam billowing out, his chest feeling as if it were filled with a large lump of burning charcoal. His eyes were red, and he had already taken half a step. A large hand gripped his arm tightly. Zhang Feng's grip was terrifyingly strong. His 5 fingers were like iron clamps, squeezing Lin Chen's bones until they ached. Walk! The veteran's voice was completely hoarse, his eyes were bloodshot, but his tone was frighteningly steady. Don't let him die in vain! Lin Chen stared intently at the entrance of the alley. 3 seconds. He suddenly closed his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, all the grief and anger were forcibly suppressed back to the deepest part of my heart. Start the engine and drive! Zhang Feng jumped into the driver's seat using both his hands and feet and frantically turned the key. The diesel engine coughed twice, but there was no response. He gritted his teeth and twisted them again. The third time. Boom! The engine finally roared. Zhang Feng shifted gears, released the clutch, and floored the accelerator. The tanker truck skidded sideways on the ice, its tires screeching, and it darted off like a wild beast. Lin Chen sat in the passenger seat, a Glock resting on his lap, its muzzle pointed firmly out the window. Either of them spoke. In the rearview mirror, the alley that had swallowed Luo Fan grew smaller and smaller until it became a black dot in the frozen city. Oil is still leaking from the crack on the side of the tank. The diesel fuel left a long, dark trail on the white ice behind the vehicle. It looked exactly like a glaring bloodstain. The tanker truck turned onto the ramp, where the road surface turned into rough concrete. Zhang Feng slowed down and gripped the steering wheel tightly with both hands. His knuckles were already swollen from the cold, and every time he turned the steering wheel, he was grinding his bones against the metal. The entire journey was so quiet it was almost unbearable. 30 meters ahead, the blast door finally came into view. Creak! Zhang Feng slammed on the brakes, and the tires came to a stop against the concrete platform. The engine was still running, humming softly. Zhang Feng gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his head bowed low. He had already thought it through. The veteran's voice squeezed out from his chest, trembling with suppressed emotion. He had it all planned out before he even set off. Lin Chen didn't respond. The words Luo Fan said, touching his winter coat, before getting into the car, flashed through my mind. This outfit fits really well. And the unusual calmness he displayed when talking about his son. When all the pieces are pieced together, the truth is so cruel it's suffocating. From the moment he put on his new clothes, Luo Fan used himself as bait. He wasn't telling a story, he was giving his last words. Lin Chen pushed open the car door and got out, striding to the blast door. Bang! 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 It was slammed down 3 times. 10 seconds later, the door lock turned open, and Fang Min poked her head out. Seeing the two of them, she breathed a sigh of relief. But then, her gaze swept past Lin Chen and landed on the tanker truck. Where's Luo Fan? Fang Min was stunned. Lin Chen walked past her expressionlessly without stopping. Zhang Feng walked up from behind and silently tucked his Type 54 pistol back into his waistband. Close the door, Zhang Feng said, uttering only 2 words. Fang Min looked into his bloodshot eyes and instantly understood everything. She bit her lip hard, turned around, and locked the clasp. The heavy slam of the metal door closing echoed through the corridor for a long time. Lin Chen pushed open the door to the core shelter area. All 11 people were present. Lu Yuan was repairing the ventilation duct, Zhao Gang was leaning against the wall, and Su Su was counting supplies. 7-year-old Tong Tong was lying on the insulation board, drawing with a pencil stub. Su Su was the first to raise her head. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, she immediately stopped writing. You're back? She stood up, her voice trembling involuntarily. You brought the oil back? It's back. Lin Chen's throat tightened. A little bit leaked out, but whatever it is, it's fine. Su's gaze passed over him and went down the corridor. Only Zhang Feng's footsteps could be heard. Su opened her mouth, but couldn't ask anything. Her eyes had completely dimmed. Lin Chen stood still in the center of the shelter. 11 pairs of eyes were fixed on him. The air seemed to freeze. He took a deep breath. Luo Fan. After only a second's pause, the roar of "Dad's here to see you!" exploded in Lin Chen's mind again. He didn't come back. The shelter fell into dead silence. Even the hum of the generator seemed incredibly distant at that moment. Zhou Qi suddenly covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Bang! Zhao Gang slammed his fist hard on the cement ground, blood seeping from his knuckles. Qin Shui's shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Song Yi gripped his injured left hand tightly, his face contorted in pain, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Tong Tong looked up from the drawing paper and blinked her big eyes at Lin Chen. Uncle Lin Chen, where is Uncle Luo Fan? Lin Chen squatted down, forcing a face that looked worse than crying. Uncle Luo Fan went to see his family. Tong Tong tilted her head and thought for a moment, then nodded seriously. Did he find it? Lin Chen's Adam's apple bobbed violently, and his eyes stung. Found it. Tong Tong responded happily, then lowered her head and continued drawing. On the drawing paper, there is a large circle containing 2 smaller circles. Next to it, 3 words were written crookedly: one family. Zhang Feng silently walked into the shelter, leaned against the corner of the wall, and threw the steel pipe at his feet. With trembling hands, he pulled the folding screwdriver from his pocket. That was left in the car by Luo Fan before he left. On the handle of the knife, there is a line of rough, crooked small characters. And Daddy loves you. Zhang Feng gripped the screwdriver tightly, tilted his head back, slammed the back of his head against the cold wall, and closed his eyes tightly. Lin Chen slowly stood up and walked to the darkest corner. With his back to everyone, he brought up the system panel. The light screen lit up. On the member list, Luo Fan's name had turned a deathly gray. Current official members 13. Lin Chen stared at the gray name. He was speechless for a long time. Chapter 45: The Order of Survival. Nobody ate lunch. It's past midnight. 8 compressed biscuits are laid out on the lid of the metal bucket, but no one has touched them. Zhao Gang wiped his bleeding fist on his trouser leg, then got up to inspect the oil tanker. He walked around the tanker truck and returned, his face grim. The crack is on the lower right side, about half a meter long. A lot has leaked out, and about 5.5 tons remain. 5.5 tons. Based on the fuel consumption of 2 generators running simultaneously, it can last for about 11 to 12 days. It sounds like a long time. But no one knows how long the extreme cold will last. Lin Chen leaned against the wall, listening with his eyes closed as Zhao Gang recounted the numbers. The gears in his mind had already begun to turn. Grief is a luxury. The end times leave no time for mourning. He opened his eyes and scanned the area around the shelter. Zhou Qi was still wiping away tears, but her hands didn't stop. She was helping Tong Tong fold the cuffs of her thermal underwear inward. Qin Shui squatted in the corner wiping her eyes, occasionally checking on Song Yi's injured hand. Yi Xiaoxi pulled out a pencil and paper and started drawing something. Lu Yuan didn't leave his spot next to the ventilation duct. A screwdriver was tucked into his waistband, and his glasses reflected the yellow light of the emergency light. Fang Min sat on the ground, spread out the hand-drawn map, and slowly drew an X next to the commercial building's label with a pencil. A line of small print reads, 6-legged beetle variant, at least 3. She looked up at Lin Chen but didn't say anything. Lin Chen nodded slightly to her. The woman was 43 years old and calmer than anyone else present. She processed Luo Fan's situation the fastest. It wasn't that she was heartless. She had witnessed too many construction accidents and landslides and knew that crying was useless. Come here, everyone. Lin Chen straightened up. The sound wasn't loud, but everyone in the shelter stopped what they were doing. 12 pairs of eyes were watching him. Lin Chen did not lay any groundwork. Luo Fan is gone. But Yula came back. He risked his life for this. If we just stay here and wait to die, we'll be letting him down. No one responded. But Zhao Gang stood up, Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses, and Su Su put down the list of supplies in her hand. Let's take stock of our resources now. Lin Chen raised his hand and counted on his fingers. 5.5 tons of diesel fuel, enough for about 11 days with both engines running. How much purified water do we have left? Su Su flipped through the list. 47 bottles. Based on the minimum daily water intake for 13 people, that's 3.5 days. Compressed biscuits? 62 yuan. Barely enough for 5 days. Lin Chen made no comment on these figures. He simply made sure everyone heard it. Water lasts for 3.5 days. Food for 5 days. Oil for 11 days. This is the shelf life of 13 lives. So from now on, everyone must have something to do. Lin Chen's gaze swept over everyone present in turn. Fang Min, maps and route planning are your job. All outing routes will go through you first. Fang Min nodded, folded the map, and put it in her pocket. Lu Yuan, the generator, ventilation system, and electrical circuit maintenance are your responsibility. Contact you if there are any problems. Lu Yuan pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose. It was originally my job. Zhao Gang, you're in charge of the vehicles and the oil tanks. You're a truck driver, you know better than anyone how to repair vehicles and fix leaks. Weld that crack if you can, otherwise find another way. Not a single drop of oil can be leaked. Zhao Gang rubbed his hands together. I'll go see if there are any usable welding tools in the electrical distribution room. Sonny. Lin Chen looked at the young man with a bandage wrapped around his left hand. You are a veterinary medicine graduate student. From today onwards, you will also serve as the team doctor. The principles of human injuries are similar to those of animal injuries, and you are more professional than any of us. Song Yi paused for a moment, then nodded emphatically. I'll do my best. Zhou Jigang and Qin Shui, you are in charge of supplies management and daily duties. All water, food, and consumables must be registered upon entry and exit. Zhou Jigang replied in a low voice. No problem. Qin Shui wiped her face and stood up straight. Zhou Qi, Xingyu, and Yi Xiaoxi, you will take turns on duty. Also, the insulation renovation and space organization of the shelter area are your responsibility. Zhou Qi sniffed and nodded vigorously. Xingyu patted Yi Xiaoxi on the shoulder. Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng leaned against the corner of the wall. He opened his eyes, his gaze calm, the kind of calm unique to veterans, locking all the pain beneath his skin. You're the leader of the field operations team. Zhang Feng didn't say anything more. He picked up the steel pipe from the ground and patted off the rust. Okay. Lin Chen looked at Su Su one last time. Su Su crossed her arms, her lips pressed tightly together. Her eyes were red-rimmed, but her expression had returned to its usual sharp and unapproachable demeanor. Don't give me any fancy words like logistics supervisor, Su Su said first. Just tell me what you want. Overall coordinator of internal affairs, Lin Chen said briefly. When Zhang Feng and I are out, you will oversee everything in the shelter. You will handle any conflicts. You will make the final decision if there are any unfair distributions of supplies. Su Su was silent for 2 seconds. Okay. Lin Chen scanned the area. On everyone's face, the numb fear was being replaced by something more concrete, the matter at hand. People who have work to do won't collapse so quickly. He knew this wasn't a long-term solution, but at least no one would be sitting in the corner daydreaming this afternoon. 12:40. Fang Min grabbed Lin Chen. The stuff over there in the commercial building has to be dealt with, Fang Min said in a low voice. Those 3 beetle-type mutants are right at the main entrance. We can't get around them. I know. There's one more thing. Fang Min pointed to a small red dot on the map. 2 tons of oil were taken from the storage station, and with what we brought back, it's basically empty. But the fact that someone took the oil means there are other survivor outposts nearby. They know where the oil is. We know where the oil is. She didn't continue. But Lin Chen understood. Resources are limited. Politeness only exists when resources are plentiful. Once the oil is almost gone, the polite gesture of yielding to others will turn into a life-or-death struggle. Let's deal with the beetle issue first. Lin Chen thought for a moment. I'll take Zhang Feng there again another day to scout out alternative routes and plans. Fang Min glanced at him but didn't say anything more. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Chen found a small storage room at the end of the shelter, went inside, and closed the door. The 6-square-meter cement cubicle was chilly, with an emergency light humming yellow overhead. He leaned against the cold wall and brought up the system panel. The blue light curtain lit up in the dimness. Current points balance, 1439. Current official members, 13. Next settlement time, 1800 hours today. Estimated points to be awarded, plus 1,300. At 6 p.m. today, 1,300 points were credited to my account. Adding this to my current balance, the total is 2,739. This amount of money isn't a lot. The 3 sets of winter clothes cost 75 yuan. A decent weapon starts at several tens of points. If it really comes to large-scale procurement of supplies, thousands of points can be burned like paper. But this is already the maximum benefit that can be obtained at present. 13 people, each earning 100 points per day, a guaranteed income. The more people there are, the more points you get. Lin Chen stared at the member list for a few seconds. Luo Fan's name was grayed out and listed at the very end. He looked away. A new idea popped into my head. Other teleporters have visited the storage station. Military boot prints, well-trained, 2 to 3 people. If we can find these people, we can bring them into the shelter. For every additional person, you earn 100 more points per day. 20 people would be 2,000. 30 people is 3,000. The speed at which points accumulate depends on how many people he can recruit. But taking in people means consuming more water, food, and space. It also means more complex interpersonal relationships and higher management costs. He needs to maintain a balance between quality and quantity. Lin Chen was mentally prioritizing weapons, food, medical supplies, defensive fortifications. The light screen suddenly flickered. A line of golden text appeared at the top of the panel, pulsating with a faint light. Note: the rare resource zone has refreshed. This update includes limited time items. Please check back as soon as possible. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. When the rare resource zone refreshed last time, he bought the warm supplies that changed the fate of the shelter. This time, he raised his hand and tapped the rare supplies section. A golden glow filled the entire panel. The moment Lin Chen saw the first line of product names, his breath caught in his throat. Chapter 46 2500. 3 items, with golden characters unfolding line by line on the light screen. The first thing. Type 67 wooden-handled grenade X8. Unit price, 20 points/piece. Note: the TNT charge is 38 grams, with a kill radius of 7 meters and a fragmentation coverage of 15 meters. Lin Chen's gaze shifted downwards. The second item. Engineer Demolition Kit, TNT Block X4/Detonator X8/Fuse 50M. Price, 300 points/set. Note: can be used for directional blasting, booby trap deployment, and fortification demolition. The third item. The golden text suddenly brightened by 1 level, with a slow flow of light around its edges. The limited time tag was displayed at the front, and the countdown numbers dropped down second by second. Limited time offer. For thermite combustion canisters. Unit price, 100 points/can. Note: this formula, made with aluminum powder and iron oxide, reaches a core temperature of 2,500 degrees Celsius upon ignition and burns continuously for 12 seconds. It can melt through steel plates, keratinous carapaces, and the surface defenses of most known organisms. Remaining purchase time, 5 hours and 41 minutes. Lin Chen's breath hitched. 2,500 degrees. The keratinous exoskeleton of that six-legged beetle is so flexible that bullets cannot penetrate it. But 2,500 degrees is not an impactful force. Its temperature. The melting point of steel is only 1,500. No matter how elastic the keratinous shell is, it's no different from paper at 2,500 degrees Celsius. The calculations in my mind started clicking away. 8 hand grenades, 160. 1 explosives kit, 300. 4 cans of thermite, 400. Total, 860. Balance 1439, after purchase 579 remaining. After replenishing drinking water and food for another week, it will cost a little over 600. It can be contained. Lin Chen tapped his finger 3 times in a row. Purchased, Type 67 wooden-handled grenade X8 160 points deducted. Purchased, Engineer Demolition Suit X1, 300 points deducted. Purchased, Thermite Combustion Canisters X4 400 points deducted. Current points balance, 579. In the 6 square meter storage room, the air trembled silently. 3 things appeared out of thin air on the cement floor. 8 wooden-handled grenades were bundled together in 2 rows with thick canvas straps. The grenades were made of cast iron, and the wooden handles were slightly yellow, emitting the distinctive smell of machine oil and gunpowder mixed together that is found in military warehouses. Military green canvas bag, demolition kit. The zipper wasn't closed properly, revealing the yellow TNT blocks and white foam dividers inside. A faint scent of almonds wafted in the air. 4 aluminum round cans, each larger than an adult man's fist, with a pull-ring ignition device on top. The can is stamped with a line of small print, throw immediately after lighting, do not hold for more than 3 seconds. Lin Chen gathered the things in the corner, covered them with a plastic sheet, and went out the door. Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng leaned against the entrance to the shelter, his eyes closed. Upon hearing the sound, his eyelids lifted. Come with me. The two entered the storage room. The door closed, and the plastic sheet was lifted. Zhang Feng's gaze fell on the 2 rows of grenades. He froze for half a second. Then he squatted down, reached out and picked up one, weighing it in his hand. The movement was extremely natural. Fingers gripped the connection between the bullet and the wooden handle, and thumbs rested on the pull ring. Muscle memory. Type 67. His voice deepened. Pull the fuse, delay for 3 to 4 seconds. Back then at the Hongshan firing range, we threw more than 30 in one afternoon. He put the grenade back in its place, and turned his gaze to the canvas bag. I opened it and took a look, my nose twitched. Proper engineering equipment. Zhang Feng stared at him for 2 seconds, but didn't ask any further questions. He knew which words he should swallow. What about this one? He pointed to the aluminum can. Thermite. Once ignited, the core temperature is 2,500 degrees Celsius, and it burns for 12 seconds. Zhang Feng's finger hovered above the jar, then paused. There was a 3-second silence. That 6-legged thing, he began, using a very informal term. The bullet bounces because the shell is elastic, and the force is dispersed. But thermite doesn't go through impact. It goes through heat. Apply it at 2,500 degrees Celsius, and what elasticity, it burns right through. Just as I thought. Zhang Feng stood up and crossed his arms. Lin Chen had seen that posture before. He used it when he was strategizing. Hand grenades are effective against wolf packs. For small, unarmored targets, 7 meters is enough to kill them. Demolition suit? I think it can be used to defend the house. We can plant booby traps in advance at the entrance of the ramp and the corner of the corridor. Zhang Feng pointed his chin toward the door. If anything sneaks in, just step on it and it'll be gone. Leave the thermite for the beetles. 4 cans, not many, we have to use them sparingly. Zhang Feng slowly exhaled. With these things, next time we encounter a 6-legged creature, we won't have to run away. Lynchen covered it with the plastic sheet again. Keep 2 grenades and 2 thermite on your person, and lock the rest here. Keep the pinpoint explosive device for now. Clear. The two walked out. Inside the shelter, all posts are already operational. Zhao Gang was repairing a crack in an oil tank in the garage when the sound of metal clanging came from the far end of the corridor. Lu Yuan squatted down next to the generator and adjusted the output voltage. Su Su held a pencil and made a list, her whole body tense like a fully drawn bow. Fang Min stopped Lynchen. There's a problem. She spread the map on her lap and drew a line with her finger along the route from the reserve shelter. After the oil tank ruptured, oil leaked all the way. The diesel fuel solidified on the white ice, leaving dark marks. She looked up at Lynchen, her gaze calm. Anyone, or anything, whoever goes down that road, and follows the trail, can find their way to our door. Lin Chen's expression froze. He was so preoccupied with the beetles and the evacuation that he completely overlooked this crucial detail. The leaking diesel fuel was like drawing a line on the ice, with the arrow pointing directly at the shelter's gate. Can it be cleaned? -41 degrees Celsius. Fang Min shook her head. The diesel fuel has frozen solid and stuck to the ice. To clean it up, at least 6 people would have to scrape it out outdoors all day. That's tantamount to suicide. Then, Zhao Gang ran over from the other end of the corridor. He stopped in front of the two of them, his voice low and his face ashen. There are footsteps on the slope. The shelter fell silent instantly. Everyone stopped moving at the same time. It wasn't just one person, Zhao Gang added. Zhang Feng has already made his move. He drew his Type 54 pistol, the safety engaged, and silently crept along the wall toward the blast door. Lynchen followed closely behind, holding the Glock in his hand, his left hand reaching up to his waist, where a newly acquired grenade was tucked. The two arrived at the blast door. The sounds from outside could be heard through the thick metal door, faint yet clear. Footsteps. Calm and composed. It has rhythm. The spacing is consistent. It wasn't a mutant's claws slapping the ice. It's like stepping on concrete with the soles of your shoes. People. Then 3 knocks. Bang. 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 Apply even pressure, neither too fast nor too slow. Only trained people can play this rhythm. Immediately afterwards, a hoarse female voice came through the door. The words were broken and fragmented by the wind, but each one was pronounced clearly. The people inside, we found them by following the oil stains on the ground. There were 3 of them, one of them was injured, but they meant no harm. Chapter 47 Rules. Lin Chen and Zhang Feng stood close to the sides of the blast door, their gun barrels pointing downwards. The knocking outside the door stopped. The 3 waited for a response. Lin Chen didn't say anything. He turned his head to look at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng held up 3 fingers, then pointed to his left leg, making a gesture of 1 finger higher than the other 3 people, one of whom had an uneven gait and was limping. Wounded. Or pretending to be wounded. Lynchen lowered his voice and asked behind him. Fang Min, how many hiding places are there on the slope? Fang Min's voice came from deep in the corridor, quick and precise. 1 around the corner, 1 behind the electrical box. 2 hiding places. If there were an ambush outside, they wouldn't just send 3 people to stand and chat in -40 degrees Celsius. It's highly likely to be true. But it's highly unlikely to be 100%. Lynchen spoke against the door, his voice as flat as a sheet of iron. Make 3 things clear. Who are you? Where did you come from? How did you survive until now? He paused for a moment. I can't explain it clearly, let's turn around and leave. There was a 2-second silence outside the door. The woman spoke first, her words slow and clear. My name is Jianro, I'm a nurse. I woke up in the ruins of a shopping mall on the day I was teleported, with nothing around me. Later, I ran into these 2 people in the city. A second voice followed, an older man with a hoarse, sandpaper-like voice. Ma Guoyan, electrician, 56 years old. The ceiling collapsed and crushed his leg. He walks with difficulty now. Then it fell silent. The third person didn't speak. Lin Chen added, "The third one." Another second of silence. A male voice rang out, its tone harsh, carrying the rhythmic quality of someone accustomed to giving orders. "Han Tao. Police. Open the door, the rest of you can come in and talk." Lin Chen's lips twitched, but he didn't respond. "Where were you when the extreme cold hit? How come you didn't freeze to death?" Jiang Ro, standing outside the door, was clearly more cooperative. She answered quickly. The three of them met in the ruined city and teamed up. Han Tao had a police pistol, a Type 92, on him when he teleported. Before the extreme cold, they searched an underground parking garage and found several boxes of construction worker overcoats, which barely sustained them. "But the garage has no electricity or heating, and the temperature keeps dropping. We ran out of food 2 days ago. This morning, Lao Ma noticed a dark trail on the ice, smelled of diesel fuel, so we followed it." Lin Chen grasped a word. "What are you wearing?" "A cotton overcoat, with several layers of cloth added covering everything that could be wrapped up. There were no heating systems, no generators, no food, and no fuel. 1 wounded soldier and 1 pistol. If we can't find a place to stay today, we'll freeze to death in 2 days. This means they have nothing to offer in negotiations." Han Tao, standing outside the door, clearly realized that the conversation was no longer under his control. His voice rang out again, this time with a hint of pressure. The former policeman spoke with a natural, "You'd better cooperate" tone. "How many people are inside? Open the door. It's over 40 degrees below zero, the injured won't last long. I'm a police officer, I can give you my ID number. Save them first, we'll talk about the rest later." Lin Chen leaned against the cold door, his voice completely still. "The ID number doesn't work here. I can't check the number you gave me either." He paused, giving the person outside the door enough time to process what he had said. "Answer my questions. If you can't answer them correctly, turn around and leave." There was a moment of silence outside the door. You could vaguely hear Jiang Ro whispering something, as if she was pressing Han Tao down. Lin Chen continued, "What did you see on your way from the garage?" Jiang Ro answered in great detail this time. "There are large areas of claw marks on the ice in the west of the city. Not just 1 or 2, there are hundreds, densely packed, lined up from west to east. I'm a nurse, I've never seen a mutant before, but some of the claw marks are bigger than wash basins." Ma Guoyang's voice came in from behind. "I've lived for 56 years, and I've seen all sorts of strange things. I've never seen a mark like that before. Along the way, I even saw 3 corpses, frozen in ice. The wounds on their bodies, they weren't from freezing to death." Lin Chen's expression changed. He looked at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng's brows furrowed. The refuge was on the east side. The beast tide from the west was moving east, its path passing right overhead. 3 beetles are troublesome enough. If there are several hundred, the value of this intelligence far exceeds 3 lives. Lin Chen mentally went through the final calculation. 3 people, 300 points per day. A nurse to provide immediate medical support. An electrician to relieve Lu Yuan's maintenance burden. And a Type 92 pistol, no matter how many rounds are left in the magazine, it's always a valuable asset. The cost, 3 more servings of water and 3 more servings of food each day. Is it worth it? Value. But there is one condition. Listen carefully. Lin Chen's voice pierced through the door, each word clear. You can come in. But before the door opens, put your guns on the ground. Lay down all weapons and take 3 steps back. My men will open the door to check and confirm it's safe before you enter." He paused for a moment. "You'll be provided with food, drink, and warmth once you're inside. But the rules here are my rules. If you don't like it, leave now. I won't stop you." There was silence outside the door for 4 or 5 seconds. Ma Guoyang was the first to speak, his voice carrying the characteristic composure of an old man. "No problem. The gun isn't mine." Jiang Ro echoed. "Okay." Han Tao remained silent. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Ro whispered something, her voice so soft that only the last syllable could be heard through the door. Then Han Tao muttered a single sentence. Okay. The word was pressed very low, as if it were squeezed out from between the back teeth. Lin Chen nodded to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng unlatched the door, opening it about 20 centimeters wide. The cold air rushed in, feeling like a knife slicing across my face. A Type 92 semi-automatic pistol and a folding dagger were placed on the ground. 3 people stood 3 steps away. Jiang Ro was in her early 30s, thin, her cheeks bruised and bluish-purple from the cold, and she wore a woven bag over her cotton coat. Her eyes had the look of someone who had worked night shifts in the emergency room, utterly exhausted, yet still holding on. Ma Guoyan was indeed over 50. His left leg was bound in a simple splint, with 2 wooden sticks and strips of cloth, tied neatly. He was so thin that his cheekbones stretched the skin into 2 sharp angles. Han Tao stood at the very front. He was over 1.8 meters tall, with a square face and a strong jawline. Even wrapped in a bulky cotton coat, his spine remained ramrod straight. His gaze swept over the Type 54 pistol in Zhang Feng's hand, then moved to Lin Chen's face, pausing for a second without flinching. Lin Chen recognized that look in his eyes. It wasn't fear. It wasn't gratitude. It is an assessment. Zhang Feng bent down to pick up the Type 92 magazine, unloaded it, and checked the ammunition. The magazine ejected, 4 rounds remaining. He closed the magazine, tucked it behind his waist, and glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen raised his chin. Come in. The 3 were taken to a shelter. A wave of warmth washed over us. Compared to the hellish -40°C outside, the air inside the shelter, at just over 10°C, was practically heaven. Jiang Ro's eyes immediately reddened. She didn't cry, she just blinked hard twice. Ma Guoyang sat down heavily on the ground, supporting himself on his knees and panting heavily, his chest heaving like a bellows. Han Tao did not sit down after he came in. He stood at the doorway and scanned the entire space in less than 5 seconds, the location of the generator, the size of the supply piles, the number of people, and the male-to-female ratio. His gaze paused for a moment in the direction of the tanker truck at the end of the corridor. Then he looked away without saying anything. Lin Chen saw it all. Su handed over 3 bottles of water and 3 compressed biscuits. When Ma Guoyang reached out to take them, his 5 fingers trembled so much he almost dropped the bottles. Jiang Ro took them and whispered a thank you. Han Tao unscrewed the water bottle and took a sip. I didn't say thank you? Su's gaze lingered on his face for half a second longer before she looked away, her lips pursing almost imperceptibly. Chapter 48 Who's in charge? Han Tao stuffed the last bite of the compressed biscuit into his mouth, tightened the water bottle cap, and stood up. He didn't sit down in the crowd. He took 2 steps and walked a full circle around the shelter area. He ran his fingers across the generator's cast iron casing, rubbed his fingertips against the metal surface, and rubbed some putty on it. He tilted his head to look at the ventilation ducts on the ceiling, and finally stopped in front of the material storage area. The cardboard boxes of compressed biscuits were open, bottled water was stacked against the wall, and thermal underwear was folded on a metal rack. Everything was clearly visible. Han Tao turned around. His gaze swept past everyone else and landed directly on Lin Chen. Your base is quite good. The infrastructure is complete, and you have enough people. The tone didn't sound like a compliment. It's like laying the groundwork for a work report. Really? But there are management problems. Han Tao gestured with his chin. The supplies are piled up openly, anyone can reach in. The blast doors only have 1 latch, there are no sentries, and no armed patrols. If something really manages to sneak in, it will take no more than 15 seconds from breaking down the door to making contact with someone. You won't even have time to react. No one spoke in the shelter. The wrench in Zhao Gang's hand stopped in midair. Zhou Qi raised her head, looked at Han Tao, and then at Lin Chen. Han Tao spoke fluently, as if he had recited a script, but he hadn't. This was something someone who had worked as a grassroots police officer for over a decade could say without hesitation. His points were clear and his criticisms were accurate. In a different context, these words might even be considered fair. But he didn't stop. I used to lead the public security emergency response team at the branch office. Han Tao continued. So I have plenty of experience in handling emergencies. Now that we've joined, I'll take the lead in security, including access control systems, patrol schedules, and emergency plans. I can quickly come up with a plan. He paused, as if waiting for applause. No one applauded. So he changed the subject to a much tougher one. And guns. Han Tao straightened his body, his voice dropping half an octave. How many guns do you have? Who has them? How much ammunition do you each have? I need to know these things. Gun control is not a game. I'm a police officer, and no one here is more professional than me in terms of gun ownership and management experience. All firearms will be confiscated and registered, and ammunition will be centrally stored and distributed by me on a daily basis. This is not negotiable. It's the bottom line. The last 4 words had a commanding tone at the end. The air in the sheltered area froze. This time, even the hum of the generator sounded jarring. Zhang Feng leaned against the corner of the wall, his fingers touching the steel pipe beside him, and his center of gravity silently shifted forward by 2 centimeters. Su Su's lips twitched down slightly. Zhao Gang slammed the wrench on the ground, the sound of metal hitting the ground carrying far away. All eyes were on Lin Chen. Lin Chen leaned against the wall, his hands in his pockets, his expression unchanged. He looked at Han Tao. Like looking at an arithmetic problem. Then he took his hand out of his pocket and slowly walked over. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. It stopped 1 meter in front of Han Tao. The first move, he reached behind his waist with his right hand and drew his Glock 17. He flipped the gun over with one hand, pointing it at the ground, and waved it briefly in front of Han Tao's line of sight. With a flick of his wrist, he shoved the gun back in. The entire set of movements was crisp and clean, completed in 2 seconds. The second action was that he reached out and patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder behind him. Zhang Feng understood immediately. With a Type 54 pistol in his right hand and a Type 92 pistol that had just been confiscated in his left, he simultaneously brandished both guns, muzzles pointing to the ground, gripping them in a standard manner. Han Tao's 92 style is currently in someone else's hands. The third action. Lin Chen took something out of the inside pocket of his coat and gently placed it on the lid of the metal bucket next to him. Wooden-handled grenade. Type 67. The wooden handle struck the iron cap with a clang. It wasn't loud, but everyone in the bunker heard it. The breathing sounds collectively disappeared for 2 seconds. Han Tao's gaze was fixed on the grenade. His Adam's apple bobbed. Lin Chen spoke. His voice was soft, and his speech was slow, as if he were reciting a string of numbers. Officer Han. Your gun, a Type 92 with 4 bullets, was confiscated 10 minutes ago. On my end, I have a Glock 17, a Type 54 pistol, and 8 hand grenades. He paused for a moment. There are some things you don't need to know. Han Tao's lips tightened. Lin Chen continued. This shelter, the generator, my people are in charge. The supplies, my people are distributing. The routes, my people are drawing them. The vehicles and fuel tanks, my people are repairing them. Everything is being done, everything is running smoothly. You've only been here 10 minutes, haven't even swallowed a biscuit, and you're already expected to put away guns, manage security, and establish regulations. He looked Han Tao straight in the eye, without any extra emotion. There are no branch offices, no official staff, and no police ranks here. You were brought in alive. You're here because you're useful, not because of who you were before. The color rushed to Han Tao's face. His lips parted slightly, his chest heaved twice, and the words stuck in his throat. Zhang Feng moved beside him. It wasn't a big move, just switching the steel pipe from my left hand to my right, tightening my 5 fingers again, and changing to a grip that I could swing at any time. Just this once. Han Tao caught Zhang Feng's hand out of the corner of his eye, and his pupils twitched. The words that were about to come out were swallowed back. Jiang Ro tugged at the corner of his clothes from behind. It wasn't very strong, but it pulled twice. Ma Guoyang sat on the ground, head down, rubbing his injured leg with his left hand, without looking up. But the corners of his mouth curved slightly. The shelter was silent for a full 5 seconds. Han Tao's shoulders relaxed inch by inch. He took half a step back. His gaze shifted from Lin Chen's face to the ground. Fine. It's your territory, you call the shots. Each word was ground out from between the back teeth, carrying an unyielding resentment. But he withdrew. Because reason is on the left, and power is on the right, he has neither side. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. He neither pressed his advantage nor offered any way out. They immediately began distributing the tasks. Master Ma, you're an electrician. Starting tomorrow, you'll be working with Lu Yuan, maintaining the generator and electrical circuits. Have Song Yi take a look at your leg injury. Ma Guoyang waved his hands repeatedly. No problem, no problem. I, old Ma, have been an electrician for 30 years. I can touch a generator with my eyes closed. Jiang Ro, from now on you and Song Yi will work together, in charge of medical care. Treating the wounded and managing medications will be your responsibility. Qin Shui will assist you. Jiang Ro nodded and responded. Lin Chen looked at Han Tao one last time. You're physically fit, you're assigned to the field operation team. Zhang Feng will be leading the team. A man who claimed to have led a squadron in the branch office went to work as a subordinate for a veteran. Han Tao felt a vain throb at his temple. His gaze swept over the grenade on the metal bucket lid, and he swallowed his words. Clear. Su Su watched the whole thing from the side. She stepped forward and handed Jiang Ro a neatly folded thermal undershirt. Change your clothes first. It's impressive that you managed to get this far in this cold. His voice carried a rare hint of warmth. Then she turned her head and glanced at Han Tao. The temperature instantly dropped to 0. Officer Han, our rules here are simple: work, eat, and less talk. You're used to managing others outside, but here you'll have to learn to be managed first. Han Tao clenched his fists but remained silent. Jiang Ro took the clothes and whispered a thank you. Her slender fingers pinched the collar of the lining. She hesitated for a moment, glanced back at Han Tao, and shook her head slightly. Han Tao took a deep breath, turned around, and found a corner to sit down. His back was very straight. But he stopped speaking. The atmosphere in the shelter gradually eased. Lin Chen stood still, and a line of pale blue fluorescent text appeared on his retina. Ding! 3 new permanent survivors have been detected at the shelter. Identities confirmed: Han Tao, Jiang Ro, Ma Guoyang. Current total number of official shelter members, 16. Basic survival points are expected to be settled at 1800 hours today, 1600 points. Lin Chen glanced at the upper right corner of the panel. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There are still 4 hours until the settlement. Luo Fan is gone, deduct 100. I bought these 3 today, and they went up by 300. 16 people, 1600 points. Previously, there were 579 points remaining. The total is 2179 points. This is a good deal. In this frozen hell where temperatures drop to -40 degrees Celsius, people are points, and points are life. If these 1600 points can be earned every day, there will be no need to worry about food at the very least, enough to buy several boxes of bullets, and even enough to buy 2 more cans of thermite. Lin Chen turned off the panel with a thought. Chapter 49. Take your positions. 2:17 p.m. A 3-square-meter space was partitioned off in the eastern corner of the shelter, with 2 folding tables placed together, and a clean waterproof cloth laid on the iron frame. Jiang Ro stood in front of the table, her hands having just been disinfected with iodine, and was examining the items in the iron box one by one. Her movements became slower and slower. Hemostats 2 pairs, brand new, still in their original packaging. Suture needles and sutures, 1 set each of size 4 and 7, medical silk thread with a curved needle. Iodine solution, alcohol swabs, sterile gauze, and elastic bandages, well organized and in sufficient quantities. 1 strip of amoxicillin, 1 strip of ibuprofen, and 2 vials of lidocaine injection. There was even a simple splint and a roll of plaster bandage. Jiang-ro picked up the lidocaine vial, turned it over to check the batch number, and her fingers tightened slightly. She worked in the emergency department of the county hospital for 6 years and had seen many emergency kits. Community health stations, Red Cross organizations, construction sites, most of them, once opened, were either missing parts or expired 3 years ago. The contents of this box were more complete than those of the emergency room ambulance she was on duty with last time. "Where did you get these?" Song Yi stood to the side, his left hand wrapped in bandages. He had changed the bandages himself. His technique wasn't exactly skillful, but at least there was no infection. "Brother Lin got it," Song Yi answered honestly. "I don't know exactly where he got it from. Before, I was the only one taking care of the wounds. I used industrial alcohol for disinfection and sewing needles for stitches. Things have been much better since I got this box." Jiang-ro didn't ask any further questions. She reorganized the supplies in the box according to their purpose. Medications for external injuries were placed on the left, oral medications on the right, and injectable medications were separated. The movements were swift, and the categorization logic was exactly the same as that of a hospital pharmacy. Song Yi watched for half a minute, then silently crumpled up the handwritten list of medicines he had written earlier. "You are a veterinary medicine graduate student?" Jiang-ro asked without looking up, her tone indifferent. Song Yi tensed up reflexively, waiting for the second half of the sentence. In the past, this sentence was usually followed by things like, "So you treat people?" or, "Are you reliable?" But Jiang-ro only asked, "Which direction? Big animals or small animals?" "Large animals. Like cows, horses, and mules." "You're definitely more skilled at suturing than I am." Jiang-ro pushed the suture needle and thread in front of him. "Cowhide is thick, so the angle and force required for inserting the needle are high. Human skin is thin, so it's easier for you to do it." Song Yi was taken aback. This was the first time he had heard someone use their veterinary experience as an advantage. "Real? Orthopedic surgery originated from veterinary surgery. Didn't you know that while you were in graduate school?" Jiang-ro finally raised her head, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Don't underestimate yourself. No one who's alive today is a waste." Song Yi's Adam's apple bobbed. He lowered his head and carefully put away the sewing needle and thread, without saying a word. But the hand with the bandage stopped shaking. Just as Jiang-ro was about to talk about the division of labor, her trouser leg was gently tugged. She lowered her head. Tong tong. The little girl was wrapped in a thermal coat that was 3 sizes too big, with the cuffs folded twice, but still too long, making her look like a snail curled up in its shell. She looked up at Jiang-ro, her eyes large, with tear stains still clinging to her eyelashes. "Is your sister a doctor?" "Nurse." Jiang-ro squatted down, her gaze level with Tong-tong's. "A little less skilled than a doctor." "I know nurses," Tong-tong said softly. "When I get a shot, the nurse puts a little smiley face sticker on me." Jiang-ro reached out and helped her fold the cuffs again, half a circle tighter than Zhou Qi's fold, so they wouldn't come undone easily. "There are no stickers here." Jiang-ro pressed her finger on Tong-tong's sleeve. "But if you're brave, I'll draw one for you next time." Tong-tong thought for a moment, and nodded very seriously. Then she took a compressed biscuit out of her pocket, broken in half. The pieces were uneven in size. She handed the larger half to Jiang-ro. "You eat. You came from outside, it's very cold outside." Jiang-ro's hand, which had been taking the biscuit, froze in midair. She lowered her head and closed her eyes briefly. "Thank you." Watching this scene unfold, Song Yi silently took a breath and turned to organize the medicines. At the same time, at the end of the corridor, towards the garage, Zhao Gang was welding a crack in an oil tank, the arc light flashing on and off. Zhang Feng leaned against the wall at the corner of the corridor, wiping the steel pipes very slowly, inch by inch. Han Tao walked over from the other side of the shelter. He walked slowly, but his back is ramrod straight. Even after being publicly subdued, this person's walking posture remains unchanged. What's etched into bone can't be bent by a hand grenade. He walked up to Zhang Feng and stopped. Zhang Feng didn't look up. You were also a soldier, Han Tao said first. I've been out of the army for 10 years. Zhang Feng flipped the steel pipe over. A scout? Han Tao's gaze fell on Zhang Feng's hand holding the steel pipe, the calluses on the tiger's mouth, and the gun calluses on the inside of the second joint of the index finger. These details cannot be hidden from those who have also used guns. What happened inside just now? Han Tao lowered his voice. Did you think it was necessary? Zhang Feng looked up this time. He glanced at Han Tao for 2 seconds. Then he stood the steel pipe upright on the ground, placed his hands on top of the pipe in a very casual posture. Let me tell you something. Han Tao remained silent and waited. The day I was teleported here, I almost died in an alley. Several mutated rats with black spiky tails surrounded me, and all I had was a fire axe. Zhang Feng's tone was as calm as if he were telling someone else's story. Lin Chen pulled me out of there. Later, when we were looking for a shelter or hauling oil tankers, he made all the decisions. The reason we dozen or so of us have survived to this day is not because of democratic voting. Han Tao's brow twitched slightly. What are you trying to say? What I want to say is, you squatted outside for 3 days before you came in, so hungry your legs were weak. You know who opened the door, who gave you biscuits, who gave you warmth. Zhang Feng's voice did not become louder. But every word struck Han Tao's eardrum. You're a policeman, you've led teams, you're capable. I don't deny that. Zhang Feng stood up straight. But for a newcomer to come in and immediately want to put away guns and set rules, if you were the boss, would you allow it? Han Tao bit his cheek. Zhang Feng patted his shoulder, the force neither too light nor too heavy. You have the ability, keep it for later. The world is not what it used to be. This place is short of manpower, not of people to give orders. Get to work first and let others see your value. That's more effective than 100 words. Han Tao remained silent for a long time. The arc of light danced at the end of the corridor, and the hissing sound of Zhao Gang's welding torch filled the silent gaps. You've really figured things out. Han Tao's tone softened slightly. You'll understand once you've died. Zhang Feng slung the steel pipe over his shoulder. Let's go see what we can reinforce at the access control area. Didn't you say the explosion-proof door latches weren't enough? Perfect, you come up with a solution, and I'll do the work. Han Tao glanced at him. There was something churning in that look. Face. Unwilling to accept it. There's just a tiny bit, only a tiny bit of agreement. Okay. This time, the word xing, meaning, to go, didn't come out from between his back teeth. It came out normally from his throat. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Storage room. Lin Chen called the 5 people together. As soon as the door closed, Fang Min spread out the map. Lu Yuan, Zhang Feng, and Su Su surrounded them. Fang Min's pencil tip was on that arc. Jiang Rose said there are large areas of claw marks on the ice in the direction of Xiqing, with a very high density, and the direction is from west to east. The end point. The pen tip stopped. The marks disappeared here. This means that the beast herd may have dispersed or settled down. Lin Chen stared at that section of the route on the map. The arc cuts through the old town, sweeps across the outer ring main road, and ends exactly at the northern end of the industrial belt on the east side. It is less than 2 kilometers away from the shelter as the crow flies. Why is it from west to east? Su Su asked. Lu Yuan adjusted his glasses. He squatted down next to the map, slowly tracing the arc with his index finger. Temperature. Everyone looked at him. After the extreme cold arrives, the temperature gradually spreads from high latitudes to low latitudes, but in the microclimate of this city, the temperature distribution is uneven. Lu Yuan spoke slowly but logically. The western part of the city is an open area, and the large open areas dissipate heat very quickly, so the temperature drops to the critical value first. The eastern part is an industrial zone with remnants of underground heating pipe networks and dense buildings with strong insulation, so it can be 3 to 5 degrees higher than the western part of the city. He looked up. I'm not sure if the mutants are cold-blooded or warm-blooded. But any organism has a thermotropic instinct in extremely low temperatures. The temperature on the ice increases from west to east, and they move along the temperature gradient. No intelligence is needed, physiological drive is enough. Fan Min's pencil tip traced a circle on the industrial belt. So they didn't come looking for us. They came looking for warmth. Chapter 50 Extinguishing the Fire. Fan Min drew a circle at the northern end of the industrial belt with her pencil, and in the center of the circle was a dense network of pipeline markings, abandoned heating pipe network. If Lu Yuan's judgment is correct, the beast horde will settle in this area. She tapped her pen twice. The underground residual heat pipe network is the warmest area in the entire East District. For thermophilic creatures, this is like a heated room. Lin Chen stared at the circle, his gaze shifting horizontally. From the center of the circle to the location of the shelter, there was only a thumb's width of space between them. A thumb mark on the map. Less than 2 kilometers in reality. Shut down. All eyes turned to them at the same time. Shut down the generator. Lin Chen's voice left no room for negotiation. Turn off all non-essential electrical equipment. Leave only one emergency light on, and turn off the heating. Zhao Gang poked his head out from the other end of the corridor. Turn off the generator? What about the heating? It's off. The temperature in the shelter is currently 11 degrees Celsius. With the diesel generator off and no heat source input, the heat stored in the concrete walls won't last long. In the 600 square meter underground space, the temperature will drop below 5 degrees Celsius within 2 hours, and approach 0 degrees Celsius after 4 hours. 0 degrees Celsius. Not fatal, but unbearable. Lu Yuan added. The range of the beast's perception of the heat source is unknown, but the exhaust gas from the generator is discharged to the ground through the ventilation ducts, which is equivalent to creating a continuous temperature anomaly point above the ice layer. He pushed up his glasses, his tone as calm as if he were giving an academic presentation. Our current situation is that there may be hundreds of mutants 2 kilometers above our heads. They are moving along the temperature gradient. Our generator exhaust is a bright spot on the temperature gradient. No one spoke anymore. Lin Chen nodded to Lu Yuan. Go turn off the phone. Lu Yuan got up and left. 30 seconds later, the generator in the shelter, which had been humming for days and nights, stopped. It was unusually quiet. Everyone had grown accustomed to that low-frequency hum as background noise, and when it suddenly disappeared, a void remained in their ears. The sound of water droplets hitting the floor at the end of the corridor became clearly audible, each drop sounding like it was striking their eardrums. The heater vents stopped blowing hot air. A chill started to creep up from the ground, first to the soles of my feet, then to my calves. Jiang Ro reacted the fastest. Without waiting for anyone's instructions, she turned around and went to rummage through the supplies area for thermal clothing. Within 30 seconds, she pulled out 4 pieces, 2 small ones to wrap around Tong Tong, 1 to drape over Ma Guoliang, and the last one to Chen Shui. Children are lighter and lose heat twice as fast as adults, she said as she wrapped the baby up, her movements swift and efficient. She was speaking to Zhou Qi. Holding her tighter helps transfer body heat more effectively than wearing 3 layers of clothing. Zhou Qi hugged Tong Tong and covered the little girl's ears with his hands. Tong Tong didn't cry. She nestled in Zhou Qi's arms, her eyes peeking out from under her thermal underwear, staring unblinkingly at the ceiling. Han Tao stood at the door of the storage room. His brows had been furrowed ever since he turned off the computer, and he finally spoke. I have an idea. Everyone looked over. Han Tao walked to the map and pointed his finger at the pipeline marking at the northern end of the industrial belt. The horde is heading for the residual heat in the heating network. What if we blow up the network first? He drew a line. Use grenades for directional blasting, destroy the key nodes of the network, and cut off the underground heat source. Without the heat source, the temperature gradient disappears, and the horde has no reason to go in that direction. After he finished speaking, he looked around. This plan makes sense. Disrupting the heat source, changing the gradient, and guiding the herd to take a detour, from a tactical perspective, proactive intervention does indeed offer a greater sense of control than passive hiding. In the past, this would have been considered a competent emergency response plan. After listening, Lynchen only replied with one sentence. Whether it can be blown up or not is another matter. Have you calculated how far the sound of an explosion can travel on ice at -40 degrees Celsius? Han Tao opened his mouth slightly. Lynchen continued. It's like lighting a match in front of a herd of beasts. Hundreds of mutants, 2 kilometers away. You send them a sound, they might not come looking for warmth, but they'll definitely come looking for sound. Han Tao clenched his teeth. The words of rebuttal rose to his throat. He had led a squadron before, and the feeling of being completely contradicted to his face was worse than being punched. But this time, he didn't refute. Because the reasoning is there. He had no data or experience regarding the patterns of sound propagation in the apocalypse, the range of auditory perception of mutants, or the chain reactions that explosions might trigger. He only had guesses. The price of guessing wrong was 16 lives. Han Tao shut his mouth, took a step back, and leaned against the wall. Zhang Feng walked by and patted him on the shoulder. The pressure was the same as last time. Not too light, not too heavy. Han Tao didn't look at him, but he didn't shrug his shoulder. Lynchen sent Zhang Feng and Han Tao to inspect the explosion-proof doors and ventilation ducts. Go through every joint and every seam. Make sure there are no leaks of air, sound, or smell. The 2 men accepted the order and left. The explosion-proof door's ceiling was fine. After checking the door frame ceiling strips, Zhang Feng ran the back of his hand around the perimeter. No cold air seeped in, so it passed inspection. Han Tao walked deeper into the ventilation duct. The beam of his flashlight swept across the rusted pipe walls as he inspected each section. He stopped at the third interface. Shining a flashlight on it, the clip was loose. There was a gap of less than 2 millimeters between the metal clip and the pipe wall, and cold air was pouring in from the outside. The air, at -40 degrees Celsius, carried all information from the ground, smells, faint vibrations of sound waves, through this crack, leading directly to the shelter. If a herd of animals passes through the ground, this crack serves as a signal. Han Tao didn't turn around and call for help. He pulled a folding multi-tool from his pocket, his own. The gun had been confiscated, but this hadn't been taken. He took out a screwdriver and began tightening the clips. The pipe walls were badly rusted, and the screws were tightly fastened. The lever arm of the folding tool was too short. After turning it 3 times, a white mark appeared on my knuckles. Footsteps sounded behind me. Zhang Feng walked over, glanced down at the gap, and then at the tools in Han Tao's hand. He didn't say anything. He pulled a wrench from behind his waist and handed it to him. Han Tao answered. He put the wrench on the nut, tightened it 3 times to make sure the lever arm was sufficient, and then tore a strip of cloth from his pocket to seal the gap. He then used the wrench to press the buckle tightly from the outside. The flashlight was turned off. The gap disappeared. Han Tao stood up and patted the rust off his hands. Zhang Feng nodded. The 2 walked back along the pipe without saying a word the entire time. 6 o'clock in the evening. Pale blue text popped up on my retina right on time. Current number of active members in the shelter, 16. Today's survival points settlement, plus 1,600 points. Current total points, 2,179 points. Lynchen went through the accounts in the storage room. The food and water for 16 people will consume at least 80 to 100 points per day. The warm clothing supplies are sufficient for now, and the power outage has actually saved us some money. However, weaponry is a weakness. 1 Glock 17 and 1 Type 54 pistol. 8 hand grenades and 4 cans of thermite. Add the demolition suit. That sounds like a lot. But when divided among 16 people, it's far from enough. Only 3 people actually know how to use a gun. He, Zhang Feng, and Han Tao. Han Tao. Lin Chen paused on the name for 2 seconds. I just received his Type 92 rifle 2 hours ago. Should I get him another one now? He closed his eyes and went through Han Tao's performance that day in his mind. Put away your gun and follow the rules as soon as you enter. That's a deduction. Although I was unhappy after being rejected, I swallowed my pride, bonus points. The suggestion to blow up the pipeline was logical, but the person didn't insist on it after it was rejected, bonus points. He didn't make a fuss when the pipes were being repaired and even blocked them himself, bonus points. This person has a temper, is intelligent, and has strong execution skills. What's lacking is an understanding of the rules of the apocalypse. But you'll understand this kind of thing after getting beaten up a couple of times. If the beast tide really breaks out, every extra person who can fire a gun means an extra life. Lin Chen opened the shop and went to the weapons section. Type 92 semi-automatic pistol, 150 points. 9mm pistol ammunition, 15-round magazine 30 points / magazine. He bought a gun and 2 magazines. Purchased. Type 92 semi-automatic pistol X1 150 points deducted. Purchased. 2x9mm magazine 60 points deducted. Current points balance, 1,969 points. The gun and magazines appeared out of thin air on the concrete floor. The brand new gun gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and the 2 magazines sat side by side. Lin Chen picked up the gun, removed the magazine to check it, and closed it again after confirming that everything was in order. Then he saw the cursor jumping on the right side of the store. The Rare Resources zone has been refreshed. Golden lettering emerged, its edges shimmering with a light that flowed more slowly and brighter than on ordinary goods. Thermal Imaging Reconnaissance Device. Price, 350 points. Note, it can detect the distribution of biological heat sources within a range of 200 meters and display the temperature profile. Lin Chen's gaze lingered on it for 2 seconds. The finger hovered in midair. I didn't click it. The account balance is 1969. You can buy it, but it's unnecessary. 16 mouths need to eat and drink every day. Who knows what kind of trouble they might cause. Keep some for now, it'll give me peace of mind. Chapter 51 The Handover in the Dark. Before dinner, Lin Chen blocked Zhang Feng at the corner of the corridor. What's going on with Han Tao? Zhang Feng leaned the steel pipe against the wall and thought for a moment. He didn't waste any time when repairing the pipes this afternoon, and he worked efficiently. The third joint of the ventilation duct was loose, and he found it himself and fixed it himself. He didn't ask anyone for credit. Do you think he's capable? He's usable, Zhang Feng answered readily. This guy is all bravado and has no backbone. People who've been in the military have seen plenty of this type. Take his pride down, and he's got a good piece of work underneath. Lin Chen pulled out the brand new Type 92 pistol from his waist and handed it over along with 2 magazines. Zhang Feng looked down and his pupils contracted slightly. The gun is new. It wasn't the gun that was confiscated from Han Tao. That gun was tucked into his own waistband. This is the second one. He didn't ask where the gun came from. Having worked with Lin Chen for these past few days, there are some things I shouldn't ask, so I'll never utter a word. Give this to him, Lin Chen said. Tell him, the gun represents trust, not charity. If he uses it well, there will be more. If he doesn't... He didn't finish speaking. Zhang Feng took the gun and nodded. I understand. Night falls. The generator ran for another 40 minutes after the 6 o'clock settlement, barely raising the temperature in the shelter area back to 8 degrees Celsius, before being shut down again. Lu Yuan pulled the switch himself. The crisp sound of the switch being turned off seemed to sever the last shred of security. Darkness surged up. The emergency glow sticks were broken open, and the cold, deathly green light spread across the ground, shading everyone's face in half, making it half bright and half dark. No one spoke. 16 people, wrapped in thermal underwear, sat in a row against the wall, like a group of prisoners awaiting sentencing. The temperature is dropping. The chills seeped up from the concrete floor, first biting the soles of my feet, then climbing up my spine segment by segment. Zhang Feng moved to sit next to Han Tao. The movement was very gentle, but Han Tao still tilted his head slightly. A hard object was shoved into his hand. Han Tao's fingers froze for a moment the instant they touched the gun. He looked down and used the faint light of the glow stick to identify it. Type 92. New. The magazine is full. He looked up at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng leaned close to his ear, his voice so low that only the two of them could hear. Lin Chen asked me to give this to you. Han Tao's Adam's apple bobbed. He turned the gun over, ran his thumb along the anti-slip texture on the grip, and didn't make a sound. There was a silence for several seconds. Isn't he afraid I'll turn against him with a gun? Han Tao's voice was low, tinged with self-mockery. If you really wanted to turn against me, you wouldn't have blocked that gap yourself when the pipes were being repaired this afternoon. Zhang Feng leaned against the wall, legs stretched out, his tone casual as if he were chatting. He's good at judging people. He's good at judging you too. Han Tao did not respond. He ran his fingers along the gun barrel a couple of times. Zhang Feng waited a while, then continued. The idea of blowing up the pipeline that you proposed this afternoon was actually correct in principle. Han Tao turned his head away. It just doesn't apply to the current conditions, Zhang Feng added. But it shows that you're thinking, and you're thinking in the right direction, protecting the stronghold and taking the initiative to defend. We need people like that. Missing? Han Tao's tone was a little harsh. I see you have a pretty full staff here. Electricians, medical personnel, reconnaissance, logistics. Everyone's assigned to their role. Dividing them up doesn't mean it's enough. Zhang Feng's voice turned serious. You saw those claw marks outside today. Hundreds of them. Old Ma also said he saw 3 bodies, not frozen to death. You led a squadron at the branch office, so you should know this better than I do. What? The real battle is yet to come. After he said that, Han Tao remained silent for a long time. The green light from the glow stick cast a cold shadow on his face, making his sharply defined jawline appear even more pronounced. I spent 3 days in the garage. Han Tao finally spoke, his voice lower than before. The first day was all right, but on the second day the ammunition was counted 3 times. On the third day, Lao Ma's legs started to run hot. Jiang Ro used the last half bottle of industrial alcohol to disinfect them. She tore strips of cloth with her mouth. Her hands were so frozen she couldn't even hold scissors. He paused. I thought to myself, if we can't find a place to stay, we'll split the last 4 bullets tonight. 1 for each of us. That way we won't have to suffer. Zhang Feng didn't say anything. Later, Jiang Ro discovered the diesel fuel tracks on the ice. Han Tao's voice lowered, as if he were talking to himself. I was walking in front with my gun in hand, thinking, if the end of this track is empty, I'll give the bullets to Lao Ma and Jiang Ro first, and keep the last one for myself. The result wasn't empty, Zhang Feng added. It turns out to be you. Han Tao turned his head and met Zhang Feng's gaze for a second in the dim light. Zhang Feng gently patted his gun. So this gun, don't waste it. You used to protect civilians, now you protect these 16 people. The official position is gone, but the job remains the same. Han Tao looked down at the Type 92 pistol in his hand. I pressed my thumb on the safety pin, gave it a gentle push, and then pushed it back. Okay. This is different from all the previous. It wasn't squeezed out from between the back molars, nor was it forced out by resentment. It's just one word, coming out of the throat smoothly and evenly. Zhang Feng didn't say anything more. The two sat side by side in the darkness, each in silence. 9:47. The ground shook. It's very light. It sounded like someone tapped the table from a distance. Zhang Feng's back instantly left the wall. The second time. It's heavier than the first one. A very subtle tremor came from the concrete floor, so low that it wasn't felt by the ears first, but by the tailbone. The third time. Fourth time. continuous, dense. It's getting denser and denser. It wasn't an earthquake. It's footsteps. Someone moved inside the shelter. Lin Xin was the first to stand up. The Glock was already in his hand. He didn't speak, but simply gestured to Zhang Feng. Everyone on alert, keep quiet. Everyone felt it. The vibrations traveled up from the ground, through the concrete structure, and reached the spine of everyone. Uneven frequency, not the regular rhythm of mechanical operation, but the pace of living organisms. Hundreds and thousands of feet of different sizes and weights simultaneously slammed onto the ice above, creating a dull, continuous roar. Dust began to fall from the ceiling. First, fine powder drifted down silently, landing in the green light of the glow stick like a gray snowfall. Then came small pieces of debris. Snap. Snap. It hit the metal bucket lid, the tarpaulin, and people's shoulders. The sound came. The first sound coming from above was a rustling sound. Dense, continuous, like sandpaper polishing glass. That was the sound of claws scraping across the ice. Not one, not 10, but hundreds or thousands of claws simultaneously slashing across your head, creating a chilling, screeching sound. The second sound is a low growl. A muffled, turbid tremor squeezed out from the depths of some enormous throat, trapped in the chest cavity. It was so low it was almost not a sound, but a pressure. It penetrates ice, passes through concrete, and acts directly on a person's sternum. Chapter 52 Coffin Lid. The third sound, bones hitting bones. A dull, damp clattering sound. Large mutants push and shove each other as they move. Occasionally, a short hiss would be heard. Someone who had been bitten was not crying out in pain, but rather issuing an angry warning. All the sounds combined and pressed down from above. Inside the 600 square meter concrete box of the shelter, 16 people were like being put into a coffin. Above the coffin lid lies hell. Shouqi held Tong Tong tightly in her arms. She covered the little girl's mouth with one hand and pressed the back of her head with the other, burying the little face in her chest. Tong Tong's body was trembling. It's not cold. It is fear. But she was very sensible and didn't cry out loud, a 7-year-old child who was so sensible it was heartbreaking. Su sat against the wall, her arms crossed over her chest. The fingernails dug into the palm, leaving 4 white marks. Her lips were pressed into a thin line, and her jaw was taut and stiff. His eyes were fixed on the ceiling, his pupils motionless. Lu Yuan squatted next to the generator, one hand on the machine body, not to operate it, but to feel the changes in the frequency of the vibration. He was using his palm as a sensor to determine the density and speed of the herd. Fang Min leaned against the corner, holding the map in her arms. Her lips were moving slightly. She was doing mental calculations. By inferring the ground load from the vibration frequency, the approximate size of the animal herd can be estimated. Xingyu curled up in the corner, her arms wrapped around her knees, her whole body huddled together. Her breathing was perfectly controlled, a fundamental skill for Pilates instructors. 4 seconds of inhalation, 6 seconds of exhalation, silent and steady. But her toes were curled up inside the shoe, her 10 fingers gripping the insole tightly. Zhao Gang sat next to the pile of tools, a wrench resting on his lap, his right hand gripping the handle. The knuckles are white. Yi Xiaoxi huddled next to Chen Shui, the 2 girls holding hands, either looking at the other. Zhou Jigang clenched his large hands into fists and placed them on his knees, remaining motionless. The tremors lasted for 40 minutes. 1 hour. 1.5 hours. The sound overhead was sometimes loud and sometimes soft, like the tide. One wave surged past, quieted down for a few seconds, and then the next wave crashed down. Then, at the 1st hour and 53 minutes. The voice has changed. A heavy, dragging sound approached from afar, different from the previous ones. Previously it was the footsteps of a group, mixed together and indistinguishable from individuals. This one is separate. Each step carried a clear, oppressive weight. Thump. The ceiling shook. It's heavier than ever before. Thump. Another shot. Closer. Thump. Directly above. It stopped. Everyone in the shelter held their breath at the same time. Then. Squeak. The sound of claws scratching the ground. It wasn't a gentle, rustling motion, it was a forceful, repeated scraping. It's like a steel shovel digging under the ice. Creak. Creak. Creak, creak. A dull creak came from the center of the ceiling. Lynchen looked up. The green light from the glow sticks didn't reach the ceiling, but he saw it, a crack. Starting from the center of the top panel, it spreads outwards to both sides, like a living snake. Tiny fragments were peeling off from the edges of the crack, falling down in a soft rustling sound. A piece of concrete the size of a fingernail landed on Sue's shoulder. She didn't move. He clenched his fist even tighter, his nails piercing the skin of his palm. Lynchen held the gun in his right hand and rested his left hand on the grenade behind his waist. Point the gun upwards, aiming at the center of the crack in the ceiling. His breathing was steady. Heartbeat is steady. The brain was racing. If the ceiling collapsed, pull the pins on a grenade and stuff it into the gap. Everyone evacuate to the corridor. If there wasn't enough time, shoot the Glock in the eye socket. If there was no eye socket, shoot the abdomen. John Foam silently moved to the left side of the blast door. He raised his Type 54 pistol, holding it with both hands, the muzzle pointing towards the ceiling. Han Tao is on the right side of the explosion-proof door. His movements were almost synchronized with Zhang Feng's. He raised his arms in the 90-second stance, stabilized them, and locked his hands in a tight grip. The gun was pointed at his head. Without hesitation. There were no unnecessary movements. There's no need for those daytime concerns about saving face, temper, or who's superior or inferior. All that was needed was the reaction of someone with a gun. Jiang Ro squatted down next to the medical area, her right hand gripping a hemostat. Her fingers were frighteningly steady. Someone who had worked 6 night shifts in the county hospital's emergency department had seen far more gruesome scenes than this. But her left hand was trembling. That hand was on the lid of the medicine box, ready to open it at any moment. Ma Guoyang sat on the ground, pressing his left leg tightly with both hands. The plywood was a bit loose. It made a rattling sound when touched. He gritted his teeth and pressed the splint back into place. It cannot make a sound. You can't make a sound. 5 finger-shaped indentations were left on Zhao Geng's wrench. Crunch. Crunch. The scraping sound overhead continued. The crack extended another 2 inches. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. It lasted for a full 3 minutes. The 16 people in the shelter did not make a sound. Then. The scraping sound stopped. The heavy, dragging footsteps sounded again. Thump. 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 It's too far now. It's getting farther and farther away. It's getting lighter and lighter. Until it disappeared into the rustling sound of claws scraping. The herd continued moving eastward. The vibration gradually weakened, changing from a violent tremor to a slight pulsation, and then from a pulsation to a barely perceptible hum. 2:06 a.m. The last tremor disappeared. Lynchen did not move. Zhang Foam, go to the pipe entrance and listen for half an hour. Zhang Foam holstered his gun, turned, and disappeared at the end of the corridor. Han Tao took a step forward, hesitated for a moment, and then stepped back. He didn't follow. He wouldn't move unless ordered to. 30 minutes. No one changed their posture. Zhang Feng's footsteps echoed from the depths of the corridor. Light and steady. He walked up to Lynchen and nodded. It's quiet outside. Lynchen exhaled. That breath turned into a cloud of white mist in the cold air. Lu Yuan, start the generator. Lu Yuan stood up, his legs a little numb, and staggered. Ma Guoyan had already gotten up by leaning against the wall, and followed him with a limp. Let me lend a hand. It's too much trouble for you to pull the switch by yourself. The two walked to the generator. Lu Yuan checked the oil lines, while Ma Guoyang squatted down, touched the engine to check its temperature, and nodded. It can be activated. Lu Yuan pulled the power. The generator coughed, paused for a moment, and then the roar filled the entire shelter again. The moment the warm air gushed out of the vents, several people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Those breaths that had been trapped in his chest for more than 2 hours were finally released. Zhao Gang threw the wrench on the ground, leaned back against the wall, and closed his eyes. Xinyu loosened her arms around her knees, and her 10 toes slowly spread out inside her shoes. Yi Xiaoxi leaned on Chen Shui's shoulder, her shoulder trembling, but she didn't cry out. Tong Tong had already fallen asleep in Zhou Qi's arms. There were dried tear stains at the corners of her eyes, but her eyelashes were still wet. Her small hand gripped Zhou Qi's collar, her 5 fingers curled tightly, as if she were still holding on to something in her dream. Su Su stood up. She patted the concrete debris off her shoulder slowly, her jawline taut. She walked to the kettle, unscrewed the lid, poured herself a glass of water, and drank it all in one gulp. Chapter 53 The Predator. 6:40 a.m. The generator was still running quietly, and the warm air brought the temperature in the shelter back up to 7 degrees. No one can sleep soundly. Those 2 hours last night felt like a block of ice pressing on everyone's chest. The herd of beasts was gone, but the sound of claws scraping against heads still lingered in my ears. Lin Chen stood at the door of the storage room and zipped up his winter coat. Zhang Feng. Arrive. Han Tao. Han Tao was leaning against the wall inspecting the Type 92 when he heard the name and paused for a moment. He looked up at Lin Chen. Lin Chen tossed a full magazine over. Han Tao caught it. Come up with us. As soon as he finished speaking, several people nearby looked over. Su Su frowned. Go up now? Lin Chen nodded. After the herd passes through, 3 things must be confirmed. First, how far have they gone? Second, the extent of damage to the land. Third, whether any new threats remain. Lu Yuan stood up from beside the generator. I suggest returning within half an hour. The surface temperature is still below -40 degrees Celsius, and the wind speed is unknown. The longer the exposure time, the higher the risk. Lin Chen looked at Han Tao. Do you have a problem with that? Han Tao pressed the magazine into the gun with a click. No. He paused, then added, I thought you would let me stay. Lin Chen glanced at him. The gun isn't something you're keeping as a bottom-of-the-box item. Han Tao didn't say anything more. He checked the safety, then inserted the gun into the makeshift holster sewn into his chest. Zhang Feng picked up the Type 54 pistol and the steel pipe, and smiled. Don't be nervous. The boss is giving you a performance review for becoming a full-time employee. Han Tao glanced at him. Don't you get paid after you become a permanent employee here? Zhao Gang chimed in from behind. We'll hand out cookies. Good performance gets you an extra half a cookie. After a tense night in the shelter, someone finally chuckled softly. The laughter was short. It was quickly suppressed by the cold air. Jiang Rou stuffed 3 packs of gauze and a small bottle of iodine into Zhang Feng's backpack. If you get injured, disinfect immediately. In this situation, getting infected is no small matter. Zhang Feng nodded. Fang Min walked over, holding a folded sketch in her hand. Go 120 meters east from the ramp, there is an abandoned guard post, which has the best view. Further northeast is the area where the heating pipeline has collapsed, so be careful not to step on manhole covers or the edges of cracks. She made 2 dots on the drawing with a pencil. When you see these circular maintenance wells, walk around them. They might be empty underneath. Lin Chen took the drawing. New. Before the blast door was opened, everyone in the shelter consciously retreated. Zhao Gang gripped the inner latch. Zhang Feng stands on the left. Han Tao is standing on the right. Lin Chen is in the middle. Open. The latch turned. The heavy explosion-proof door slowly opened inward. The cold air rushed in first. Immediately following was the smell of blood. It's so thick it's cloying. Tong Tong stirred in Zhou Qi's arms, and Zhou Qi immediately covered her nose. There were no living creatures on the slope. But the ground is no longer the same as it was last night. Frozen blood plasma lay on the concrete, its color a dark black. Minced flesh was embedded in the ice, and dark bodily fluids congealed into twisted lines down the slope. There were claw marks on the wall, the deepest one running from waist-high to the ground, leaving raw, white cracks in the concrete. Han Tao squatted down and took a look. Something went through the ramp last night. Zhang Feng said the voltage was low. It didn't go all the way down. It's not that I didn't want to get out, Han Tao said, pointing to a clump of flattened flesh next to him. I was pushed over by the things behind me. Lin Chen glanced at it. Half a severed claw could still be seen in that mass of flesh. The beast tide is not a team. It's a mobile meat grinder. The three of them walked up the slope. The closer you get to the exit, the stronger the smell of blood becomes. The ice surface outside the ramp was riddled with holes. The ice, which had been frozen smooth, was torn away by claws, revealing the cracked asphalt and concrete underneath. In some deeper places, half a foot was scraped away. Zhang Feng reached out and touched the edge. It wasn't scratching for food. It was trampling and collision. Han Tao looked at the marks and his face darkened. If one of them had really tried to dig this up last night, we wouldn't have been able to hold out for long. Lin Chen did not respond. He looked up at the industrial belt to the east. The beast tide from last night has already left. But what it left behind was more unsettling than the beast tide itself. An abandoned truck lay overturned on the roadside, its frame twisted like a pretzel. Nearby, half of the exterior wall of a 3-story building had collapsed, with steel bars protruding from the cracks. Corpses littered the ice. It's not a human corpse. It is a variant. More than a dozen bodies. Mutant dogs, bone-spur dogs, and 2 other things that Lin Chen had never seen before. A species that looks like a skinned lynx, with long, thin limbs and a bony hook at the end of its tail. Its head was crushed, and the green sap froze in the ice. Another type resembles an ape, but its chest cavity has 2 rows of ribs that flare outwards, with barbs at the tips of the ribs. It lay in the middle of the road, its back torn open, half of its spine missing. Zhang Feng looked around. They were not killed by humans. Han Tao chimed in. Like a tracks like. He pointed to a dog with bone spurs. The dog's throat was ripped open, and the edges of the wound showed teeth marks, not claw marks. There was a pool of frozen blood nearby, and the drag marks were only 2 meters long, indicating that it died quickly after its trachea was bitten off. Zhang Feng muttered under his breath. These bastards are running a buffet while they're on their way. Lin Chen took a dozen or so steps forward. Then stop. Zhang Feng also stopped. Han Tao followed their gaze. A gray corpse lay beside the collapsed guard post ahead. Gray beast. Half of its body was pressed under the broken bricks, its dark gray armor plates were cracked, and its scarlet vertical pupils had lost their luster. Its mouth was still open, with layers of spiraling barbs inside. Its forelimbs' claws were embedded in the ice, as if it were trying to crawl out before it died. But it died. The chest cavity was torn open by some greater force. The soft underarm armor was rolled up, with flesh and frozen organs hanging outside. A large section of bone spurs on his back was gone, and several broken sections still had fresh white bone fragments remaining. Zhang Feng's expression changed. He had witnessed the strength of the gray beasts. That thing can chase a person for several kilometers. A regular bullet hitting armor plates is like a tickle. Now, it looks like a gutted fish. Han Tao squatted beside the gray beast's corpse, looking at the direction of the tear in its chest. The thing that killed it was larger and stronger than it. Zhang Feng used a steel pipe to pry open the broken bricks. The gray beast has 2 deep holes on the side of its neck. It wasn't a bullet hole. It's a dental cavity. Each one is nearly the size of an adult's fist. Zhang Feng paused for 2 seconds. The teeth can pierce through the armor plates of the gray beast. Lin Chen looked at the 2 holes. The sound of footsteps that had stopped directly above the shelter last night flashed through his mind. Thump. 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 Chapter 54. The human, mixed in with the beasts. That thing from last night was probably one of the same kind that killed the gray beast, or a higher-ranking predator. Lin Chen suddenly realized that he had been too conservative in considering the gray beasts as the top threat in the region. The food chain in this wasteland is more complex than they imagine. It is so deep that you can't see the bottom. The three continued eastward. Zhang Feng squatted down in front of a huge mutant corpse. The creature was about the size of a small brown bear, with bony protrusions all over its back and abnormally thick limbs. His abdomen was ripped open, and his internal organs were frozen solid. Zhang Feng pulled out his knife and cut open the gash in Zhang Feng's stomach. There were undigested chunks of meat inside. He flipped it twice, and the tip of the knife stopped. A section of fabric was visible. Blue and white stripes. It looks like a hospital gown, or perhaps a work uniform lining. There was also a severed finger next to it. Human. It was frozen gray, and there was black dirt under its fingernails. Han Tao stared at the severed finger for a few seconds, then reached out and pushed aside the stomach contents beside it. Another half of a plastic buckle was found. Clothes buttons. He placed the buttons on the ice. No one spoke. A few seconds later, Zhang Feng wiped the knife clean in the snow and put it back in its sheath. They eat people, Han Tao said in a low voice. It wasn't just an occasional thing. There were several kinds of fibrous residues in the stomach, which means it wasn't just one person. Lin Chen looked towards the west of the city. Jiang Rose said she saw 3 corpses along the way. Ma Guoyang said the wound didn't look like he had frozen to death. The answer is now before us. Those people may not have been killed by the cold. They were eaten by the herd of beasts. The remaining portion was frozen on the road. The wind blew through the cracks in the building, carrying the sound of metal scraping against metal. Han Tao buried the button in the ice crevice next to him. Zhang Feng glanced at him. Han Tao did not explain. Police habits. Even if there is no grave, we should still give them some dignity. Lin Chen turned and walked towards the northern end of the industrial belt. The abandoned heating pipeline area marked by Fangmin has collapsed. Not in one place. There are several places. The road surface had collapsed, creating a pit 2 to 3 meters in diameter. The concrete slabs were broken into large pieces, exposing twisted steel pipes underneath. The insulation layer had been trampled by the wild animals, and the black pipes were exposed to the cold air. Several joints were torn, and the pipe walls were turned outwards. Zhang Feng stood at the edge of the pit and peered inside. It's very empty down there. Han Tao picked up a piece of gravel and threw it down. Thump. A second later, another echo came from below. Han Tao looked up. There's more than one floor below. Lin Chen nodded. He didn't go down. The surface structure near the shelter was severely damaged by the beast tide. Previously, they also had ramps, explosion-proof doors, and a second basement level for added depth. Now, the area above our heads has been trampled loose by the beasts. If another large mutant digs nearby next time, the collapse will become an entrance. Lin Chen secretly wrote it down. The surface collapsed at the northern end of the industrial belt, exposing the heating pipeline network and reducing the defensive depth of the outer perimeter of the shelter. It is necessary to reinforce or build an additional outer barrier. Or perhaps we could go to a completely different location. Han Tao noticed that Lin Chen was briefly distracted, but did not ask. The three confirmed that there were still many claw marks extending into the ground to the northeast. The density of claw marks is decreasing. The herd has migrated. The straight-line distance is at least 5 kilometers. The crisis was resolved in a short time. Zhang Feng exhaled a puff of white breath. Let's go back. If we stay any longer, Jiang Ro will probably hit me with a hemostat. Lin Chen nodded. The three turned and walked towards the slope. Han Tao suddenly stopped after walking less than 20 meters. Wait a moment. Zhang Feng immediately lowered the muzzle of his gun and scanned his surroundings. Lin Chen turned his head. What did you find? Han Tao did not answer. He walked to the edge of an ice surface that had been scratched by animal claws and squatted down. There is a set of traces there. It's not a paw print. They are footprints. Human footprints. Barefoot. 5 toes were imprinted on the ice, the front of the foot pressed deeply, while the heel was shallow. The stride was short, with each step almost equal in length. Han Tao stretched out his hand, hovering above the footprints, but did not touch them. Here. Lin Chen and Zhang Feng walked over. Zhang Feng's face darkened. Someone walked barefoot past here. It was more than 40 degrees below zero. Barefoot. A normal person will suffer frostbite within seconds of stepping onto ice. After walking only a few dozen meters, the skin will crack and blood will stick to the ice. If you continue walking, the tissue on the soles of your feet will die and slough off. But there was no blood next to these footprints. No skin fragments. There was nothing there. Only footprints. Han Tao followed the trail and looked ahead. 1 group, 2 groups, 7 groups. 7 sets of bare footprints. Their direction was the same as the herd's. From west to east. Zhang Feng frowned. Survivors? Han Tao shook his head directly. Not a living person. He pointed to the first set of footprints. Look at the stride length. Each step is roughly the same, with very little error. People's stride length can be affected by wind, the ground, physical strength, and fear when walking. There is none of that here. He then pointed to his toes. The deformity of the 2 toes is likely due to an old injury or a congenital defect. However, the distribution of force is not altered. In a normal living person with toe deformities, the center of gravity is subconsciously adjusted, and the deformity is more pronounced on the outer or inner side of the foot. This one does not. Han Tao got up and walked to the second set of footprints. Look at this one. The drag marks on the soles of the feet are very light, but there are marks with every step. This indicates that the knee or hip joints have limited mobility, making it feel like dragging. Zhang Feng understood. A corpse? At least it's not a normal living organism. Han Tao looked up at Lin Chen. This time, his tone was neither a request for instructions nor a power grab. Only judgment. When I was working in criminal investigation, I saw a lot of footprints. I saw people who fled, injured people, drunk people, people who pretended to be lame, and the traces left by the dragging of dead people. He pointed to the 7 sets of footprints on the ice. These footprints have no emotion. Zhang Feng was taken aback. Footprints can have emotions? Han Tao glanced at him. Yes. People get flustered when they're afraid, become sluggish when they're tired, go astray when they're injured, and stop when they hesitate. These things don't? After those words were spoken, the surroundings grew even colder. Lin Chen stared at the 7 sets of bare footprints. They previously concluded that the herds were moving from west to east because they were drawn to warmer temperatures. The western part of the city is colder, while the residual heating network in the industrial zone on the east side is warmer. The logic holds true. But now, there are 7 more people who shouldn't be there. These things moved in the same direction as the herd. They were not eaten. It wasn't crushed either. In the midst of a beast tide, it is abnormal in itself to be able to maintain an intact footprint. Lin Chen asked. Are they walking in front of the herd or behind it? Han Tao squatted down again and looked along the overlapping marks for more than 10 seconds. Middle. Zhang Feng's expression changed. Middle? Yes. Han Tao pointed to the edge of a footprint that had been pressed down by claw marks. Half of it was trampled off by the claws of a later animal. And look here, the footprint is pressed over the claw marks from before. He looked up. They are either following behind the herd to scavenge for scraps, nor are they fleeing for their lives at the front. They mingled with the herd of animals. The wind stopped for a moment. Lin Chen looked at Han Tao. When this person first entered the shelter during the day, he was carrying a gun and had a bad temper, wanting to take over the situation using the old world's rules. Now, he crouches on the ice and uses a set of footprints to overturn half of his entire judgment. This was the first time Lin Chen truly realized it. Han Tao doesn't have an extra gun. It's like having another pair of eyes that can see the truth on the scene. Zhang Feng whispered. If they are corpses, why don't the beast eat them? Han Tao did not answer. This issue has gone beyond the scope of criminal investigation. Lin Chen gave him the other half of the answer. Either they don't taste good. He looked towards the northeast. Or they are more like their kind than the herd. Chapter 55 Marionette. After the storage room door closed, 6 people stood in a semicircle around an overturned tool cabinet. Glow sticks were stuck to the base of the wall, and green light shone from below, casting a gloomy glow on everyone's faces. Without exchanging pleasantries, Lin Chen went straight to recounting what he had discovered on the ice. The carcass of a gray beast. A larger predator. Human remains inside the stomach of a mutant. And 7 sets of barefoot prints. Barefoot? Fang Min's pencil stopped on the map. It was minus 40 degrees Celsius, and I was walking barefoot on the ice, Lin Chen said. There was no blood, no peeling skin, and my strides were even. I was walking in the same direction as the herd. I wasn't walking in front, nor was I following behind. I was mixed in with them. The storage room was silent for 2 seconds. Ma Guoyang leaned against the door frame, his legs propped up on the side, and spoke first. Wait a minute. He rubbed his hands together, his tone not nitpicking, but genuinely puzzled. Just footprints. 7 footprints can reveal so much? I've walked for 30 years and I've never heard of footprints being able to tell whether a person is alive or dead. Han Tao wasn't angry. He took the button from the mutant's stomach out of his pocket and placed it on the tool cabinet. This was pulled out of the stomach of a large mutant. There was also a severed human finger next to it. The herd ate people, leaving only bones and scraps of cloth. He looked at Ma Guoyang. But the owner of those 7 sets of footprints was walking in the middle of the herd and wasn't eaten. Ma Guoyang opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Han Tao squatted down and gestured on the ground with his fingers. I'll mention 2 details. First, the toe deformity. 2 toes are deformed, but the weight distribution on the sole of the foot is completely even. A living person can't do this because pain and habit will subconsciously make you shift your weight. Unless you can't feel the pain. Second, he held up 2 fingers. 7 sets of footprints, each with an extremely small stride error. When a person walks barefoot in a blizzard, fear, cold, or fatigue, any one of these can cause fluctuations in stride. These footprints don't. He stood up and dusted off his hands. Living people have emotions when they walk. They don't? Ma Guoyang was silent for a few seconds, then slowly nodded. He didn't question it anymore. Old Ma has one good point. He asks when he doesn't understand, and he accepts what he does understand. He's straightforward. Lu Yuan remained standing in the corner, without making a sound. He took off his glasses. I wiped the lenses with the corner of my shirt. I wiped them very slowly. After wiping them, I put them back on, then took them off again, and wiped them again. This action was repeated 3 times. Lin Chen noticed it. Lu Yuan, what do you think? Lu Yuan put his glasses back on. The eyes behind the lenses flickered, his lips moved twice, and he finally spoke on the 3rd attempt. In my field of research, there is a phenomenon. He spoke very slowly. There was a half-second interval between each word, as if he wanted to make sure he hadn't said anything wrong. Some fungi in extreme environments, such as Cordyceps militaris, can invade the host's central nervous system and take over motor function. He paused again, his fingers unconsciously touching the frame of his glasses, but he didn't take them off. The host is dead. The heart has stopped, the brain has stopped. But the muscles and joints are still activated, making simple displacement movements. The direction is determined by the hyphal network. The speed is determined by the ambient temperature. No one moved in the storage room. Lu Yuan swallowed hard. If the environment of a wasteland planet, some kind of radiation, or some pathogen we don't yet understand, can have a similar effect on human corpses. His gaze swept across the faces of everyone present, finally settling on Lin Chen. Those 7 people who walked across the ice, they weren't alive. They were driven by something, corpses. When he uttered the last 2 words, Lu Yuan's voice was very low, so low that it was almost inaudible. Su Su leaned against the wall, her face drained of color. Her lips were pursed, and she didn't speak. Fan Min's pencil tip remained on the map, not making that final stroke. Jiang Ro lowered her head and squeezed out, "Zombie fungus." Lu Yuan heard this and turned to look at her. "You know? I flipped through a few papers while on night shift in the emergency room." Jiang Ro looked up, her expression even more somber than Lu Yuan's. "The one about cordyceps controlling ants. The hyphae get into the brain, causing the ants to climb high and bite the leaf veins, then the fruiting bodies grow from the top and release spores. The ants die, but their bodies are used by the hyphae as..." She paused for a moment. "Scaffold." The word sounded harsher coming from a nurse than any academic term. Jiang Ro didn't stop. "There's one more thing." Her voice softened, as if recalling a scene she didn't want to touch. "On the way to the shelter, I saw 3 bodies frozen in ice. I was in a hurry and didn't look closely. But one of them..." She stretched out her right hand and spread her 5 fingers. All 10 fingers had their nails fall off. The knuckles of the fingers were swollen and protruding, sticking out, not from swelling, but from the bone pushing outwards. The skin color was not the dark red or blackish purple that frostbite should have. She closed her fingers. "It's grayish blue." Ma Guoyang chimed in from the side. "Yeah, I saw it too. I was wondering why this person was frozen like that." Jiang Ro shook her head. "Frostbite does not cause joints to swell." She looked at Lu Yuan. "That's growth." The 2 words fell into the storage room like 2 ice shards hitting warm water. Lu Yuan closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them again, the gaze behind his glasses was no longer hesitant. Instead, it held something even more unsettling. The scholar's thirst for the unknown and his fear of the answer are both squeezed onto one face. "Then the question becomes," he began, his voice turning serious, "what are the triggering conditions for the mutation?" No one answered. "Does it happen naturally after death? As long as a person dies and is exposed to the wasteland environment, the mutation will be triggered?" Still no one answered. "Or is it necessary to come into contact with a specific pathogen? Be bitten by a mutated organism? Be infected by some kind of spore? Or perhaps, it's directly related to the planet's environmental radiation?" Lu Yuan took off his glasses without wiping them. His hands hung at his sides, the temples of his glasses tapping against his thighs, making a soft clicking sound. "If it's the first one..." His voice had almost no inflection. "Every survivor who dies could potentially become one of those things on the ice." The temperature in the storage room seemed to have dropped 2 degrees. "Luo Fan's body is still on the ice outside the shelter." After those words were spoken, everyone paused for a moment. Luo Fan. That 37-year-old father who had lost his son. Holding a Type 54 pistol, he stood before the horde of beasts, giving his last moments to those behind him. Now his name is being brought up again. Not as a comrade in arms, not as a hero. It is considered a potential source of threat. The storage room remained quiet for a long time. Even the light from the glow sticks seemed to dim. Su Su moved. Her back was away from the wall, her jaw clenched stiffly. "Luo Fan's body must be disposed of." 6 words. A harsh voice. No room for negotiation. After she finished speaking, her gaze fell downwards for a fleeting moment. Just a fleeting moment. Then she looked up again, fixing her gaze on Lin Chen. "You decide how to handle it." Lin Chen looked at her. There were no tears in Su Su's eyes. They were terribly dry, as if they had been chilled by a cold wind all night. But her right index finger was trembling slightly. Not out of fear. It was as if she was forcefully suppressing something. Lin Chen said, "Burn." There is only one word. Han Tao nodded. "Find a location far from the shelter and burn it clean." Zhang Feng didn't speak, but pulled a steel pipe from the side and tapped it on the ground to indicate his agreement. Fan Min finally made her final stroke. She drew an X on the map where Luo Fan had fallen, and then added 2 small notes next to it. Already dealt with. Lin Chen was about to start arranging the division of labor. Hurried footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Zhao Gang rushed into the storage room. He was covered in cold sweat, his down jacket zipper was open, and he took 3 deep breaths before he could speak. Outside, under the pile of rubble, I dug out a corpse. All eyes fell on him at the same time. Zhao Gang wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The beads of sweat gleamed coldly in the green light. He wasn't recently dead. He was frozen solid. He was wearing the same clothes as us survivors, so he'd been dead for at least 4 or 5 days. He paused for a moment and swallowed. But that thing, something's not right. Chapter 56: The Living Dead in the Wasteland. Lin Chen led his men to the pile of rubble. Zhang Feng shone his powerful flashlight down, the beam cutting through the dim morning light and illuminating the bottom of the pit. There was a male corpse inside. He was wearing a common dark blue down jacket, the zipper half open, revealing large patches of congealed, blackened blood on his chest. Judging by his appearance alone, he was once a living survivor. But when the flashlight beam swept across its face, Zhang Feng's breathing suddenly became heavy. When a normal person freezes to death, their skin turns purplish red or pale. But the face of this corpse was a murky grayish blue. The skin and flesh on both sides of the cheeks have severely atrophied, causing the lips to curl outwards and exposing the entire gums. Those were not human teeth at all. The straight incisors had fallen out, and where the canines should have been, 2 sharp, yellowish bony cones had been forced out. The cones, about an inch long, had pierced through the dry flesh of the lower lip and were sticking out straight out. My gaze followed the flashlight beam downwards. Its hands were folded over its abdomen. All the nails on its 10 fingers had fallen off, and the flesh beneath the nails was completely rotten. Where the finger joint should have been, the distal bone had become deformed and swollen. The pale finger bone broke through the skin's restraints, and grew out half an inch like a bamboo shoot just breaking through the soil, becoming a natural bone claw. It still wears human clothes and has a human outline, but beneath the skin, it is frantically evolving into some kind of hunting machine. Jiang Ro didn't bring a first aid kit, so she picked up a twig and poked at the deformed hand from a meter away. The bone claws clashed together, making a teeth-grinding crunch. This is it. Jiang Ro's voice was extremely dry, as if it had been rubbed hard on sandpaper. The 3 bodies I saw on the road had the same changes in their hands as this one. Without saying a word, Lu Yuan slid into the pit. He didn't touch those hands, but instead took the branch from Jiang Ro's hand, opened the corpse's open collar, and shone the flashlight beam on it. The halo fell on the location of the deceased's carotid artery. Beneath the skin, a dense network of grayish-black lines erupted. These lines spread outwards in an irregular, net-like pattern, like the roots of some malignant fungus, firmly anchored between blood vessels and muscle fibers. They traveled upwards along the cervical spine, directly piercing the jawbone and the back of the head. Lu Yuan straightened up and adjusted his glasses. A network of hyphae. He spoke a beat faster than usual, revealing a scholar's fervor and alarm. They feed on blood, multiply along blood vessels and nerve trunks, and eventually take over the central nervous system. Although the corpse was frozen solid, the fungi built a completely new biological driving system within it. He threw the branch into the snow. Lin Chen stared at the grayish-blue face at the bottom of the pit. The cold wind felt like knives cutting his face, but his mind was frighteningly clear. Zhang Feng, Han Tao. Bring them up. Lin Chen took a half-step back, his tone devoid of any warmth. Move them further away, burn them. Han Tao and Zhang Feng didn't waste a single word. The 2 of them tightly wrapped the body in a canvas, lifted it out of the pit, and dragged it 200 meters away to an abandoned cement pipe. Zhang Feng, carrying a half-bucket of residual oil siphoned from the wrecked car, poured it generously onto the tarpaulin and the corpse. The strong smell of diesel instantly overpowered the stench of blood. Make way. Zhang Feng took out a windproof lighter, lit a wad of scrap paper, and casually tossed it over. The moment the flame touched the diesel fuel, a burst of fire erupted, shooting up a pillar of flame over 2 meters high. The flames engulfed the canvas and its contents. Zhang Feng and Han Tao retreated 5 meters away. The fire grew fiercer and fiercer, and the surrounding ice melted and turned watery. Just then, a very sharp, strange noise suddenly exploded from the fire. Gah! Immediately afterwards the corpse, which had been frozen stiff as iron, suddenly began to convulse violently in the flames. Its arms lashed outwards wildly, its bony claws tearing through the burning canvas in an instant. Then, as if powered by a strong spring, the corpse's upper body sat bolt upright. The ashen face quickly charred and curled under the high temperature, and the mouth was torn into an exaggerated arc. There was no sound of vocal cord vibration, but rather a loud hissing sound as gas that had been accumulating in the chest cavity was violently squeezed out. Zhang Feng moved with lightning speed, his right hand swiftly drawing a tight .54 pistol, the muzzle locked firmly on the head engulfed in flames. Han Tao also took a half-step back, his hand pressing down on the grip of his Type 92 pistol. The corpse that sat up struggled for only 3 seconds. As its muscles and bones rapidly carbonized and fractured under the intense heat, its spine collapsed completely with a muffled crack. The entire body slammed back into the fire, crumbling into several burning charcoal pieces. Sparks flew everywhere. Zhang Feng didn't even flinch, keeping his gun pointed at the fire until the head was completely burned away. Only then did he flick the safety with his thumb. The water in the muscles expands when heated, and the fungal nerve network contracts when exposed to extreme heat. Han Tao stared at the fire, his voice extremely flat. A dual reaction of physics and biology, but it's fucking terrifying. Lin Chen stood 10 meters away, his gaze as still as a stagnant pool. He raised his wrist to check the time. 7:42 a.m. The shelter experienced its most lucid, and also its most deadly, morning. News of the ice corpse quickly spread throughout the underground bunker on the second basement level. Lin Chen didn't try to hide it. In this environment where death could strike at any moment, information asymmetry was more deadly than the monsters outside. The air was filled with a chill that was even more biting than the temperature. Fang Min stared blankly at the old city map in her hand. It not only marked the shelters but also the locations where survivor bodies had been found in the past few days. What were once just ordinary corpses had now become ticking time bombs, each red cross on the map representing a potential disaster. Su stood next to the water dispenser, holding a stainless steel cup. She tried to straighten her back, attempting to maintain her usual supervisory demeanor, but when she brought the cup to her lips, the cup uncontrollably bumped against her teeth, making a crisp, clang sound. A little water spilled on the back of her hand. She took a deep breath and slammed the cup down on the table to hide her embarrassment. Having lived for 56 years, what bizarre and strange things haven't I heard of? In the dead silence, Ma Guoyang suddenly spoke. He was sitting on the toolbox, picking at the mud on the soles of his shoes with a screwdriver, without even looking up. In the past few decades, we were afraid of not having enough to eat, of getting sick, of unfinished buildings. Now we're afraid of monsters, of the dead standing up. Old Ma blew the dust off his shoes, his voice hoarse and steady, revealing a grassroots open-mindedness. What good is being afraid? We still have to do the work we have to do. We'll do whatever Lin Chen says. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. We just need to follow orders. The words may be rough, but the principle is sound. The tense breathing in the shelter noticeably slowed down. Lin Chen walked back to the center of the cover area. 16 pairs of eyes immediately focused on him. He offered no words of comfort, not even a single sentimental platitude. In the wasteland where rules have collapsed, what gives the living the greatest sense of security is always the ironclad order. Everyone is aware of the situation outside these past few days. Lin Chen glanced around, his eyes cold and sharp. The dead moving isn't a myth, it's a natural law here. If you want to survive here, you have to follow the rules. He held up one finger. First, from today onwards, all outreach teams must mark the location on a map and report any human remains they discover. Under no circumstances are they allowed to touch them with bare hands or move them without authorization. He raised his second finger. Second, once it is confirmed that there are no living corpses, burn them on the spot. Even if only half of the intestines remain, they must be burned completely to prevent future problems. Then came the third one. Third, anyone, no matter what they are doing outside, who has unexplained wounds or symptoms of infection such as fever or discolored blood vessels, must report it immediately. They will be immediately taken to the isolation area, where Jiang Ro and Song Yi will be responsible for the examination. Anyone who dares to conceal anything will be dealt with personally. These three ironclad rules, when they were laid down, resounded powerfully. No one objected. In this desperate situation where even the dead mutate, this absolutely calm, even cold-blooded rule acted like a sturdy anchor. Zhao Gang straightened up and nodded emphatically. Understood, I will never touch it. Jiang Ro took a deep breath and patted the emergency medicine box. Song Yi and I are on standby 24 hours a day. The isolation zone plan will be delivered to you in an hour. Xingyu loosened her grip on her knee. Su Su looked at Lin Chen, her panicked gaze completely calming down. As long as this person stood here, even if the sky were to fall outside, the shelter, like an iron plate, would hold up. Lin Chen glanced at Fang Min. Fang Min understood, took out the pencil-drawn map, spread it on the iron bucket, and pointed precisely at a spot marked with a red cross. The rules have been set, so let's follow them. Lin Chen looked at the red cross on the map, his voice calm. Luo Fan's body is still outside. I'll go burn it this afternoon. Just as the atmosphere in the shelter had stabilized, Han Tao suddenly walked over from around the corner of the corridor. He had just finished checking the air vent filters and was still covered in dust. He looked at Lin Chen with a sharp, piercing gaze and asked a question that no one had dared to think about before, yet it was extremely fatal. A dead person can mutate just from a gust of wind. Han Tao brushed the dust off his sleeve and stared intently into Lin Chen's eyes. But what if a living person gets bitten by those things outside, but doesn't die? Chapter 57 Survival Rules. After Han Tao finished speaking, the bunker remained silent for a full 3 seconds. 16 pairs of eyes turned to Jiang Ro and Song Yi almost simultaneously. Jiang Ro stood beside the emergency medicine kit, her face devoid of any feigned mystery. She paused for 2 seconds before speaking. Have no idea. 3 words, crisp and concise. I've worked in the emergency department for 6 years and have dealt with dog bites, cat scratches, rat bites, and snake bites, but none of my clinical experience can tell me what will happen to the human body after being bitten by this mutated creature. She looked at Han Tao. The only thing I can do is treat it as a high-risk infection of the highest level. Song Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking. If we follow Lu Yuan's fungal model, the hyphae spread along blood vessels and nerve trunks. His voice wasn't loud, but his reasoning was clear. Then the location of the wound is crucial. Bites on the extremities, far from the central nervous system, might allow for a window period. Bites on the neck or head. He didn't finish speaking. No need to finish speaking. There are 2 more early signs. Song Yi held up 2 fingers. An abnormally high body temperature and discoloration of the blood vessels around the wound. If grayish-black lines appear, it means the fungus is already spreading. After listening, Lin Chen didn't give anyone time to process it. From now on, a temporary isolation zone will be set up. His gaze swept across the shelter area and landed on a half-open iron door in the southwest corner. It was the entrance to the abandoned equipment room, which was small, only a dozen square meters, and had a separate ventilation duct. A curtain is hung at the entrance, and a buffer zone is set up outside with iron frames and wooden boards. All personnel returning from outside must be checked in pairs. Limbs, neck, armpits, and groin must not be missed. He paused for a moment. Those who do not cooperate will be treated as threats. Zhou Jigang muttered under his breath. They're checking the groin too. Xingyu kicked his shin from the side. What time is it? Do you have any shame or your life? Zhou Jigang shrank back and remained silent. Han Tao then stepped forward from the corner of the corridor. He didn't put on airs, nor did he speak in a tone of, "I used to lead teams." He took a short pencil and a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and laid them on the metal bucket. "A system with only a framework is not enough." He looked at Lin Chen. "I'll add a few detailed rules." He didn't wait for Lin Chen to nod before writing it down. "First, when you return from outside, take off your outer clothing and place it in the designated location in the buffer zone. Weapons should be stored separately and are not allowed to be brought into the shelter area. Second, all external injuries must be photographed or drawn. If you don't have a camera, draw the shape, size, and color of the wound with a pen and note the time. Third, wounds are classified into 3 levels. He drew 3 circles on the paper. Red level, common abrasions and cuts, with a clear source, routine disinfection and bandaging. Yellow level, puncture wounds of unknown origin or contact with mutant bodily fluids, isolation and observation for at least 12 hours. Black level, bites or scratches, directly to the isolation area, guarded by 2 people, with continuous monitoring of body temperature and vascular status 24 hours a day. He looked up. During quarantine, at least 2 guards must be present, maintaining a distance of 3 meters, and carrying weapons at all times. This is to prevent sudden. He paused for a moment. Evil dead. He pronounced those 2 words very flatly, as if he were reading a duty log. Lin Chen looked at him for a few seconds. "You're in charge of writing this. Submit it to Su for archiving within an hour." Han Tao nodded. There was no objection, no additional conditions. He took the pen, turned around, found a corner, squatted down, and began to write. Zhang Feng leaned against the wall, glanced at Han Tao's back, his lips twitched, but he said nothing. Less than 5 minutes after the division of labor ended, Su walked around the crowd, grabbed Lin Chen's sleeve, and pulled him into the storage room. The moment the door closed, the calmness on her face vanished. "Don't just focus on setting rules." She slammed a hardcover notebook onto the overturned tool cabinet, flipped to the latest page, and said, "The supplies are almost gone." Lin Chen looked down at the page. Su's handwriting is very small, neatly arranged in rows, with precise numbers following each item. Purified water, 43 bottles. Compressed biscuits, 62 pieces. Amoxicillin, 2 boxes, 11 tablets remaining. Iodine solution, half a bottle. Diesel fuel, approximately 5.5 tons. 16 people. Su pointed to the notebook with one finger. At least 32 bottles of water and 32 biscuits a day. This is just to keep people from dying of thirst or hunger. Water will last for a day and a half, and biscuits for 2 days. She turned to the next page. If we're going out for a search, the team needs to at least double their calorie intake. Tong Tong is only 7, Ma Guoyang's leg injury hasn't fully healed, Zhao Gang has been welding nonstop for 2 days, and Song Yi is already thin. If these guys are kept to the bare minimum. She closed the notebook and looked up. You save everyone, but don't save everyone half to death. Lin Chen did not answer immediately. He silently recited a phrase in his mind, and a semi-transparent system panel floated in front of his field of vision. Current points balance, 1969. There are 16 official members. The daily settlement is at 1800 hours, and each member earns 1,600 points per day. He quickly calculated in his mind. The minimum survival line, 32 bottles of water, 32 points, and 32 biscuits, 32 points per day, averaging 64 points per day. But this is only enough to keep breathing. To ensure the action team has the physical strength to go out and the capacity to deal with unexpected combat situations, they need at least 48 bottles of water, 48 biscuits, and 16 military-grade chocolates per day. Food alone costs at least 128 points. In addition to medical supplies, ammunition replenishment, and fuel for power generation. The real bulk of the consumption is not food. The losses come from heating, defense, and outdoor activities. Diesel fuel cannot be sustained by the system in the long term, and external resources must continue to be scavenged. Credits must be used wisely, for thermal imaging, isolation and medical care, weapons and ammunition, and high-calorie food. Having points that look nice doesn't mean you have real points. Only those that can be converted into survival rates can be considered valid. Seeing that he hadn't spoken for a long time, Su assumed that he was going to shoulder the burden alone again. She stuck out her index finger and poked it directly into his chest. Lin-Chin, you're not playing the hero alone right now. If you fall, these dozen or so people won't even know how to divide the water tomorrow. Lin-Chin was poked so hard that he took half a step back. He wasn't annoyed, instead he smiled. Manager Su, it's much easier to reprimand people now than before. Su's face flushed instantly. She immediately withdrew her hand and said coldly, Stop being silly. Lin-Chin stopped laughing. You go and stand guard at the door, don't let anyone in. I'm going in to check the sealed cabinets inside. Su glanced at him suspiciously, but didn't ask any further questions. She turned and walked to the door, leaning against the doorframe with her arms crossed. Lin-Chin walked to the back of the storage room and, after confirming that his view was completely blocked by the shelves, brought up the system store. Fingers swiped rapidly across the panel. 200 bottles of purified water. 200 points. 200 compressed biscuits. 200 points. Military-grade chocolate X80. 160 points. Amoxicillin X 10 boxes. 50 points. Ibuprofen X 6 boxes. 30 points. Several iodine solution, gauze, disposable gloves, and masks. All the odds and ends add up to less than 30 points. He moved to the rare resource zone. The golden text was still there. Thermal imaging reconnaissance device. 350 points. Lin-Chin didn't hesitate and clicked, buy. Finally, 2 boxes of 9mm pistol ammunition and 2 boxes of Type 54 pistol ammunition. The total cost was approximately 810 points. Balance, 1159. A series of dull thuds echoed through the storage room. One box after another appeared out of thin air and were neatly stacked on the ground. At the doorway, Su's ears twitched. She held back for 10 seconds. I couldn't resist. The moment she pushed the door open, she froze on the spot. Inside the storage room, next to the shelves that were almost empty, there were now 6 boxes of bottled water, 4 boxes of compressed biscuits, 2 boxes of military-grade chocolate, a stack of medicine kits, and a military green hardshell box. The box had English labels printed on it, which she couldn't quite understand. Su stared at Lin-Chin. His lips moved twice. Lin-Chin pushed the military green box to the corner, his expression unchanged. It was found in the second-floor storage room. Su's gaze lingered on his face for 3 seconds. She clearly didn't believe it. But she didn't expose it. From now on, you'd better go through this kind of sealed storage room every day. Su took a deep breath and glared at him fiercely. Lin-Chin took a piece of chocolate from the box and handed it to her. Su instinctively backed away. Give it to someone else. If the General Coordinator of Internal Affairs has low blood sugar, the whole shelter will be in chaos. Su's hand hovered in midair for a second before taking it. She tore open the foil packaging and took a bite. The chocolate melts in your mouth, the bitterness blending with the sweetness, and the calories go down your throat. Her eyes suddenly reddened. But she turned her head away and gave a deliberately cold laugh. Now you're using your position to pressure me. I learned it from you. The two looked at each other for less than 2 seconds. Su looked away, bent down, and folded the chocolate foil into a small square, then stuffed it into her pocket. I'll go distribute the water. She walked to the door, paused, and didn't turn around. Have a piece yourself? The door closed. Lin-Chin stood amidst the supply crates scattered on the ground and opened the military green hardshell box. Inside lay a black handheld device, its screen, lens, and knobs all solidly crafted. Thermal imaging reconnaissance device. He pressed the switch, and the screen lit up, displaying a cold blue temperature graph. With this, what's hidden under the ice can no longer be concealed. Chapter 58 Recognizing the Ice Corpse. When the supply crates were moved into the shelter, the air smelled different. Tong Tong was the first to see the chocolate. She squatted down next to the box, her eyes shining like two glass beads. She reached out her little hand halfway but then pulled it back and turned to ask Shou-Chi. Sister, can I give Songy a piece first? His hand is injured, and he needs it more than I do. Shou-Chi was stunned for a moment, and her eyes suddenly reddened. She squatted down, hugged Tong Tong in her arms, and said in a tight voice, Give it to you first, then give it to Brother Songy. Xiao Gang carried over a whole case of bottled water. When he saw the label on the case, he cursed. Damn it, finally I can drink some water that tastes like a human being. He slammed the box down on the ground, and the bottles clinked together with a crisp sound. Ma Guoliang sat on the toolbox, patted his thigh, and grinned, his face crinkling with wrinkles. Now my hands are steady when I'm working. Lin Chen, what other good stuff are you hiding in this storage room? Lin Chen didn't respond to that. He stood beside the pile of supplies, waiting for everyone's eyes to turn to him before speaking. Starting today, rations will be upgraded. Each person will receive 2 bottles of water and 2 biscuits per day. Those on field missions will receive an additional military chocolate. Wounded personnel and children under 7 years old will be given separate rations. Han Tao walked over from the corner of the corridor. He did not scan the brands and batch numbers of the supplies as he had done before, nor did he question their origin. He took the short pencil out of his pocket, opened his notebook, and squatted down in front of the metal bucket. The pen tip moves quickly across the paper. He drew a table. The vertical column contained the names of 16 people, and the horizontal column contained the category, quantity, date of receipt, and signature. The allocation, recipients, and remaining quantities must all be recorded in the books. Han Tao didn't even look up. Double signatures for requisition. Zhou Jigang manages the warehouse, Su Su is in charge of the general ledger, and the outbound teams must specify the purpose of the requisition. Even if a bottle of water or a single pill is missing, it can be found in the books. Su Su stood next to the water dispenser and glanced at him. In the past, she would definitely have said something sarcastic. This time, she only said 4 words. Write the words more clearly. Han Tao's pen never stopped. I learned this from writing notes before. Su Su didn't reply and turned to distribute the water. The temperature in the shelter was still cold, but there was finally a hint of human presence in the air. Jiang Ro and Songy were unpacking medicine packages on the other side. Amoxicillin, ibuprofen, iodine, gauze, disposable gloves, and masks. Jiang Ro placed the items one by one next to the emergency room medicine box, her fingers trembling slightly, not from the cold, but from an uncontrollable tremor. She worked in the emergency department of the county hospital for 6 years and never once felt that 10 boxes of amoxicillin could make her want to cry. The medical area has been rezoned. Jiang Ro took a deep breath, her voice regaining its professional tone. The instrument room in the southwest corner will be used as an isolation area, the wound cleaning and treatment area will be marked out to the left of the entrance, and the fever observation area will be set up to the right. The 3 areas will be separated by canvas curtains to minimize the risk of cross-infection. Songy stood to the side. His complexion was still poor, and the bandage on his severed finger showed signs of bleeding, but his eyes were indeed brighter. I can compile a wound observation form for zombies, he said, his voice not loud but his points clear. Wound color, the extent of blood vessel spread, body temperature change curve, state of consciousness, whether there are involuntary muscle twitches. Recorded every 2 hours, and once we have enough data, we can deduce the window period. Jiang Ro patted his shoulder. Veterinarians are doctors too. Stop bowing your head. Song Yi's Adam's apple bobbed, and he nodded vigorously. The atmosphere is warming up. Then Lu Yuan spoke. He had just finished checking the seal of the disposable gloves and masks, put the glove box back into the medicine cabinet, and pushed up his glasses. Don't feel safe just because you have supplies. The shelter fell silent for a moment. Lu Yuan leaned against the generator, his fingers unconsciously tapping the casing. The frozen corpse dug out of the pit this morning had a very mature fungal network, but its mobility was limited. It only showed muscle contraction when heated, indicating that its drive system was not yet perfect. It was at best a semi-finished product. He paused for a moment. But the 7 sets of barefoot footprints mixed in with the herd of beasts on the ice are different. He looked at Han Tao. Han Tao looked up, and their eyes met. Stable stride, no pain response, deformed toes but evenly distributed force, able to migrate long distances with the beast tide. Lu Yuan's speech quickened by half a beat. This is something an ordinary ice corpse cannot do. An ordinary ice corpse is just a piece of flesh with a few threads stretched by fungi. It has no sense of direction and no ability to cooperate in groups. What are those 7? Zhang Feng asked. Lu Yuan remained silent for 2 seconds. Let's call them corpses for now, he said. The fungi take over the host to a much greater extent than ordinary frozen corpses, retaining a certain logic of action, and may even mimic human appearance and movement patterns. No one spoke in the shelter. Han Tao put down his pencil and continued Lu Yuan's sentence. If the cadavers can maintain their formation and blend into the herd, it means they have basic judgment. His voice was calm, as if he were analyzing a case. Then there is a possibility they will approach human settlements. He looked around. From now on, no matter who hears someone knocking, calling for help, or calling their name outside, they must not open the door directly. The expressions of the people in the shelter changed simultaneously. Xinyu subconsciously looked towards the blast door. That iron door was the only barrier between them and the outside world. Lin Chen did not hesitate. Write it into the new regulations. His voice was crisp and clear. The conditions for opening explosion-proof doors are confirmation by 3 or more people at the same time, and the personnel outside the door must complete a question-and-answer session through the door, as well as a thermal imaging scan. Thermal imaging? Zhao Gang was taken aback. More than a dozen pairs of eyes fell on Lin Chen at the same time. He didn't know when he had acquired a black handheld device. It had a military green hard shell, metal knobs, and a round lens. It was solidly built. A thermal imaging reconnaissance device. Lin Chen handed the equipment to Zhang Feng. Living people have body temperature, but dead people don't. One skin will tell you whether the person standing outside the door is a person or something. Zhang Feng took it. He pressed the switch, and the screen lit up with an ice blue temperature map. The camera slowly swept around the sheltered area, and immediately orange-red humanoid heat source outlines appeared on the screen. Zhang Feng paused when he scanned Zhao Gang's image. On the screen, Zhao Gang's torso is a normal orange, but the extremities, the areas of his fingers and toes, are noticeably bluish. The circulation in your limbs hasn't recovered yet. Jianro immediately leaned over to look at the screen. The camera continued to pan, landing on Song Yi. His overall heat source was normal, except for a small, unusually bright red ring around the severed finger. An inflammatory reaction. Jiang Ro's expression changed. The wound may have already started to get infected. She turned to look at Lin Chen. I'll clean and dress Song Yi's wound again first, and then I'll do a rewarming check on Zhao Gang. Lin Chen nodded. Han Tao stared at the instrument for a few seconds and said in a deep voice. This thing is worth more than an extra gun. No one objected. Jiang Ro led Song Yi to the debridement area. Zhao Gang was also pressed into a corner, reluctantly extending his hand for Jiang Ro to examine. The shelter area sprang into action again, everyone moving about in their respective positions. After Lin Chen and the others dispersed, they walked to the iron barrel. Fang Min had already laid out the map. Afternoon's tasks? Lin Chen pointed to 4 locations on the map. First, cremate Luo Fan's body. Second, clear the marked human remains along the way. Third, scout the commercial building and the alley where Luo Fan died to confirm if the 6-legged beetle is still there. Fourth, loot the remaining supplies from the nearby pharmacies and convenience stores. He looked up. Travelers, me, Zhang Feng, Han Tao, Zhao Gang, and Lu Yuan. No. Jiang Ro's voice came from the wound cleaning area. She was cleaning Song Yi's wounds without turning her head. Zhao Gang has circulatory problems in his extremities. You just saw the thermal imaging data. It's over -40 degrees Celsius outside. If he goes out now, his toes might die directly. Zhao Gang panicked. I can handle it. The data doesn't lie. Jiang Ro interrupted him, her tone leaving no room for negotiation. Zhao Gang's face flushed red, and he clenched and unclenched his fists. But he also saw the blue patch on the thermal imager. Fine. He gritted his teeth and sat back down. I'll fix cars and oil tanks. Han Tao stepped forward. Leave Zhao Gang's job to me. He didn't put on airs and went straight to the solution. I'll be in charge of body identification, footprint analysis, and breaking the door lock. Zhang Feng will be in close combat and on guard. Lin Chen will decide to increase main firepower. Bring a can of thermite, 2 grenades, half a barrel of diesel fuel, canvas, and rope. If you find any remains, don't move them, burn them on the spot. Zhang Feng leaned against the wall and glanced at him. You go second this time. Don't rush to go first. Han Tao nodded. Understood. I'm not here to claim command. Chapter 59 The Embers of Fire. At exactly 2 p.m., the blast door slammed shut behind them. Lin Chen led the way, holding the thermal imaging camera. On the blue background of the screen, the outlines of the 4 people were clearly orange-red, 2 meters apart, their footsteps extremely light. Beneath the ice, every dozen or so steps, a dark purple patch would flash across the corner of the screen, disappearing in an instant. Fungal decomposition generates heat. Lu Yuan followed behind Lin Chen on the right, his breath instantly freezing into ice crystals. The higher the concentration, the more things are buried below. No one responded. The 4 men trudged deeper into the alleyway, their feet crunching on the shattered ice mixed with congealed black blood. The wind seeped through the cracks in the ruins, further lowering the perceived temperature. After turning past the collapsed cement wall, the alleyway suddenly opened up. The ground was littered with traces left by the beast horde, broken ice blocks, dragged blood grooves, and shattered bullet casings. Lin Chen's gaze swept over these, finally settling on the deepest corner of the ruins. Loven is there. It was backed by a cement wall riddled with cracks. Zhang Feng stopped in his tracks. He was carrying a half-full bucket of diesel fuel, and a slight metallic vibration came from between the bucket and his gloves. He didn't say anything. His Adam's apple moved slightly, then stopped. Lin Chen raised the thermal imaging camera. On the screen, Luo Fan's outline was a somber blue-gray, almost blending into the surrounding ice. But from his neck to his jaw, there was a dense, dark red net-like pattern that was slowly spreading toward his head. Mycelium. And it's still spreading. Lu Yuan saw the screen behind Lin Chen's shoulder, his voice extremely low. The drive system isn't fully established yet, but the fungal activity is very high. He paused for less than a second. It could. He hadn't finished speaking. Luo Fan's fingers moved. It wasn't a twitching, it was the right hand holding the gun, its 5 fingers slowly tightening, the bony cones piercing the skin at the fingertips. Zhang Feng took half a step forward, crushing a piece of ice with his foot, making a very small sound. Luo Fan's body paused for a beat at that sound. Then those eyes opened. It wasn't the white of a human eye, it was a murky grayish white. The pupils were unfocused, their gaze not on any particular place, yet it seemed to be precisely locked onto Zhang Feng's location. His lips rolled outwards, the bony cones of his jaw bursting through, emitting a low, continuous hissing sound, not from his vocal cords, but from the sound of air being forced out of his chest. Zhang Feng did not back down. He gripped the diesel can tighter, his eyes turning dark and red. Luo Fan suddenly exerted force with his upper body, bracing himself on all fours, and pounced out in an asymmetrical, folded posture. 2 gunshots rang out. It's not Han Tao, it's Lin Chen. Glock 17, 2 shots in a row, not to the head, not to the chest. 2 bullets shattered Luo Fan's left and right knee joints respectively. Bang, bang. Crisp, clean, and decisive. Luo Fan's body snapped in midair during his outward leap, crashing heavily onto the ice, the bone cone making a crisp cracking sound as it struck the ground. It was still moving, its upper limbs supporting it on the ground as it dragged forward, but without the support of its lower limbs, its speed dropped sharply. Han Tao had already raised the muzzle of his gun and glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen tucked the thermal imaging camera inside his jacket and raised his chin. Han Tao didn't move. Zhang Feng walked up, his steps steady. He poured the half bucket of diesel oil from top to bottom, and the diesel oil spread on the ice, mixed with the stench of decay and metal. He took a match out of his pocket and struck it on the sole of his boot. The tiny flame flickered twice in the wind, which was below -40 degrees Celsius, but did not go out. He threw it away and took 3 steps back. With a loud bang, the pillar of fire shot up 2 meters. Luo Fan's body convulsed 3 times in the fire, his bony cones expanding and cracking under the intense heat with a muffled thud. The mycelial network shrank and broke in the flames, and his entire body folded into an amorphous shape in violent contractions, finally collapsing into a pile of charred remains. Sparks landed on the ice, making a soft hissing sound. The 4 people stood still. 3 seconds. Continue pushing forward. Lin Chen's voice did not tremble. Zhang Feng left the empty bucket behind, picked up the fire axe, and followed. On the way to the commercial building, Lin Chen marked 2 more sets of remains on the screen of the thermal imager. Both areas had already developed mycelial patterns on their necks, so Han Tao and Zhang Feng were tasked with treating them on the spot with thermite, incandescent high temperature, more thorough than diesel, and with a shorter burning time. Lin Chen stopped when he was about 200 meters from the main entrance of the commercial building. An error has appeared on the screen. It's neither dead nor alive. Beneath the snowdrift ahead, 3 heat sources, their colors ranging between dark red and orange, more active than frozen corpses, and colder than normal humans. Half temperature. Lu Yuan read the word aloud. The fungus is highly active, and the host's remaining muscle tissue is still being activated. Before he could finish speaking, the snowdrift exploded. 3 ice corpses sprang out of the snow. Their joints are all reversed, they are on all fours with their hind legs' knees pointing forward and their forelegs' elbows pointing outward, and they move like puppets being pulled forward by strings, but at an absurdly fast speed. Han Tao has already drawn his gun. The Type 92, a 3-shot burst, all aimed at the head, with fluid and graceful movements. The first ice corpse had half its skull knocked off, brain tissue splattered out, and mycelium clung to bone fragments, sticking to the ice surface. It kept charging. Han Tao was stunned for half a second. Spine! Lu Yuan roared from behind. Attack the spinal center! Zhang Feng had already circled to the left, and with a sweeping motion of his fire axe, he severed the left forelimb of the second ice corpse. It lost its balance, spinning on one arm while its reversibly jointed leg kicked wildly. Lin Chen circled around to the side and rear of the first one, and Glock approached, firing 2 shots into its neck. With a crisp sound, the ice corpse collapsed between its head and torso, its entire body crashing to the ground. The bony cones rattled against the ice surface before it lay still. The third one lunged at Han Tao, but Han Tao dodged its forelegs, struck its shoulder joint with the butt of his rifle, deflecting its charge, and then closed in, pressing the muzzle of his rifle against its neck. Hit! Lin Chen said, uttering only one word. Han Tao pulled the trigger. The battle ends in 3 seconds. Han Tao glanced down at the ground, ejected the old magazine, and replaced it with a new one, a simple, decisive action. The head is useless. The spinal cord is the main nerve pathway for fungi. He put the old magazine back in his pocket. Next time, just shoot them in the neck. Zhang Feng tapped the axe on the ice to knock off whatever was stuck to the blade. You're quick on your feet. Han Tao didn't respond. The 4 continued their advance. The glass in the lobby of the commercial building was completely shattered, exposing the steel frame, which was covered with icicles. Lin Chen stepped over the threshold, raised the thermal imaging camera, and slowly scanned the depths of the lobby. 3 bright white spots appeared on the screen. It wasn't dark red, nor orange red, it was a near pure white, high-temperature heat source, like 3 small suns pasted on the screen. Around each bright spot, countless even smaller hot spots were scattered. Lu Yuan stood beside Lin Chen, and upon seeing the screen, his voice deepened. The internal chemical reactions maintain a high temperature. The outer shell is definitely harder than ordinary metal in extreme cold. He paused. Those small hot spots are eggs. No one spoke. Lin Chen put the thermal imaging camera away. He pulled 2 items from inside his coat and placed them on the collapsed display stand. Thermite combustion canister, military green, cylindrical, about the size of a fist. 2 Type 67 wooden-handled grenades. The strings had been checked beforehand and were in good condition. Zhang Feng, Han Tao, Lin Chen said in a low voice. Choose a cover position on each side, the ruins of the shelves on the left and the load-bearing pillar on the right. Use crossfire. The bullets can't penetrate the defenses. Your mission is to pin them down and prevent them from flanking you. The two stared at each other for a second, then parted without saying a word. Lu Yuan, retreat to the doorway, move 5 meters outwards, and guard the rear. Lu Yuan nodded and left. The hall fell silent, with only the distant rumble of the steel frame in the wind. Lin Chen picked up an empty iron bucket and placed it in the middle of the hall. He raised his foot and kicked it out. The iron bucket rolled 7 or 8 meters on the concrete floor, crashed into a steel pillar with a deafening metallic roar, and bounced back and forth 3 times in the empty hall before finally coming to a stop. Before the echo had faded, that sound came from the depths. The sound of limbs rubbing together, one segment after another, dense and sharp, was like someone holding a hacksaw to their teeth and pulling it back and forth. Then came the ground shaking. 3 6-legged beetles burst out of the darkness, larger than Lin Chen remembered. The one in front had a carapace over 2 meters wide, and its 6 forelimbs shattered the paving stones with each step. Its mouthparts opened, revealing the inner serrations, and a stench wafted towards him. Zhang Feng and Han Tao opened fire simultaneously. The bullets struck the armor, leaving white metallic scratches that didn't even scratch the paint. The beetles didn't slow down. The one in front charged straight at Lin Chen, raised its forelegs, and slashed at the load-bearing pillar on its left. The cement pillar collapsed with a crash, exposing the steel bars, and the pillar was broken in half. Lin Chen did not back down. He had already pulled the grenade string out with his left hand. Wait! The beetle's forelimbs touched the ground, and its mouthparts opened wide again. The cavity was dark, and glands secreted a yellow liquid. The inner arthropod structures were clearly visible in the light. At this moment, the distance between its mouthparts and Lin Chen was no more than 3 meters. Lin Chen then casually passed the grenade inside. It wasn't thrown with great force. It was like dropping a ball into a bucket, where it landed steadily in the black cavity. He lunged sideways toward the ruins on his left, sliding across the ground. Chapter 60, A Load of Supplies. The grenade landed precisely in the beetle's gaping maw. Lin Chen didn't even look. He had already slid close to the ground into the ruins on the left. A real man never looks back at an explosion. Boom! The expected deafening roar did not occur. The sound was muffled, like a fully inflated tire being suddenly burst from the inside. The beetle's abdominal exoskeleton burst open. Green, corrosive fluid gushed out like a bursting torrent from the crack. As soon as it landed, the eye's surface hissed and emitted white smoke, and a large chunk collapsed. The air was filled with a pungent, nauseating heat. The beetle kicked its 6 legs haphazardly a couple of times, then its massive body flipped over with a thud and crashed heavily onto the floor tiles, scattering icicles all over the ground above it. Zhang Feng lay prone behind the rubble, staring at the mangled, bloated flesh, and blurted out, "Holy crap, that's awesome!" But before he could even catch his breath, the remaining 2 beetles went completely berserk. The smell of their companions being instantly killed seemed to trigger a rampage. The 2 giant insects hissed sharply, their 6 legs slicing through obstacles like blades, and charged straight at the center of the hall from the left and right. Target, Lin Chen. Bang! 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 Han Tao pulled the trigger repeatedly from behind the pillar. The bullets from the Type 92 pistol all struck the side shell of the beetle on the left. Sparks flew everywhere, leaving only 3 white marks. It's like scraping an iron pot with your fingernail. Don't break through the defenses! Han Tao shouted. Lin Chen had no intention of using a pistol. With a flick of his left hand, he had a military-green thermite incendiary canister in his grasp. With a snap of the thumb, he pulled hard. The safety ejection was launched. Instead of throwing it at the beetle, he slammed it directly onto the ground. The jar landed in an extremely tricky spot, right in the path the two insects were bound to take, less than 4 meters away from him. After throwing it, Lin Chen turned and ran without looking back. 2 seconds later, the thermite ignited instantly. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a deathly silence that swallowed even the faintest sound. A blinding white light shot up from the ground. Even the air itself was distorted and burned. A temperature of 2,500 degrees Celsius. Physical salvation, equality for all beings. Within fractions of a second, absolute heat forcibly cleared the area. The heatwave felt like an invisible wall, slamming directly onto Lin Chen's back. He collapsed behind the wreckage of the counter. The outer layer of his coat was instantly scorched, and a wisp of smoke even rose from his hair. A burning, stinging pain shot through his back. The white light lasted for less than 5 seconds. Once the blinding light faded, Lin Chen sat up and glanced back. The beetles are gone. It didn't die, it evaporated at the physical level. The spot where they had just charged had been scorched into a lava crater. Only a layer of dark red charred slag remained at the bottom of the crater. The air was filled with the pungent and burnt smells of the vapors from the high temperature. 2 pools of charred remains, not even a single intact leg was left. Han Tao peeked half his head out from behind the pillar, staring at the still smoking shallow pit for a full 3 seconds. Where did you get this thing? I took it from the storage room, Lin Chen said without batting an eye. Han Tao's lips twitched, and he wisely swallowed the rest of his words. He had an open mind. As long as he could kill monsters, he didn't care where they came from. Zhang Feng, carrying an axe, approached, glanced at the pile of rubble, and then looked at Lin Chen's charred back. Old Lin, you're ruthless. You were less than 4 meters away from that fireball just now, weren't you? 5 meters. Lin Chen brushed the dust off his back, his tone as calm as reciting a menu. I've already calculated it. Zhang Feng took a deep breath and silently gave a thumbs up. It's reassuring to have someone like him, who's so shrewd and calculating, as a teammate. The hall was now completely quiet. The 3 apex predators were killed on the spot. Lu Yuan ran in from outside panting, pushed up his glasses, and glanced around the battlefield before fixing his gaze on the shallow pit. Where are the insect eggs? That was his first thought. Lin Chen took out a thermal imaging camera and scanned the area. The previously densely packed tiny red dots had dimmed by 90%, and the remaining few were rapidly cooling down. Baked at over 2,000 degrees Celsius, they're already fully cooked. Lin Chen turned off the machine. This area is completely clean now. Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, squatted down and poked at the charcoal with a twig, muttering. What a pity, if only I could take this back to slice it. Oh well, it's cooked and won't affect my report. Follow the direction they came out, Lin Chen said, raising his chin. Their lair is inside. The 4 men followed the deep furrows plowed into the ground, making their way deeper into the commercial building. After passing through the half-collapsed corridor, the ground clearly began to sink. A musty, stale smell and a chill filled the air. A beam of flashlight beam led to a staircase descending to the basement. The roller shutter at the bottom was twisted into a pretzel and hung halfway on the door frame. A tattered bright red clearance sale poster was still stuck to the wall. An underground supermarket. Zhang Feng glanced around. So there's a large supermarket downstairs. The cold storage area on the west side of the supermarket was clearly an insect nest. The door was long abandoned, and the inside was full of green liquid and broken shells, reeking of insects. But at the very back, a thick security door was tightly shut. Han Tao walked over and shone his flashlight on the lock cylinder to take a look. He didn't say anything, but silently took out a piece of wire and a sewing needle from his pocket. Zhang Feng leaned against the wall, holding the axe, and chuckled. Officer Han, When the interrogation room keys were lost before, didn't we rely on your skills to fix them? That's called technical lockpicking. Han Tao didn't even look up, his ear pressed against the door to listen to the sound of the pins. It's a standard training exercise, don't overthink it. Yes, professional, a craftsman. Zhang Feng grinned. Click. In less than 3 minutes, the lock cylinder popped open. Han Tao carefully put away the wire, then took a half step back, giving the center position to Lin Chen. Lin Chen reached out and pushed. The heavy iron door opened slowly with a screeching sound. Zhang Feng's flashlight beam sliced through the door crack like a sharp sword, sweeping across it sharply. Everyone stopped breathing at the same time. At the end of the light spot was a heavy-duty shelving unit as tall as an entire wall. It's all boxes on top. Boxes of self-heating hot pots, boxes of canned luncheon meat, bags of vacuum-sealed premium rice, and piles of high-calorie chocolate bars. The paper was stacked from the ground all the way to the ceiling, densely packed, creating a powerful visual impact. All 4 people stood at the doorway. Zhang Feng's knuckles turned white as he gripped the flashlight, scanning the beam back and forth 3 times, afraid that he was hallucinating from hunger. Holy crap! Zhang Feng's voice trembled. This is an incredible win, am I dreaming? Han Tao walked straight in, violently tore open a box of luncheon meat, took out a can, and glanced at the expiration date. I pried open the lid and held it to my nose to smell it. It's not bad, you can eat it! Even this tough guy's voice revealed a hint of suppressed excitement. Lu Yuan was even faster, directly cutting open a box of self-heating hot pots and carefully checking the vacuum condition of the inner packaging. -40 degrees Celsius, this is a supernatural freezer! Lu Yuan couldn't hide his excitement. Vacuum sealing and low temperature mean the shelf life is more than doubled, and it's all top-quality hard currency. Zhang Feng leaned the axe against the wall and slumped onto the luncheon meat box. He fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a crumpled cigarette. It was the last one he'd been hiding for days. He put it in his mouth, but didn't light it. If Luo Fan knew there were so many good things here. His voice suddenly lowered, and he didn't finish his sentence. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. A few seconds later, Zhang Feng took the cigarette out of his mouth, put it back in his pocket, and stood up straight. Get to work, move the hell out of here! Lin Chen didn't rush to start. He held up his flashlight, like a precise scanner, and continued to inspect the goods deeper inside. On the innermost shelf lay 2 unopened boxes of medical alcohol. Inside the metal cabinet next to it were several thick, military green winter coats, all in large sizes. In the corner there were 3 large bags of high-energy batteries stacked up, their heat-shrink film intact. Lin Chen squatted on the ground, his brain already working at lightning speed like a supercomputer. How long can the supplies last for 16 people? How many wound cleanings can the alcohol provide? How many days and nights of power cycles can the batteries sustain? How much margin for error does the cold weather clothing offer for outdoor exploration? This is no longer simply about surviving. Once you fully grasp this strategy, the survival level of your shelter will leap forward by a significant margin. No longer do we have to scrimp and save every cookie we have, but we now have the real capital to expand, to explore, and even to connect with the outside world. Old Lin, come and take a look, Han Tao called out from outside. How? There's also a half box of entrenching tools and 2 bundles of professional load-bearing nylon ropes in this corner. Zhang Feng chimed in smugly. There's also a case of pickled cabbage noodles. Who can understand the taste of this unparalleled delicacy? A slight smile finally appeared on Lin Chen's tense face. Pack up as much as you can carry. Mark the rest, and we'll bring a truck to transport them tomorrow. The 4 people transformed into ruthless moving machines. Han Tao skillfully untied the ropes, Zhang Feng carried the boxes with lightning speed, and Lu Yuan frantically categorized and recorded the accounts in a small notebook. The atmosphere became completely lively. Zhang Feng hummed a rough, unrefined tune, while Han Tao's hands moved so fast they seemed to blur as he tied the knots, muttering, "This knot used to be used to tie up suspects." Lu Yuan's pen scratched across the paper. 12 boxes of luncheon meat. 13 boxes, I'm rich, I'm rich. Lin Chen stood behind them and habitually took out the thermal imaging camera in his hand. Instead of sweeping the warehouse, he pointed the camera across the corridor, directly at the hole in the exterior wall of the commercial building, and looked at the street several hundred meters away. On the screen, there was a vast expanse of deathly, icy blue. In this hellish place where temperatures drop to minus 40 degrees Celsius, everything is bitterly cold. Sudden. The color tone at the edge of the screen has changed. 6 distinct orange-red heat sources, lined up neatly in a row, were advancing at a steady pace along the abandoned street 800 meters away. It's definitely not a herd of beasts. The heat source of animals is scattered and fluctuating. These 6 red dots are all the same size, with precise spacing, and even their cadences are identical. It is a human being, and a well-trained, living human being at that. Lin Chen's fingers suddenly stopped on the knob, the cold light of the icy blue screen reflecting the chill in his eyes. Inside the warehouse, the muffled thuds of Zhang Feng moving boxes, the rustling of Han Tao's knots, and the sounds of Lu Yuan keeping accounts continued. Stop everything. Lin Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an extreme calmness. The 3 people froze instantly. 6 living people 800 meters away. Chapter 61 The Danger at the Warehouse. There are 6 living people 800 meters away. As soon as Lin Chen finished speaking, all the sounds in the warehouse stopped. Zhang Feng was still holding a box of luncheon meat, the corner of which was pressing against his chest. He slowly put the box back on the ground and picked up a fire axe. Han Tao threw the nylon rope on the ground, and his right hand had already reached for the Type 92 belt at his waist. Lu Yuan pushed up his glasses and lowered his voice. Direction? The abandoned street on the southeast side of the commercial building, move this way. Lin Chen put away the thermal imaging device. The formation is very neat, it doesn't look like they're fleeing for their lives. Looking for supplies? Zhang Feng asked. It cannot be ruled out. Han Tao squatted down by the door, pressed his ear against the wall, and listened for a few seconds. It's windy outside, and I can't hear footsteps clearly. If 6 people have survived this long, they probably have weapons. Lin Chen didn't say anything. The beetles have just been cleared out of this place, and the supplies in the underground supermarket are enough to keep 16 people well fed for a long time. If outsiders discover this, the trouble won't be something that can be solved with just one meal. In the apocalypse, supplies are life. When some people see that others have a life, they will want to reach out and take it. Don't move the stuff yet, Lin Chen said, pointing to the warehouse. Close the door again, but leave it ajar. Zhang Feng was taken aback. Not leaving? If they leave, they can follow the trail to this place. Lin Chen took out the pistol magazine, glanced at it, and then pushed it back in. Let's see who they are first. Lu Yuan frowned. What if they were just passing by? Then let them pass by. Han Tao glanced at Lin Chen. What if it isn't? Lin Chen put the Glock back into its holster, picked up a bag of instant noodles, tore open the packaging, and poured half of the bag onto the ground. Zhang Feng's lips twitched. What are you doing? Pretend to be poor. Ah? Lin Chen tossed 2 more compressed biscuits onto the display table, dimmed the flashlight, leaving only a sliver of light. There are 4 of us. We just finished fighting monsters. We're short on guns and ammo. All we found was some instant noodles, Lin Chen said calmly. If they're good people, they'll talk. If they're bad people, they'll rob us. Zhang Feng understood. Han Tao understood. Lu Yuan muttered under his breath. Is this what you call a doomsday version of entrapment? Lin Chen glanced at him. Lu Yuan shut up and retreated into the shadows. The 4 moved very quickly. The warehouse door closed again, the supplies blocked by the security door. Dragging marks on the floor were partially covered by ice, leaving only messy footprints. Zhang Feng and Han Tao hid behind the ruins of the shelves on the left and right sides, respectively. Lin Chen stood at the inner part of the hall, holding only a fire axe in his hand. Glock was hidden under his coat. Han Tao's eyebrows twitched slightly when he saw this action. This guy is such a show-off. The wind blew in through the broken window. 5 minutes later, the sound of footsteps on ice could be heard outside. It's very light. But not by one person. Lin Chen lowered his head and used the tip of his boot to stomp the crumbs of instant noodles into the ice shards. The footsteps stopped at the entrance of the commercial building. Someone spoke up. Is someone inside? The voice belonged to a man in his 30s, and was slightly hoarse. Lin Chen did not reply immediately. A second voice rang out from outside. Stop hiding, we've seen the footprints. Zhang Feng gripped the axe handle tightly from the shadows. Lin Chen looked up. Just passing by, looking for something to eat. 6 shadows appeared at the doorway. 2 men and 4 women. The man at the front was wearing an obviously ill-fitting down jacket, his face was purple from the cold, and he was holding a homemade crossbow. The crossbow arm looked like it had been modified from a steel plate, and the string was made of nylon rope. Behind him, a tall, thin man held a steel pipe with a sharpened tip. 2 of the 4 women were wrapped in thin cotton-padded clothes and looked very unwell. There was also a short-haired woman in her early 20s carrying a bag, her eyes constantly scanning her surroundings. The last one was a bit older, carrying half a bag of blackened steamed buns. All 6 of them were very thin. But the man at the front doesn't have thin eyes. He saw the crumbs of instant noodles on the ground, and then saw 2 pieces of compressed biscuits on the display stand. His lips twitched slightly. That's all? Lin Chen nodded. That's all. The man slowly walked in, the crossbow barrel hanging down, but always pointed at Lin Chen's chest. Brother, don't be nervous, he said. We were all thrown into this godforsaken place. It's not easy to be alive. We're not bad people either. Han Tao lowered his eyelids in the shadows. People who claim they are not bad people should be taken seriously. Lin Chen asked. Where are you from? North, the man answered quickly. There's a small outpost over there at the street corner, with about a dozen people. We've come out looking for food. A dozen or so people? The man chuckled. What, you have a place to go to? Lin Chen didn't answer. The man took 2 steps forward, his gaze sweeping over the scorched beetle marks on the ground, his expression changing slightly. What is this made of? The oil drum exploded, Lin Chen said. Can an oil drum burn the ground like this? There's plenty of diesel. The man stared at him. Lin Chen was also looking at him. The air paused for 2 seconds. The tall, thin man suddenly bent down, picked up the compressed biscuit from the ground, tore it open, and took a bite. Zhang Feng's eyes turned cold. Lin Chen didn't move. The man at the front laughed. Brother, look, we're hungry too. Let's share the food and become friends. Okay, Lin Chen said. You can take the 2 cookies. The smile on the man's face faded slightly. Just 2 pieces? Just 2 pieces. We saw your footprints outside just now. The man raised his crossbow. 4 people, back and forth, with quite a few drag marks. You were carrying something. Lin Chen didn't say anything. The man glanced to his right. Are there any more inside? Lu Yuan hid in the shadows, breathing softly. The veins on the back of Zhang Feng's hand bulged. Han Tao had already raised the muzzle of his gun halfway. Lin Chen took a step back. This action made the man's eyes light up. He thought Lin Chen was scared. Brother, I don't want to hurt anyone. The man raised the crossbow barrel. Take the stuff out. There are 6 of us, and 4 of you. If things really escalate, it won't be good for anyone. Lin Chen glanced down at the crossbow. How many times can this thing fire? The man's face darkened. Why don't you give it a try? Lin Chen shook his head. I won't try. He slowly raised his hands. The warehouse is inside. The man smiled. The tall, thin man also laughed, still chewing on a biscuit. If only we had done this earlier, it would have been fine. The short-haired woman didn't laugh. She stared at Lin Chen and suddenly said, Brother Jiang, don't rush. He's having it too easy. The man, Jiang, paused in his steps. Lin Chen looked at the short-haired woman. The woman had clear eyes, and her chapped lips were white, but she spoke clearly. "He's not afraid," the short-haired woman said. "He's waiting for you to come closer." Brother Jiang's smile froze. The next second, he suddenly pulled the trigger of the crossbow. The crossbow bolt pierced the air. Lin Chen turned to the side. The arrow grazed his shoulder and embedded itself in the wooden plank behind him. At the same instant, Lin Chen pulled a Glock from under his coat with his right hand. Bang! Gunshots rang out. Jiang Ji's right wrist burst into blood. The homemade crossbow fell to the ground. Ah! He had barely uttered a sound when Lin Chen's second shot was already pressed against his forehead. The sound stopped. The tall, thin man reacted quickly, swinging the steel pipe toward the back of Lin Chen's head. Zhang Feng rushed out from the ruins on the left. The fire axe handle was smashed horizontally. Click! The tall, thin man's forearm snapped into a bizarre angle on the spot, and the steel pipe fell to the ground. Han Tao walked out from the right and pointed at the remaining 4 people with his Type 92. "Don't move!" The 4 women stood frozen in place. The older woman's legs buckled, and she knelt down. The short-haired woman slowly raised her hands. She looked at Lin Chen, her throat bobbing slightly. "I warned him." Lin Chen didn't look at her. He stared at Brother Jiang. Brother Jiang clutched his wrist, his face covered in sweat, his lips trembling. "Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding." Lin Chen bent down, picked up the crossbow, and looked at it. Crude, but enough to kill. He tossed the crossbow to Zhang Feng and then asked, "Where is the stronghold in the north?" Brother Jiang's eyes flashed. Lin Chen pointed his gun downwards. Bang! The bullet pierced the floor tile next to Brother Jiang's left knee, and shards of stone flew into his face. Brother Jiang shuddered. "Next shot, spot on," Lin Chen said. Brother Jiang's lips turned pale. "North, the old subway station in the north. Line 3, Anning Road Station. There are about 20 people inside, more than a dozen." Han Tao frowned. "Who's in charge?" "Boss Feng, no Feng Qi." Brother Jiang gasped for breath. He used to be a bouncer at nightclubs, with 7 or 8 men under him. They had knives and 2 homemade guns. Zhang Feng muttered under his breath. "There really is a gathering place." Lin Chen asked, "What are you doing out here?" "Looking for food," Brother Jiang said hurriedly. "Really looking for food?" The short-haired woman suddenly spoke up. "No." Brother Jiang's expression changed. "Zhao Li!" The short-haired woman ignored him and looked at Lin Chen. "They're out looking for someone," she said. "Feng Qi heard that there are people in the south with generators, heating, and guns. He sent Jiang Gui out to scout the way. Once they find the place, they'll go back and bring men to rob it." The air suddenly turned cold. Zhang Feng looked at Brother Jiang with eyes like knives. Han Tao raised the muzzle of his gun. Jiang Gui panicked. "She's talking nonsense. She just wants to live." The short-haired woman gritted her teeth. 4 people have already starved to death at Anning Road Station. Feng Qi dragged the dead out and burned them, but one of the bitten ones didn't die. He's locked in the toilet, and he has black lines on his neck. Lu Yuan's expression changed, and he stepped out of the shadows. "Black stripes?" The short-haired woman nodded. "Like tree roots, grayish-black, climbing from the shoulders to the neck. He can talk during the day, but at night he bangs on the door." Lin Chen's eyes darkened. Infecting living organisms. The answer to Han Tao's previous question has arrived. Jiang Gui suddenly turned and ran. He moved suddenly and rushed toward the broken window. Lin Chen didn't even chase after him. Bang! 1 shot. Jiang Gui felt a jolt in the back of his head, his body lurched forward, smashing through half of an ice shard and sliding 2 meters away. The hall was so quiet that only the sound of the wind could be heard. The 4 women were deathly pale. The tall, thin man clutched his severed arm and immediately knelt down. Lin Chen holstered his gun and looked at the remaining people. "Rob or die." He spoke very softly. "Now, Whoever can explain the situation at Anning Road Station clearly will live. The short-haired woman was the first to speak. My name is Zhao Li. There are still 23 people at Anning Road Station. She paused for a moment. One of them is almost turning into a monster. Chapter 62 The Controlled Entity, Conjecture. Zhang Feng tore off a piece of woven bag cloth and used 2 popsicle sticks to fix the severed arm of the tall, thin man. The tall, thin man gritted his teeth, his forehead covered in cold sweat, but he didn't utter a sound. Han Tao had already taken all the belongings from the 5 men and laid them on the ground. There were 2 daggers, their handles wrapped with black tape, half a bag of blackened steamed buns, which, when broken open, were covered in green mold, and a piece of paper folded into a square. Han Tao unfolded the paper. Hand-drawn sketch. The pencil drawings, though varying in thickness, are remarkably precise in proportion and labeling. The underground second-floor structure of Anning Road Station, including platforms, passageways, ventilation shafts, equipment rooms, and restrooms, is meticulously detailed with dimensions and current status marked in tiny print. The location of the toilet was circled, and 2 words were written next to it, isolation. Did you draw this? Han Tao looked up at Zhao Li. Yes. Zhao Li sat on the ground, hugging her knees with her hands. I finished the painting in 3 days. 3 days? The platform space is less than 100 square meters, and 23 people are crammed into it. Zhao Li's voice was flat. Besides drawing, there's nothing else to do. Lu Yuan took the sketch from Han Tao, took out his pencil, and compared it with the scale markings in the upper right corner of the drawing. He looked up, his glasses reflecting the emergency light. The location of the ventilation shaft matches the subway standard drawings perfectly. You studied architecture? I interned at an architectural design institute for a year, Zhao Li said. Before I got a full-time position, the game started. An intern can draw to this level? Lu Yuan flipped the drawing over to look at the back. Dimension lines, elevations, compass, not a single one is missing. My mentor is a registered architect. Zhao Li's lips twitched slightly. On the day the game started, he was working overtime in his office on the 12th floor. Nobody asked what happened afterward. Lin Chen squatted down and pointed to the location of the toilet on the sketch. What color was the bone spur dog that bit this infected person? Zhao Li was stunned for a moment. The older woman spoke first. Gray. I saw it with my own eyes. It grew on its back. I didn't ask you? Lin Chen interrupted her, his gaze still fixed on Zhao Li's face. Grayish-white, Zhao Li replied. It is smaller than the mutant dog, with bony spikes protruding on its chest and back, and an extremely strong bite force. Where was the bite? The wound on his left calf is about 7 centimeters long, with irregular teeth marks. Zhao Li paused for half a second. I bandaged it for him. Han Tao glanced at Lin Chen. Lu Yuan pressed further. How long after the bite did the black stripes appear? In less than 24 hours, Zhao Li said in a low voice. On the first day, the skin around the wound turned gray. On the second day, a net-like pattern of gray-black blood vessels appeared on his calves. On the third day, it spread to his neck. On the fourth day, he started to be afraid of light and huddled in a corner, constantly saying, "They are calling me." Who's calling him? Lu Yuan leaned closer. I don't know. Zhao Li shook her head. He doesn't know either. But every night he bangs his head against the wall, and the frequency is exactly the same as the low growls of the beasts outside. Lu Yuan's expression changed. He pulled a palm-sized notebook from his backpack, quickly flipped to a page filled with dense notes of the behavioral patterns of the strange beasts he had previously encountered. Those frost wolves retreated in an organized and disciplined manner. The Wolf King's judgment far surpasses that of ordinary mutated beasts. Lu Yuan lowered his voice, ensuring Lin Chen could only hear. If the infected's nervous system and the pack share some kind of synchronization mechanism, then the path of zombification might not be traditional zombification. What is it? Controlled entity. Lu Yuan closed his notebook. A receptor remotely controlled by the herd. Lin Chen remained silent for 3 seconds. Then he stood up and said to Zhang Feng, Drag Jiang Gui's body to the corner and cover it with ice. Without saying a word, Zhang Feng grabbed the corpse by the collar and dragged it away. Without waiting for orders, Han Tao squatted down and used crushed ice to rub away the bloodstains. He swept the crumbs of instant noodles into a corner and stepped into the ice shards. Lin Chen pulled 5 strips of cloth out of his backpack. Blindfold them. The older woman's legs went weak and she wanted to kneel again. Zhao Li had already taken the strip of cloth, neatly wrapped it around her eyes, and tied it in a tight knot at the back of her head. As the tall, thin man took the strip of cloth with his unbroken hand, his voice trembled. Brother! I really don't dare to run away. No. When Lin Chen tied the cloth strips around his neck, she noticed that his back was completely soaked. You know the consequences if anyone makes a sound on the way back. The tall, thin man nodded vigorously, wincing in pain from his severed arm, but he didn't utter a sound. Return journey. Zhang Feng brought up the rear, Han Tao led the way, and Lu Yuan was in the middle, holding the ropes that guided the 5 blindfolded people. Lin Chen walked at the very front. The thermal imager scans the fan-shaped area in front every 30 seconds. The screen shows a large area of ice blue background, with occasional flashes of tiny heat sources, mutant rats hidden under the ice layer, with low body temperatures, posing no threat. I walked less than 400 meters. 2 fast-moving orange dots popped up at the edge of the screen. Its body shape resembles a dog, and it moves extremely fast. Bonespur dogs. Lin Chen raised his right fist. The whole team stood against the wall. 5 human figures pressed against the ice. The older woman's teeth began to chatter, and Zhao Li covered her mouth with her hand. 2 bonespur dogs emerged from the ruins 30 meters away, one after the other, trotting eastward. Han Tao had already raised his Type 92 rifle to his waist, the muzzle following the movement of the bone-spurting dog. Lin Chen pressed down on his gun barrel. Shake head. Do not fire. Gunfire will attract more. 2 bonespur dogs stopped on the pile of rubble. The one in front turned its head, its cloudy yellow eyes looking in their direction. Zhao Li remained blindfolded and motionless. She kept her breathing at a minimum, not holding her breath, but releasing her breath evenly from her nose at an extremely slow rhythm. The breathing of the other 4 people became disordered. The older woman's legs trembled, and the sound of her teeth chattering was like shattering ice. The tall, thin man gritted his teeth, cold sweat seeping from under the strip of cloth. The bone-spurred dog sniffed the air. 2 seconds. Then it turned around and continued running east. The 2 orange dots on the thermal imager disappeared at the edge of the screen. Lin Chen withdrew his hand from Han Tao's gun barrel. He glanced at Zhao Li. A strip of cloth covered half of her face, and the lower half that was exposed showed no change in expression. This woman's composure far surpassed that of the other 4. Explosion-proof door ramp entrance. Lin Chen stepped forward alone, aiming the thermal imager at the interior of the shelter area. A row of humanoid heat sources popped up on the screen. 16 familiar silhouettes. Zhao Gang's extremities were a cold blue, still a sequela of frostbite, which Song Yi hadn't fully recovered from after 3 days of treatment. Tong Tong's body temperature was normal. The little heat source was curled up in the sleeping bag, with Fang Min's silhouette next to her. Everything is the same. Lin Chen knocked on the blast door. 3 taps. Pause. 2 taps. Pause. 1 tap. A low voice came from inside. Who is it? I. The explosion-proof door is open. Su stood behind the door, holding an entrenching tool. She saw Lin Chen, and as she relaxed her shoulders, her gaze swept past him to the 5 blindfolded strangers behind her. Fang Min walked out from the direction of the storage room, holding a notebook in her hand. She glanced at the newcomer's build and clothing, her gaze finally settling on the severed arm of the tall, thin man. Jiang Ro had already arrived with a medical kit. Wait a minute. Lin Chen raised his hand to stop her. Isolation zone. In front of the isolation red line. Jiang Ro put on rubber gloves, and Song Yi turned on the emergency flashlight and aimed it at the 5 people. Take off your clothes. Lin Chen stood on the boundary of the quarantine zone. One piece at a time, layer by layer. Glock was always held in his hand. Zhao Li was the first to unbutton her coat. The down jacket was zipped all the way up, revealing the sweater underneath. Take off your sweater, and put on thermal underwear. The movements were swift and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. She raised her arms and slowly spun around in the emergency lights. Neck, collarbone, armpits, sides of waist, calves. The skin was white from the cold, with several frostbite spots, but no gray-black blood vessels. Su Su stared at her for several seconds. When Jiang Ro examined the older woman, she found a 3-centimeter-long old scratch on her left forearm. The woman panicked. I was scratched by a piece of metal 5 days ago. It wasn't a bite. It really wasn't. Don't move. Song Yi pressed down on her arm. Iodine-soaked cotton swabs were used to wipe the edges of the wound. The scab was intact, the surrounding skin was normal in color, and there were no gray or black lines. Pass. Chapter 63 Swarm Consciousness. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Behind the isolation line in the shelter area. Song Yi put away the iodine swabs and nodded to Lin Chen. Temperature is normal, no gray or black lines. Lin Chen made a hand gesture. Zhang Feng stepped forward and ripped the blindfolds off the 5 men. The moment the cloth strips were removed, all 5 people squinted. What was glaring was not the light, but the few bright emergency lights overhead. In this extremely cold and apocalyptic world, this light was more precious than gold. Next comes the tactile impact. The older woman trembled uncontrollably. She stared blankly at her own breath, which produced no white mist. The air was warm, carrying a hint of diesel smoke and a faint smell of disinfectant. The red liquid column in the thermometer on the wall remained steadily at 13 degrees. Outside, it's a frigid hell of -40 degrees Celsius. Here, it's spring. The tall, thin man covered his face with one hand and broke down in tears, the pain of his severed arm mixed with the relief of escaping death. The 2 young women collapsed to the ground, gasping for air like dying fish. Elderly people from the shelter stood around. Zhou Qi instinctively pulled Tong Tong behind her to shield the tall, thin man's severed arm. Zhao Gang leaned against the metal barrel, coldly watching the group of outsiders. Fan Min, meanwhile, gripped her notebook, quickly assessing the 5 men's physical abilities. Give me some water, Lin Chen said. Su Su walked over carrying a plastic basket. She was wearing a clean, fitted thermal outfit, and her hair was tied up tightly. With 2 clatters, 5 unopened bottles of purified water and 5 compressed biscuits were thrown onto the table outside the cordon. The noise was louder than firecrackers during the Lunar New Year to the 5 people. The older woman scrambled over, unscrewed the bottle cap, and poured the water down her throat, causing it to leak from the corners of her mouth and making her cough repeatedly. Su Su walked up to Lin Chen with a steaming cup of water, shoved it into his hand, and complained in a low voice. We just managed to save some food at home, and you went out and brought back 5 more mouths to feed. What, have we switched to charity? They don't go into the core area. Lin Chen took a sip of hot water. They stay on the slope buffer layer to do the heavy work. They get half a bottle of water and half a biscuit every day in exchange for clearing the outer ice layer. Su Su snorted, the anger in her eyes instantly dissipating. This was a good deal. On the other side, Jiang Ro carried her medical kit to the tall, thin man and began to treat his severed arm. But her eyes kept drifting towards Han Tao, who was a few steps away. Han Tao was removing the magazines from his body. Jiang Ro walked over and handed him a warm, damp towel. Wipe it off, Jiang Ro said softly, her gaze sweeping over the large charred patch on the shoulder of his coat. Did you run into some tough guys outside? Han Tao took the towel and wiped the ice crystals and soot off his face. Lin Chen created a fireball at 2,500 degrees Celsius and burned the 3-headed worm to ashes. I got this burn from the heat wave. Jiang Ro paused, but didn't ask any further questions. Massage your shoulders tonight, so you don't catch a cold. Han Tao was taken aback for a moment, and the tough guy awkwardly whispered, Thank you. Ding! A suitable survivor has been detected. Zhao Li has successfully joined the shelter. Ding! A survivor meeting the requirements has been detected. Wang Chan has successfully joined the shelter. Byte. 5 consecutive system prompts flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Current number of people in the shelter, 21. Estimated total points at 6 p.m., 2,100. Lin Chen's gaze swept across the quarantine area, finally locking onto Zhao Li. Everyone else was wolfing down their food, but she was the only one. Zhao Li held half a cookie, only taking small bites of the edge. Her eyes moved slowly, but her peripheral vision, like radar, silently scanned her surroundings. Observe the direction of the ceiling ventilation ducts. Examine the wiring layout of the generator set. See the boxes of supplies peeking through the crack in the storage room door. Finally, attention was drawn to the thickness of the door hinges of the explosion-proof door. Too steady. So steady it doesn't seem like someone fleeing a disaster, but rather like a scout conducting a reconnaissance mission. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes. This woman was definitely hiding something big. Zhang Feng, take them to the slope buffer zone and set up the old tents that we took down earlier. Lin Chen looked away. Su, don't give them a penny more than water and biscuits. After making the arrangements, Lin Chen turned and walked towards the storage room. Zhang Feng, Han Tao, Lu Yuan, Fang Min. Lin Chen called out directly. Come in for the meeting. Once the door to the storage room was closed, all sounds from outside were cut off. On a table made of wooden crates, there was a hand-drawn map of the surrounding terrain by Fang Min. Clang. Lin Chen threw the captured homemade crossbow onto the blueprints. The situation is clear. Lin Chen pulled out a chair and sat down, his aura cold and stern. Anning Road Subway Station, Feng Chi, 23 people. They know there's meat to be made in the south, and Jiang Gui came to scout the location. This matter cannot be resolved peacefully. Han Tao tapped his knuckles on the table. If Jiang Gui doesn't go back for several days, Feng Chi will definitely become suspicious. Once they sneak up on us, with more than 20 men armed and blocking the entrance to the slope, we'll be trapped like turtles in a jar. So we can't wait for them to come. Zhang Feng crossed his arms, his eyes hardening. We have to fight our way out. While they still think Jiang Gui is alive, we'll wipe out their stronghold. Fang Min took a pencil and drew a circle on the map. Anning Road is 2.5 kilometers away from us, and we have to pass through an abandoned commercial street in between. If we want to take the initiative, the route must avoid areas where animal activity is frequent. We'll definitely have to fight, Lin Chen said, looking at Han Tao. But what about those 5 people outside? Especially Zhao Li. That woman is strange, Han Tao sneered. Her sketches are too professional, and her mental fortitude is even more outrageous. Jiang Gui's brains were splattered out, but she didn't even flinch. Keeping someone like that at home is like having a ticking time bomb. Keep her in the buffer zone for now, cutting off all contact between her and the core area, Lin Chen decided. We'll deal with Feng Chi first, then we can interrogate her later. Lu Yuan pushed up his glasses and took out a palm-sized notebook from his pocket. You can decide on the tactics, but I'm more worried about another critical strategic issue right now. Lu Yuan opened his notebook, which contained several complex neural connection diagrams. The infected person Zhao Li mentioned. Don't you find it creepy? Everyone turned to look. The infected person can talk during the day, but at night they will bang on the door in rhythm with the low growls of the beasts outside. Lu Yuan pointed to the blueprints. What does this mean? This is not a traditional rabies attack, but a response. Say something a person can understand. Zhang Feng frowned. Local area network, or rather, swarm intelligence. Lu Yuan uttered an extremely hardcore term. After the fungus takes over the host's nervous system, it releases specific bioelectric waves. Whether it's a rat, a wolf, a beetle, or a bitten person, they are all on the same shared channel. The storage room fell silent instantly. You could hear a pin drop. You mean, the beasts outside aren't just wandering around aimlessly? Han Tao's expression changed completely. Yes. Lu Yuan nodded. The beast-tide migration, the beetle nest building, and even the infected person's ramming of the door are all carrying out unified commands. Behind them, there is definitely a main server issuing commands. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on the map. If this inference holds true, then they are not facing a disorganized mob of wild beasts, but an organized and disciplined mutated army. Where the main server is isn't important, that's a matter for later. Lin Chen pointed heavily at the circle at Anning Road subway station, his voice carrying a chilling ruthlessness. Tomorrow morning, head to Anning Road. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the three men. Take down Feng Qi. While we're at it, let's see what kind of monster that infected person really is. Chapter 64, Point Surge, armed to the teeth. The door to the storage room was locked from the inside. Lin Chen turned the emergency light to its dimmest setting. The light shrank to a dim, yellowish glow, barely illuminating the ammunition box he was sitting on. The sounds outside were cut into pieces behind the security door. Zhang Feng was arranging bunks for the 5 new recruits, Han Tao was cleaning guns, and Lu Yuan's pencil was rustling. He was probably taking notes in that notebook again. Everyone dispersed. But Lin Chen did not disperse. He leaned back against the supply crate, his head against the cold cement wall, and closed his eyes. There are 3 lines in my mind. First, Feng Qi. Anning Road Station, 23 men, 2 guns, 7 or 8 capable fighters. Jiang Gui is dead, his body covered in ice shards. Within 2 days at most, Feng Qi will realize he hasn't returned. He won't sit idly by. In the apocalypse, losing a scout means only 2 reactions, either retreat and play dead, or lead a force to overrun the city. A man from a nightclub background won't choose the first option. Second, mutant beasts. The 2 bone-spiked dogs that the thermal imager scanned last time have headed east. But that doesn't mean they're safe. There's still a zero-heat source wandering around 800 meters away. The fact that one of the 6-legged beetle nests has been cleared doesn't mean there's only one. Lu Yuan is right. If these things are truly on the same local area network, then the network will receive the notification if 6 beetles die. Article 3, Zhao Li. This woman is too pure. It's not that my body is clean, it's that my mind is clean. An intern at an architectural design institute? She drew an entire subway station floor plan in 3 days? She didn't even blink when Jiang Gui was shot? On the way back, when they encountered a bone-spurting dog, the other 4 people were shaking like leaves, but her breathing was as steady as if she were asleep. Such people are either born cold-blooded or have experienced something even more deadly. Regardless of the type, you can't leave them unattended. Lin Chen opened his eyes and raised his right hand. The pale blue cursor, visible only to him, was still on the back of his hand. With a thought, the system panel popped up. Points balance, 1159. Current shelter members, 21. 2 minutes and 47 seconds until daily settlement at 1800 hours. The numbers are jumping. 246, 245. Lin Chen stared at the countdown, his back against the wall, motionless. He recalled 3 days ago. Back then, I had less than 200 points left, and I had to think about every bottle of water and every cookie 3 times before I was willing to redeem them. I hesitate for half a minute before buying Tong a box of chocolates. I'm terrified of being poor. It wasn't poverty from a past life. It's poverty in the apocalypse, so poor that you can't afford to fire an extra bullet, so poor that you can't afford to use antibiotics when you're injured, so poor that you have to save on flashlight batteries by the second. 1:30. 1 o'clock. 0:30. 0:10. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on that string of numbers. Midnight. Byte. Daily points settlement complete. Current number of active members in the shelter, 21. Settlement points, plus 2,100. Current points balance, 3259. 3,259. Lin Chen's fingers tightened slightly. It wasn't excitement. It was a cold, hard excitement that slowly seeped out from between my teeth. Like a soldier who had been lying in a trench counting bullets for 3 days, finally waiting for the ammunition truck to arrive. In the upper right corner of the panel, the Rare Resources Zone label suddenly flashed. Golden light spread from the edges of the text, like molten iron creeping along the outline of the characters. Lin Chen clicked on it. 2 brand new entries floated in the center of the panel, gleaming with golden light. 10 armor sets 1,000 points. Description: includes a bulletproof helmet, level 3 protection, tactical vest, knee and elbow pads, and stab-resistant gloves. The complete set is suitable for combat in extremely cold environments. Each set is from Znegs. Pure plant extract shampoo, premium fragrance, ×1 bottle 20 points. When Lin Chen saw the second one, his gaze paused for a second. Shampoo. The 8th day of the apocalypse. It's minus 40 degrees Celsius outside. Mutant beasts are running rampant in the streets. Tomorrow we're going to raid their hideout. The system sent a bottle of shampoo. His lips twitched, and he almost burst out laughing. Which product manager designed the refresh logic? But the smile only lingered on his lips for less than half a second. His attention had returned to the first point. Armor suit. 10 sets. Level 3 bulletproof vest. He had a clear picture of the current state of the armed forces. Only 3 people in the entire team were capable of firing. He, Han Tao, and Zhang Feng. Lu Yuan was unarmed. Zhao Geng's right hand was still recovering from frostbite. Su Su, Fang Min, Zhou Qi, and the others who stayed behind didn't even have a decent stick. I'm going to Anning Road Station tomorrow. 23 people, 2 guns, and 7 or 8 armed men. With our current firepower, trying to take down someone isn't preemptive strike. It's like delivering takeout. Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He pressed the button for armed set X10. 1,000 points deducted. Balance, 2259. Saving money until you end up with a pile of corpses is worse than sharpening your knife first. He then switched to the regular online store and tapped repeatedly with his finger. 4 Glock 17 pistols, 30 points each. 120. 200 rounds of 9mm pistol ammunition. 200. 6 silencers, 10 points each. 60. Tactical backpack X6, 5 points each. 30. 6 rifle-mounted tactical flashlights, 8 points each. 48. 10 military water bottles, 3 points each. 30. Finished it in one go. The balance changed from 2259 to 1771. Cool. Shopping feels so great. Lin Chen looked at the number without feeling any heartache. After we defeat Feng Qi tomorrow, there are over 20 people on that side. If we can bring over half of them, our points will increase. As long as a person is alive, points are like flowing water. What I'm afraid of is never spending money. What I fear most is not having the life to enjoy it. The moment the purchase was confirmed, the air in the corner of the storage room began to distort. There was no sound, and no light effects. It's like reality being pinched and then released. Piles of boxes suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the corner of the open space. 2 rows of military green metal hardshell boxes, 5 in each row, stacked neatly. Next to it were several small black plastic boxes. The outer packaging of ammunition boxes, backpacks, and flashlights was piled on the far right. Lin Chen walked over. He crouched down and unlocked the first hardshell box. The lid popped open. A matte black bulletproof helmet lay in a shock-absorbing foam trough, a dark gray tactical vest was folded tightly, hardshell knee and elbow pads were arranged in size, and titanium alloy plates were embedded in the knuckles of stab-proof tactical gloves. Each piece carried the cool, metallic scent of a brand new product. The craftsmanship is excellent, the stitching is neat, and the workmanship is so good that it doesn't seem like something that should exist in this apocalyptic world. Lin Chen picked up the tactical vest and weighed it in his hand. It has a moderate weight, with a Kevlar fiber lining and a high-density polyethylene sheet as the outer layer. Level 3 protection, capable of withstanding direct pistol bullets and knife punctures. Feng Qi's 2 homemade guns couldn't penetrate this. He put down his vest and opened the small box next to him. 4 brand new Glock 17s. The gun has a black polymer frame, a nitride slide, and a fluorescent front sight. Each gun was accompanied by 2 spare magazines. The 6 mufflers are individually housed in a long aluminum box. 200 rounds of 9mm ammunition were neatly stacked in a military ammunition box, the brass casings gleaming with a cool luster in the dim light. Lynchen picked up a Glock, gripped the back edge of the slide with his left hand, held the handle with his right hand, and pulled it back cleanly and decisively. Click. Sleeve reset. The firing pin is ready to fire. The gun barrel was pointed at the ground. He disassembled and inspected the parts with one hand, completing the entire disassembly in 12 seconds, and then reassembled them in 8 seconds. The tolerance of this gun is even smaller than his own, the trigger pull is crisp, and there is no play in the engagement of the parts. He put the gun back in the box and stood up straight. 10 sets of weapons. 4 new guns. 200 bullets. 6 silencers. These items, spread out on the storage room floor, looked like a miniature armory under the dim light of the emergency lights. Chapter 65 Fully Armed. Lynchen did not call for help immediately. He stood in the middle of the pile of boxes and moved the emergency light 2 inches to the left. The light shone on the metal boxes, reflecting a cold, white sheen. He looked down and counted the items, comparing them one by one with the shopping list in his mind, confirming that everything was correct. Then he opened the storage room door a crack. In the corridor, Su was leaning against the water dispenser, jotting something down in the rationing ledger. Han Tao's handwriting was indeed clear, and she proofread it very quickly. Su didn't even turn her head. I'm busy. Come in here. Su put down her pen and walked over. As she squeezed through the crack in the door, her gaze fell to the ground, and she paused for a full 2 seconds. Army green hardshell boxes were scattered all over the ground. Bulletproof helmets, tactical vests, gun cases, and ammunition boxes were neatly stacked, with the packaging still intact. The air was filled with the metallic smell and rust-preventive oil smell that are unique to new products. Su slowly raised her head and looked at Lynchen. His lips parted slightly. Then it closed again. She knew very well that these things weren't found by rummaging through the closet. Even if Noah's Ark were hidden in the storage room, it wouldn't be possible to have exactly 10 sets of bulletproof gear and 4 brand new pistols. But she also knew something else. The man didn't want to explain. She shouldn't have asked. From the very first day this shelter was established, everything Lynchen provided, water, food, medicine, thermal imaging, was enough to shock her. But everything is real. Both can be used. Everyone is trying to save lives. The source is not important. Being alive is what matters. Su only said one sentence. Should I go and call someone? Their names are Zhang Feng, Han Tao, Lu Yuan, and Zhao Gang. Su nodded and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Lynchen bent down and took out a Glock 17 from the nearest gun case. The black polymer frame and sleeve are nitride and have a matte finish. He picked up a silencer, screwed it onto the muzzle, and then pulled 2 full magazines from the ammunition box, placed them on the table, and pushed them towards Su. This one is yours. Su looked at the gun on the table, but didn't immediately stick her finger out. Lynchen looked at her. You are in charge of the core area of the shelter. If there are any problems inside while I am outside, you have the right to shoot. The storage room fell silent for a moment. The sound of Zhao Gang repairing the oil tank could be heard coming from the corridor outside, one dull, rhythmic knock after another. Su stretched out her hand. She didn't hesitate or refuse like in movies and TV dramas. He put his 5 fingers together, gripped the middle of the barrel, and slowly brought the entire gun to his front. The gun was heavier than she had imagined. After adding the muffler, the center of gravity shifts forward, making it less stable to hold. She switched hands, gripping the handle with her right hand and supporting the front of the muffler with her left. Then she bent down to check the magazine. The movements were clumsy. I pressed my thumb against the magazine catch, and almost missed catching the magazine when it ejected. She used her knee to steady the magazine, flipped it over to check the bottom, confirmed it was full, and pushed the gun back in. Click. It's in place. Susu looked up at Linchin. You taught me how to load a gun. You still remember? I'll remember it after you teach me just once. She gripped the back edge of the sleeve with her left hand, pulled it back, and then let go. Click. Sleeve reset. The bullet is loaded. The movements weren't smooth, but every step was correct. The point of force application was right, the timing of release was right, and even the angle of the wrist was not wrong. Linchin nodded slightly. Susu tucked the gun behind her waist and tugged at the hem of her thermal underwear with her right hand to cover the gun handle. She straightened up and raised her chin. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but it vanished in an instant. He pushed open the door and went out. 2 minutes later, Zhang Feng, Han Tao, Lu Yuan, and Zhao Gang entered the storage room. Fang Nin followed her in, still clutching a pencil in her hand. The door closed. Zhang Feng was the first to react. He shook off his daze, took 3 steps to the nearest equipment box, squatted down, unlocked it, picked up a tactical vest, and weighed it in his hand. Holy shit! 2 words, pure admiration. He turned it over to examine the lining. Kevlar fiber, tightly stitched, with not a single loose thread at the seams. He tapped the outer hardboard with his knuckles. The sound was dull, high-density polyethylene, a genuine level 3 bulletproof plate. Wearing this, Feng Chi's 2 gunshots felt like mere tickles. Zhang Feng put down the vest, then picked up the bulletproof helmet and spun it around. The workmanship is better than the ones I was issued in the army back then. 1 set per person. Linchin bent down and sorted the equipment out of the boxes according to the number of people, arranging them into 4 groups on the table made of wooden boxes. Each set includes 1 bulletproof helmet, 1 tactical vest, 1 pair of knee pads and elbow pads, 1 pair of stab-proof gloves, 1 Glock 17 rifle, 1 silencer, 2 magazines, and 1 walkie-talkie. Wear a bulletproof helmet, tactical vest, protective gear, and gloves. Carry a pistol, silencer, 2 magazines, and walkie-talkie with you at all times. Zhang Feng was the first to make a move. Take the silencer out of the aluminum box, align it with the muzzle thread, and tighten it 3.5 turns clockwise. Pull the slide back, click to reset, and aim the gun at a non-existent target on the wall. The whole process takes no more than 8 seconds. He's a retired reconnaissance soldier. The equipment he uses has changed, but his muscle memory remains the same. Han Tao's movements were equally swift and efficient. He was used to the Type 92 rifle, but the grip angle of the Glock was different. He adjusted the position of his thumb and forefinger, tried pulling the trigger twice to find the return stroke, and then practiced holding the gun and sheathing it continuously for 3 sets of rapid draw drills. After a dozen seconds, I felt the right touch and nodded slightly. That's professional recognition. It doesn't need to be said. Zhao Gang found it a bit difficult to grip the handle. The severed finger was wrapped in bandages, and the web of the thumb could not fully support the back of the handle. Linchin walked over and helped him move the position of his thumb and forefinger down 1 centimeter, so that his middle finger was pressed against the lower edge of the trigger guard. Pull the trigger with your middle finger, and place your index finger on the guard to stabilize the direction. Zhao Gang tried twice. The first attempt missed. The second attempt was successful. He gritted his teeth and chuckled. Good, it hurts as much as it hurts, but I can still get it working. Lu Yuan was the last one. When Linchin handed him the gun, he took it very carefully. Both hands. Like getting a high-priced instrument. Grip the handle with your right hand and hold it with your left. Yes, with your thumb and forefinger pressing against it. The magazine catch is here, press it and the magazine will come out. This is the slide release button. After loading the magazine, press this, and the slide will automatically reset and chamber a new round. Linchin stood behind him and guided him through the entire process step by step. Lu Yuan's hands were trembling slightly, but not from fear. His pupils dilated, and his breathing quickened. It was excitement. He lowered his voice. I used to use scalpels for dissection experiments. I never thought I would use a gun one day. A scalpel saves lives. Lin-Chin patted his shoulder. This also saves lives. It's just the direction is reversed. Lu Yuan nodded vigorously and put the gun away. Lin-Chin glanced at the half-open doorway of the storage room out of the corner of his eye. A figure stood there. She knew. Her ponytail was tied high, and she wore a gray quilted jacket over a sports vest. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she wanted to say something. Her gaze swept in through the crack in the door, pausing for a moment on the military equipment filling the room. Then she saw 5 men huddled together, clearly having a meeting. Her mouth fell silent. She took a step back. He turned and left. Lin-Chin looked away and didn't call out to her. Lin-Chin did not distribute the remaining armor sets. Keep it! He closed the extra boxes again and pushed them into the innermost corner of the storage room. Zhang Feng was wearing a full set of equipment. The bulletproof helmet was pulled down, leaving only the eyes and chin exposed. A dark gray tactical vest covered the chest and abdomen, hard-shell knee pads were fastened to the knees, and stab-proof gloves were tightened with Velcro straps. A fire axe was clipped to the back, and a Glock holster was tucked into the chest holster. He stretched his shoulders, turned his body left and right, squatted and jumped twice, and tested his range of motion. It won't affect the fight. The weight is well controlled. He patted the hard board on his chest. This thing should be enough to block the claws of the mutant dog. After adjusting the silencer length, Han Tao inserted the gun into the holster on the side of his vest. The tactical vest accentuated the lines of his shoulders and back. He looked down to check all the Velcro seams, making sure they weren't loose, before looking up. After putting on his tactical vest, Zhao Gang straightened his back. The bulletproof plate made his body appear wider than usual, and combined with his already robust build as a truck driver, he stood there like a moving wall. I used to carry cargo, now I carry bullets. He clenched his fist, the pain suppressed by the adrenaline. Lu Yuan finished putting them on. He wasn't used to the direction of the knee pad buckles, so Zhang Feng helped him adjust them. After putting on the helmet, the visor was pressed between his forehead and the helmet rim, so he simply took off his glasses and hung them on the pencil case buckle on his vest. Everyone is dressed. 5 people were standing in the storage room. The emergency light shone on the dark gray helmet and tactical vest, and the metallic holster, magazine pouch, and protective gear outlined their rugged lines in the light. Fang Min leaned against the door frame. Her pencil stopped moving. She had worked at the Surveying Institute for 20 years and had even seen the fiercest foremen on construction sites. But at this moment, looking at the 5 fully armed men in front of her, she suddenly felt a tension in her heart ease. Chapter 66 Xingyu's Trump Card. Fan Min's map of the surrounding area and Zhao Li's sketch were laid side by side on a table made of wooden crates. Lin-Chin used a pencil to fill in a section of the route where the 2 diagrams met. The dark alley on the west side of the commercial street is 1.8 kilometers long. It bypasses 2 areas with dense animal populations as seen on the thermal imaging camera and finally arrives at the ventilation shaft exit of Anning Road Station. We set off at 4 in the morning. In the storage room, Lin-Chin pointed to the location of the ventilation shaft marked on the map. Don't go through the main entrance. Go in through the ventilation shaft, find the equipment room first, and cut off their lighting power. Fighting in the dark gives us the advantage. He moved his finger to the right, landing on the platform stairwell. Han Tao and Zhao Gang will launch a feigned attack on the staircase from the front. This will create a disturbance and pin Feng Qi's men to the platform entrance. Zhang Feng and I will infiltrate from the ventilation shaft and flank them from the side. Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan pushed up his glasses hanging on his vest buckle. Thermal imaging surveillance, perimeter retreat alert, right? There's one more thing. Lin-Chin flipped the sketch over and pointed to the circle in the toilet area. Before approaching that infected person, report the heat source data to me. Body temperature, location, and range of activity. Lu Yuan quickly jotted down 2 lines in his notebook and nodded. No one around the table said a word. That concludes the plan. Everything I've said is practical and useful. Jiang Feng patted his knee pads and stood up to stretch his knees. I'll go check the ropes and entrenching tools. It will disperse very cleanly. The meeting adjourned. Han Tao was the last to emerge. He was still clutching the Glock with the silencer in his hand. He ran his fingers along the matte polymer grip a couple of times before slipping the gun into the tactical holster on his chest. As soon as I stepped out of the corridor, a silver-gray thermos was handed to me. Jiang Ro stood at the base of the wall, wearing a slightly oversized thermal coat with the sleeves rolled up. Have a drink. She didn't waste any more words. Han Tao took it and unscrewed the cap. The heat rose up and hit my face. He took a big gulp, and the scalding water slid down his esophagus into his stomach, dispelling the lingering chill in his bones. This Lin Chin. Han Tao held the cup, his thumb scraping the stainless steel cup wall twice. His background is unfathomable. Jiang Ro leaned against the wall, took out a piece of medical tape from her pocket, tore off half an inch, and stuck it on her sleeve, which had a small tear. No matter how deep it is, she said, putting the remaining tape back in her pocket. As long as it allows us to breathe, it's a good foundation. Han Tao lowered his head. At the end of the corridor, the sound of Ma Guoyang tapping on the steel plate could be heard one after another, dull yet full of the vitality of a living person. The night before last, Han Tao suddenly spoke, his voice very low. In that underground parking garage where there was no electricity. Jiang Ro stopped what she was doing. When that thing fell from the second-floor ventilation duct, Master Ma's leg was crushed by the frame, and he couldn't move at all. Han Tao stared at the water ripples in the cup. The Type 92 pistol in my pocket has 4 bullets in total. Jiang Ro chimed in. You pushed me and made me run towards the door. Han Tao chuckled and shook his head. Running my ass. He looked up at the reinforced ventilation pipes above him. It's over 40 degrees below zero outside. Even if we get out of the garage, we'll have no fire and no food. Once it gets dark, the 3 of us will freeze to death on the roadside, even if we're not bitten to death. Jiang Ro remained silent. The feeling of despair in the garage, where even taking a breath hurt my lungs, still makes my hands and feet feel stiff when I think about it now. If we hadn't followed the smell of frozen diesel fuel to find this explosion-proof door. If the person inside the door had just shot them all dead. They're long dead. I've worked in law enforcement for 8 years. Han Tao screwed the lid on his cup tightly. I've seen my fair share of tough guys. But in this place, I have to learn the rules all over again. He shoved the thermos back into Jiang Ro's hand. We'll go to the subway station tomorrow. Han Tao straightened his tactical vest. He paused, then added, if anything goes wrong here, stick close to that woman named Su Su. Jiang Ro held the thermos, and the hot water radiated through the cup. Take care of yourself. She straightened up, turned and walked towards the medical area. Bulletproof vests are for people too. If you come back alive, I hope you don't have to use the hemostats in my case on you. Han Tao stood still. Hearing Jiang Ro's footsteps turn the corner, he reached out and pressed the heavy gun handle at his waist, then turned and walked towards the slope. Lin Chin stayed in the storage room, folding the map neatly. Footsteps came from the other end of the corridor. The sound of their footsteps on the ground was light, but the rhythm was steady. He didn't look up. What's up? I want to talk to you about something. It was Qin Yu's voice. Lin Chin shoved the map into his backpack before looking up. Qin Yu stood at the door, her ponytail tied high, wearing a gray quilted jacket over her sports vest. She didn't lean against the door frame or cross her arms, she just stood there. I'd like to go together tomorrow. There was a moment of silence in the storage room. Before he could speak, Qin Yu continued. I know you had a meeting. Ventilation shafts, feint attacks, group infiltrations. She paused. The door wasn't closed properly. Lin Chin looked at her. Tell me your reasons. Qin Yu did not speak immediately. She looked down at her hands and saw an old callus on the web of her right hand, which wasn't from practicing yoga. My family is well off, she said, her voice flat. My dad. She paused, a slight smile playing on his lips, which quickly faded. He thinks girls should also be able to support themselves. He started training me in horseback riding, shooting, and wilderness survival when I was 12. Lynchen didn't interrupt her. I've camped and hunted in the wild, and I've used pistols and air rifles at the shooting range. Xinyu raised her head. You should be able to tell from my physical abilities that I'm not just all show. Lynchen recalled that night at the clinic. So many mutated rats swarmed in from all sides. Xinyu took out the metal whistle from her bag, and the rat swarm exploded at the sound of the whistle. He just thought it was good luck at the time. Looking back now, the judgment was so decisive, and the actions were planned. Behind every lucky person lies 100 hours of practice. His lips twitched slightly. I practice yoga, he said. Xinyu? I thought you were just a yoga instructor. Lynchen picked up his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. You were driving away rats that day, and I thought I'd hit the jackpot. Xinyu looked at him, a slight smile slowly curving her lips. So I agree. Lynchen stood up. It's that simple. Xinyu paused for a second. She had prepared a backup plan, even a way out. If Lynchen didn't agree, she would apply to stay on the periphery to work in communications. She simply didn't want to stay any longer. But halfway through her sentence, Lynchen made the decision. She stood up straight again. Okay. But there's one condition. Lynchen turned around, his voice leaving no room for negotiation. This isn't a drill outside. I care about every single one of you. All actions must be carried out under orders, without a second of independent decision-making. If you don't understand or can't execute the instructions, then come back and stay here. Xinyu stared at him and nodded. That nod wasn't just a perfunctory one. Lynchen walked to the door, stopped, and called out towards the end of the corridor. Zhang Feng. Hey! Zhang Feng walked around with his entrenching tool in hand. When he saw Xinyu, he paused for a moment and glanced at her. Coach Xin? Xinyu will be with the team tomorrow. You take her through the basic movements. Lynchen raised his chin. Tactical maneuvering, cover and follow up, holding the gun, etc. Zhang Feng looked at Xinyu and grinned. Hey, I knew it. He scratched the back of his head. The way you fought off a horde of rats all by yourself that day, without even blinking, I knew that wasn't the demeanor of an ordinary yoga teacher. Xinyu twitched the corner of her mouth. It's Pilates! Oh, Pilates. Zhang Feng nodded, looking serious. Same, both are the soft kind. But, he patted the shoulder of his tactical vest. It won't be soft if you wear this tomorrow. Xinyu glanced at him, too lazy to refute. Zhang Feng stopped laughing and his voice became serious. You've handled a gun? A pistol used at the shooting range. No problem. Zhang Feng switched the entrenching tool to his other hand. Come with me. Let's practice drawing and retracting the gun first. I'll teach you the rest as we go. If you have a good foundation, 2 hours should be enough. Xinyu followed. She took 2 steps, then paused, without turning around, and said softly, Thanks. Zhang Feng waved his hand. No need to thank me, we're all a team. Helping each other out is what we should do. The sound of their footsteps went deeper into the corridor. Chapter 67 Fragrance of Flowers. After everyone left, Lynchen was the only one left in the storage room. The emergency lights were turned down to their dimmest setting. The light was reduced to a dim, yellowish glow, just enough to make the system panel in front of me visible. Balance, 1771. Lynchen didn't rush to close the panel. He has a habit of reviewing the store after each large expenditure to see if any tactical supplies have been missed. My finger swiped from the weapons section to the medical section, and then from the medical section to the tools section, scanning each item like an inventory. My fingertip stopped when it slid to the rare resource area. Golden words floated in the void, surrounded by a soft glow, standing out starkly against the cold, hard ammunition and medicines beside them. Pure plant extract shampoo, premium fragrance, times 1 bottle 20 points. Lynchen stared at it for 3 seconds. A hint of disdain appeared on his face. It's the end of the world. It's over 40 degrees below zero outside, and I have to sneak into the subway station at 4 in the morning tomorrow to fight people. The system refreshed its rare supplies, and a bottle of shampoo appeared. Can this thing stop bullets or smash mutant dogs? He prepared to slide his finger across. It stopped. A picture flashed through my mind. It wasn't anything earth-shattering. It was just this evening, Susu squatting in the rationing area organizing the supplies ledger. Her ponytail was tied high, with stray hairs held back by a rubber band she'd picked up from who knows where, and a few loose strands of hair plastered to the side of her neck, looking a bit frizzy. She hasn't washed her hair for several days. But every time he appeared in public, his clothes were zipped up to the top, his cuffs were neatly rolled up, and his handwriting in the ledger was meticulous. It's not easy to survive like this in the apocalypse. Lin Chen's finger hovered above the line of gold characters. He hesitated for less than 2 seconds. I clicked it. Purchase successful. 20 points deducted. Balance, 1751. A palm-sized bottle of shampoo appeared out of nowhere on top of the box. The bottle is dark brown with a frosted cap, and the label is printed with a few white flowers whose species are not clearly visible. Lin Chen picked it up, unscrewed the cap, and brought it close to his nose to smell it. A faint floral fragrance. It's not pungent, not sweet, and smells like the scent that wafts through the air when a plant is just beginning to bloom. He paused for a second. Then screw the cap on and put it in your coat pocket. 20 points. That's enough to buy 20 bottles of water, or 4 boxes of antibiotics. We're going to fight tomorrow, so we can never have too much ammunition and medical supplies. He spent 20 points to buy a bottle of shampoo. Lin Chen turned off the system panel and sat in the dark for a while. Outside the storage room, distant voices could be heard coming from the corridor. Fan Min was reading something to Tong Tong, but her voice was muffled and indistinct. The sound of Ma Guoyang's wrench had stopped, presumably because he had finished repairing the oil tank. Quiet. Such tranquility is a luxury in the apocalypse. Lin Chen leaned against the wall, his gaze falling on the row of empty ammunition boxes stacked opposite him, but his mind wandered to some unrelated things. What happened before the teleportation? That office building. 23 floors. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows is the city skyline, the fluorescent lights are blindingly white, and the air conditioning is always set at 22 degrees Celsius. Su's desk was in the innermost partition, with a nameplate hanging on the door that read, Su Wanqing, Operations Supervisor. He remembered the nameplate. Every time I pass by, I subconsciously avoid eye contact, like I'm dodging a landmine. Back then, everyone in the department was afraid of her. If someone is 3 minutes late for a meeting, they will be called out in front of everyone. There was a typo in the copy. The email was copied to the regional manager. At the monthly review meeting, she can make anyone with poor data start to doubt themselves without using a single swear word. Lin Chen, your Q3 conversion rate is the lowest in the whole group. Don't you realize that? That was the last sentence before the teleportation. When Su said those words, she was sitting at the head of the conference table, wearing a black suit, her hair was tied up, and her makeup was so exquisite that she didn't look like a living person. The voice wasn't loud, but every word sounded like it had been taken out of a freezer. He hated this woman to the core at the time. The entire department hates her. He'd heard the jokes in the break room more than once. The reason President Su got that position is because she's good-looking. Rumor has it she's very close to the vice president. Who would dare marry a woman like that? Rumors are a form of murder that kills without shedding blood. Lin Chen hadn't thought about it deeply at the time. He was just a low-level employee who was being scolded, and he had no obligation to understand his boss. But later, in this wasteland, he met another Susu. On the first day, she wore ripped black stockings and broken high heels, crying like a lost child in the ruins. The next day, as she bandaged Zhang Feng's wounds, her hands trembled, but she wrapped the bandages tightly, one loop after another. In the days that followed, she learned to take stock of supplies, distribute food, and record everyone's temperature. Her fingernails were all broken, and her hands were covered in chilblains and cracks, but she wrote the words on the ledger faster and faster, and more steadily. No one calls her President Sue anymore. Everyone calls her Sue Sue. Strangely, after shedding that title, she seemed to come back to life. Lin Chun recalled that one late night, he caught a glimpse of Sue Sue sitting alone by the window. Moonlight streamed in through the gaps in the sealed blinds, falling in beams onto her face. She was lost in thought. It wasn't the kind of absent-minded, preoccupied look. It's the kind of complete emptiness. His eyes were looking somewhere in the distance, and the corners of his mouth were even slightly upturned. When that image overlapped with the memory of the cold-faced female demon sitting at the head of the conference room, Lin Chun felt it was absurd. But then he suddenly remembered something. 1 week before the transfer. One day, he worked overtime until 10 p.m., and went downstairs to pick up takeout, passing through the underground parking garage. A white Honda was parked in the corner of the garage. The car was illuminated by the faint light of a mobile phone screen. He glanced at it again as he passed by. A woman was sitting in the driver's seat, her head resting on the steering wheel, her shoulders twitching. The phone screen showed an unfinished message addressed to Mom. That person is Sue Sue. He pretended not to see it and left with the takeout. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Su Wan Qing appeared in the conference room on time, her makeup exquisite and her voice icy. Lin Chen, I've reviewed your proposal from last night. The analysis of the client's pain points is completely off target. Rewrite it. A young, beautiful woman, who single-handedly climbed her way up from the bottom to the top. She's fierce, she's mean, she's heartless. Because she's not fierce, people will say she relies on her looks. If she isn't mean, others will think she's easy to bully. If she shows even a hint of tenderness, all the rumors will become established fact. So she turned herself into a knife. That President Sue was her armor. But the apocalypse stripped away the armor. The remaining person would secretly slip Tong Tong an extra half-piece of chocolate when distributing supplies. He would stand at the door and count heads when Zhang Feng went out on patrol, and only turn around when the last person returned. When Lin Chun was so busy that he forgot to eat, he would leave compressed biscuits and water at the door of the storage room without knocking or making a sound. Turn the lights up 1 level when you leave. Lin Chun touched the bottle in his pocket. The frosted cap felt cool against his fingertips. He stood up, turned off the light, and went out the door. Only the emergency light at the end of the corridor was on, casting a small patch of orange light. Su Su sat next to the rationing station, the ledger was closed, and a pen rested on it. She leaned against the wall, her eyes closed, her breathing shallow. It looked like she had just fallen asleep. Lin Chun walked over. The footsteps startled her. Su Su opened her eyes, reflexively sat up straight, and reached for the ledger. It's me. When Su Su saw that it was him, her tense shoulders relaxed. She rubbed her eyes, her voice a little hoarse. What time is it? It's past 11 o'clock. Why don't you go back to your room to sleep? Waiting for you. She paused, as if she felt that those 2 words were too straightforward, and added, I want to confirm tomorrow's ration list. Lin Chun sat down next to her against the wall. The 2 people were about an arm's length apart. The corridor was quiet, with only the faint hum of airflow passing through the ventilation ducts. Lin Chun took the bottle out of his pocket and placed it on the ground between the 2 of them. Su Su looked down at it. Then I looked up at him. What? I found it while rummaging through the cabinet, Lin Chun said without changing his expression. Su Su picked up the bottle and unscrewed the cap. She paused for a moment when the fragrance of the flowers wafted out. It has a very light and faint fragrance. In this underground shelter filled with the smells of diesel, rust, and disinfectant, the fragrance of flowers seemed to seep in from another world. Su Su stared at the bottle for several seconds. Then she screwed the cap back on, head down, her voice very soft. The shampoo you found while rummaging through the cabinet still has its packaging and a high-end fragrance. I'm so lucky. It's always been good. Su Su didn't say anything more. She gripped the bottle in her hand and rubbed her thumb back and forth on the frosted surface of the bottle a couple of times. After a dozen seconds she spoke, her voice even softer than before. "Be careful tomorrow." Lin Chen turned to look at her. Su didn't look at him. His gaze fell on the opposite wall, his chin slightly tucked in. The emergency light shone from the side, casting a small shadow on his eyelashes on his cheekbone. "Be careful of what?" Lin Chen asked. "Be careful with everything." Su smiled gently, gripped the bottle tightly, and stood up. "I've put the ration list on your desk." She left. The footsteps were light, but unhurried. I paused for a second at the corner. He didn't turn around. Turn the corner and disappear at the end of the corridor. Lin Chen leaned against the wall, watching the direction she disappeared in. The corridor returned to silence. He lowered his eyes and glanced at the time. 23:17. There are less than 5 hours left before we set off at 4 a.m. Chapter 68 Icebones. 3:45 a.m. When Lin Chen opened his eyes, his internal biological clock was more accurate than an alarm clock. He sat up, zipped his sleeping bag all the way up, put his feet into his boots, tied the shoelaces, and stood up. The hallway was dark. He relied on his memory to walk to the storage room and push the door open. Zhang Feng is already here. He donned his full gear, fire axe tucked behind his back, and Glock holstered in front of his chest. He squatted on the ground, stuffing ropes and an entrenching tool into his tactical backpack, not even looking up when he heard footsteps. "Where is Han Tao?" "I called Zhao Gang." 2 minutes later, Han Tao and Zhao Gang entered one after the other. Han Tao's face was still wet, probably from wiping his face with cold water. Zhao Gang's severed finger had been bandaged tightly with a new bandage. Lu Yuan arrived last. He carried a tactical pouch, his notebook was tucked into his inner breast pocket, and a thermal imager hung around his neck. 5 people. Lin Chen glanced around, his gaze settling on the doorway. Xinyu stood there. A bulletproof helmet held down her high ponytail, and a dark gray tactical vest accentuated her upper body. Her knee pads were fastened tightly, and the Velcro closure of her stab-proof gloves was wrapped extra around the cuffs, a tip from Zhang Feng, to prevent them from slipping off during combat. The Glock was holstered on the right side, and the silencer was already screwed on. Her expression was calm. She wasn't nervous, nor was she stiff or trying to appear composed. Just calm. It felt as natural as doing a stretch before going for a morning run. "Equipment inspection." Lin Chen didn't look at her much, his voice very low. The 6 men took turns counting off magazines, silencers, flashlights, water bottles, and ropes. Each item was checked to ensure nothing was missing. "Set off." When the explosion-proof door at the ramp entrance was pushed open, air at -43°C rushed in. Lin Chen walked at the front. Zhang Feng was on the left, Han Tao on the right, Xinyu followed half a meter behind Lin Chen, and Zhao Gang and Lu Yuan brought up the rear. The night was thick with darkness. There was no moon, the clouds completely blocked out the sky. The only source of light was 6 tactical flashlights mounted on rifle straps, their beams sweeping along the ground at their lowest brightness. Dark alley on the west side of the commercial street. On both sides are abandoned storefronts, the roller shutters are rusted into iron sheets, and broken glass is sealed in the ground by ice, making no sound when you step on it. They're all frozen to death. The air is dry and cold. When you take a breath, the inner walls of your nasal cavity immediately tighten. Xinyu's breathing rhythm was very steady. 4 steps for 1 inhale, 4 steps for 1 exhale. This is the breathing frequency during long-distance weighted cross-country running. It's not something taught in yoga class, it's something honed through high-intensity physical training. Lin Chen listened intently to his surroundings, the sound of the wind, the clattering of the ice as it expanded and contracted, and the distant groaning of steel beams from some building in the frigid temperature. 400 meters ahead, the thermal imager is clean. It took 10 minutes to walk. As the group crossed an intersection, Lu Yuan suddenly pressed Lin Chen's shoulder. "Wait a moment." Everyone stopped at the same time. Lu Yuan held up the thermal imager, pointing the lens at a forked alleyway on the right. The screen displayed a cold, dark blue background. There's no heat source, Lu Yuan said in a low voice. But... He handed the instrument to Lin Chen. In the bottom right corner of the screen, 3 humanoid silhouettes stand about 60 meters deep in the alleyway. All blue. Its temperature is exactly the same as the surrounding buildings. There is not a trace of heat radiation. Ice corpse. Lin Chen's voice was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Zhang Feng's hand was already on the fire axe. 3. Stand still. Lin Chen handed the thermal imager back to Lu Yuan. Can you go around them? The map Fang Min had drawn was in his mind. This fork in the alley was a dead end, not leading to their destination. Theoretically, as long as they didn't go in, they could. Brother. Zhang Feng's voice suddenly tightened. Lin Chen looked in the direction of his flashlight beam. There were footprints on the ground at the entrance of the alley. It's not theirs. Barefoot footprints. It stretched out from the depths of the alley, turned the corner, and walked a dozen steps in the direction they had come from, then disappeared. They disappeared behind an overturned van. Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly. The van was less than 8 meters away from them. He raised his left hand and made a gesture, tactical hand signal, threat ahead, disperse and prepare to engage. Zhang Feng and Han Tao simultaneously took a step to either side and aimed their guns. Qinhua remained motionless. She wasn't frightened. She was waiting for instructions. Lin Chen glanced back at her. Their eyes met for less than half a second in the darkness. He pointed to the left side of the van, then to Qinyu, and finally to himself. It means, follow me, go to the left. Qinyu nodded. Press the flashlight off with your thumb. Darkness swallowed her figure, but her footsteps clearly followed 40 centimeters to Lin Chen's left rear. The distance was precise, and her stride matched perfectly. Zhang Feng went around from the right side. The van was approaching from 3 directions simultaneously. 5 seconds. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. A sound came from under the van. It wasn't the clanging of metal. It was the sound of joints moving. Bones grinding against each other, accompanied by the crisp cracking of ice shards. Then that thing crawled out from under the car. Extremely fast. It's not human speed. A frozen corpse suddenly sprang out from under the car, barefoot, with grayish-white skin covered by a thin layer of ice, like frozen meat just pulled from a freezer. Its movements, however, were nothing like those of a frozen corpse. The range of motion in its limbs was absurdly large, as if the soft tissue between its bones had been replaced by something. It pounced on the nearest target. The moon sinks. Lin Chen fired his gun. The silencer reduced the gunshot to a muffled groan. The 9mm bullet struck the ice corpse in the shoulder, causing it to stagger, but not fall. The bullet was embedded between the ice and flesh, emitting a wisp of white smoke. The ice corpse turned its head. There were no eyeballs in its eye sockets. 2 black holes faced Lin Chen's direction, and its mouth opened silently. The second shot. This time it was Xinyu who opened it. The muzzle flashed briefly at the front of the silencer. The bullet struck the ice corpse's knee, the sound of bone shattering ringing out sharply in the cold wind. The ice corpse's left leg was broken, and it was kneeling on one knee. But it didn't fall. At the broken knee joint, grayish-black filaments were rapidly winding and connecting. Those were fungal hyphae. It is healing. Damn! Zhang Feng rushed out from the right, raising his fire axe high. The axe blade struck the ice corpse's cervical spine. Muscles and ice shattered simultaneously. The axe blade was 2/3 embedded. But the head didn't fall off. Mycelium, like steel cables, caught at the junction of the head and torso, and a viscous gray liquid gushed from the cut. The ice corpse's arm gripped the axe handle from the opposite direction. The force was astonishing. Zhang Feng was pulled forward and staggered a step. Let go! Lin Chen shouted. Zhang Feng let go and rolled backward. Lin Chen stepped forward and pressed the muzzle of his gun against the back of the ice corpse's head. The third shot. 0 distance. The bullet entered through the occipital bone, pierced the entire cranial cavity, and exited from the left eye socket. Gray brain matter mixed with ice shards and fragments of fungal hyphae splattered all over the ground. The ice corpse's body froze for a second. Then it collapsed. It stopped moving completely. The entire process takes no more than 7 seconds. But no one gave up. Because deep in the alley, the 3 motionless human figures began to move. Lu Yuan's voice came from behind, extremely low, but every word was clear. No change in thermal imaging. 0 body temperature. 3 approaching. Speed increasing. Slap, slap, slap. The sound of bare feet stepping on the ice. From far to near, the rhythm is consistent. The 3 together. Lu Yuan is right. Lin Chen took 2 steps back, pointed his gun at the alleyway, and said in an extremely cold voice, "They are connected to the network. Local area network." One died, and the others immediately responded. No lingering in the fight, Lin Chen decided. Han Tao and Zhao Gang will cover the rear, the rest of you, follow me. Without saying a word, Han Tao pulled Zhao Gang behind a cement utility pole on the street corner, and pointed his gun at the alley entrance. Lin Chen led Zhang Feng, Xinyu, and Lu Yuan quickly across the intersection, stepping on the icy sidewalk and heading southwest. 2 muffled thuds came from behind. Han Tao had fired his gun. Then came Zhao Gang's voice. "His left knee is broken. It's no use. He's still crawling. Shoot them in the head," Han Tao roared. Another shot. Zhao Gang fired a follow-up shot. The sound stopped. A dozen seconds later, Han Tao and Zhao Gang's footsteps caught up from behind. "It's done." Han Tao's breathing was heavy. The first 2 were taken down, and the third escaped. He retreated deeper into the alley. "They ran away?" Lin Chen didn't stop walking. "It was too fast, it went into a drain." Han Tao wiped the ice shards off his face and gritted his teeth. 6 bullets for an escaped ice corpse, what a loss. Lin Chen didn't reply. He was thinking about something else. The one that ran away. If Lu Yuan's local area network theory holds true, will the escaped ice corpse transmit their location information back to the entire network? He quickened his pace. Full speed ahead. No stopping. The procession silently made its way through the last section of the abandoned commercial street. Xinyu followed behind Lin Chen without saying a word. But Lin Chen noticed a detail. Just now, when the ice corpse pounced, Xinyu's second shot hit her knee. It wasn't typed randomly. The knee is one of the hardest parts of the body to hit. It's a moving target, the joint area is small, and the angles are tricky. 80% of shooters at the range miss this spot. She hit it. Moreover, the time from drawing the gun to firing is no more than 1.5 seconds. Lin Chen didn't praise her. Praise wasn't needed on the battlefield. But he adjusted the formation. The position of Xinyu changed from half a meter behind to 40 centimeters parallel to her left shoulder. That's the position for the assistant shooter. Xinyu noticed this change. She didn't speak. Her lips twitched slightly. In the darkness of -43°C, no one can see. 4:37 a.m. At the end of the commercial street, there is a spacious cross-shaped square. Snow covered everything. The lampposts were leaning to the ground, and only half of the arm of the sculpture in the center of the square was visible. Across the square, a dark entrance was embedded in the ground. The concrete steps descended and disappeared into the darkness. Above the steps, a rusty tin sign hangs crookedly. The beam of the flashlight swept over it. 3 words. Anning Road. Lin Chen raised his fist. The whole team stopped. Lu Yuan aimed the thermal imager at the entrance and slowly scanned the area. His expression changed. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen asked in a low voice. Lu Yuan turned the screen around to show him. Inside the subway entrance, about 20 meters down the stairs, there was a cluster of orange-red heat sources. It's not 23 as mentioned. At least 40 or more. What about the others? Chapter 69: The Person Who Raises Ice Corpses. The number is incorrect. Lu Yuan's voice was very soft, but in the air at -43°C, every word sounded crisp and frozen. On the screen, orange-red heat sources were clustered about 20 meters below the subway steps. Lu Yuan pointed to each bright spot with his finger and counted them twice. 13. 13. Zhao Li had said there were 23 people at Anning Road Station. Jiang Gui brought 6 out, one of whom, Jiang Gui, died, and the remaining 4 were taken in by Lin Qin. Subtracting 5 from 23 leaves 18. Now there are only 13 left. 5 are missing. Lin Qin stared at the screen without saying a word. What about the other 5? Zhao Gang asked. No one answered him. Everyone knew the answer. Lu Yuan set the thermal imager to its highest sensitivity, and the lens slowly swept across a 15-meter radius around the subway entrance. The blue background was clean, with no residual heat sources. They didn't escape. Lu Yuan put away the equipment, his tone as flat as if he were reading a lab report. In a confined underground space, the rate of corpse transformation might be faster. The higher the temperature and the more oxygen there is, the more active the fungal metabolism becomes. They probably turned the heating up really high. He paused for a moment. So he died pretty quickly. Zhang Feng turned to look at Lin Qin. What should we do? Go in or not? Lin Qin didn't answer immediately. He squatted behind a fallen lamppost at the edge of the square, his gaze passing over the snow-covered steps and landing on the rusty iron sign that read, Anning Road. Going in carries obvious risks. Of the 13 living people, 2 are armed, and there are 5 frozen corpses lurking in some unknown corner. The space is confined, and in the event of a firefight, the probability of ricochets is extremely high. Why not go in? Feng Qi knew the direction Jiang Gui had set off in. Since Jiang Gui hadn't returned, Feng Qi would eventually send a second group of men to search along the same road. Whether it would be day or night, how many men they brought, and which route they took, all of that was unpredictable. Lin Qin hates things that are out of control the most. Enter. One word. Han Tao nodded and checked the magazine. Zhao Li marked 3 entrances and exits on her map. Lin Qin said, drawing a rough outline on the thin ice on the ground with his finger. Entrance A is the steps in front of us, right here. Entrance B is 60 meters to the east, blocked by the collapsed overpass, which Zhao Li marked with an X. Entrance C is 90 meters to the southwest, an emergency exit converted from a ventilation shaft. Lu Yuan interjected. The heat source is concentrated in the western part of the bottom of the steps, which should be the waiting hall on the platform level. Use exit C as an escape route. Zhao Gang, you guard it. Lin Qin looked at Zhao Gang. If anything comes out of exit C, shoot the first one. If you miss, run. Don't try to be a hero. Zhao Gang didn't waste any words. Understood. Lu Yuan, you stay with Zhao Gang. Keep the thermal imaging on the whole time, and use the walkie-talkie if anything happens. Lu Yuan hung the instrument back around his neck. The rest of you, follow me into exit A. Lin Qin stood up and adjusted the shoulder strap of his tactical vest. Zhang Feng, forward, Xinyu, follow me. Han Tao, bring up the rear. What should we do after contact? Han Tao asked. It depends. Lin Qin pushed the Glock's safety button aside. We'll talk if we can, otherwise. He didn't finish speaking. There's no need to finish speaking. The 4 people walked down the steps. I turned the flashlight to its lowest brightness, focusing the beam on an area about a meter in front of my feet. The steps were covered with a thick layer of dust, with 2 narrow paths worn into the middle, indicating that not many people usually come and go. The further down you go, the higher the temperature gets. It wasn't the dry heat of central heating. It was a damp, stuffy warmth, mixed with the smells of coal smoke, sweat, urine, and burnt fabric. Upon reaching the bottom of the steps, the view suddenly opened up. Subway station platform lobby. The ceiling is over 6 meters high, and the space is quite large. Square columns are placed every 8 meters, running from the ground to the ceiling. On both sides of the platform are track trenches, the rails are rusted and blackened, and the sleepers are rotten. In the center of the hall, the remains of 3 fires were piled on the ground, tin buckets cut open to serve as fire pits, filled with burnt chair legs, book ashes, and half-melted plastic residue. Scattered around the fire were rolls of bedding. Strictly speaking, they weren't bedding, they were foam pads taken from subway seats, bound with several layers of curtains and wrapped into the shape of sleeping bags. Some people had laid cardboard underneath the pads to insulate themselves from the cold ground. In the corner were several large plastic storage boxes, their lids half open, revealing mineral water bottles and cans of 8 treasure porridge inside. Lin Chen glanced at it. This is the foundation upon which Feng Qi's men survived. The answer isn't mysterious at all. Subway stations themselves act as natural insulation layers, with temperatures around 10 degrees Celsius year-round at a depth of 10 meters underground. Furthermore, sealing off entrances and exits and reducing airflow ensures that even when the outside temperature drops to minus 40 degrees Celsius, the temperature inside the station remains above zero. Combined with heating from campfires and a large amount of flammable materials, the perceived temperature is barely manageable. The sources of supplies were also straightforward. The subway station connected to an underground shopping street, and although the shops had been abandoned for decades, the sealed warehouses and unopened shelves maintained a much higher preservation rate in the dry, low-temperature environment than above ground. Canned goods, bottled water, and biscuits were all readily available. They may not live well, but they won't die. This is practically the standard answer for all survivor groups in the wasteland. Find a sheltered underground space, burn anything flammable, and eat anything food they can find. There are no systems, no points, and no weapons appearing out of thin air. It's the most primitive, the most rudimentary, and the most human way. That's enough. As long as you don't die in the mouth of a mutated beast, or at the hands of your own kind. There were 7 people in the hall, leaning against the pillars or huddled in their bedding rolls. Hearing footsteps, the thin man closest to them suddenly looked up. His eyes widened, 4 beams of flashlight swept across him simultaneously. Then he could see what was behind the light source. A bulletproof helmet. A tactical vest. 4 silenced pistols were pointed at him. The thin man's mouth opened. "Don't shout." Lin Chen's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a nail driven in. The thin man swallowed back the words that were already on the tip of his tongue. His hand began to tremble, and he slowly raised it above his head. The others woke up too. Some struggled to get up, while others lay motionless on the ground. A woman wrapped in a quilt saw the muzzle of the gun and began to cry softly. No one resisted. The condition of these 7 people was immediately apparent. They were thin, dirty, and had sunken eyes. Their hands were covered in chilblains and cracked scabs. 2 of them weren't even wearing shoes. Their feet were wrapped in plastic bags and tape. They are not combatants. They are people being controlled. "Where is Feng Qi?" Lin Chen asked. The thin man's gaze drifted towards the northwest corner of the hall. There was an iron gate. It belonged to a station office or equipment room, and the door was locked from the outside. A dim yellow light shone through the crack in the door. Someone had turned on a light inside. Just as Zhang Feng was about to walk in that direction, Han Tao suddenly grabbed his shoulder. "Wait a minute." Han Tao shone his flashlight toward the right track. On the wall opposite the tracks, there was an iron gate. The gate was welded on later, with steel bars of varying thickness and rough welds. Behind the fence is a space of 3 or 4 square meters, which may have originally been a signal equipment room. There's something moving inside. Lin Chen raised his gun, and the beam of his flashlight shone through the gaps in the fence. 5 humanoid figures. Standing. It had grayish-white skin, bare feet, swollen knuckles, and faintly visible grayish-black reticulated patterns on its neck. One of them had its lips completely split open, revealing bony fangs that had just grown an inch or so beneath. 5 frozen corpses. They're all locked up here. They swayed slowly behind the fence, like clothes hangers blowing in the wind. Their pupil-less eye sockets faced the beam of the flashlight, but they didn't pounce. Several strands of wire were wrapped around the iron fence and welded to the expansion bolts on the wall. It can be kept closed for the time being. Damn it! Zhang Feng cursed under his breath. The thin man saw Lin Chen and the others staring at the fence and spoke in a trembling voice. Those are the ones Brother Feng locked up. He said they'd be useful. What's the use? Han Tao's tone turned cold. The thin man swallowed. Anyone who disobeys. Brother Feng will tie them to the gate of the fence, letting those things reach for them. They won't bite them to death, they'll just reach for them and make a cut. Then Brother Feng will say, "Look at your blood, has it turned black? If it's turned black, it means you're going to change too. If you don't want to change, then work obediently." The hall was silent for a few seconds. Han Tao took a deep breath. He had been a policeman for 11 years and had seen his share of depravity. But this was the first time he had ever used a zombie apocalypse as a management tool. "Where are the people who were scratched?" Lin Chen asked. "Yes, 2 of them were cut. Later, Brother Feng said they got infected, so they were tied to the tracks and left there without food or water. They died in 3 days. After they died, they turned into that state too." The thin man pointed inside the fence. His voice suddenly became very soft. "Brother Feng said that there aren't enough people, so we won't be doing it anymore." Lin Chen glanced at Han Tao. Han Tao's lips were pursed into a thin line. Xingyu stood to Lin Chen's left shoulder and slightly behind, her gun pointed directly at the iron gate in the northwest corner. Her breathing remained steady, but her grip on the gun tightened slightly. Lin Chen withdrew his gaze and walked towards the iron gate in the northwest corner. Zhang Feng followed. Han Tao followed. Xingyu followed. The 4 people walked to the iron gate. The light filtering through the crack in the door brightened. Someone inside was talking, their voices low, muffled by the iron door. Lin Chen listened for 2 seconds. 2 voices. One deep, giving orders. The other high-pitched, offering a fawning smile. He raised his hand and grasped the outer lock on the door. The lock was loosely engaged. It wasn't fully locked. Lin Chen gripped the lock and slowly removed it. The chain made a soft metallic clanging sound. The talking inside the door stopped. Lin Chen pushed open the iron gate. Behind the door was a guard room of about 15 square meters. There was a metal bunk bed, a desk, and an oil lamp made from a tin can. On the desk were 3 bottles of mineral water, half a box of biscuits, and a pistol, made of welded steel pipes, with the muzzle pointing outwards. A man was sitting on the metal bunk bed. He was around 40 years old, with a round face and a slightly overweight build, a physique that was a sight to behold among the gaunt people outside. He wore a thick windbreaker and clean hiking boots. There was a walkie-talkie lying nearby, its antenna broken, clearly useless. But it held up like a scepter. "This is Feng Qi." Standing next to Feng Qi was a short man, in his early 40s, who was bending over and carrying a basin of water. Seeing the iron gate being pushed open, the basin nearly fell to the ground. Feng Qi reacted faster than the shorter man. His right hand immediately reached for the steel pipe gun on the table. But his hand stopped in midair. Because he saw 4 gun barrels. The dark, gaping mouth of the silencer looked like 4 open eyes in the dim yellow light of the oil lamp. Feng Qi withdrew his hand. His facial expressions were quite interesting, first a fleeting look of fear, then quickly replaced by a slick smile. The speed at which he switched smiles indicated that he practiced frequently. "Gentlemen." Feng Qi's voice was steady, even somewhat polite. "Are you friends from out of town?" Chapter 70 The True Colors Are Revealed. Feng Qi's smile was plastered on his face, as if it were pasted on. His eyes, however, were not idle. He scanned the models of the 4 guns, then the protection levels of the tactical vests. Finally, his gaze settled on Lin Chen, the youngest, standing at the very front. The direction of the other 3 men's gun barrels all revolved around him. "Boss." Feng Qi made up his mind. "Don't be nervous." Feng Qi removed his hands from the table, palms up, in a gesture of surrender. The movements were so fluid, as if he had practiced. In fact, someone who had worked in nightclubs for over a decade had indeed practiced how to survive a knife wound. "My name is Feng Qi. I brought this place over with my men." He leaned back on the iron bunk bed to make himself look more relaxed. I'm taking care of those people outside. They're really well cared for. Han Tao's gaze swept towards the hall outside the door. They don't even have shoes to wear. Feng Qi's smile remained unchanged. It's the apocalypse, after all. Resources are limited, so there has to be a priority. He patted his clean down jacket. If I fall, those dozen or so people won't last a day. Jiang Gui was also sent by you, Lin Chen said. Feng Qi's laughter paused for a moment. The pause was extremely brief, less than half a second, before he resumed. Jiang Gui is my brother. His tone turned slightly somber. He'd been gone for 2 days and hadn't come back, so I had a bad feeling. He pointed a crossbow at my men, Lin Chen said calmly, as if reporting a road condition. I killed him. The duty room was silent for 2 seconds. The short man's basin of water wobbled, spilling half of it. Feng Qi did not change his expression. He nodded slowly, as if swallowing a spiky bun. That guy was really reckless. Feng Qi sighed. It's my fault for not disciplining him properly. The death of someone personally sent out was dismissed with a simple, I didn't discipline him properly. Han Tao frowned slightly. After 11 years in the police force, he knew this kind of person all too well. Life was the bargaining chip. Other people's lives. But what's done is done, there's no point in dwelling on it. Feng Qi's tone shifted, his voice warming up again. You guys are all so well equipped, you must have a base of operations. We're all living humans, why not share what we have? He pointed to the 3 bottles of mineral water and half a box of biscuits on the table. This isn't much, but it's a token of our sincerity. We also have 2 boxes of 8 treasure porridge and over 30 bottles of water in the warehouse downstairs. Let's bring them all out to show our friendship. No one responded. Feng Qi waited 3 seconds. He was calculating the price. Not enough? He added. Tools, crowbars, shovels, steel shears, you'll need them for construction. Lin Chen leaned against the door frame, the gun never leaving Feng Qi's chest. Feng Qi waited for another 3 seconds. He changed direction. I see. The voice was lowered, as if sharing some incredible secret. Among those people outside, there are 3 young girls. The youngest is only 20. Before the apocalypse, they would have been considered presentable. He looked at Lin Chen with a shrewd, betting gaze. Our brothers are risking their lives out there, someone has to be there. Shut up. Xin Yu's voice came from behind Lin Chen's left shoulder. Feng Qi's gaze shifted, lingered for a moment on the figure accentuated by the tactical vest, and then returned. Don't rush, little sister. I'm just giving you an example. She's right. Lin Chen interrupted him. Shut up. Feng Qi's laughter finally subsided. He leaned back against the bed frame, his right hand resting on his knee, his thumb tapping lightly. The rhythm was slow. Thinking. 10 seconds later, his expression changed. It wasn't slickness, it was seriousness. Brother. Let's not beat around the bush. Feng Qi looked Lin Chen in the eye, his tone lowering slightly. You have guns, armor, and strongholds. I have men, territory, and resources. Those mutated beasts outside don't distinguish between us. If humans keep fighting each other, no one will survive. He straightened up. Join me. You can be the boss, and I'll be your deputy. Zhang Feng almost burst out laughing. He held it in. Are you done talking? Lin Chen finally asked. It wasn't long. Just 6 words. But it shut down all of Feng Qi's words. I heard you use frozen corpses to scare living people. If they don't obey, drag them to the cage and slash them. Feng Qi stopped using his thumb. You tied 2 people to the railway tracks and left them to die for 3 days without food or water. After they died, they became like animals in a cage. The temperature in the duty room remained unchanged. But the short man's teeth had started chattering. Supplies, territory, people? Lin Chen took a step forward, his voice flat. You've kept a dozen lives tied to your head by fear, surviving on moldy canned food until today. And you call that I'm supporting them? Feng Qi's face darkened. Feng Qi's lack of a smile only heightened suspicion. The fat on his round face no longer conveyed a sense of prosperity, but rather a gloomy expression. Like a smooth, polished river pebble, without sharp edges or corners, yet capable of shattering bones if it were to fall on someone. So what do you want? Feng Qi's voice was flat. Where is your other gun? In the warehouse, Feng Qi replied quickly. Which warehouse? Feng Qi's eyes shifted slightly. Outside. West side of the hall. He raised his chin, gesturing towards the door. The side next to the iron cage. He paused for a moment. The key is with me. As he spoke, Feng Qi slowly reached his right hand into the inner pocket of his windbreaker. He deliberately slowed his movements. He knew very well that with 4 guns pointed at him, any quick movement would be suicide. He pinched out a bunch of keys with 2 fingers. 3. He shook it, and the sound of metal clashing was crisp. The biggest one, open the warehouse door. Feng Qi looked at Lin Chen. Do you want to go get it yourself? The warehouse is next to the iron cage. Lin Chen looked into Feng Qi's eyes. What a coincidence. But we have to get the gun. Leaving an uncontrollable firearm in a scrambled stronghold is no different than carrying a grenade in your pocket. Zhang Feng, Lin Chen said, his gaze never leaving Feng Qi. Take him with you. He'll go first. Feng Qi was taken aback. Then he laughed again. Okay. I'll lead the way. He got out of bed. Among this group of emaciated people, his flabby body stood out starkly. Zhang Feng grabbed Feng Qi by the back of the neck and shoved him out of the duty room. The fire axe was positioned an inch below Feng Qi's lower back. Lin Chen and Xinyu followed 2 meters behind. Han Tao brought up the rear, his gun barrels covering the entire hall. All 7 people in the hall were awake. They huddled in their bedding rolls, watching with numb eyes as Feng Qi was pushed over. No one stepped forward. No one spoke up for Feng Qi. Feng Qi walked to the west side of the hall and stopped 5 meters away from the iron cage. He glanced sideways at the 5 frozen corpses behind the fence. They were still swaying slowly, their dark eye sockets facing the direction of the living. The warehouse was right next to the cages. It had a metal door with a large padlock. Feng Qi picked up the key. I'll open the door. He turned to face the warehouse door. As the key is inserted into the lock, the left hand rests on the door frame. My finger touched a wire. It stretched upwards along the door frame and disappeared behind the ceiling pipes. At the other end, there is a latch connected to the iron cage. On the first day of welding the cage, Feng Qi buried this hidden wire. He is alive today not because of luck. There's a gun and 3 daggers in the warehouse, Feng Qi said, silently wrapping his left hand around the wire. I'll open the door, you can clean up yourselves. The wire was pulled. Click. The sound of metal bouncing came from above. The iron cage latch popped open. The 5 frozen corpses froze simultaneously, then they moved. The moment the gate was smashed open, Feng Qi suddenly flipped to the left and forward, his whole body disappearing into the gap between the 2 square pillars like a ball of flesh. A gap 40 centimeters wide is too narrow for a normal person to squeeze through. But he measured it. He squeezed through. 5 ice corpses roared out, their bare feet slapping the ground in a continuous chorus. The most recent one rushed straight at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng reacted extremely quickly. The fire axe swept across, striking the frozen corpse's shoulder, shattering flesh and bone. But the ice corpse's hand had already gripped the front of his tactical vest. Lin Chen fired his gun. The silencer blocks out most of the sound waves. The bullet entered through the temporal region of the frozen corpse. Gray liquid splashed. The ice corpse let go and fell down. The second and third bodies lunged at Han Tao. He fired 2 shots, the first hit his chest, but it was useless. The second shot shattered the knee joint, and the frozen corpse collapsed, but its arm was still crawling on the ground. Xinyu fired a follow-up shot, hitting him squarely in the back of the head. The fourth body had half its head chopped off by Zhang Feng's axe. The fifth civilian rushed into the hall. Sinking moon! Xinyu turned around. Take aim, fire. Completed in one go. The bullet pierced the occipital bone of the frozen corpse. It fell less than a meter away from the woman wrapped in a quilt. 7 seconds. All 5 were annihilated. Feng Qi! Zhang Feng shouted. Lin Qin was already running, not chasing. It's heading towards the walkie-talkie. He saw Feng Qi's trajectory. After the fat man squeezed out from the gap in the pillar, he bent over and ran wildly toward the stairwell on the east side. Entrance B is blocked. Entrance A is the direction they came in from. Feng Qi is running towards exit C. The positions of Zhao Gang and Lu Yuan. Zhao Gang, exit C, someone's coming out! Lin Qin shouted into the walkie-talkie on his chest. The walkie-talkie crackled once. Zhao Gang's voice came through. Roger! Lin Qin didn't chase after him. He raised his hand, aiming the gun at the stairwell. Bang! A muffled thud came from the direction of exit C. The walkie-talkie crackled to life. Zhao Gang's voice, breathy, but steady. Boss! That fat guy came out. Lu Yuan and I blocked the entrance. He stopped when he saw the gun. Did anyone raise their hand? He raised it. He knelt down. It paused for 2 seconds. She cried. Lin Qin tucked the walkie-talkie back into his chest and turned to look at the hall. 5 frozen corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Gray liquid emitted wisps of white smoke from the embers of the fire. Zhang Feng checked his magazine. Han Tao inspected his arm. A white tear had appeared on the outer layer of his tactical vest from one of the frozen corpses, but it wasn't broken. Xinyu stood still. The gun was pointed downwards. Her breathing was slightly rapid, but her hand was steady. Some of the 7 civilians wept, while others sat motionless. The thin man peeked out from behind his bedding and asked hoarsely, Feng Qi ran away? They didn't escape. Lin Qin walked towards the stairwell. After taking 2 steps, he stopped and looked back at the wire next to the iron fence. Starting from the warehouse door frame, 5 anchor points were nailed along the wall, passing through the ceiling pipe interlayer, and connecting to the cage latches. The workmanship was rough, but effective. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. From the very first day he welded the cages, Feng Qi had prepared this escape route. Raising the ice corpses wasn't just for intimidating his men, he was raising a lifeline. If someone broke in, he'd pull the cord, release the ice corpses, and escape in the chaos. A smart person. Unfortunately, in the apocalypse, being smart isn't enough. Lin Qin walked to the stairs at exit C. Zhao Gang and Lu Yuan were standing on either side of him on the steps. Feng Qi knelt in the freezing wind, where the temperature was minus 43 degrees Celsius. His windbreaker got caught on the railing and was torn off while he was running. He was only wearing a thin sweater, his hands raised above his head. His knees were on the ice, and he was trembling like a leaf. His face was covered in tears and snot. Brothers, don't shoot. I was wrong. I'll do whatever you say. Feng Qi's voice was broken into incoherent sentences. Please let me live. Lin Qin stood at the top of the steps, looking down at him. He saw Feng Qi kneeling down. His hands were raised high, his knees were apart, and his weight was shifted forward. This is a ready stance that allows you to get up and change direction at any time. Lin Qin raised his gun. I can do anything. A muffled thud. Feng Qi's voice trailed off. He fell forward, his forehead hitting the ice. There was a hole in the back of his head, and red and grayish-white fragments mixed together, slowly spreading on the ice surface and freezing little by little. Chapter 71, Part 33. The station hall was filled with the smell of gunpowder and gray liquid. Lin Qin walked back from the steps of exit C, stepping over a half-frozen pool of blood with the soles of his boots, but didn't look down. Feng Qi's body was left outside. At minus 43 degrees Celsius, it will freeze into a stone in less than 10 minutes. None of the 7 people in the hall stood up. The short man slumped at the foot of the pillar. Throughout the entire chaotic battle, he neither ran, shouted, nor moved. Like a mushroom growing in the corner of a wall. Lin Chen walked up to him. "What's your name?" "Chao Yong." "How many capable men does Feng Qi have under his command? Didn't he have 7 or 8 before?" Chao Yong swallowed hard. "2 left, they left with the group that went to the textile factory. There are 3 others who got infected with that stuff and were put in cages." "A textile factory?" The thin man straightened up from behind his bedding. "East of the city. I heard a guy surnamed Su led 40 or 50 men and occupied an old textile factory. It has walls and a well underneath. The people who went out to find supplies brought the news back, and some people believed it and left." Lin Chen didn't press further. The textile factory in the east of the city, owned by someone surnamed Su, had 40 or 50 people. He noted this detail down. "Are there any other people in the station?" The woman wrapped in a quilt pointed east. "There are 4 locks in the equipment room. Feng Qi locks them every night to prevent people from running away." Without waiting for instructions, Han Tao led Zhang Feng directly over. 3 minutes later, the 4 people were helped out. 2 men and 2 women, all so thin they were just skeletons, and their eyes snapped in pain when the flashlight shone on them. 12 people. Lin Chen stood beside the half-dead fire and glanced around. How many people were there when Feng Qigong arrived? More than 30. Lu Chang, the thin man, counted on his fingers. Later, a group of 7 or 8 left to go to the textile factory. Some died on the way, and some got infected. By the day that short-haired girl counted heads, there were only 23 left. Then 5 more died. That's how it is now. The numbers match. The information about Zhao Li was exactly the same. Lin Chen suppressed the thought and spoke. "Feng Qi is dead. You have 2 choices. Stay here, and you'll get some supplies to live on your own. Or come with me. There are shelters, electricity, heating, and defenses. But once you get there, you'll have to follow orders and work." There was a 2-second silence. Lu Chang was the first to stand up. "People who don't even have shoes don't need to think." The woman with the quilt stood up as well. The 4 people who came out of the equipment room looked at each other, and then stood up. Xiao Yong was the last to get up. His legs were still shaking, but he managed to stand. 12. Neat and tidy. In Lin Chen's mind, a light blue panel automatically popped open. Bite. Survivor Lu Chav has been detected voluntarily joining the shelter. The current number of people in the shelter is 22. Bite. Survivor Wang Manhwa has been detected voluntarily joining the shelter. The current number of people in the shelter is 23. Bite. Survivor Chao Yong has been detected voluntarily joining the shelter. The current number of people in the shelter is 24. Bite. Survivor Yang Fan has been detected voluntarily joining the shelter. The current number of people in the shelter is 26. The notification sounds came one after another, like a machine gun. Bite. Survivor Sun Ting has been detected voluntarily joining the shelter. The current number of people in the shelter is 33. The final decision was made. A gold number appeared in the center of the panel. Current total number of people in the shelter, 33. Estimated points to be distributed at 1800 hours today, 3,300 points. 3003. Every day. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged. He clenched his fingers inside his sleeve for a moment, then released them. 3 days ago, he lay in that empty underground bunker with less than 200 points. He had to think 3 times over whether to buy a bottle of water or a biscuit, whether to save money or not, and what to do with it tomorrow. I now earn 3,300 a day. People are points. Points are life. The more people you collect, the bigger the pool becomes, and the more fresh water it contains. He turned off the panel. Where are Feng Qi's supplies? Chao Yong pointed to an iron gate on the west side. There's a hidden compartment behind the warehouse. He doesn't let anyone else in. The iron gate was pushed open. The space, which was 8 or 9 square meters, was crammed full. 3 cases of 8 treasure porridge, 2 cases of bottled water, and 1 case of instant noodles. In the corner were 6 blankets, a Red Cross first aid kit, half a bucket of cooking oil, and an open bag of rice. Zhang Feng picked up a can of 8 treasure porridge and turned it over to look at it. It's expired, but you can still eat it. The plastic seal for the water is intact. Even the dust on the instant noodle box was wiped clean. He turned his head and glanced outside the warehouse. 12 barefoot people wrapped in plastic bags. Lu Chang walked to the warehouse door. His gaze fell on the 3 boxes of 8 treasure porridge. He froze for 2 seconds, then slowly squatted down and covered his face with his hands. Damn it! The voice leaked from between his fingers. We only have half a bottle of water a day. We break a single biscuit into 4 pieces. He said the supplies are almost gone. The woman in the quilt saw the box of instant noodles, and her lips trembled for a long time. The night before last, I was so hungry that I went to the toilet to get some ice water that had melted from the tap. He was eating instant noodles in the room, and I smelled it. I thought I was just hallucinating from hunger. A lame man, leaning on an iron rod, stood at the doorway, speaking slowly and deliberately. My shoes. He took them and burned them. He said he had no fuel. And then what? He was wearing hiking boots. I was barefoot on the ground. Lin Chen smiled after hearing this. It's not sarcasm. It is a kind of confirmation. For someone who can use frozen corpses as management tools, hiding supplies is a basic operation. Controlling food and drink is controlling human lives. If you starve yourself to the point where you can't run, you won't dare to rebel. As expected. But compared to Feng Qi, the person he truly can't let go of now is Zhao Li. The woman drew him a map. The directions for entrances or exits, toilets, ventilation shafts, and station offices are all correct. The number of people is correct, and the number of guns is correct. Precision. It's so accurate it sends chills down your spine. How could an intern at an architectural design institute know the subway station better than Feng Qi himself in just 3 days? Was she helping him, or was she using him to clear the way? He suppressed this thought deep within his mind. We'll talk about it when we get back. Han Tao, give each person a can of 8 treasure porridge and a bottle of water. Take the rest with you. Han Tao pulled Zhao Gang along and they started distributing the materials. When the 12 people received the cans, some almost dropped them because their hands were shaking, while others sat on the ground and twisted the lids. A young woman hugged the can of food to her chest, tears falling onto the tin lid, but the corners of her mouth turned up in a smile. Zhang Feng counted the items in the warehouse. Canned food, water, flour, plus blankets and a medicine box, weigh at least 200 pounds. 6 people can't carry it all. Han Tao leaned against a pillar as he changed a magazine. The tanker truck can come, but the noise of the diesel engine can be heard for 2 kilometers. I greeted the frozen corpses along the way. Brothers, the midnight snack is here. Lin Chen nodded. Tanker trucks are strategic assets, not moving companies. I know they seem to have a car. The voice came from the crowd. Lin Chen turned his head. The speaker was a young man. He was 18 or 19 years old, with a youthful air still lingering on his face. His thin frame was wrapped in a dirty cotton-padded jacket, but his eyes were bright. What's your name? Yang Fan. What car? I didn't see it with my own eyes. Yang Fan rubbed his hands together. A few days ago, Feng Qi was drinking with his 2 men. I was sleeping next to them and I heard them talking. They said there was a car nearby, behind that little yellow building not far from the subway station. Car. The word struck Lin Chen's mind, creating ripples in his head. He browsed the vehicle section of the system store. SUVs cost 3,500, pickup trucks cost 2,800, and the cheapest minivans cost 1,200. After buying it, you're back to square one. I can afford to buy it, but I can't afford to keep it. Oil, engine oil, antifreeze, spare parts, every single one is worth points. 1 liter of gasoline in the mall costs 10 credits, and driving 100 kilometers will burn through almost 100 credits. But if it's a ready-made one, no points required. All that needs to be done is solve the oil problem. The tanker truck was full of diesel fuel. With vehicles, the efficiency of material transportation has increased tenfold. The search radius for supplies has been expanded from 1 kilometer to 5 kilometers. In case of an emergency, the evacuation speed changes from walking to 60 kilometers per hour. It's not a dream to go to the textile factory in the east of the city and meet that guy surnamed Sue. Lin Chen held his breath. Which direction is the little yellow building in? Yang Fan pointed east. About 200 meters east of exit B. A 3-story building with yellow walls, quite conspicuous. The car should be in the open space behind the building. Chapter 72. 2 cars. Lin Chen glanced at his watch. It was 5:45 a.m. It was less than an hour until dawn. In the frigid wasteland, the days are pitifully short, but once it gets light and visibility is exposed, the danger level increases exponentially. Time is running out. Lin Chen turned to look at Zhang Feng and Han Tao. We need to get the car before dawn. The 12 civilians huddled in a corner of the hall, the one who had just received his food still licking the edge of the can. Taking this group to steal the car would be suicidal. Lin Chen quickly made arrangements. We split into 2 groups. He pointed to the platform hall beneath his feet. Zhao Gang, Lu Yuan. You 2 stay here and guard the hall. Lin Chen looked at them. The things in the iron cage are all dead. As long as entrances A and C are blocked, this place is safe for now. Keep an eye on these people and don't let them run around. Zhao Gang nodded and patted the gun in his hand. Leave it to me. Without saying a word, Lu Yuan took the thermal imaging camera off his neck and handed it to Lin Chen. The situation outside is complicated. You'll find it useful. Lin Chen took it and hung it around his neck. Zhang Feng, Han Tao, Xinyu. Lin Chen glanced at the 3 of them. Come with me to the little yellow building. Once you get the car, drive back to exit C immediately to pick them up. If anything changes, contact us via walkie-talkie. Understood. The 3 replied in unison. No unnecessary words. The 4 people returned to the ground via the steps at exit C. The cold wind, at -43 degrees Celsius, hit us again. The sky was still dark, but the clouds were thinner than at midnight, giving off a depressing, iron-gray hue. Yang Fan was pointing in the direction of exit B, which is 200 meters east. The 4 men advanced in a tactical formation. Zhang Feng led the way, Lin Chen was in the middle, Xinyu was on the left flank, and Han Tao brought up the rear. The snow was deep, and every step made a crunching sound. They tried to walk along the edge of the building's shadow. A distance of 200 meters, which normally takes only 3 minutes to walk, now took them 10 minutes. Stop! Lin Chen raised his fist. A 3-story building appeared ahead. Large sections of the yellow paint on the exterior walls have peeled off, revealing the gray-black bricks underneath. We've arrived at the little yellow building. The 4 of them hugged the wall, and slowly circled around to the back of the building. An empty lot. It was originally supposed to be an internal parking lot. There really is a car, Zhang Feng said in a low voice, his tone revealing barely suppressed excitement. 2 more. 2 cars were parked in the middle of the open space. One of them was a 7-seater silver Wuling Honghuang minivan, its body covered in scratches. The other vehicle was a black Great Wall Cannon off-road pickup truck with an extremely high chassis and a robust roll cage welded onto the cargo bed. It's practically tailor-made for them. Minivans can carry people, pickup trucks can haul supplies, and they can also serve as fire support platforms. But Lin Chen didn't move. He raised the thermal imager and held it to his eyes. On the screen, several glaring orange-red spots of light appeared against the blue background. Not only are there heat sources, but there are also outlines of cold sources that emit no heat radiation at all. Lin Chen put down the instrument, poked half his head out, and looked at the open space in the dim light of the sky. The car is a nice car. But the area around the car is not clean. 3 frozen corpses wandered aimlessly near the pickup truck. The situation is even more troublesome with the van. 2 mutant dogs, each the size of an adult mongrel, were lying on the hood of a van, gnawing on a bone whose shape was indistinguishable. "Damn it!" Zhang Feng cursed. "Why didn't you call all these bastards away when there wasn't a beast tide? The small beast tide a few days ago should have drained all the mutated creatures in the vicinity." "It might be intermittent." Han Tao observed the mutated dog's movements and analyzed in a low voice. "Or these are just newborns. Herds also have a sense of territory. Once the main force leaves, there will always be stragglers wandering over." Xinyu leaned against the wall, her brows slightly furrowed. She suddenly spoke, her voice very soft. "I've heard you mention frost wolves before. Are they mutated beasts?" Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. He recalled the scene of encountering the pack of wolves next to the oil tanker that day. With grayish-white fur, amber eyes, a four-toed structure, and extremely high tactical coordination, it knows how to assess battle damage and retreat proactively. There was no rotting flesh, no protruding fangs, and no murky, bloodthirsty madness. "No," Lin Chen gave a definite answer. "They have pain sensation, they have organization, and they are more like species that have evolved naturally." Xinyu looked at him, her eyes shining brightly in the dim light. "If not," she paused, as if choosing her words, "then could it mean there's another possibility, that there are still uninfected animals in this world?" The air suddenly became quiet. Zhang Feng rubbed his fingers on the handle of the fire axe. Han Tao's breath hitched for a second. Lin Chen's pupils dilated slightly. They hadn't thought about this issue before. All along, they have encountered either mutated rats, mutated spiders, or mutated dogs covered in bone spurs. Subconsciously, everyone thought that anything living in this wasteland that wasn't human was a monster. If there are indeed animals that are not infected with the fungus. If the frost wolf is just one of them. What does that mean? This means that, in addition to the system's online store, they may be able to find natural, uncontaminated meat resources in this wasteland. This means that the ecosystem has not completely collapsed, but is just operating in a more brutal way. This even means that some animals can be domesticated. "We'll talk about it when we get back." Lin Chen interrupted everyone's thoughts and brought the topic back to the present. "Let's deal with this problem first." He pointed to the 3 frozen corpses next to the pickup truck. "Although the ice corpses aren't as strong as the mutated beasts, we still have to be careful." Lin Chen's tone was extremely serious. "If they break your skin even a little and you get that gray fungal liquid on you, you'll get an infection. There's no cure, and it's a death sentence." The 5 frozen corpses in Feng Chi's iron cage serve as the best warning. The 3 of them tensed up. "It depends on the situation," Lin Chen said in a low voice, asking for opinions. "How should we fight?" Zhang Feng was the first to speak. "It's too close. Shooting will easily alert the mutant dogs. I suggest we sneak up with melee weapons. I'll take the ice corpse on the left, Lin Chen, you take the one in the middle. Han Tao will handle the one on the right." He gestured with his tactical axe. "One shot, one kill. Don't let them make a sound." Han Tao nodded in agreement, and then offered some additional suggestions. "The mutant dogs have more sensitive hearing than the ice corpses. Even if we use melee weapons, the sound of the ice corpses falling might attract their attention." Han Tao pointed to the pickup truck. "The pickup truck is blocking the van's view. When we make our move, we must stay close to the pickup truck's shadow. Once the mutant dogs notice us, Xinyu, you're in charge of the first shot." He looked at Xinyu. "Your marksmanship is the most consistent. If the mutant dog makes a move, aim for its head. Don't hesitate." Xinyu listened very attentively. She had no complaints about being assigned to a cover position. She knew her own strengths and weaknesses. Close combat wasn't her forte, but the Glock in her hand was. "I understand." She nodded. Lin Chen checked the terrain one last time. The pickup truck was about 20 meters away from them. The van was 15 meters behind the pickup truck. "Order of action." Lin Chen finalized the plan. "Zhang Feng, Han Tao, and I will proceed simultaneously to deal with the frozen corpse." Xinyu provided cover by setting up her gun in place. After clearing the ice corpses, Immediately aim your guns. If the mutated dogs don't spot us, we'll sneak over and take them out. If they do, focus fire. Clear. Clear. Lin Chen took a deep breath, letting the cold air fill his lungs and keeping his mind absolutely clear. He pushed open the safety pin on the Glock. Action. Chapter 73 That Strange Light. The three men simultaneously lowered their center of gravity and crept forward like hunting leopards, following the shadow of the pickup truck's chassis. Han Tao was on the far right. The frozen corpse was facing away from him, staring blankly at a rusty iron pipe. Monsters don't have the concept of being in a daze. They're simply passively waiting for the scent of living people to drift over. Han Tao silently circled behind it. He drew his steel baton from behind and aimed it at the back of its head, near the occipital bone. He swung it around in a wide arc, delivering a powerful horizontal smash. With a muffled thud, the ice corpse fell straight forward without making a sound of struggle. Zhang Feng on the left was even more decisive. He darted out from the blind spot under the hood, and swung his fire axe down from above, the blade precisely slicing open the top of the ice corpse's skull. Without any unnecessary words, the first step was a purely physical act of deliverance. The one in the middle is Lin Chen's. The ice corpse sensed a slight tremor from the snow beneath its feet. Its stiff neck began to twist, and half of its terrifying profile was just exposed to the air. Lin Chen's tactical knife has arrived. The knife tip gripped the densest part of the gray-black mesh pattern, pierced through with force, and then twisted the wrist ruthlessly. 45 degrees of strangulation. The frozen corpse collapsed to the ground, uttering no sound. In less than 7 seconds, the 3 frozen corpses were gone. Lin Chen didn't stop. He held up 2 fingers and pointed directly at the van. There were still 2 mutated dogs there. The beast was still gnawing on the bone. The metal hood was scratched with rows of deep serrated marks by its fangs, clearly indicating that it considered this its territory. Xinyu frowned and leveled the Glock, preparing to aim the gun. Lin Chen decisively reached out and pressed down on her gun barrel, shaking his head slightly. The sound of a gunshot was like a call to action in this desolate wasteland, signaling the start of a meal. Absolutely not. His gaze swept quickly across the edge of the open space. A withered kudzu vine, born from the extreme cold of the wasteland, climbs in the corner of the wall. The vine is as thick as a thumb, covered with barbs, and has fist-sized vesicles hanging from its nodes. Lu Yuan had casually mentioned before that this thing's internal gas is extremely compressed at low temperatures, and it will burst open and spray out a spiky, corrosive liquid once squeezed. It's a perfect combination of natural miniature flashbangs and tear gas. Lin Chen bent down, picked up a broken brick, pressed it down on one end of the vine, and then quickly tore off the 3 largest vesicles of the vine and coiled them into a circle. He didn't throw it, but instead slid hard along the snow. The rattan hoop stopped precisely next to the front wheel of the van. The mutant dogs stopped moving instantly. One of them turned its head to the side, its wet nose probing the ground. The moment the claws stepped on it. Thud! 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 3 extremely muffled cracking sounds rang out. The atomized liquid gushed out in a fan shape, splattering onto the mouths and noses of the 2 mutated dogs. The impact was less than expected, but the effect was outstanding. The 2 mutated dogs let out painful howls, frantically pawing at the ground and shaking their massive heads violently. No actual injuries were inflicted, but the excruciating burning sensation completely impaired their judgment. Zhang Feng had already charged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The fire axe whistled through the air as it cleaved down, and with a sharp crack, the first mutant dog's neck snapped. The speed and precision were appalling. The second one struggled frantically, blindly lunging at Zhang Feng's side. Han Tao stepped forward and swung his baton like a whip, precisely shattering the mutated dog's hind leg joint. The beast's forward momentum faltered, and it crashed heavily to the ground. Before it even hit the ground, Lin Chen's finishing blow had already arrived, the tip of the blade piercing through the dog's skull from top to bottom. Not a single shot was fired. It was a textbook example of cold weapon assassination. Xinyu lowered her gun and exhaled a long breath of white air. This vine is something else, Zhang Feng said, glancing down at the remains of the vesicles on the ground before grinning. Those who do scientific research really have sharp minds. I've memorized this trick. Lin Chen casually wiped the tactical knife clean on the mutant dog's thick fur. Han Tao turned and walked towards the van to check its condition. He had only taken 2 steps when a muffled groan, extremely suppressed, escaped his lips. This noise wasn't the dog barking. Zhang Feng immediately turned around. What's wrong? That bastard just now, he's got sharp claws. Han Tao clenched his teeth, his right hand gripping his left arm tightly. A thin, dark bloodstain had seeped out 5 centimeters above the cuff of the tactical glove. Not infected, it's a dog, not a frozen corpse, it won't die. Han Tao's tone remained as calm as if he were reporting a task. Lin Chen strode over, pulled open his sleeve, and quickly swept the flashlight beam across him. The incision was clean and shallow, but long, with the edges frozen white and bleeding. It wasn't fatal, but at -43 degrees Celsius, without treatment, amputation would be the least of your worries. Tie it up tightly. Lin Chen pulled a tourniquet from his waist bag and slapped it into Zhang Feng's hand. Without uttering a single wasted word, Zhang Feng quickly and firmly entangled himself with the object, pulling it tight. Is it all right? Xinyu stood to the side, her voice very low. No big deal. Han Tao moved his fingers expressionlessly to make sure the tendon was okay. As long as your hand is intact, you can still fire a gun. We'll stitch it up when we get back. He patted Zhang Feng on the shoulder and strode towards the van. Zhang Feng stared at his back for 2 seconds, then silently picked up his axe as a precaution. First, check the van. The fuel gauge needle was barely touching the bottom of the E-line, with less than 1/10 of the fuel remaining. At most, I can run 20 kilometers. But the distance back to subway exit C is less than 5 kilometers. It's definitely enough. Will it start? Lin Chen asked. Zhang Feng climbed into the driver's seat. God has blessed us with talent. That idiot Feng Qi didn't even take the car keys out of the ignition. He twisted the ignition switch hard. The engine coughed violently 3 times, then emitted a rumbling sound like a broken bellows, and miraculously started turning. The whirring of the heater was practically the most beautiful music in this wasteland. All right. Zhang Feng slapped the steering wheel. The old lady's legs are still nimble. Pickup trucks weren't so lucky. Han Tao circled the great wall cannon, squatted under the chassis and looked at it for a long time, then stood up and patted the snow off the car body. The great wall cannon is out of commission. Han Tao shook his head. The right rear drive shaft is completely broken and rusted into the bearing housing. This thing is just a solid iron shell now. Zhang Feng leaned out of the car window. Really? This car is pretty durable, you just threw it away like that. Okay, you go fix it. Han Tao pointed to the chassis. Here's a hydraulic puller, 2 torque wrenches, and a miracle. See if you can get it back to base before dawn. Zhang Feng immediately pulled his head back. Sorry to bother you. Lin Chen's brain was rapidly calculating costs and benefits. The van has plenty of space. With over 200 kilograms of supplies plus the 12 civilians, it can be crammed all back to base in one trip, saving a significant amount of time. Although the pickup truck is totaled, its roll cage is made of high-quality steel. We'll see if Lu Yuan can disassemble it and weld it to the shelter's gate. Nothing will be wasted. This is a huge win no matter how you look at it. Withdraw! Lin Chen gave the order. Xinyu opened the side sliding door, Han Tao brought up the rear, and the 4 of them quickly crawled into the carriage. Zhang Feng shifted gears, and the tires crunched and squeaked as they rolled over the deep snow. To avoid concealment, the headlights were turned down to the lowest, dimmer setting. The van, like a clumsy behemoth, slowly backed out of the ruins of the small yellow building. The car had just turned the corner. Sizzle! Zhang Feng slammed on the brakes. The car shook violently before coming to a stop. The car was deathly silent. No one complained. Because everyone's eyes were fixed on the distant view outside the windshield. Light shone through the oppressive, suffocating layer of iron-gray clouds on the horizon. That was definitely not sunrise. In this damned, frigid wasteland, the days are pitifully short, and it's still a long way from dawn. It wasn't the raging orange red of a raging fire, nor the eerie blue emanating from a pile of frozen corpses. It was a warm, yellowish light source, incredibly stable, and even carrying a sense of civilized order. It looks exactly like a row of high-pressure sodium lamps. This is the kind of display that can only be provided by a generator running at full speed. In this long-dead wasteland city, there are people, there is a well-organized force, and they possess a large amount of electricity. Location: east of the city. The textile factory. The place where that man surnamed Su, with 40 or 50 men, was entrenched. Han Tao was the first to break the silence, but he was suppressing an extremely dangerous emotion. Is there electricity over there? Lin Chen stared intently at the faintly bright sky through the windshield. He didn't speak. He didn't clench his fists like a hothead. In this cutthroat world where human lives are equivalent to points and resources are equivalent to life, when a true ruthless tycoon sees someone else with a piece of the best meat, their only reaction is to find out the details and then find a way to take it all back to their own plate. Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes sharpened instantly. The textile factory in the east of the city, owned by someone surnamed Su. Very good. This damn wasteland is finally starting to get interesting. Chapter 74: A Triumphant Return. No one spoke in the carriage. The roar of the idling engine, mixed with the hum of the heater, acted like a thin film, dividing the inside and outside of the car into two worlds. Everyone's gaze passed through the windshield and was fixed on the warm yellow light in the east of the city. Han Tao was the first to move. He instinctively gripped the baton in his hand, leaning slightly forward, completely ignoring his injured left arm. Professional instincts automatically put him into a state of investigation and assessment. I estimate it's 3 to 4 kilometers away. Han Tao squinted, speaking very quickly. The light sources are highly uniform and arranged in a regular pattern. They don't look like they were put together temporarily. They're pre-designed, fixed lighting. The generators that can power this kind of setup must be at least hundreds of kilowatts. He turned his head to look at Lin Chen. Before dawn, we have a car. We'll get to a location about 2 kilometers out from the city center, turn off the lights and engine, and I'll go check it out by myself. We'll leave after 20 minutes, once we've figured out the guard post layout and the number of personnel. Han Tao's tone was extremely restrained, but his eyes burned with an uncontrollable fire. That's the instinctive reaction of someone who's been a policeman for 10 years when they see a huge unknown variable appear in their jurisdiction. Lin Chen grabbed his shoulder. I'm not going. The two words landed on the dashboard like two shards of ice. Han Tao was stunned. Zhang Feng was also stunned. Xinyu turned to look at him. Think about it. Lin Chen's voice was low, but every word carried unwavering weight. In the frigid wasteland of minus 43 degrees Celsius, resources are more precious than life itself. Every survivor would rather bury themselves underground. What kind of person would dare to turn on a high-powered sodium lamp in such an environment and announce their location to the entire city? Han Tao opened his mouth slightly, but didn't make a sound. There are only 2 types. Lin Chen held up 2 fingers. The first type is an incredibly stupid fat sheep. They have resources but no brains and think the brighter the lights, the safer they are. These kinds of people won't survive more than 3 days in the wasteland. We don't need to go and explore them. He withdrew 1 finger. The second type has people, guns, oil, and food, and its hard power overwhelms all surrounding forces. The lamp is not for lighting. It is a signal, telling everyone alive within a few kilometers, there is something here, come and take it. Any stragglers who sneak over will either be swallowed up or incorporated into the organization. The temperature inside the carriage seemed to have dropped a few degrees. Han Tao leaned back in his chair and loosened his grip on the baton. He understood. That light is just bait, Xinyu replied, her voice low but precise. We're specifically targeting starving and frozen survivors. Lin Chen added the second half of the sentence. We're driving over there now, 4 people in a beat-up van, not to scout, but to deliver takeout to them. Goosebumps rose on the back of Zhang Feng's neck. He recalled Feng Qi's behavior in the subway station, hoarding so many supplies but refusing to share a single bite with the common people, and erecting iron cages to house frozen corpses as a moat. That's not much influence at all. The Su family, who owned a textile factory in the east of the city, had 40 or 50 people and could afford to maintain this kind of entourage. Who knows what the rules are over there? Keep a low profile and make a fortune. Lin Chen wiped away a patch of fog from the windshield, glanced one last time at the east side of the city, and then turned his gaze back to the front. We definitely need to tackle the problems in the east of the city. But not today. Today's mission is to bring all personnel, vehicles, and supplies back to base safely. Nothing can be missing. No one mentioned the east side of the city anymore. 30 seconds later, Lin Chen's attention shifted to the wrecked Great Wall cannon pickup truck outside the car window. Zhang Feng, Han Tao, get off the bus. Zhang Feng's relaxed nerves tensed up again. What? That roll cage. Lin Chen pointed to the sturdy steel pipe structure welded to the pickup truck bed. Good steel. Take it apart and take it with you. Han Tao looked at his left arm, which was bandaged, paused for a second, and then pushed open the car door. Tear it down if you want. 2 men, armed with a fire axe and a crowbar, took turns working. The weld joints became extremely brittle in the frigid environment. Zhang Feng's axe blade precisely cleaved at the root of the weld, sparks flying in short arcs in the darkness. Han Tao braced the frame with one hand to prevent it from tipping over, his jaw clenched tightly. 3 minutes. The heavy roll cage crashed onto the snow with a deafening thud. The 2 men, one in front and one behind, shoved the heavy iron frame, weighing over 100 pounds, into the back seat of the Wuling Hongguang. The van jolted. Zhang Feng patted the steering wheel. Hang in there, old buddy. I'll get you new shoes when we get home. Zhang Feng shifted into gear, the tires rolled over the fresh snow, the car turned around, and disappeared into the darkest darkness before dawn. 4.5 minutes later. Exit C of the subway station. A muffled engine sound came from above the stairs. Zhao Gang shuddered, raised his gun, aimed at the exit, and rested his index finger on the outside of the trigger guard. Lu Yuan crouched beside him, his riot shield shielding his face, only half of his head showing. The 12 civilians huddled deep inside the hall, some of them beginning to tremble. With the headlights dimmed to their lowest setting, a silver minivan slowly appeared on the horizon. Zhao Gang aimed at the driver's seat. Zhang Feng poked his head out of the car window and grinned at him. Don't shoot, we're on the same side. Zhao Gang loosened his grip, and the gun barrel pointed to the ground. Damn, that scared me to death. The moment Lu Yuan saw the Wuling Hongguang, his eyes behind his glasses lit up. You really got it? Got it. Lin Chen jumped out of the passenger seat, placed his feet on the steps, and turned to give the order to the crowd in the hall. Everyone, grab your things and get ready to board the bus. Yang Fan was the first to stand up, hoisted a box of 8 treasure porridge, and rushed to the back of the car. Chao Yong followed closely behind. No need to rush or shout. Everyone who was still able to move spontaneously began to move the supplies. Lin Chen watched from the side, silently completing his mental assessment. Among this group, at least 5 or 6 are capable. Lin Chen personally oversaw the order in which the supplies were loaded onto the trucks. More than 200 kilograms of food, water, Feng Qi's first aid kit, and blankets filled the trunk and the gaps between the middle row seats. The Wuling Hongguang was pushed to its physical limits. The rest of you. Lin Chen glanced at the remaining people, leaving no room for discussion. Follow the car. Chao Yong nodded, took the initiative to stand at the back of the car, and put his hands on the rear bumper. Yang Fan followed. Not a single person complained. Those who have survived so many days in the wasteland all understand one thing: whether they are worth staying is something they have to prove themselves. The team set off. Lin Chen did not take a car. He walked at the front with the thermal imaging camera, clearing blind spots for the entire team. At the first intersection, 3 blue background orange spots appeared on the instrument screen. The ice corpse, 80 meters away, was wandering in a general store with half of its wall collapsed. He raised his hand and gestured for them to go around. The group silently changed course. At the second location, a lone mutated dog was crouching on the wreckage of an overpass. After estimating the distance, Lynchen led his team directly through the downwind side. The mutated dog's nose remained pointed upwind, completely unaware of them. It was a close call, but no real danger. As the first iron-gray rays of dawn pierced the clouds, the garage entrance appeared on the horizon. The heavy explosion-proof steel doors slowly rose under the pull of the motor, and lights and heat waves poured out from the gaps in the door. The diesel generator emitted a deep and steady roar. Behind them, someone's knees suddenly buckled. Yang Fan knelt down on the snow, covered his face with his hands, and his shoulders trembled violently. Chow Yun, who was standing next to him, also had tears in his eyes. He bit his lower lip hard, forcing back his tears. Su Su, Zhou Qi, and the others hurriedly came out to greet them. Su Su saw the dense crowd behind Lynchen, the Wuling Honghuang van crammed full of people, and the steel roll cage in the back seat. As Lynchen passed by her, he slapped a note into her hand. Register, search, disinfect. Go through everyone's belongings, confiscate any sharp weapons, and store them in designated areas. You're in charge. Su Su instinctively caught the note, nodding quickly and decisively. Jiangro. Lynchen didn't even turn his head. Jiangro ran up quickly from the back of the crowd. Here. Lynchen took Feng Qi's medical kit off his shoulder and tossed it to her. Han Tao has an external injury on his left arm, caused by a mutated dog's claw. There are antibiotics inside. You can stitch it up for him. Jiangro took the box and weighed it in her hand. We will ensure that the matter is handled properly. The blast door slammed shut behind us, shutting out all the bitter cold outside. Lynchen stood on the metal platform on the second floor. Beneath their feet, in the more than 600 square meter underground core shelter area, people were bustling about. The elderly, children, youths, and the wounded. Familiar and unfamiliar faces mingled together, crammed between piles of supplies and bunks. A line of gold numbers quietly pops up on the system panel in front of your retina. Current shelter members, 33. Estimated points settlement at 1800 hours today, 3,300 points. 3,300. Yesterday it was 2,100. Overnight, it increased by 57%. This number was like an adrenaline shot, hitting the most alert nerve in Lin Chen's brain. However, he didn't laugh. Because his gaze was measuring the space beneath his feet. The shelter area, which is over 600 square meters, doesn't have much usable space to begin with. After deducting the generator room, water storage room, and dead corners in the passageways, the actual habitable area is less than 400 square meters. When there were a dozen or so people, it was still quite comfortable. There are 33 people now. The aisle was covered with blankets and cardboard, and people were packed tightly together. The air began to fill with the pungent smell of sweat and the dampness of breath. In the corner, people were arguing in hushed tones about where to sleep. What if another batch of people arrives? We need to think of a solution. Chapter 75. 4 days. Lynchen stood behind the railing of the second-floor metal platform, looking down. The core shelter area, which is over 600 square meters, is now like a stuffed can. 2 diesel generators occupied nearly 40 square meters in the northeast corner, while the water storage room and pipe shaft took up an entire west wall. Against the south wall, all the supplies brought back from outside were piled up: food boxes, toolboxes, roll cages, diesel drums. These items combined took up almost 70 square meters. At least 1.2 meters of emergency passage width had to be left in the middle aisle. Otherwise, in the event of an accident, more than 30 people wouldn't even be able to escape. After all the calculations, the maximum area that can be used for sleeping is 400 square meters. 33 people. The aisle was covered with cardboard and blankets, and people were packed tightly together. If you turned over, Your arm would touch the face of the person next to you. Some were lying on their sides, some were curled up like shrimp, and some were simply sitting against the wall, squinting. Suddenly, a shoving sound came from the corner. Two new men, one short and stout, the other tall and thin, started arguing over who should have half a piece of cardboard. The short, stout man raised his voice. Would it kill you to move it a little over there? The tall, thin man retorted. I got here first, so you decide. He hadn't finished speaking. Chow Yun walked over, placing one hand on the short, stout shoulder and the other on the thin, long arm. He didn't yell or push, he simply stood in the middle, using his 180-pound frame to physically separate the two. Quiet down, all of you, Chow Yun said softly. Instead of arguing, you should save your energy. The two men exchanged a glance, each snorted, and stopped fighting. Lin Chen saw this scene clearly on the platform. They are capable of managing things. They don't need to be taught. He mentally added half a point to Chow Yun's score. Footsteps came from behind. Very hurried. Lu Yuan jogged up to the platform from the direction of the generator room, clutching a palm-sized instrument in his hand, the numbers on the screen glowing green. He stood next to Lin Chen and held the instrument up in front of him. The screen clearly displayed a number, 1800 ppm. Carbon dioxide concentration, Lu Yuan said in a low voice, pushing up his glasses that had almost slipped down his nose. The normal indoor standard is 800 to 1000. This is more than double. Lin Chen didn't speak, waiting for him to continue. Lu Yuan quickly explained. This civil defense project was originally equipped with a mechanical ventilation and filtration system, but the inner wall of the pipes is severely corroded. 2 of the 3 sets of filter elements are broken, leaving only 1 set in use. It's fine when there are a dozen or so people, but when the breathing volume of 33 people increases, this set of filter elements is directly overloaded. He tapped his fingers on the railing twice, as if tapping a metronome. I've calculated it. Based on the current population density and the remaining ventilation efficiency, this set of filters can only last for a maximum of 4 more days. 4 days later? When carbon dioxide levels exceed 5000 ppm, people will start to experience headaches, drowsiness, and impaired judgment, like chronic poisoning. And then... Lu Yuan didn't say the last 2 words. Needless to say. Suffocation. Lin Chen stared at the people huddled together below and asked, Is there any way? 2 options. Lu Yuan held up 2 fingers. First, reduce the number of people and have some move to the surface. Minus 43 degrees Celsius. Do you think that's realistic? That's unrealistic. Second, we need to expand the ventilation system or find a usable replacement filter. This is an engineering problem, not a biological one. I can calculate the data, but the actual modification will depend on Master Ma and your resources. When he said the word resources, his gaze lingered on Lin Chen's face for a second. Lu Yuan was a smart man. He was unaware of the system's existence, but he had long since discovered that Lin Chen could always conjure up things that others couldn't. He chose not to ask. Lin Chen looked away. Let me think of a way. The tone was as flat as when saying, It will rain tomorrow. Lu Yuan nodded, didn't linger, and turned to leave the platform. Lin Chen returned to his corner. That corner, located in the innermost blind spot of the platform, had a military blanket hanging between 2 pipes, serving as a curtain and barely creating a private space of less than 2 square meters. He sat down and brought up the system's online store. The finger quickly scrolls to the infrastructure category. Ventilation duct expansion drawings, 280 points. Industrial-grade air filter module, 1,200 credits/set. The notes indicate that at least 2 sets of filtration modules are needed to achieve effective air circulation in a 600 square meter space. 280 plus 2400. Total, 2680. He glanced at the points balance in the upper right corner. 1751. It's more than 900 short. The settlement will be completed at 6 p.m. tonight. 33 people will receive 3,300 points each. Including their remaining balance, the total is 5,051. Is that enough? Lin Chen didn't breathe a sigh of relief. He made a mental table. 33 people, each with a minimum daily survival standard of 1 bottle of water and 1 compressed biscuit. It wasn't that he was stingy, it was just that supplies were limited, and giving them even a little more would be living beyond their means. This alone can earn you a lot of points every day. Antibiotics, bandages, and ammunition replenishment should be budgeted with at least 50 points of flexibility each day. Once the ventilation system, worth 2,680 points, was purchased, the remaining points for the day were halved. The footsteps came again. Ma Guiliang slowly walked onto the platform, his hands still covered in black engine oil, and his face full of diesel ash in the wrinkles. Shaolin, the old electrician said, leaning against the railing, his voice unhurried. Both units are running at full capacity right now. With more than a dozen people added to the household, the demand for heating has increased, and the electricity consumption for lighting has also increased. Fuel consumption has almost doubled compared to before. Lin Chen waited for the second half of the sentence. I estimated that the diesel fuel left in the tanker truck would last no more than 15 days. After 15 days, the power will be cut off, and the heating, lights, and water pumps will all stop. After Ma Guiliang finished speaking, he rubbed the grease off his hands and didn't say anything more. The electrician, with 30 years of experience, simply reported the data and that was it. He didn't cause any trouble or add any drama. 15 days. Lin Chen closed his eyes briefly. 4 days, oxygen. 15 days, energy. 4 days. He only has 4 days. Generator room. 5 minutes later. Lin Chen stood up, his voice not loud, but penetrating. Zhang Feng, Han Tao Xinyu, Lu Yuan, Su Su, Zhao Gang. 5 minutes later, 6 people stood around the crooked workbench at the entrance of the generator room. The diesel generator roared behind me, so loud that I had to get close to talk. Perfect, a natural sound barrier. Lin Chen didn't lay any groundwork and started speaking directly. 2 problems. First, the air. If the filter is overloaded, the carbon dioxide concentration in the shelter will reach the lethal level after 4 days. Second, the diesel fuel. It won't last more than 15 days at full capacity. There was a 2-second silence. Zhang Feng whistled. Han Tao placed his hand on the police baton at his waist and narrowed his eyes. Upgrading the ventilation system requires resources. Lin Chen used a word that everyone could understand. We have enough resources, but we can't just spend them on air. We also need food, water, and oil. So we must find new sources of supplies at the same time. He did not utter the words. East of the city. No need to say anything. Han Tao was the first to speak, his voice low. The textile factory. That guy surnamed Su has electricity, a wall, and a well, either talk to him or... He didn't finish the sentence. But he tapped his right knuckles twice on the baton. Lin Chen looked at him. There's no rush yet. 3 words shut Han Tao down. We know nothing about that side. How many people, what equipment they have, what their temperaments are, it's all a question mark. Lin Chen's gaze swept across everyone's faces. Insufficient intelligence. 4 people in a beat-up van going there isn't going to negotiate, it's going to get themselves killed. Han Tao's jaw tightened slightly, but he did not refute. He had been a policeman for 10 years and knew what the consequences of smuggling operations were. He may be anxious, but he understands the principles. I'll figure out a solution for the ventilation system, Lin Chen concluded. We'll discuss the diesel and supplies later. Let's call it a day. The people dispersed. Su Su didn't leave. She took out a folded notebook and handed it to Lin Chen. Lin Chen took it and opened it. Every page was filled with writing. Who received how much water, accurate to half a bottle. Who received how many biscuits, accurate to the individual. How many blankets were distributed, how many liters of diesel fuel were burned, details of medicine consumption, and notes on the health status of new employees. The handwriting was so neat it was almost rigid. Every stroke was like it had been printed. On the last page, a set of numbers was circled in red. Total food reserves, at the current rate of consumption, 6 days. The total drinking water reserves, at the current rate of consumption, amount to 6 days. 6 days. Another line. Lynchen closed the notebook. The lights in the shelter were already set to the dimmest energy-saving mode, the dim yellow light barely illuminating a 2-meter radius around the feet. Susu stood to the side, showing no intention of leaving. She washed her hair. The bottle of scented shampoo Lynchen had redeemed from the mall wasn't almost empty. Her wet, wispy hair clung to her cheeks, and her collar was damp. She's no longer the female manager who could freeze an intern in place with a single glance in the office. He was just an ordinary person who had been working non-stop for several days, and was almost at his limit. She spoke. Her voice was so soft that it was almost swallowed up by the roar of the generator. Don't push yourself too hard. Lynchen didn't respond. He pulled out something folded into a neat square from behind him. Light gray cashmere winter coat. 38 points. I saw it while browsing the store looking for the filter module. 38 points can buy 38 bottles of water or 38 compressed biscuits, enough for one person to eat and drink for almost 20 days. He bought it. The clothes were draped over Susu's shoulders. Lynchen turned and left. He didn't turn around. There was silence behind me for a long time. Susu lowered her head, her fingertips touching the fabric on her shoulder. Cashmere. So soft it's absurd. Chapter 76 Jiaoli. When Lynchen came down from the second-floor platform, the ramp buffer layer was under construction. The 5 men they brought back from the subway station split into 2 groups. One group carried diesel drums, and the other used shovels to clear the silt from the drainage ditch. No one slacked off. The warmth of last night's congee was still there, and with Chow Yun watching over them, no one wanted to be the first to let the team down. Lin Chen's gaze swept across and landed on the corner. Jiaoli squatted on the ground alone, holding a piece of wire in her hand and scratching it on the cement floor. Lin Chen didn't stop walking, but his eyes didn't leave. He looked at the marks on the ground for 3 seconds from the side. The marks weren't just random scribbles. There were straight lines, curves, and short horizontal lines indicating markings. It is a set of architectural cross-section drawings with a scale. Jiaoli stopped and looked up when she heard footsteps. The 2 people looked at each other. Jiaoli's gaze was calm, without any evasiveness or the guilty look often seen after being caught. She simply looked at him, waiting for his decision. Lin Chen turned around and said something to Zhao Gang, who was 3 steps away. Take her to the storage room. Zhao Gang didn't ask why. He patted Jiaoli on the shoulder and stepped aside to let her pass. The storage room is small, about 10 square meters. The door was locked from the inside. Lin Chen sat on an ammunition box. Jiaoli stood opposite him, leaning against the shelf. The 2 were less than 2 meters apart, separated by an emergency light that was about to run out of power. Lin Chen got straight to the point. The intelligence you gave us at the subway station, the number of people, the movement routes, and the location of Feng Qizong's supplies, was all accurate. Jiaoli didn't respond, waiting for the second half of her sentence. But you're not helping us, Lin Chen said slowly. You're using someone else to do your dirty work. Jiaoli remained silent for a few seconds. It wasn't too long or too short, just enough time for one person to organize their thoughts. But Lin Chen could tell that she wasn't thinking about how to defend herself, but rather deciding whether or not to tell the truth. If Feng Qi lives, I'll die next to that iron cage sooner or later. Jiaoli's voice wasn't loud, but it was steady. Only when he's dead will I have the chance to stand in front of you and speak. This isn't called using someone else to kill, it's called each getting what they need. Lin Chen didn't move. Most people, when confronted about their thoughts, either panic or become angry. Jiaoli experienced neither. She chose the smartest, yet most dangerous, path, to admit it. Those who admit the truth are either incredibly stupid or more difficult to deal with than you think. Jiaoli is clearly not the former. Second question. Lin Chen held up one finger. When you entered this shelter, you checked the ventilation ducts 3 times, the generator set twice, and the thickness of the blast door once. Zhao Li tucked her right hand in slightly. The movement was small, but Lin Chen could see it clearly. This was the first time she had reacted uncontrollably since she entered the room. It's an occupational hazard for interns at architectural design institutes, Zhao Li said. When they see a space, they immediately start calculating the load. Lin Chen didn't respond. Silence accumulated in the cramped storage room, thicker than the smell of diesel fuel in the air. The light from the emergency light fell on the empty space between the two people, creating a line between light and shadow. Zhao Lixian couldn't take it anymore, not in the sense of having a mental breakdown, but because she realized that continuing to go in circles was no longer worthwhile. Just ask me what you want to know. She took a deep breath. Between us, we're wasting each other's time. Lin Chen took a piece of charcoal pencil out of his pocket and tossed it to Zhao Li's feet. The East City Textile Factory. Painting. Zhao Li squatted down without hesitation. The charcoal pencil fell on the cement floor, and the first stroke was the outer edge. A closed rectangle, the factory perimeter wall. There are openings on the north and south sides. Next to the north opening are two vertical lines and a row of small squares. North gate. Main entrance, Zhao Li said as she drew. Double iron fence, with concrete blocks in the middle, so trucks can't break through. The charcoal pencil slid to the south and drew a gap sealed off by a thick line, leaving only a tiny opening at the narrowest point. The south gate is welded shut. There's only a narrow gap, 38 centimeters wide, just wide enough to barely squeeze through sideways. After finishing the wall drawing, she began to fill in the buildings. 4 squares, different sizes, and staggered positions. Main factory building. Boiler room. Dormitory building. The charcoal pencil pointed to each area in turn, finally landing on a low cube in the lower right corner that was half buried in the ground. Coal bunker, semi-underground structure. When Zhao Li got to the boiler room, her brush paused for a moment. She marked it with a triangle. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on the symbol. What does it mean? Heavy firepower point. Zhao Li added 3 short horizontal lines next to the triangle with her charcoal pencil. 3 machine guns. 2 are mounted at the second floor windows of the boiler room, covering the main passage from the north gate to the factory area. The 3rd is next to the water tower on the roof of the main factory building. She drew a circle with the water tower as the center using charcoal pencil. 360 degrees, no blind spots. There was a 2-second silence in the storage room. Lin Chen's breathing rate remained unchanged, but his pupils contracted for a moment. 3 heavy machine guns. The Glock in his hand and Han Tao's Type 92 rifle combined were no match for this kind of firepower. Where did the gun come from? 300 meters east of the textile factory was the former militia headquarters warehouse. Zhao Li marked a small square outside the factory area with a charcoal pencil. On the second day of the apocalypse, Su Tian led his men to break it down. Everything inside was taken away, 3 machine guns, more than a dozen rifles, and several boxes of ammunition. Lin Chen mentally reviewed the weapon categories in the system shop. Even if he bought every gun available in the store, it wouldn't make up for the lack of firepower. Fighting head-on would be suicide. Zhao Li moved her charcoal pencil toward the coal bunker. This is the lifeblood of the textile factory. She drew a solid dot on a low, semi-submerged block. Dozens of tons of industrial coal, enough to power the boiler for 6 months. Su Tian relies on this coal for electricity, heating, and boiling water. Those lights you saw last night. Sodium lamp? Lin Chen said. Yes. That's where our confidence comes from. Zhao Li drew 3 arrows at the location of the coal bunker, pointing outwards, through the wall, and towards the outside of the factory area. The coal bunker is ventilated by 3 large exhaust fans. The air inlets are outside the perimeter wall. She put down her charcoal pencil. Her voice dropped a notch. Every 3 days, Su Tian would have someone hang fresh meat at the air intake of the exhaust fan. The pause before the word meat lasted less than a second. Lin Chen frowned, clearly understanding what kind of meat this was. The stench of blood blows outwards from the exhaust fan, covering an area of 200 meters. Mutant dogs and bone spur dogs gather around the smell, but they can't get inside the wall, so they just circle around outside. Zhao Li drew a dotted line around the outside of the wall with a charcoal pencil. Over time, it forms a fixed patrol route. She placed the charcoal pencil on the ground. A natural moat. To get in from the outside, you have to go through this level first. The air in the storage room seemed to freeze. The emergency light flickered, and the light and shadow on Zhao Li's face flickered for a moment. Her expression remained unchanged. Lin Chen looked down at the sketches on the ground covered with markings. Walls, buildings, firing positions, exhaust fans, the patrol routes of the beast herd, the complete skeleton of a post-apocalyptic fortress lay spread out beneath his feet. How many people are inside? When I was there were about 30 laborers. Su Tian's core armed force consisted of 12 to 15 people. Later, more scattered individuals were arrested, and the total number is now estimated to be 60 to 70. 60 or 70 people. Lin Chen quickly did some mental calculations. If we take over the textile mill, thousands of tons of coal, we can solve the energy problem, and if we can bring 60 or 70 people into the shelter, our daily points will immediately exceed 10,000. Air, diesel, food, all the bottlenecks will be resolved at once. But 3 heavy machine guns blocked the way. Zhao Li stood up and patted the dust off her knees. You have 2 choices. Her tone was no different from discussing a business deal. First, treat me like ordinary labor and leave me on the buffer layer. This drawing is just a piece of waste paper. Second, let me help you. Lin Chen didn't say anything. The wiring of the exhaust fan, the shift schedule of the guards, the width of the narrow gap at the south gate accurate to the centimeter, these things are not drawn on the diagram. The diagram can be seen by others. Zhao Li pointed to her temple. But I have it in my mind. Lin Chen stood up. He walked to the door and put his hand on the lock. His back was to Zhao Li. Starting today, rations will be doubled. Your activities will be limited to the areas I designate. All information you observe will be shared with me alone. He opened the door. The cold light streamed in, casting a long shadow of Zhao Li. Lin Chen didn't turn around, but added one last sentence. If I find that you have withheld crucial information from anyone, or passed on things you shouldn't have. He didn't continue. There was a 2-second silence behind me. Zhao Li's voice came over, neither humble nor arrogant. Clear. Chapter 77 The Underground Road. The door to the storage room was locked from the inside. Zhao Li's footsteps faded into the distance along the corridor, eventually being swallowed up by the roar of the generator. Lin Chen didn't get up immediately. He leaned against the wall and glanced at his tactical watch, 1757. The images in my mind began to flash automatically, every line Zhao Li had drawn with charcoal. The double-layered iron fence and concrete blocks of the north gate. 2 machine guns on the second floor of the boiler room, their firing range locking the main passage. A 3rd machine gun atop the water tower, providing a 360-degree view. Meat, hanging from the exhaust fan inlet, a pack of mutated dogs roaming within a 200-meter radius of the perimeter wall. The south gate was welded shut, leaving only a 38-centimeter wide gap. He had a Glock and Han Tao had a Type 92 rifle, which together didn't even amount to a fraction of the cost of one of their magazines. A head-on attack? I wouldn't even dare to make up such a story. But he wasn't in a hurry. A sum of money will be credited to your account in 3 minutes. The main hall of the shelter area. 33 people were crammed into a space of less than 400 square meters. The air was thick and murky, a mixture of the smell of rust, sweat, and damp breath, like an old jar that had been sealed for 3 days. Someone was coughing softly in the corner. The rift between the 12 newly arrived subway station survivors and the natives was visibly widening. As the water bottle was being passed around, one of the natives took a couple of extra sips, and the tall, thin newcomer next to him immediately grabbed the handle. It's my turn. What's the rush? There's still half a pot left. You just drank 4 sips, I counted. The tone rose. Before I could even utter my 3rd sentence, A hand reached out from the side and snatched the kettle away. Su. She stood between the two, holding the kettle in her left hand and flipping open the folded notebook in her right, a ballpoint pen swishing across the paper. Lu Jiangwo, this is your second water intake today. You collected 200 milliliters at 2:30 p.m. Without looking up, she read out the tall, thin man's name. According to regulations, each person is entitled to 3 water intakes per day, with each intake not exceeding 200 milliliters. Your next intake time is 8 p.m. The tall, thin man opened his mouth slightly. Su looked up from her notebook and glanced at him. Just one glance. The tall, thin man took half a step back. You can voice your opinions if you have any. Su put the water bottle back on the metal rack in the public supplies area. Her voice wasn't loud, but everyone in the second-floor corridor could hear her. The way to voice your opinions is to come to me and register. It's not about grabbing water bottles in the public area. No one said a word. She turned and walked back. 3 steps. At the corner of the second-floor corridor, a middle-aged man in a gray cotton-padded coat was shuffling towards his bunk with his head down. His coat was bulging, and his left hand was pressed against his waist, covering something. Su didn't stop walking, but her path veered slightly as she brushed past the man. In the instant they brushed past each other, she reached out with her left hand and pulled something out of the other person's cotton-padded coat. Half a pot of water. The man's face turned deathly pale, and his lips moved slightly. Su didn't look at him. She walked to the railing, picked up the half-full jug of water, unscrewed the cap, and poured it into the public water bucket in front of everyone. Then I opened the notebook and the ballpoint pen fell to the ground. Sun Haiping, first warning for hoarding drinking water. If he does it again, his ration will be halved for 3 days. Her handwriting was meticulous, stroke by stroke, almost rigidly so. Sun Haiping's face went from white to red, then from red to pale. He clenched his fists, but ultimately said nothing, turned around, and went back to his bunk. The hall was silent for a full 10 seconds. As Ma Guoyan walked over from the direction of the generator room, the old man glanced at Su and clicked his tongue. I don't know if it's praise or a sigh. Su closed her notebook and walked expressionlessly to the next area. 1759. Lin Chen's breathing was even, his back against the cold wall, the second hand of his watch ticking away. 58 seconds. 59 seconds. 1800 hours. The system panel pops up. Golden numbers unfold line by line on the retina. Current number of active members in the shelter, 33. Daily settlement points, plus 3,300. Account balance, 5051. 5,000. Lin Chen's fingers tightened slightly. From a single-digit balance on the first day he bound himself to the system, to 5 figures now. He didn't want to count what happened in between. The ice corpse, the beetle, Feng Qi, the wind at minus 43 degrees Celsius, and several lives whose fates he had personally decided. He didn't laugh. Her breathing slowed slightly, that was all. The store panel refreshes automatically. Prices in the regular supplies section remain stable. Bottled water costs 1 point, compressed biscuits cost 1 point, and antibiotics cost 5 points. No surprises, and no surprises are needed. Lin Chen's gaze jumped directly to the bottom. Rare resource zone. Lines of text, glowing with golden light, floated up. Thermite incendiary canisters, a familiar sight. Bulletproof plate upgrade kits, I think I've seen those before too. Down. The second to last line, the gold in that line was noticeably a shade brighter than the other entries. Urban Underground Integrated Pipeline Network Engineering Map, covering a radius of 5 kilometers, including rainwater and sewage separation pipes, power tunnels, and gas mains, scale 1 to 500, 350 points. Lin Chen's eyes stopped moving. 2 images flashed through my mind at the same time, the drainage pipe markings Zhao Li drew on the cement ground, and the cross-section of the semi-underground structure of the textile factory's coal bunker. It's inaccessible from the ground. What's underneath the ground? He clicked by. Balance, 4701. The golden text continued scrolling, until the last line was refreshed. At the very bottom of the list, the most luminous line was almost blindingly bright. Military miniature reconnaissance drone, foldable type, 42 cm wingspan, 45-minute flight time, dual-mode night vision/thermal imaging lens, effective reconnaissance radius of 3 km, silent motor, with remote control terminal, 1500 points. 1,500. The output of 15 people in one day. Expensive. But even if Zhao Li's intelligence was accurate, it was still a snapshot from the day she left the textile factory. Would the sentry posts be moved? Had the herd's patrol route changed? Had Su Tian added any new firing positions? Outdated intelligence is more dangerous than no intelligence at all. He needs a pair of eyes that are always watching from above. Click to buy. Balance, 3201. A flash of light appeared, and 2 items suddenly appeared in the storage room. The gray, waterproof hard-shell tube, once unscrewed, revealed a nearly 2-meter-long roll of engineering blueprints. The paper was thick, with clear creases and dense markings, blue lines for rainwater pipes, brown lines for sewage pipes, yellow lines for power tunnels, and red lines for gas mains. The diameter, burial depth, and manhole number for each pipeline were all marked down to the centimeter. Black suitcase, foam lining, lid open. Drones. The device features a matte dark gray body, and its quadcopter folds down to the size of a palm. The remote control is a 7-inch screen, feels solid in the hand, and operates silently when powered on. Lin Chen first checked the drone. He unfolded the rotors. The battery was fully charged. He switched the lens mode. The night vision image appeared grainy with a green tint, while in thermal imaging mode, he raised his palm, and the outlines of 5 orange-red fingers were clearly reflected on the screen. Qualified. He retrieved the drone into its box and turned it toward the ground. The engineering blueprints were laid out, filling half the storage room floor. A tactical flashlight was turned on, its beam narrowed to its narrowest point, scanning the pipe section by section. The location of the shelter has been found. His fingers slid along the blue and brown lines northeastward. Passing beneath the commercial street, and under the Anning Road subway station. The finger stopped. A combined sewer main with a diameter of 1.8 meters. Starting point, 3rd maintenance shaft on the east side of the subway station. Direction northeast. Length, 2.1 kilometers. The endpoint is marked as rainwater storage tank in the textile factory area. 1.8 meter pipe diameter. An adult can walk on it while bending over. Underground. Bypass the wall. Bypass the herd of animals. Bypass the 3 heavy machine guns. Lin Chen's finger remained pressed on the end of the pipeline, without moving away. He crouched in front of the blueprint, the beam of his tactical flashlight illuminating the box labeled storage tank, with a dotted line beside it extending upwards to the ground. The access point was located exactly to the west of the coal bunker, as marked by Zhao Li. Less than 30 meters. Lin Chen slowly exhaled. Found it. Chapter 78. Everyone says it won't work. The roar of the generator never stops in the shelter. It's the heartbeat of this place. If it stops, it's all over. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Lin Chen gathered everyone together. He chose the long, narrow tool shed next to the storage room. Iron shelves for storing odds and ends lined the wall, with a long table that could barely fit in the middle, made up of 2 ammunition boxes and a thick wooden board. People arrived very quickly. Zhang Feng was the first to come in, holding 2 boxes of self-heating rice in his hands. He kicked aside an empty bucket next to him and sat down. Zhao Li followed silently behind. When Han Tao entered, his left arm was already bandaged, and he had changed into a clean cotton-padded jacket. He sat opposite Zhang Feng without saying a word, but his eyes swept around the doorway to confirm the location. Lu Yuan squeezed in, carrying his worn-out backpack, placed the testing device on the table, and adjusted his glasses. Jiang Rou followed Han Tao in, sat down next to him without saying a word, took out a small piece of anti-inflammatory medicine and placed it on the table in front of Han Tao without looking up. Han Tao glanced at it, picked up the medicine and put it in his pocket. Fan Min was the last to come in. She dragged a folding chair over, sat down on the side of the table, took off her gloves, and rubbed her hands together. Xinyu stood by the door without sitting, supporting herself on the iron frame with one arm. She doesn't like being sandwiched in the middle of a crowd. She can see things more clearly when she's standing. Su Su sat down to Lin Chen's left, opened her folded notebook, and held her ballpoint pen in the air, ready to take notes. Lin Chen pulled open the self-heating rice ring and set it aside to heat up. Let's talk after we finish eating. No one objected. The ordinary members in the lobby were given compressed biscuits. Su Su had arranged everything, on time and in the required quantity, without any complaints. The self-heating rice for these people, including Tong Tong, was taken separately from the supplies pile this morning. It was beef-flavored, and the aroma wafted up with the steam. A few minutes of silence. Zhang Feng opened the box first, took a spoonful, chewed it a couple of times, and nodded. It's all right, much better than compressed biscuits. Lu Yuan sniffed it, then slowly opened the box. Its calorie density is 4 times higher than that of biscuits, and it helps maintain core body temperature in extremely cold environments. Just eat, don't go to class. Xinyu interrupted him. Lu Yuan didn't mind and lowered his head to eat. Lin Chen ate a few bites and put down his spoon. Textile factory. The moment those 2 words were uttered, the atmosphere at the table seemed to drop significantly in temperature compared to the outside. Zhang Feng's spoon froze in midair. Han Tao's jaw tightened. Xinyu withdrew her hand from the metal rack. Speak, Lin Chen said, glancing around at everyone. What do you all think? Han Tao was the first to speak. I'll just state my opinion directly. I can't go. He raised his left arm slightly to indicate his injury. It's not that I'm a coward. Everyone knows what the situation is with the horde of beasts and the ice corpses. Just a few would be enough to deal with us. How many are there around the textile factory? Zhao Li said that there will be a fixed patrol within a 200-meter range. Lin Chen replied. That means at least 20 or 30. Han Tao put down his spoon. Even if we have a car and can rush in, what happens after we get in? Zhang Feng chimed in, his tone calmer than Han Tao's, but the conclusion was the same. I've calculated a plan. We can detour and approach from the side. The nearest blind spot is in the southeast, but that requires crossing an open area. He gestured a route on the table with his finger. With the open area and the overlapping circumference of the beast horde, the exposure time would be about 7 to 9 minutes. Without heavy firepower, we'd be wiped out in 7 minutes. Heavy firepower. Lu Yuan repeated the 3 words, then looked up. 3 machine guns. I'm not qualified to assess armed conflict, but I can calculate the ballistic coverage area. 2 are on the 2nd floor of the boiler room, and 1 is in the water tower. Theoretically, there's no effective cover anywhere within the 200-meter depth from the north gate to the factory area. He adjusted his glasses. Even if you manage to get past the herd and stick to the wall, the people inside can pull a trigger and wipe out the rest of the outside. This isn't a tactical problem, it's a mathematical one. Fan Min didn't rush to speak, waiting until everyone had finished before opening her mouth. Her voice wasn't fast, but every word was controlled. I've worked in surveying for 30 years, and I've seen too many seemingly feasible plans turn out to be dead ends on the topographic map. She glanced at Lin Chen. Do you want to break in or negotiate to get in? Fight our way in. Xinyu replied directly, without hesitation. I'm not afraid, I'm just telling the truth. With our current number of people and guns, going to attack a stronghold with 3 heavy machine guns and 60 or 70 men isn't an attack, it's donating supplies. Jiangro didn't speak. She lowered her head, put the leftover lunchbox from Han Tao aside, counted the anti-inflammatory medicine beside her, and put it back in the first aid kit. But her ears remained perked up. Su Su's pen kept moving, jotting down the keywords everyone mentioned: 3 machine guns, a herd of animals, open ground, a wall. The words were neatly arranged, like a veto list. She didn't look up, but said one sentence. The ventilation system will break down in 4 days. The diesel fuel will run out in 15 days. Food and water will be gone in 6 days. She capped her pen, turned to that page in her notebook, and pushed it to the center of the table. This is our time window. Within this window, the textile factory is the only target that can solve all the problems at once. Pause. But what everyone is saying is also true, she added, her voice level. We don't have the capability to break in right now. After he finished speaking, the tool shed became quiet, with only the generator humming next door. All eyes finally turned to Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained silent. He finished the last bite of his meal, closed the box, and pushed it aside. This taste is absolutely amazing. Then he pulled a waterproof cylinder from the backpack behind him. Unscrew the cap, pull out a roll of blueprints, unfold it, and place it on the table. The 2 flashlights borrowed from the generator room had the narrowest beams, which crossed and shone on the map. Blue, brown, yellow, and red lines, densely packed with markings, covered the entire northeastern part of the map. Fang Min's eyes lit up. Her professional reflexes were faster than any words. She leaned forward, zoomed in on the drawing, and looked at the annotations. The scale was 1:500. The pipe diameters were marked to the millimeter. The maintenance well numbers were listed one by one. Her finger stopped on the blue line. A combined sewer main with a diameter of 1.8 meters. The starting point is on the east side of the subway station. The destination is... Fang Min looked up at Lin Chen. The water storage tank in the textile factory area. Her voice was steady, but her eyes had changed. This pipe leads to the west side of the coal bunker? 30 meters, Lin Chen replied. There was silence on the table for about 3 seconds. Zhang Feng was the first to react. He slammed his spoon onto the empty lunchbox with a clatter, leaned back in his chair, and didn't say anything, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Han Tao stared at the blue line, his eyes shifting. Lu Yuan pushed the measuring instrument aside and bent down to look at the pipe diameter data. 1.8 meters. An adult can pass through by bending over. Underground, around the wall, around the animal herd's patrol route. He paused, pushed his glasses up. Theoretically, it's possible. Xinyu walked from the iron rack to the table and looked down at the drawing. She didn't say anything, but her hand was placed on the end of the blue line. Su reopened her notebook, turned to a new page, and picked up her pen. This time, she didn't add any more items to the veto list. She wrote 2 words at the top of the page. Entrance. Lin Chen pushed the diagram towards the center of the table so that everyone could see it clearly. We can't get in from the surface. How about we try underground? He didn't explain where the picture came from, nor when he found it. No one at the table asked either. They simply watched the blue line, which started below the shelter, meander through 2 kilometers of wasteland, and crept into the heart of the textile factory. Han Tao was silent for a moment before speaking. His voice was half a tone lower than before. What's inside the pipes? Is there water? Is there a blockage? Is there anything inside? He paused. Nobody knows. Lin Chen put his backpack back on, stood up, glanced around one last time, and then smiled. Don't worry, we'll know tomorrow. Chapter 79 Su's Other Identity. At 6:40 a.m., the temperature was minus 46 degrees Celsius. Lin Chen led 6 people down to the lowest level through the side passage of the shelter. Zhang Feng walked in front, his flashlight beam sweeping across the rusty pipe supports overhead. Han Tao's left arm was in a sling, his Type 92 pistol tucked into his waistband, and Xinyu followed closely behind. Fang Min carried the engineering blueprints, while Zhao Li walked in the middle of the group carrying a tool bag. Su walked at the back, her notebook tucked into the inside pocket of her cotton-padded coat, and her Glock bag hanging at her waist. At the far end of the second basement level, a rusty iron grid blocked the way. Behind the grid was a circular pipe opening nearly 2 meters in diameter, dark and gaping, like an open mouth. Fang Min spread the blueprint on the ground and compared it with the markings on the pipe openings using a flashlight. The number matches. Combined sewer main, 1.8 meters in diameter, facing northeast. Zhang Feng patted the iron grill, and rust flakes fell off. He turned to the side and shone his flashlight into the pipe. The beam of light was swallowed by darkness less than 20 meters into the pipe. Tisk! Zhang Feng put away his flashlight, turned around, raised an eyebrow at Lin Chen, and smiled. Do you have some kind of destiny with underground passages? You went through one last time when you were looking for oil, and now you're back again. Lin Chen remained expressionless. I also want to take the main road, but the system keeps giving me things from underground. He said something else entirely. There are 3 heavy machine guns waiting on the ground. If you want to go through the main gate, you can. I'll give you a letter of introduction. Zhang Feng chuckled twice but didn't answer. Han Tao stood by the pipe opening, frowning as he peered inside for over 10 seconds. The flashlight beam reflected off the pipe wall, revealing a layer of grayish-black scale on the inner surface and a thin layer of ice at the bottom. Further in, he couldn't see anything at all. 2 kilometers. Han Tao turned off his flashlight and lowered his voice. We don't know what's inside, whether there's a collapse, whether there's flooding, whether anything lives inside. If we just go in and feel around, we'll get halfway there and hit a block section, and then we can't even back out. Xinyu crossed her arms and tilted her head to look at the dark opening. And there's absolutely no light. Walking 2 kilometers in a completely dark, enclosed tunnel would be psychologically exhausting. Fang Min squatted down next to the blueprint, her fingertips tracing the pipeline. The blueprint shows 4 maintenance wells, spaced about 500 meters apart. But the blueprint is from the construction period, and the actual situation. She shook her head, not finishing her sentence. The atmosphere became somber. The opening of the pipe resembled the eye of a dead fish, dark and empty, staring at everyone. Lin Chen took the backpack off his shoulder. The sound of the zipper was particularly clear in the quiet space. He took out a black hardshell briefcase, placed it on the ground, and opened the lid. Inside the foam lining, a matte dark gray folding drone lay quietly. Next to it was a 7-inch remote control terminal, its screen covered with a factory-applied protective film. Zhang Feng couldn't close his mouth. Han Tao released his hand from the Type 92 rifle, looked down at the contents of the box, and rolled his eyes twice. Xinyu walked straight over, squatted down and looked at Lin Chen for 3 seconds. When she looked up at Lin Chen, her expression was as if she were looking at a magician who had pulled an aircraft carrier out of his pocket. What time is this? I found it in a corner of the underground warehouse of the mall where we hunted beetles last time, Lin Chen said calmly, pushing the box forward. It's a military reconnaissance model with night vision and thermal imaging, and it has a battery life of 45 minutes. Zhang Feng whistled. Is your luck with looting gear on some kind of cheat code? Last time you found a self-heating hot pot, this time a drone. Next time maybe you'll find a tank? It's all about fate, Lin Chen said. Zhao Li squatted down beside her and watched for a few seconds without saying a word, but something else appeared in her eyes. Fang Min went straight to the point. 45 minutes of battery life, a 2-kilometer-long pipeline, and 4 kilometers round trip, is that enough? We don't need to fly at full speed inside the pipe. Low-speed cruising saves energy, Lin Chen replied. It's enough. Han Tao straightened up, looked at the nozzle and then at the drone. Then what are we waiting for? Let's fly in and take a look. Xinyu urged as well. Yes, hurry up, let's find out what's going on inside first. Lin Chen didn't move. He looked at the drone in the box and remained silent for 2 seconds. Then he looked up, glanced around at everyone present, and his expression was somewhat subtle. There's a problem. What? I can't fly this thing. There was silence for a full 3 seconds in front of the pipe opening. Zhang Feng was the first to react, and he laughed. What did you say? I don't know how to operate drones, Lin Chen repeated, his tone as casual as if he were commenting on the nice weather. Who among you knows how? Xinyu was stunned. Han Tao's lips twitched. Zhao Li looked down at the ground, her shoulders twitching, as if she was trying to suppress a laugh. Zhang Feng burst out laughing. Brother, you brought back a military drone, and you're telling me you can't fly it? Being able to find something and being able to operate it are 2 different things, Lin Chen said without changing his expression. Fang Min shook her head. I've been doing surveying my whole life, using total stations and RTK. Drone aerial surveying is for young people. Han Tao shrugged. Don't look at me, the security squad doesn't deserve this. Xinyu took a half step back and raised her hands. I can't even operate a remote-controlled car. Zhang Feng thought for a moment, and said very seriously. I did see it when I was a reconnaissance soldier, but I used a hand-launched one back then, which is completely different from this one. Zhao Li shook her head immediately. No. 6 people stared at each other. A military reconnaissance drone worth 1,500 points lay in a box, surrounded by a group of people staring at each other. Lin Qin didn't show it on his face, but in his mind he was already considering whether he should temporarily search for an operation manual in the system store. I can. The sound came from the very back of the group. It wasn't loud, but it was steady. Everyone turned around at the same time. Su Su stood 3 meters away, wearing a light gray cashmere winter coat, her hair tied in a low ponytail with stray strands brushing against her temples. The emergency light shone from the side, highlighting her clean and sharp features. She had a small face, bright eyes, and a straight nose. Even in the cashmere coat, her waistline was still very defined, the proportions that had made all the male colleagues on the floor afraid to look directly at her before the apocalypse were still evident in the underground shelter. Xinyu was the first to react. She turned around, looked Su Su up and down twice, her tone full of disbelief. Su Su, don't tell me, you can really fly this. Su Su stepped forward. Her expression was still the usual coldness of a manager, but there was a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. That's confidence. I obtained my AOPA professional pilot certification before the no-fly zone was issued. She glanced at the drone in the box, scanning its fuselage configuration. Multi-rotor, folding, military-grade interface. It's simpler than the civilian drones I used to fly. Zhang Feng opened his mouth for a moment, and after a long pause he blurted out. How did you manage to hire this supervisor in the first place? Han Tao's reaction was more direct. He took a half step back, and his gaze towards Su Su changed, from that woman in charge of logistics, to just how many more tricks does this person have up her sleeve? Fan Min adjusted her gloves, her gaze towards Su Su becoming more serious. The veteran engineer had seen too many people who only talked the talk, but she also had the utmost respect for those with genuine skills. Zhao Li looked up at Su Su. A brief exchange of glances. The 2 women exchanged something that only their kind could understand. Lin Qin stared at Su Su for 3 seconds. He recalled the office before the apocalypse. He remembered Su Su wearing that black suit dress, her long legs encased in black stockings, and 8-centimeter high heels, and the scene of everyone stuffing their phones into drawers as she patrolled the workstations. At that time, his entire understanding of Su Su was summed up in 2 words, supervisor. A strict manager. A good-looking manager. That's all. What about now? She manages the distribution of supplies to 33 people flawlessly, records information faster than Han Tao does, and can even fly a drone. Lin Qin had to reconsider his opinion of the woman in front of him. He pushed the box towards Su Su and raised an eyebrow. Hey, Manager Su, how about showing us your skills? Su Su glanced down at him. The meaning in her eyes was clear. Are you sure you want to talk to a professional like that? Give it to me. She crouched down and used both hands to remove the drone from the foam lining. I turned it over and took a look at the bottom interface, and then checked the locking status of the rotor folding shaft. The propeller isn't installed, she said. The 4 spare propeller blades were secured in the slots inside the casing. Su Su pulled one out, aligned it with the motor shaft, and tightened it. The finger movements were crisp and clean, without any unnecessary pauses. The second film. The third film. The 4th piece. Zhang Feng watched from the side, his mouth ageti. He rubbed his hands together and turned to Han Tao, muttering. I used to see people flying drones to take pictures in the city all the time, and I thought, what's so difficult about that? Now, watching how they install the propellers, I can't even tell which one is facing which direction. Han Tao surprisingly didn't argue with him. Because he couldn't tell either. Xinyu leaned closer to take a look. Didn't this used to be quite expensive? I remember the better ones cost tens of thousands. Civilian use. Su didn't look up, her hands still moving. Military use is priceless. So what kind of plane did you fly before? DJI Mavic 3. Su locked the last propeller, lifted the drone and shook it to make sure it wasn't loose. After the no-fly zone was issued, the license was put away. I never thought I'd need it here. Fan Min sighed. The world has changed. Those skills that were useless before are now life-saving abilities. Su didn't reply. She took the remote control out of the box, peeled off the protective film, and pressed the power button briefly and then pressed it for a long time. The terminal screen lit up. Her fingers slid rapidly across the screen, channel switching, image transmission frequency calibration, gimbal centering, flight control self-test. Every step of the operation was carried out in an orderly manner. Lin Chen stood to the side watching, chewing over the phrase. You can know a person's face but not their heart. Twice. He really underestimated her. Beep beep beep. 3 short beeps. The flight controller self-test is complete, and the 4 motor indicator lights turn green in sequence. Su placed the drone flat on the ground, stood up, and turned to look at Lin Chen. She held the remote control in her hand, the live feed on the screen pointing directly at the pipe opening, a dark, circular hole, its depths unfathomable. Lin Chen nodded. Su held the terminal with both hands, pushing her left and right thumbs inwards simultaneously. The 2 levers were precisely moved. All 4 rotors start simultaneously. The sound was extremely soft, like a cat purring. The drone rose vertically from the ground and hovered at a height of half a meter, as stable as if it were nailed to the air. Su kept her eyes glued to the screen, and with a slight adjustment of her right hand, the machine head slowly turned towards the pipe opening. Then, the drone flew silently into the pipeline, skimming along its central axis. Chapter 80: Leveraging Power to Invite Wolves. The screen of the remote control terminal was lit up, and in the night vision image, the inner wall of the pipe slowly receded. Every inch of the concrete surface was covered with grayish-black scale, and a thin layer of ice at the bottom reflected the green light from the drone's night vision lens. The pipe was 1.8 meters in diameter, the drone had a wingspan of 42 centimeters, and there was ample room on both sides. Su held the terminal in both hands, her left thumb pushing slightly and her right thumb controlling the direction. The drone moved steadily along the central axis of the pipe, not fast, but stable. Zhang Feng leaned behind her to look at the screen and took a breath. This skill is more steady than any veteran reconnaissance soldier I've ever seen. Su ignored him. Her attention was completely focused on the screen. Fan Min lay beside the blueprint, her fingers tracing the pipes as she counted. 150 meters, 200 meters. In the footage, the pipe maintains a symmetrical circular cross-section without significant deformation. Ice buildup extends from the bottom to about 1/3 of the pipe's height on both sides, while the space above remains unobstructed. The right side, Lin Chen suddenly spoke. Su had already seen it. A horizontal crack had appeared on the right wall of the pipe, diagonally cutting from the 10 o'clock position to the 8 o'clock position, about 2 fingers wide. She controlled the drone to slow down, tilted the gimbal, and aimed the camera at the crack. The inside of the crack was pitch black. But in the grainy night vision image, several thin, thread-like things extended from the depths of the crack, like frozen spider webs, but not quite. Lin Chen's gaze lingered on the filamentous material for 2 seconds. He didn't speak, but he mentally marked the location. Su spurred the drone forward. At 380 meters, a circular vertical shaft appeared overhead. The first inspection shaft. A rusted ladder extended upwards along the shaft wall, disappearing behind an iron manhole cover at the top. The gap between the cover and the shaft wall was completely filled with frozen soil and ice. The manhole cover can't be pried open from the inside, Fang Min concluded. Han Tao frowned. What if something happens inside the pipeline? What if we have to evacuate? Bring tools, Lin Chen replied. Shovels and crowbars, prepare them before you go in. This well is an alternative evacuation point. Han Tao didn't say anything more. The drone continued its advance. 500 meters, 600 meters. The pipeline's course deviated slightly north, matching the markings on the blueprints. 650 meters. Fang Min's finger stopped. The screen image also froze. The ice layer at the bottom of the pipe ahead suddenly bulged up, with gravel, silt, and ice mixed together, piling up to nearly 2/3 of the pipe's height. Only a narrow gap remained between the top wall and the blockage, estimated to be no more than 40 centimeters. It's blocked, Zhang Feng blurted out. Su Su remained silent. She released the throttle with her left thumb, and the drone hovered a meter in front of the congested area. Then she looked down at the numbers in the lower right corner of the terminal screen. Wingspan 42 centimeters, gap estimated at 40 centimeters. 2 centimeters. Will it pass? Xinyu asked. Su Su didn't answer. Her right thumb slowly lifted the gimbal, and the lens shifted from directly in front, scanning the contours of the gap between the curved surface of the top wall and the blockage. The gap is irregular. The narrowest part is indeed only a little over 40 centimeters, but there is a depression in the upper right corner, and the concave inner wall of the tube creates an extra space of less than 10 centimeters. Su Su narrowed her eyes slightly. She lowered the drone by 5 centimeters, tilted it 15 degrees to the right, and aimed it at the recessed area. She lightly pushed the throttle with her left thumb while continuously fine-tuning the heading with her right thumb. The drone began to slowly slide into the crevice, skimming along the ceiling. Zhang Feng held his breath. Xinyu's hands clenched tightly. Han Tao took half a step forward, staring at the screen. In the footage, the pipe wall almost brushes against the edge of the lens. The ice crystals on the surface of the gravel reflect a green night vision light, so close that you can see the texture of each grain of sand. The distance between the left propeller and the tube wall is 3 centimeters. Su Su's breathing rate dropped to an extremely low level. Her 2 thumbs controlled the joystick with such slight movements that they were almost imperceptible, yet the drone's trajectory smoothly traversed the narrowest point. 5 seconds later, the view suddenly cleared. The pipes behind the blockage were now unobstructed. Zhang Feng let out a long breath and cursed. Damn it, this is more nerve-wracking than defusing landmines. Fang Min had already marked the location and approximate length of the clogged area on the blueprint. It's about 8 to 10 meters of blockage. People would have to crawl to get through. She looked up at Zhao. Can the gravel be cleared? Check the temperature. Zhao squatted down and pointed to the screen. Frozen gravel and silt mixed together are equivalent to natural concrete at minus 40 degrees Celsius. But if the temperature inside the pipe is higher than outside, the ice layer between the gravel will become brittle. With shovels and crowbars, 2 people can clear a passage that a person can crawl through in half an hour. The drone continued its advance. 1 kilometer. Su Su switched to thermal imaging mode. The screen changed from green grains to a dark blue background. The inner wall of the pipe was a uniform cool tone, then, several patches of color appeared at the bottom. Dark orange. Very light, but it's definitely there. There's something there. Lu Yuan was the first to figure it out, pushing up his glasses and leaning closer to the screen. Flat, about the size of a palm. Sticking to the bottom of the tube, 3. No, 4. Su Su lowered the angle of the gimbal and aimed the lens at the bottom of the tube. In the thermal image, for flat, dark orange outlines are stuck to the surface of the ice, motionless. Their body temperature is very low, much lower than that of mammals, but they are indeed living beings. What is that? Xinyu asked in a low voice. Lu Yuan shook his head. Thermal imaging can only show the outline, not the details. Flat, low body temperature, clinging to walls. It could be an amphibian or an arthropod. He paused for a moment. The key issue is that these 4 are not all of them. Living in groups would be troublesome, Han Tao added. Lin Chen stared at the 4 colored blocks for 3 seconds. Continue. Su Su pushed the drone over that area. The 4 colored blocks didn't react. They remained stuck to the pipe wall, motionless. 1,500 meters. The pipeline makes a gentle bend, heading slightly east. After the bend, another vertical shaft appears overhead, the third maintenance shaft. Su controlled the drone to rise, aiming the camera at the well wall. Ang Feng saw it first. "What's that?" On the concrete surface of the well wall, there was a line of words. Spray-painted. Sloppy, crooked, and orange-red. 2 words, someone. There was a full 4 seconds of silence in front of the pipe opening. "Who sprayed it?" Han Tao's voice turned serious. "No one can answer that." Fang Min marked the location of the third inspection well on the blueprint without saying a word, but her brows furrowed. Lin Chen glanced at the battery level in the upper right corner of the terminal screen. 29%. "Continue," he said, his tone a beat faster than before. "Push it as far as you can." Su sped up. The drone moved forward, hugging the central axis of the pipe, the image rapidly receding. 1,600 meters, 1,650 meters. 1,700 meters. The last maintenance well. Su switched to thermal imaging. On the screen, the heat signals emanating from the outside of the manhole cover were blurry but dense. Not just 1 or 2, but a group. Dark orange patches moved slowly on the outside of the manhole cover, their body temperature characteristics closely matching those of the mutated dogs described in Zhao Li's intelligence report. "A herd of beasts," Han Tao said in a low voice. Su didn't stop. The drone passed the last maintenance well and continued forward. 1,900 meters. 2,000 meters. At the end of the pipeline, a noticeable expansion appeared, a storage tank. The thermal imaging image suddenly lit up. A large, orange-red heat source emanated from the right, its temperature far exceeding that of any living organism. Fang Min recognized it immediately. "Coal combustion. The coal bunker is operating." Su quickly manipulated the gimbal to scan the area. Above the storage tank was a cover plate, and in the heat signal coming through the cover plate, besides the high-temperature area of the coal bunker, there was a small, independent, stationary heat source. 15 meters outside the cover plate. Human-shaped outline. "The sentry post," Zhao Li said. "Battery level, 22%. Su didn't linger for a second. She simultaneously moved both control sticks, and the drone turned 180 degrees on the spot, beginning its return journey. The return speed was 30% faster than the arrival speed. With each increment of the battery level, the hearts of everyone near the pipe entrance skipped a beat. When navigating the congested area, Su didn't drive straight through. She hovered in front of the blockage, controlling the gimbal to scan the debris pile structure from 3 different angles. 6 frames were captured, each stored in the terminal's storage. "Sister Fang Min, this will be used to analyze the obstacle removal plan later." She squeezed out the words without stopping her hands. 18%. The drone glided through the gaps in the clogged section, this time faster than before, yet still gliding precisely through the concave area. 15%. 12%. The light from the pipe opening finally appeared at the edge of the image. Su pushed the throttle lever all the way. The drone fired from the nozzle, hovered in midair for a second, and then slowly landed on the ground. Battery level, 9%. Su shut off the motor. The instant the 4 propellers stopped spinning, she handed the remote control to Lin Chen. Then she turned and leaned against the pipe wall, letting out a deep breath. Her hands were trembling. It wasn't cold. Lin Chen could tell. He took the terminal without saying anything more. Han Tao straightened up, breaking the silence. "I admit the pipe is passable. But even if we climb to the side of the coal bunker, then what?" He pointed to the pipe opening. "There's a sentry post right outside, and a herd of wild animals. 6 or 7 people crawl out of the ground, 3 machine guns turn this way, and we don't even have time to draw our guns." Lin Chen didn't respond to him. He turned to look at Zhao Li. "Draw the circuit diagram for the exhaust fan for me." Zhao Li paused for a second, then squatted down. She took out the charcoal pencil from her toolbox and started drawing on the ground. The power supply lines for the 3 exhaust fans start from the coal bunker distribution box, pass through the west exterior wall of the boiler room, and converge into the main distribution room along the ground cable trench. "Where is the coal bunker's electrical distribution box?" Lin Chen asked. Zhao Li marked a location on the sketch. "Northwest corner of the coal bunker, 12 meters from the cover of the regulating reservoir." She thought for a moment. 12 meters. Han Tao's expression changed. Zhang Feng was the first to react, his eyes slowly widening. "You need to turn off the power," Zhang Feng said. "The exhaust fan has stopped," Fang Min continued, her voice changing. "The air intake is no longer blowing out a fishy smell. The taste is coming back in." Zhao Li's charcoal pencil stopped in midair, her pupils contracted. "The beasts will rush into the factory area." She knew put the last piece of the puzzle back on. There was a 3-second silence at the pipe opening. Everyone stared at Lin Chen. He put the terminal into his backpack and zipped it up. "We don't need to fight our way in," he said. "Let them fight." On the way back, Su Su fell behind the group. When they passed the connecting section on the second underground level, she called out to Lin Chen. "That spray paint," she said in a low voice, just loud enough for 2 people to hear. "The word someone was sprayed on the manhole wall." There's a layer of ice on the well wall," Su Su said, looking at him. "The ice layer was formed after the extreme cold arrived. The paint was sprayed on the ice layer." Lin Chen stopped in his tracks. "After the extreme cold, someone went into that pipe,"